firefighters, perhaps as many as 5 firefighters, maybe even as many as 7 firefighters now that have been rescued alive. It did add certainly a lot of sense of energy around here. It started to move within the firefighter circles here. And to give you a sense of just how amazing it really is, it's tough to really see from some of the television pictures, but the pile of rubble itself, firefighters say, is about 7 stories above the ground and another 5 to 10 stories beneath the ground. So in the worst case scenario, you're talking about people being buried under some 17 stories worth of rubble, and the fact that anybody could get out of that alive, let alone walk out of it alive, is indeed truly amazing. And it's not, Dan, it's not just the stories that we're hearing of firefighters being rescued, but it's firefighters' families now that we're hearing stories about. I was talking to a fire captain just a short while ago who said that his son-in-law called him this morning. He hadn't heard from him before, and he called to say that he was on the 83rd floor of the tower, heard a sound of the South Tower, heard a sound, looked out the window, and said he could see the eyes of the pilot, the plane flying directly toward the 83rd floor of that building. And at the very last moment, the plane suddenly jerked up, missed him by perhaps as many as 8 to 10 floors. Firefighters rushed up the stairs, they grabbed him. They were able to get down some 83 floors worth of stairs. They got out of the building just 4 minutes before that tower collapsed. It is the sense around here, perhaps, best summed up by Captain Peter Gorman. You might have heard him a short while ago. He was quoting a prayer from Father Michael Judge. It was a chaplain of one of the fire brigades out here who is, in fact, among the dead, as we're told. He used to have a very lighthearted look at life. He said, if you want to make God laugh, tell him what you're doing tomorrow. It's a very lighthearted look that has now become tragically true. Dan.
Lee Cowan, live in Lower Manhattan. Let me show you a picture, a live picture. This is from New Jersey, looking across the Hudson River and across the great New York Harbor. This is the way it looks now. Remember, if you'd been at this place earlier this week, you would have seen those 2 twin 110-story towers dominating majestically the scene. Now they are simply holes in the ground, rubble and ruin. We're going to take you now to London, and a former national security advisor in the administration of United States President Jimmy Carter, Zbigniew Brzezinski, one of the world's outstanding authorities on international affairs. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Brzezinski.
Nice to be with you.
When do you expect some kind of U.S. response to what's happened?
I would imagine it may take several weeks, because we're dealing here probably with a comprehensive network that may be operating, in fact, from several countries. And we'll have to deal not only with the network itself, but perhaps with some countries that have harbored these networks. So for an effective and sustained and serious military reaction, we can't rely just on some cruise missile attacks. I think we'll have to undertake a comprehensive action that truly deals with the nature of the challenge.
Well, as you may know, that high-ranking Defense Department officials are talking now about what they call a large and sustained military operation. Now, you mentioned that we may, by any reasonable analysis, have to go into some countries or deal with some countries who've harbored these terrorists. From your experience, what would be the list of suspect countries under consideration?
You know, that's one thing I really don't want to do, because in a situation of this sort and in the prevailing atmosphere, it's very easy to point fingers and to whip up hysteria. We all know what countries may be involved, but we're not sure as to which are involved. And until we have a clearer picture, I think it's better not to point fingers. But at the same time, I think it has to be stressed that the United States has the right internationally to react unilaterally if it has to. But it is also important to stress that right now we have a lot of international support. And I think it's important to preserve that support when we react. And therefore we have to be very sure that our reaction is targeted at the right people and at the right places.
I certainly understand you're not wanting to list any particular countries, and your point's an important one, that we may have our suspicions as a nation, as a people, of that matter, individually, but we need to deal in facts, and until we have them, better not to name any specific countries. But let me ask you on the other point, you're optimistic about the Bush administration being put together an international coalition to deal with this problem. We've already heard today the president of Pakistan says that he will help the United States deal with this problem. The one country that I haven't heard anything out of would be Iran. Iran presents a particular problem in trying to put together this kind of coalition. Could you give us some context for that?
Yes, you're quite right, because we may be dealing with a situation which, if in fact anyone in Iran is involved, pertains to a country that on the one hand has a government whose president, relatively speaking, is more moderate and was in fact elected in an election in which the moderates did reasonably well. But it is also a country in which significant portions of the ruling authority are supporting fundamentalist movements around the world, some of which are terrorist, and hence we may be dealing with a situation in which it is not a clear-cut governmental responsibility that is involved. Having said this, once we know who sponsored this, who helped organize it, and who helped protect it, we'll have to react, and I do believe very strongly that the reaction should be sustained, which means not only some cruise missiles fired at some distant targets, but a major military operation with international support if possible, perhaps even with some participation from countries that are showing genuine sympathy and friendship for the United States, but alone if necessary.
Zbigniew Brzezinski, former National Security Advisor in our London Bureau, thank you very much.
Thank you.
To underscore that when Zbigniew Brzezinski talks about Iran, the context of the question, be sure you understand, was, well, in an effort to bring Iran into a coalition to deal with the war on terrorism, there is this particular problem. That was the point he was making. We were not talking about Iran particularly in any special way, possibly harboring terrorists. Our conversation was in the context of trying to bring Iran in to this effort for a sustained war on terrorism. And as Mr. Brzezinski rightly pointed out, this is especially difficult in Iran because you have the split, you have the elected government, and relatively speaking, as he put it in accurately so, a more moderate elected government. However, some of the hardline, old-line, most fundamentalist and radical mullahs still control in Iran the economy, the military, the secret police, and they have the levers of power as opposed to the elected representative. Again, I know I can hear people saying, ooh, this is so complex and confusing. Yes, folks, it's complex, and yes, it's confusing, but it's the world in which we will now have to become much more aware of as we try to mount this, what the Secretary of State this morning said was going to be eventually a sustained military effort to wipe out terrorism. We go to our Washington Bureau, and most recently Secretary of Defense of the United States, now retired William Cohen. Mr. Secretary, you've been listening this morning. Help us and help our viewers pull out the most significant things that have been said today.
Well, several things, Dan. First of all, the discussion about the role of Pakistan in all of this. I think it's very encouraging to learn that the President Musharraf of Pakistan has agreed to cooperate with the United States. Also important to listen to what the limitations in that level of cooperation may be. And we have to understand that he is essentially a military man. And I mention this because it's important to remind our country, our Congress, and others that the role that our military plays in establishing what we call military-to-military contacts with various military leaders throughout the world. It's important that we maintain those contacts. President Musharraf is one that we've had contact with in the past. General Joe Ralston, our Supreme Allied Commander, has had contact with him. General Zinni, who was the head of our Central Command formerly, they've had contacts with him, and so we are building upon those past relations in order to sustain a future relationship with a country like Pakistan. Now, it was suggested that we have some leverage over Pakistan. Number one, the financial leverage, that they would like to have the sanctions removed so that they can have an inflow of capital and to rebuild their country, and that's true. It was also suggested that we tilt very heavily toward India. And you may recall that President Clinton, during his last year, made a very historic trip to India and was well received there, and only stopped briefly at the airport in Pakistan itself for a variety of reasons, but to show some disparity of treatment in terms of the U.S. policy toward that region. It's important to understand, as far as Pakistan is concerned, if we tilt so strongly to India, and depending upon that relationship, that also involves China, which has not been mentioned this morning. China has a historic role with Pakistan itself, and so you can see that the major powers may find themselves in another kind of conflict or competition in that region. So it does have to be handled with some considerable delicacy as to how we bring about this relationship and build upon it to get the cooperation of Pakistan in this effort to curb terrorism. Second point, I think Bob Schieffer made a very important point this morning, talking about Congress united in its resolution and also moving toward a very quick appropriation of some $20 billion. I think it's very important to focus on this because the language that will be adopted will be quite important. I believe that the Congress will be solidly behind the President in his request for these funds. But I also believe that they will look very carefully at the language to be sure that it's used for combating terrorism, because there still is a very deep split on Capitol Hill as to whether or not there should be substantial funding for the National Missile Defense Program, which the President strongly supports. And that's where Senator Joe Biden, that we talked about earlier, will play a very key role. He is not enthusiastic about supporting a national missile defense program and will play a leading role in this debate. So we'll have to look very carefully at what the language is in terms of what Congress finally will adopt very soon. Also in the allocation of those funds. A third point that was made, as Bob Schieffer was talking about, is this resolution supporting the President. You may recall during the Gulf War, we had a very long, sustained debate over this issue of whether we should go to war against Saddam Hussein. That debate concluded with a vote of a margin of only about 5 votes, as I recall. And so this is quite a departure. Now you have apparently the leadership of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party coming together in strong support behind the President. And that's important if we're going to be able to sustain this long twilight struggle, this long sustained military operation, which will involve not only military action on multiple levels with multiple strikes in all probability, but also it will involve special operations. It will involve shutting down some access, commercial and otherwise, to various countries who harbor these terrorists. So this is going to be very important to have members of Congress strongly in favor of this long struggle that we're going to have to engage in combating terrorism.
Mr. Secretary, when the Assistant Secretary of Defense, Mr. Wolford, said this morning that there would be a, quote, sustained operation, the military operation, once it is mounted in launch. How long?
Well, I think over a long period. What we have to remember here is the focus should not only be upon Osama bin Laden as the alleged perpetrator here. We don't know that yet. He's high on the list. He may be first on the list of suspects involved. But I think we make a mistake in simply pointing to him as the head of this organization and saying if we can only apprehend him or destroy him, that's going to solve the problem. We ought to keep the focus on how we destroy the terrorist network. And that means we're going to have a long, sustained operation, and it will involve military operations from time to time. I don't know that Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz meant to confine this to sustained military operation for this one type of attack that may be planned, but rather a long, sustained military operation in whatever facet it has to be called upon in the future, dealing with a variety of countries, those countries who continue to give support, financial and moral and physical, to these groups who are carrying out acts of terrorism. One other point I'd like to make is as we examine the options, as President Bush and his team look at the options available from a military point of view, and we must remember it'll be military but diplomatic and economic as well, and it has to be multilateral in the long term. We have to have the support of our allies in the long term, that we look very carefully that this has to go after the network and to anticipate that this network will probably retaliate against us in the future as well. This is not going to be a situation where the United States can simply launch one strike or multiple strikes and not expect that those who are out there who are pre-programmed to conduct terrorist operations against the United States won't be carrying out those activities. And that's why we have got to really rethink a great deal about our national security strategy, how we prevent these operations from taking place in the first place, how we enhance our intelligence gathering, and so forth.
Former Secretary of Defense Bill Cohen, and now CBS News consultant for purposes of this story. Thank you. Joining us now in our New York studio, the former mayor of New York, also former congressman from the New York area, Ed Koch. Thanks for being with us, Mr.
Pleasure.
Mayor. You know the city as well or better than anybody. How long is it going to take to get New York City back to anything approaching normal?
Well, I believe that next week you will find that the businesses in that area will reopen and that the firms that used to be in the Trade Center will have relocated to other areas. We're a very vibrant city, and I must say that Mayor Giuliani has done a tremendously wonderful job in his leadership of the city, preventing panic, keeping people informed. Governor Pataki has done the same, and New Yorkers are a special breed of people. We're able, when things are bad, to become our best.
How is this tragedy going to change the city? I mean, no city can sustain this kind of disaster and be the same, come out of it the same.
Well, I must say to you that I have gone to work. Obviously, I'm up in the Rockefeller Center area, and I talk to people, and the people who are directly involved, who are survivors, who I visited a half a dozen or so of the firefighters and the cops, those people have suffered a tremendous trauma. But the rest of the city, while we cry and we are distressed with the pain of others, people are going about their work and they're using mass transit, and I don't believe that we're going to have the sequelae or the things that occur after an event that will change the city. I just don't believe it. I believe that people in the city are very supportive of the president and his announcement that he's going to take dramatic action. We want that done. I certainly do. I think, in fact, we should give an ultimatum to the terrorist states that have been named as terrorist states by the Secretary of State. There are half a dozen of them. One of them happens to be Iran, and say, these are the names of the terrorists that we know have committed crimes, and you will either return them to us for trial, or we will have a major military event in your country, and see what they say. And if they don't, within a reasonable time, deliver those people, then I would say we would take a major action against them.
Mayor, it's just been handed to me, top floors are reported to be buckling at number 1 at 1 Liberty Plaza. That's an office building.
Yeah.
It's been suspect here for the last 24 hours.
Yes.
Just pass that along. These sorts of messages, this kind of information is going to be coming for days because there's so many buildings in the area.
Well, there are now like minimum of 12 million square feet of commercial space no longer in use, and commercial space is very tight. But I am convinced that every company will ultimately relocate, and I am also convinced, as is Mayor Giuliani, that those trade towers will be rebuilt.
Do you think they will be rebuilt?
Oh, I do indeed.
Well, there was, before all this happened, there was some talk that Wall Street might move to New Jersey, be a little less expensive there.
That's like moving to Peoria.
Well, said like a true New Yorker. Certainly said like a true New Yorker, and one of the few opportunities to chuckle a little this morning. But you know, there was some, at least semi-serious talk, saying that New York's too expensive to try to move across the river into New Jersey. You don't
have
think that's
back
going to
office
happen now?
space in New Jersey, but if you're a first-line banking institution of any kind, finance, you're in New York or you're nowhere.
Would you agree?
Mayor Ed Koch, thanks. Tommy Thompson from the cabinet of George Bush has just come out of St. Vincent's Hospital, Health and Human Services Director. Let's pick him up in progress.
And what we're doing. I'm Secretary of Health and Human Services. Accompanying me is your wonderful Commissioner of Health, Commissioner Novella. and Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services Claude Allen. Deputy Secretary Claude Allen and Commissioner Novella, myself, we're here because the President wants to make sure we're doing everything possible for New York City and the state of New York and all of the individuals who have suffered so much. As everybody knows, this was an act of war, and it's something that now we have to pull together as a nation, and the whole nation is grieving with the people in New York and their families, and we're here to make sure that we provide the services necessary. I've already met with the mayor and the governor today to offer our assistance in regards to health and human services. We're going to provide for as much assistance as necessary to make sure that the children and the families get the necessary counseling and the necessary treatment. And also the opportunity to talk to the mayor about getting some people from CDC, the Center for Disease Control, to come here and do testing on air and water and make sure that everybody knows that we will be able to protect the public health of all of the citizens, especially the workers who are down doing such a tremendous job. I also had the privilege a few minutes ago to talk to some of the individual workers who are in the hospital, some of those who came in today, some of those who are suffering from injuries they received a couple days ago. I also talked to some employees from Blue Cross Blue Shield who got burned severely, had a chance to talk to them, and I now just was able to talk to the hospital association with members from the major hospitals in New York about the assistance and support that they need. And we are going to go back to Washington, D.C. and make sure that that support and assistance will be available. We also have a 1-800 number. What is it? (1-800-331-7767), which is a counseling center that's going to be open for 24 hours, 7 days a week for the elderly and for children that need counseling. And this, of course, will be set up and running. We're also providing services to the elderly and making sure that that continues. And we will have our regional office hopefully up and running by tomorrow to provide any further services that the people of New York need. And so I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Commissioner, do you want to say a few words?
Well, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Tommy Thompson, who was governor of Wisconsin and recently appointed by President Bush to this role, visiting St. Vincent's Hospital here in New York and making those statements. We go now to Mika Brzezinski, who's in Lower Manhattan, where there have been more rumblings from the area of collapse. Mika?
Yeah, everyone's on edge here, Dan. Excuse my appearance, but I have our producer on the phone, Mike Noble. He's down. If you can look behind me, you see a bridge there on the corner of West Broadway and Warren, which is about 2 blocks beyond that bridge and a bit over to the left. Mike is there. He called me to tell me that everyone inside a building about 10 stories high. Is that correct, Mike? A building about 10 stories high. People were inside the building and around the building, searching, rescuing, seeing what they could find. And all of a sudden, officials came onto the scene and said, "Get out, get out." They moved the police lines back at least a block. Is that correct, Mike? How far back? And they basically told people that the building could come down at any moment. Now, before that raises a level of panic here, this is the story that is repeating itself all around the 30-block area behind me, because what is happening is that rescue workers and officials who have knowledge in the construction business and infrastructure business are getting into these buildings, and they're seeing the damage, and they're saying, whoa, this is too dangerous. We got to get people out of here. This is just a safety issue. We've got to get people out. One more building now that has been evacuated, and actually I have with me here Jerry Budnick. He is in the construction business, and you have a lot of experience, sir, I'm correct, with infrastructure and dealing with this type of situation.
Right.
What have you seen in there?
Well, we right now we're in a process of removing the north pedestrian bridge connecting the World Trade Center Plaza and the Winter Garden. In order to do that, we have to secure all surrounding buildings, make sure that any debris doesn't fall on the construction workers.
And are you finding that when you get into places like that, that you're finding enough damage that it's got to be evacuated, places that right now are inhabited by onlookers or even rescue workers?
That's a negative. There's no inhabitants in any of the surrounding buildings. Everything has been evacuated.
Well, the buildings that we're at, even 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks this way, some of them are being evacuated. So what we're finding, and our producer's on the scene of one of them, is that even buildings several blocks back, Mike, how far are you from the scene? How far are you from the disaster zone? Ten to 12 blocks from the disaster zone now, buildings are being evacuated. They're finding infrastructure problems in those buildings. That obviously makes sense to you in a situation like this?
Correct, yes. If
Okay.
there was any debris that fell on the roofs and the roofs may collapse, there will be a structural problem.
Jimmy, thank you very much. Again, this is a situation that we've seen. I was down at the scene earlier today, and again, the police lines were getting tighter, people were being moved, and the situation was changing to the moment. Dan, back to you.
Mika Brzezinski in Lower Manhattan. To give you some perspective, firemen say rubble at the World Trade Center, the rubble is 7 stories tall above the ground and 5 to 10 stories below ground. I want you to absorb that. 17 stories of rubble to work through as they look for bodies and, in some cases, people still alive. At least 5 firemen and possibly 7 came out of the rubble alive today, but many more bodies have been recovered. Total dead may go above 5,000. You're watching CBS News coverage of the attack on America.
Good afternoon, I'm David Crabtree. We want to take 2 minutes and update you on what's going on locally. First, though, here are the latest Attack on America headlines. First searchers found 5 firefighters alive in the rubble this afternoon in New York. Another building in the Trade Center Plaza could collapse. It is smoking and shifting this afternoon. The president plans to go to New York tomorrow and see the damage firsthand. There will not be any football, hockey, or golf this weekend. Very understandable. Also, this Delta jet, I'm going to show this to you now. The very first to leave RDU since the attack on Tuesday. It is empty except for its crew, but it's a sign that things are beginning to get back to normal, whatever normal may be. We want to let you know that though the airport is still closed and the airport authority still hasn't said when it will open again, managers there say they are still trying to get security beefed up to match exactly what the government wants. Dr. Alan Mask is joining us now from Crabtree Valley Mall for the Relief for America campaign is under full way. Dr. Mask?
David, we've had an unbelievable turnout here. Would you believe over 2,000 people have come by either walking or via bicycle or driving to make a contribution? You know, we've all been numb since the tragedy on September the 11th, and this is a way to get some relief, to participate, whether you were involved directly or indirectly with the tragedy that happened recently. We've had couples to come by, men, women, children, writing checks, giving cash. It's been just an unbelievable outpouring of love and affection for everybody. If you'd like to come by, again, we're at Crabtree Valley Mall. We're currently located between Barnes & Noble Bookstore and Hudson Belt. We've got security guards here who are here to take your donations. Things are moving very smoothly. You don't even need to get out of your car. You can simply talk to one of the wonderful volunteers and make a contribution. There are a couple of other locations as well. Carytown Mall will be happy to receive your donation as well. And in Durham, at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. If you wanted to give blood, we really aren't accepting any more appointments for that, but you can call one of these 2 telephone numbers, 231-1608 or 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. We're going to be here until 7 o'clock and beyond. We'll be here tomorrow morning. We certainly would like to see you. David?
Very good, Dr. Mask. We thank you. We'll have more from you this afternoon. We'll also have more local coverage on the news channel, which is on Time Warner Cable Channel 256. I'll see you there in just a moment. Now back to CBS.
Back. The Lincoln Tunnel. Out looking in the trucks. Bridges north of the city. The National Guard's out, stopping cars, looking in trunks of cars coming into the city. To my eye, there seem to be more people on the street, more cars on the street in New York, nowhere near normal, but certainly more than yesterday. I passed a construction site that I saw yesterday, was totally vacant. Today, construction workers were there in full force and back in operation. We've seen these stories about American flags being sold out. I saw dozens of American flags on antennas this morning. So this is a city that is trying to get back up to speed, but it's a city that's still very tense today.
Well, it has to be when you consider the job still at hand. Month and a half, 2 months, perhaps longer, just to clear the rubble and debris and take care of the bodies. Let's go down to CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Bob Schieffer. Bob?
Dan, maybe I should just add on to what you're talking about, because I have kind of a little personal side to what the hell on earth that New York has become. It is not. Of course, those poor people down that were trapped in all of that rubble and stuff, but the disorder and confusion that's going on in New York is not just in those areas. For example, one of my grown daughters, who you know very well, lives in New York. Last night, there was a bomb threat at the Empire State Building. Her building was evacuated in the middle of the night. People gathered out in the streets. Police were down there. It blocked off streets around there. Finally made her way back home, goes back to work today. She works in a large building in Times Square just a short time ago. Her building at work was evacuated. It is just one thing after another. And you know, all of our hearts go out to the people in New York, not just the people who are victims, but everyone, because everyone's life there is being disrupted. It's just an unbelievable thing.
Bob Schieffer. And let's note, Bob, and you know this city well, having lived here, and you still come here so often. Yes, it's true that New York is tense. Yes, it's true that New York has got its problems, and particularly in lower Manhattan, sealed off below 14th Street still, although the mayor's trying to get some of it open. However, much of the city is coming back to life. There was more traffic on the streets today, and other parts of if even Manhattan, to say nothing of other parts of New York City as a whole, Manhattan being, of course, the red beating heart of New York City, the island. But things are beginning to steady down. I would say that one of my father's favorite professional fighters was a guy who never won a championship, but he was known as a great get-up fighter. Every time he got knocked down, he would get up, whatever happened. And when this fighter died, somebody called his manager to tell him that he died, and the manager said, well, quick, stand over him, start counting, he'll get up. Well, I think of that story these days because that's the way New Yorkers are. You can knock New Yorkers down, and you can knock them down with a pretty good punch, and nobody underestimates and nobody tries to duck the fact this was a good, hard punch. But so when it's a hard punch, sometimes you get up and you take an 8-count, mandatory 8-count to clear your head, then you come fighting back. That's the spirit of New York today, as best I can describe it for you. So we appreciate your kind words and sympathy, but it's coming right back at you from New York as a message says, listen, let's get on with it. We got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of rebuilding to do, and we want to catch the people who did this thing and bring them to justice. Let's check in with correspondent Bobby Harley in Miami, where one focus of the investigation of who did it has been centered. Bobby, what can you tell us about the investigation in South Florida?
Well, Dan, we know that at least 2 of the suspected terrorists received their basic pilot training right here in Florida. And now we have also learned that one of those suspects, Muhammad Atta, also spent 3 hours at the control of a flight simulator of a commercial jet right here in Miami. Now, the instructor that brought Atta through that training, Henry George, spoke to us just a short while ago, and he told us how he felt once he alerted the FBI.
It's a terrible feeling. It's going to take a while to get over it. I know that life goes on, and this too shall pass, and we're a great country, and all that sounds great. But, you know, for those that are suffering the loss of their loved ones, and for those of us that came in contact with the individual, it's a terrible thought. I don't think that what I did was, well, made it happen, but obviously, you know, it was part of their training.
In fact, Florida could very well be the country's capital when it comes to the training to become a pilot. And that's for 2 main reasons, because there's plenty of good flying weather here when the training itself is really relatively inexpensive. There's also another very positive point to Florida when it comes to becoming training a pilot, especially for firearm pilots. Because of its location, it's very accessible to Latin America, to Europe and beyond, so it's popular for foreign pilots. That is the campus of Embry-Riddle University in Daytona. It happens to be one of the nation's most prestigious aviation schools. It's responsible for educating about 25% of all the pilots that fly commercial airplanes today, and its student enrollment right now is about 12% foreign pilots. So the FBI is investigating that campus to see whether any of the terrorists trained there. Now, the owner of a smaller aviation school here in South Florida, who would not talk to us on camera, she told us all the foreign student needs to do to get some training is to present a passport. She has said she has long since wanted to do background checks at the cost to her own company, something that's not currently required. However, when she tells students that, there is a wait, and they don't want to wait, and they really don't have to, because there are so many other schools who will provide that training for them. To get basic pilot training, it takes about 40 hours of flight time. That could take a full-time student about a month. It'll cost about $10,000. To move on to commercial pilot training, right here in Miami alone, there are 5 such training centers that use flight simulators. Flight simulators that could familiarize yourself with jet controls without ever having to leave the ground. And in fact, pilot after pilot is telling us today, Dan, that in Florida, if you have the will and the money, you can absolutely get the experience you'd need to fly a jumbo jet. Stand by.
Well, the FBI investigation throughout South Florida continues because what some people will call an outrageous situation, but keep in mind it was totally legal, of people from various foreign countries with only a work permit, if that, come in, plunk down their money, and get trained to fly a high-performance aircraft. In the background of this, keep in mind it hasn't been that long ago that most U.S. airline pilots had extensive U.S. military flying experience. But in more recent years, as fewer and fewer people were trained by the military to fly, well, you keep in mind one time we had the draft and all that, but at any rate, now, Bobby Harley made the point, that 25% of U.S. airline pilots are trained in schools like these schools in South Florida that turned out trained some of these hijackers. We're going to check in with Russ Mitchell, who is at a center set up to deal with the missing. Russ, as we come to you, we have very much in mind that there are well over 4,000 people missing, almost 5,000 people missing in the World Trade Center area alone.
Well, Dan, what happened this morning, the city of New York formally announced that those who had relatives still missing from Tuesday's disaster come down here to the Armory building and file a missing persons report. Within hours, some 5,000 people were in line. That number is expected to increase to some 10,000 by the end of the day. Even yesterday, before this center was announced, 2,000 folks showed up. People are coming down here with pictures, medical records, and dental records. And what authorities hope to do is take those records to area hospitals and try to match them up with patients there who are still unidentified. They're being referred to as John Does and Jane Does. People down here searching for their loved ones are becoming incredibly desperate. Many of them are offering rewards to rescue crews, offering a reward to whoever finds their loved one. I talked to a few of the folks down here who still have hope. Here's what they had to say.
We're not going to give up.
Anybody.
You know she's on the list, so
I see somebody that looks like her.
We're keeping our faith. And Jennifer loves you. We're all waiting for you.
How frustrating has this been for you?
I'm devastated. I'm like dead. I'm a walking corpse, okay? I don't even have my medicine because my husband can't get here from Staten Island to get my medicine to me.
Well, yesterday I couldn't do nothing. I mean, before yesterday I spent all day calling him, paging him. He never answered before yesterday. Before last night I couldn't sleep. I had to go break in his apartment and get the phone number, call all his family from here to Africa, and everybody been calling me all night last night. And yesterday I couldn't go nowhere.
This is it's just been so unbelievable. It's like surreal. It's not happening. It's just the worst nightmare in hell. We don't know like what day it is or where we are. The words can't just describe it.
Residents who are coming to the Armory are first being met by a New York City detective who will then interview them, and then they go to a counselor, and then quite frankly they are sent on their way with no promises. And to give you an idea, again, of just how desperate folks are here, in the few minutes that I've been standing here waiting to talk to you, Dan, there have been several people who have walked up to me with pictures saying, can you please put my sister, my brother, my husband's picture on television? Could you please give a phone number? Have them call my house, have them do anything. We are desperate. We want to know where our loved ones are. A lot of frustrated people down here. People are devastated. That's going to continue throughout the course of the day because this armory is going to stay open for as long as it takes today. Dan?
Russ Mitchell, thanks. In our studio here at CBS News World headquarters, and joining us now is Sean Huron, whose brother was working on the 104th floor of the World Trade Center and is missing. Thanks for being with us, Mr. Huron.
You're welcome.
When did you last hear from your brother?
Well, Tuesday morning, my father spoke to him right when the first plane hit the first tower. My father spoke to him briefly, and he called him. My dad's an ex-fireman, so my dad always told me to go to the roof. My dad saw the fire from the television, and he said, Charlie, do not go to the roof, because he noticed, you know, the roof is not a good spot to be in. And so my brother Charlie said, Dad, this place is filled with smoke. He's on 104th floor, my brother. He said, this place is filled with smoke, I gotta get out of here. And that's the last time anybody's heard from him. So, Tuesday morning.
Your brother did what at the World Trade?
He was a sales trader. He's 23 years old. He just got out of college.
Where did he go to college?
University of Scranton. Just got out of college. He's been working for Cantor Fitzgerald for about a little over a year. The kid was awesome.
And this is the firm that was hardest hit, wasn't it?
Yes, they had about 5 floors in One World Trade Center, so they had about 1,000 people in the building.
730 of them are still missing.
You know, the better than I had, I guess. Yeah.
Have you been to the Armory?
I was down at the. I've not been at the Armory because I was down at New School, which supposedly yesterday had the best list, like the most accurate list of missing people. And, you know, I heard from a source to go to a hotel on 61st Street, which Cantor Fitzgerald was hosting just for employees of the firm, which would narrow it down. And they actually were a very big help. And I put in a missing person report with them. And I'm basically, you know, relying on them to find them.
What has the city done to help you find your brother?
Well, you know, the city's been great. I mean, there's a lot of websites out there in which, you know, my brother's name is actually on them, you know. But then you'll see, like, George W. Bush's name on there. You'll see, like, all these bogus names, which, whoever that may be that's tampering with that is just a sick person. But, you know, I've checked a few of those websites, and his name does appear on there. But, you know, it's not accurate. It's not an accurate website. So to everyone out there, if they are checking those websites, please just don't rely on them. All right.
Sean, what have you done to try to find your brother?
Well, Tuesday night, I was all over the city. You know, there's no transportation, so my brother and I and a few of my friends were running all over to every hospital. We were at Bellevue, NYU, Cabrini, like every hospital you can imagine on Manhattan Island. And, you know, they were pretty helpful. They really were. And it was somewhat organized. But obviously, you know, they couldn't, you know, my brother wasn't turning up at any of those places. So, you know, I just felt it was the best for me to get back to my family because I live in Manhattan. My family lives in Rockaway Beach.
Sean, speaking of family, it's my understanding you have 4 family members missing.
Yes, I have cousins missing and my brother.
We want to put up
I'd love for you to do
photographs
that.
we've
I'd
done with your
appreciate
brother,
that.
and perhaps with these pictures up, you could give us a very brief description. This is Peter.
Correct.
And he is?
He's a cousin of mine, second cousin of mine.
Missing?
Yes.
And then there is Mike.
It's Mike Andrews, cousin of mine.
Missing?
Correct.
Where do they work?
They work at Cantor Fitzgerald.
And John?
John Farrell, yes.
He worked there as well?
Yes.
Cousin?
Cousin.
Where were you when this happened?
Well, I work on 125 Broad up Fawnstock, and
so you're right in the area.
Yes, I was, you know, at the end, more south than the World Trade Center, and you know, obviously I saw, you know, I was at my trading desk and I saw the plane hit, and you know, my first reaction was my brother and my other brother, my brother Charlie's twin brother Billy came over to get me at my building, and we started to make our way up to the World Trade Center, and it was just mass chaos everywhere, and while we were running up like Broadway, just the building, the first tower came crumbling down. And, you know, it was just, and you just, a massive amount of smoke just piling down the street, people running everywhere. And, you know, basically we just, the cops took control of everything. We had to get out of the area. So it was...
Sean Heron, thank you for coming here.
Thank you very much.
It's important for us that you know.
Thank you. I appreciate
We're thinking
that.
about you. Thinking about your brothers.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you very much.
One story after another. One reason we put this on television there, and the story of one young man looking for his brother and his cousins. This story is multiplied literally thousands of times over New York City today. Now, I want to put up the missing persons information number. For missing person information, here are numbers that you can call and locations to which you can go, particularly for people out of town and other states. These numbers are numbers that can be called for missing person information.
And Dan, Sean points out that this website is not the bogus website he was talking about. This is a valid website.
And as best we can make out, this is the most reliable website that's going, www.wtcfamilies.com.org. Give folks a look at it, and those are the numbers. Now we go to John Roberts at the White House for an update. John?
Dan, we just want to take you a little bit further down the road of where the president is going in terms of retaliation for Tuesday's attacks. Last evening, we began talking about this resolution that the president is seeking from Congress to show support and to authorize the use of military force. Now, under the Constitution, Dan, the president is allowed to use military force and commit the armed forces in event of a national emergency precipitated by an attack against the United States. So he would be well within his constitutional powers to go after whoever is responsible. And we have seen presidents do that in the past. But, Dan, this president really made a point today, and yesterday the Secretary of State made a similar point, that he is trying to build a coalition, a global coalition against terrorism, meaning not only leaders of America's allies, but also he wants to make sure that every member of Congress is standing resolutely behind him. Now, a congressional aide to one of the Republican leadership in the House told me that what the president is essentially doing is he is seeking authorization to go to war against these terrorists, though a Democratic source told me that this falls short of a resolution under the War Powers Act. You might remember back in 1990, George Bush Sr. went to Congress for a resolution under the War Powers Act to use military force against Saddam Hussein after the invasion of Kuwait. That resolution, by the way, Dan, carried with it a provision that the president must exhaust all diplomatic and other peaceful means to obtain compliance by Iraq with the United Nations Security Council resolutions before using military force. But, Dan, it's pretty safe to say that there is no diplomatic resolution to this situation. So by all accounts, at least at this point, there will be some sort of military action when the persons responsible are identified and when whatever countries that might have given them safe haven are identified. Dan?
John Roberts live at the White House. We go back to Lower Manhattan and Mika Brzezinski, who's with some of the people who helped rescue some of the firefighters who were rescued this morning. Mika?
Yeah, Dan, a few hours ago you talked about it. You called it a miracle in the madness, and Steve Felice saw it. He's from the Millville, New Jersey Fire Department and Police Department. Sorry about that, sir. You were there when the two firefighters were brought out. Tell us what you saw.
Well, myself and a partner of mine, Jody Farabella, were approximately 25 yards in front of where the firefighters were rescued from. As we were moving debris from the pile of rubbish, we noticed that two firefighters had come past us, and the crowd started chanting, "USA, USA." It was a really exciting moment.
You were on your 15th hour. You were there all night. From what you saw all night long, how did this moment help you keep going?
Like I said, it just boosted everybody's morale. It just wanted us to keep going and going and going. I mean, actually, we were on our way home now. We really didn't want to leave because it was just so intense.
Where were they? Do you know where they came out from? Any idea how they were rescued? I mean, how could two firefighters walk out of that?
Well, like I said, they were about 25 yards behind us, so we didn't actually see where they were rescued from or how they were rescued. As they walked past us, everybody screamed. You know, there's two of us, there's two firefighters that made it, they made it. And like I said, the other firefighters started screaming, "USA, USA." It was pretty exciting.
I'm thinking now, how long could they have been stuck in there?
I couldn't even give you a time frame on that.
We're looking at Tuesday morning when it all went down. And they seemed okay to you? I mean, their faces, their bodies, what can you tell me about what you saw?
They look very, very tired, worn out, just like their bodies have had it. I mean, just exhausted. That's basically the only words I can say. They were very exhausted. I think the fact that the other firefighters and police officers were screaming USA, he looked at everybody and put his hand up, and that made everybody just that much more intense as far as, you know, the camaraderie between the firefighters and the police officers, and just the morale in itself. It really boosted everybody's morale. All right, Steve Felice, Millville, New Jersey Police Department, thank you. A witness to a miracle in the madness. Dan, they came out alive.
Mika Brzezinski. It's still unclear how many firefighters have been pulled alive out of the debris in the last 4 to 6 hours. At least 5 are known to have been pulled out alive. Now, those were in an SUV, we were told, that was covered with rubble and debris. They couldn't get out of the SUV. They stayed in it. And the rescue workers, which include firemen, policemen, doctors, nurses, iron workers, construction workers, got to them. Now, earlier, 2 firemen were said to have been saved in the debris. It's a little unclear whether we have a total of 7 or possibly more found, but we can report to you, we like to tell you when we have confirmed information that at least 5 firefighters have been pulled out alive. On the same page, additional bodies have been found today as well. We go now to Randall Pinkston at Newark Airport, which understandably and predictably, Randall, there are jitters around the airports today as they come back to life.
Dan, jitters is the right word. Very, very high security here. About 2 hours or so ago, we observed a plane parked near our location here in the roof of one of the buildings here at Newark International Airport, surrounded by Port Authority police vehicles, we presume possibly some federal agencies, and we have learned that that plane is a commercial plane owned by a company from Saudi Arabia. Port Authority officials tell us that the plane was detained on request of the State Department, and they have also detained the flight crew and security crew. We have seen 4 people in handcuffs brought into this building under the escort of Port Authority officials, and since the plane was held at the request of the U.S. government, we also presume that federal officials will be asking questions of these people. Why would they hold a Saudi plane? Of course, Saudi Arabia is one of America's foremost allies in the Middle East. One possible reason is because it has been reported that 2 of the hijackers had ties to Saudi Arabia. It is a question that we will hopefully find the answer to as to whether this plane, this crew had any connection at all to the individuals, 2 of the individuals at least, who were responsible for the terror across the river in Lower Manhattan at the World Trade Center Towers explosions. The other story here today, of course, is commercial aircraft movement. We can tell you that as of now, there have been no departures from Newark. All of the planes that have been landing, for the most part, have been repositionings, empty flights brought in by Continental, the largest of the airlines operating here at Newark, so that they can be ready for departures when the go-ahead is received from the airlines and the FAA. And finally, this footnote. As many people in America may not know, New York's 3 airports are operated by a semi-autonomous agency called the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. One of the many facilities that they had under their administration was the World Trade Center, and of course the World Trade Center Towers. 2,000 Port Authority employees worked in the World Trade Center Towers, and when those buildings went down, the Port Authority workers lost many, many of their friends and colleagues. And notwithstanding that, they, like so many other of the rescue workers, the emergency workers, the officials here in New York City, have gotten too busy to do the job to get these airports reopened, even in the midst of this tragic moment, personal moment of tragedy and sadness for them. The word, as you have said throughout the day, Dan, if you have a ticket anywhere, don't assume because it says the airports are open that you're going to be going anywhere today. Do call the airport before you leave. It will be several days before flights resume anything like normal. Here at Newark, we're not expecting any departure before 3 p.m. That's Eastern time. In a few minutes, we may see the first departure, but it will be minimal activity, departures and arrivals for the remainder of the day and possibly for several more days. Dan?
Brandon Pinkston at Newark Airport, just across the Hudson River in New Jersey. The situation at airports and with airline travel is this: the FAA has lifted its ban on airline travel. Airports and its place-to-place, sporadic, airports coming back to life. Some flights will be leaving from some airports, but it's going to be days, maybe many days, before things get back to anything approaching normal. And if you have to go to an airport, you must be prepared. Bring patients along. Bring as little baggage, bring patients along, and expect very tight security. Now, we just told we have some new video in, and these pictures are from inside the Millennium Hotel, which is down in the area of the World Trade Center. And, well, there's nobody there. It was evacuated. And you can see it's a mess, to say the least. And they are constantly going through this building to look through it for structural integrity, because so many buildings are in danger of collapsing.
That's what happened at One Liberty Plaza, which is just to the east of the two towers that collapsed. This is a 53-story building. The top 10 floors started to buckle, so all of these people who were doing search and rescue had to come out.
Can we go back to that shot, by the way? Did you see that, Ed? In the debris of the Millennium Hotel, they had that screen, apparently one of the security screens, that was still flashing fire, fire, fire. And listen to the eeriness of this little bell. You're watching CBS News, continuing coverage of the attack on America. Attack on America. Dan Rather reporting from CBS News World Headquarters in New York City. 3 p.m. in the eastern part of the United States. And this photograph from inside the Millennium Hotel, now a ghost hotel, with the eerie sight of the security apparatus still flashing fire. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell has become the first Bush administration official to publicly and directly label Osama bin Laden as what's called a prime suspect in Tuesday's terror attacks. A top Defense Department official warned that the U.S. military response will be what was called long-term and sustained, and not just a strike here and there. He didn't say when it would start or exactly what it would be, but he said it would be a sustained military strike at some point. He also said that much of the $20 billion in emergency aid requested of Congress would go to pay for that extended military effort, but that $20 billion is being described as only a down payment on what's going to be needed to pay for this, quote, sustained military operation against terrorism when it comes. U.S. Attorney General Ashcroft said a total of 18 hijackers were involved in the air, aided by a, quote, significant number of associates on the ground. At least 5 New York City firefighters, possibly as many as 7, have been pulled alive from the rubble in lower Manhattan today, even as parts of other damaged buildings collapsed or went to near collapse condition, and the top floors of an evacuated skyscraper began to buckle. Additional bodies have been found. The final death toll may go above 5,000. Here's what else is happening. President Bush will visit the New York City disaster site tomorrow. He has designated tomorrow a national day of prayer and remembrance. New York's Mayor Rudolph Giuliani says the toll of missing is officially, the official missing count, 4,763. That includes all on board both planes that struck the towers. 94 bodies have been recovered in New York. At the Pentagon outside Washington, D.C., 190 estimated dead there, including those on the plane. And some commercial airliners are in the sky again, some few, after meeting tough new security tests. And the airline industry is slowly coming back to life. Now, there are other developments, and for some of those we go to Ed Bradley.
Well, looking at what's happening with the airliners, Dan, some of the major airlines warned that service would take days from now to return to normal. Delta, American, TWA plan to begin limited service as of tomorrow. Continental has canceled all of its scheduled flights for the day, but plan to offer what they call special services in cities such as San Francisco and Cleveland, cities where they see demand. United says that they won't resume scheduled service until about 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern time on Friday. As for international flights, I'm not sure what is going out, but the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, says that they are only accepting international flights that are flown by U.S. carriers. So it's slowly gearing back up.
It is indeed, Ed, and we are now waiting for a regular, what's called a regular White House briefing. There's been very little regular in the wake of what happened Tuesday, but the regular White House briefing with Press Secretary Ari Fleischer is about to begin. When that starts, we will, of course, carry it live for you. Now, in terms of the investigation of who did these dastardly deeds, the U.S. Attorney General, John Ashcroft, the new director of the FBI, held a briefing today. They've been very good about bringing everybody up to date on what they have and what they don't have. 18 hijackers known to have been in the planes in the air. It was 2 planes that had 5 hijackers each, and then there were 4 each on the other 2 aircraft. But, and this is important, it was noted that those hijackers in the air, and it's known that there was at least 1 hijacker trained as a pilot in this country on each of those planes. But it was pointed out they also had considerable support on the ground. Now, the Los Angeles Times had a story that said, well, that 50 people had been identified as being involved with this project. That has not been confirmed, and indeed, we can't find anybody in the upper tiers of law enforcement who agree with that. Everybody does agree that there were, besides the people in the air, fairly large contingent on the ground, and one reason that the FAA kept planes grounded was to give the FBI and other law enforcement officials a chance to catch some of those co-conspirators in a murderous conspiracy. And when you saw those pictures at Newark Airport and that plane belonging to someone from Saudi Arabia, they said, listen, that plane can't take off. It's unquestionably part of the ongoing investigation, precautions taken to see if the people who helped pull this thing off, we can prevent them from leaving the country. They may eventually be caught. One other small point to make, there may be some confusion. Osama bin Laden is a Saudi multi-millionaire, and then you hear Randall Pinkston say, well, the Saudi government has been allied, not just friendly to the United States, but a friend and ally of the United States for some while. That Osama bin Laden, in a word, hates the royal family in Saudi Arabia, doesn't think they're religious enough. That's what he said anyway. He wants to topple them. So as we've said before, we say again, when you get into the now changed international situation, country by country, it's worth repeating to ourselves and underscoring that there are complicated webs in all of these countries. And one should not jump to conclusions that, well, since Osama bin Laden is a Saudi Arabian, we have big problems with the Saudis. They'll be part of the Saudi government, will be part of the coalition, and they fear Osama bin Laden as much as anyone else, for whatever, if anything, that may be worth. Ed Bradley, we spent a good deal of time today, and I think we probably should, in trying to explain, not just in the region of Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Eastern China, Iran, but spreading through the Middle East, that there's been a tendency to say, well, foreign news, you kind of put it off to the side. It's coming back to the fore because if you talk about a sustained military operation, it will cover more than just any one area, certainly more than any one country once it comes.
If it is a sustained military operation, that's not something that's going to be done with cruise missiles from a ship in the Persian Gulf. They're going to need bases somewhere, and that's going to mean Western European countries. Because with the exception of the long-range bombers, the United States doesn't have the capability to make that kind of flight, with the exception of some refueling in midair. But they need to be doing, they need to be have the capability to launch planes from American bases in countries like Turkey, for example, which gives them a problem, or Great Britain, or Germany, where the United States has bases.
True. And fair enough to say that, well, we're a little ahead of ourselves because we don't know what the plan is going to be, but there's significant developments today. Among them, Secretary Powell mentioning Osama bin Laden by name as a prime suspect. He's the first and only high-ranking, really high-ranking U.S. government official to say that. And then just down from the Secretary of Defense, a high-level briefing at the Defense Department, and the briefer saying, look, we're talking about a long-term and sustained military operation. Those are significant developments. Joining us here at our anchor desk is Mattis Levy, a structural engineer. Mr. Levy, good to see you.
Thank you.
It's now more than 3 days since the accident, and yet buildings still seem to be collapsing. Why is that?
Well, certainly the accident was of such a magnitude that it shook up everything around it. Every building in that neighborhood was either damaged by flying debris or was shaken by the collapse itself.
Well, I'm going to show you some pictures, if we can, of what's left of the Millennium Hotel, which is still standing in the area. And as we look at these pictures, and I don't know what the structural integrity of this building is right now, but it's not very good. How long before it's going to be safe to return to the area for, you know, everyday citizens? How long before they can go back into this area, in your judgment?
I think that, first of all, there has to be an effort made to examine each one of these buildings in detail by a crew of engineers who will determine if they are structurally safe. It's impossible to tell from a surface appearance. You know, what may look like serious damage may be only superficial, and what may be hidden behind it may be actually quite serious.
Mr. Levy, I appreciate your being with us. I know that you will understand that the White House briefing is about to begin, and we may have to interrupt you in just a moment. So Ed Bradley had a question
The
for you.
structural damage was caused, is this not unlike an earthquake?
Well, from what I understand, the equivalent quake based on the buildings collapsing was only about a level 2 quake, which is not a very serious quake. So I don't think it can be equilibrated to that.
So what accounts? I mean, at the moment you have 8 buildings that are collapsed or partly collapsed. You have another 12 buildings that have major damage. How do you account for that?
Well, the ones that are immediately adjacent to the 2 towers, they were certainly severely damaged by when the towers collapsed themselves, because they were hit by debris, and they may have been pushed aside by the debris itself. So those are very serious situations. The ones that are further away, it's very hard to say whether they are really in danger or not until they have been totally examined and detailed.
For example, One Liberty Plaza, which is to the east of the southernmost tower that did collapse, but considerably east of it. That it's a 53-story building, and it was reported that the top 10 stories were buckling this afternoon. What would cause that?
Well, I happen to know the building quite well because our firm designed it. We're the engineers for the building. And I heard this morning, at least, that it had been examined by an engineering team and was deemed at that time to be safe. I don't know if anything's happened since then.
Well, it's been buckling. They say the top 10 floors were buckling, and they had to stop the rescue and recovery operation to move people out because of that. They were afraid that they might have another building coming down.
All right. Well, these, until accurate and total examination of these buildings is completed, it's very hard to speculate what could and could not happen.
Mr. Levy, I want
Yes.
to come back to the question with that in mind. Is it reasonable or unreasonable to say that it may be on the order of 2 months before people can go back into this area of the World Trade Center and go into these buildings with any confidence about safety?
One of the things has to do with how fast they can clear away the debris, because the debris has to be cleared away for people to begin to go in there and examine a lot of the structures in detail. If that can take place in the next 3 to 4 weeks, the actual examination of the buildings can be completed within a week or 2 after that.
I want to ask you another question, Mr. Levy, while, again, we're waiting for this White House briefing to begin, and when it begins, we'll interrupt this. But I'm interested whether you agree or disagree with the theory that has been put forward that the Twin Towers, each of them, they sustained the force of the airliner, big airliner coming in at full force and high speed, that the structure of those 2 buildings sustained that force. But what brought them down was that these aircraft loaded with jet aviation fuel, because they were supposed to fly across country, that once that fuel got loose and exploded, that the heat actually melted the steel and other girders in the top floors and caused the collapse. Now, that's been the most popular theory of what happened. You've spent your life, your adult life, as a structural engineer. Do you agree with that?
I absolutely agree with that, because if you go back in time, you remember that in 1945, a plane went into the Empire State Building. It happened to be a little smaller plane, but at the same time, it smashed right into the building, and the building survived that event very easily. But in this case, if you look at the photographs of the hole made by the airliner when it went into the building, it cut a lot of the vertical supports of the building on one side, and yet the building stood up. So from that point of view, it really did a very good job. But the fire afterwards, which was really an inferno, sent the steel melting.
We take you live now to the White House. Eric Foster, the White House
what the various
press
agencies are
secretary.
doing to combat this terrorist attack. There is no evacuation of the OEOB. No. I'll be explaining everything. The President today has made a series of phone calls to world leaders. He has spoken to Prime Minister Koizumi of Japan, Prime Minister Berlusconi of Italy, Lord Robertson of NATO, Crown Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia, and Egyptian President Mubarak. As you know, earlier today he spoke with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki to express his concerns about events up in New York and inform them, of course, that he will be going there tomorrow. The President also visited a local hospital today. I'm going to have a little bit more to say of that shortly. And beginning in just a few minutes, the President will meet with members of Congress from the Virginia area and the New York area to talk about the ongoing efforts of the federal government to be of assistance to the families and to the victims. Tomorrow will be a national day of prayer and remembrance. The President will attend a church service here at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., and the President is asking all Americans at their lunch hours to go and attend a church, a synagogue, a mosque, a place of their own choosing for worship, to say a prayer in assistance to the families and the victims of this horrible incident. As for the activities of the federal government, let me fill you in on several activities, including the one Helen just asked about. The Department of Defense will be announcing the names of those who were killed in the Pentagon disaster, if families have been notified, for those families that have been notified. The Department of Housing and Urban Development announced that they will direct all FHA-approved lenders to provide relief to families with FHA-insured mortgages affected by the recent attacks by providing additional mortgage flexibility and not to start or threaten foreclosure actions for at least 90 days. Secretary Martinez has also asked all major mortgage lenders, including those who are not insured by FHA, to consider providing relief to families as well. The Department of Treasury, in conjunction with the Department of Justice, has announced the deployment of agents from U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Border Control, and U.S. Customs at designated airport security checkpoints throughout the country as part of the heightened security measures that have gone into effect. The Secret Service has expanded the security perimeter around the White House, this is what you have seen here, as a precautionary matter. All further questions that I'll refer to the Secret Service. The Department of Transportation, Secretary Mineta, has ordered that national airspace will be reopened to commercial and private aviation. They did so earlier this morning. Airports will reopen on a case-by-case basis only after implementing a more stringent level of security. The Department of Justice, in conjunction with the Department of Treasury, I indicated, has beefed up the security at the airports, and the President has directed Attorney General Ashcroft, and he announced it earlier today, to streamline the application, approval, and payment process for benefit claims of eligible survivors of firefighters, police officers, medical rescue personnel, and other public safety officers who died in the line of duty as a result of the act of terrorism in around our nation on September 11th, 2001. Secretary of Health and Human Services Tommy Thompson is in New York. He has announced that the Department of Health and Human Services will be working with the Federal Emergency Management Administration to provide coordinating counsel and service to victims, their families, and rescue workers. And the Director of the Environmental Protection Agency, Whitman, is also in New York today, and she'll be having a briefing at 5 o'clock. Finally, let me just say this. The President was very touched by his visit to the hospital today. At the hospital, he met with people who are in a burn unit now, who have survived. Some people are there as a result of the heroic actions they took in saving lives. The President met with one family where a mother stood by the bed of her son in the company of a soldier who rescued her son. And she said, Mr. President, you have no idea how much this means to my family that you are here. He and Mrs. Bush were very touched by the courage that they saw at this hospital and by the determination of our nation and its military and all the people who were affected by this and the people in New York City. The President is also aware there are people in this room who haven't seen their children in days. The President is determined, his resolve is clear and strong, and America is united. And I'm more than happy to take your questions.
Ari, the President is not legally bound to seek a resolution from Congress authorizing the use of military force against whoever is responsible for these terrorist acts. And indeed, he already has a resolution from Congress showing solidarity in any response that he chooses to undertake. Why does the President believe it's necessary to have a separate resolution authorizing the use of military force?
Well, the President views this as a real show of unity by the United States Congress. This is a real result of the expression of the bipartisan, bicameral leadership that met with the President 2 days ago to discuss Congress's role in this matter. So while the premise of your question is accurate, per the Constitution, the President as Commander-in-Chief has authority vested in him to take actions as he deems appropriate. It is also a recognition of the unity of our nation as expressed by the Congress.
Can I do a follow on that, Ari, please? If it is actual war, as the President and others in the administration have declared, does he indeed not need a congressional approval to wage war on anyone? And the second part of the question, yesterday you said from that podium that the plane that hit the Pentagon was destined to hit here, and yet the plane came up from the south along I-95 and hit the West Wing. It doesn't seem to figure. Can you perhaps clarify for us?
Well, on your first question, the answer is the same as I indicated to Mr. Roberts. The Constitution vests in the President the authority as Commander-in-Chief to take action that in that capacity he deems appropriate. Nevertheless, our nation should be heartened to see the joint action with the Congress as the United States government unites and the President and the Congress discuss the terms of any type of joint resolution that the Congress may offer. On the second question, I think we've really exhausted that topic. I've got nothing further to add.
All right. The President said this morning that he wanted to give Pakistan the opportunity to demonstrate that it can cooperate in this coalition he's trying to develop. State Department sources are telling ABC that the administration has asked the Pakistani government for permission to transit through its airspace in the event of a military operation, to close its borders with Afghanistan, and to stop providing fuel to the Taliban government. Why, and what would happen to Pakistan if it did not comply?
Terry, the President indicated that Pakistan has a chance to cooperate with the United States government, and the President is pleased to see that Pakistan may take this chance. Secretary Powell indicated earlier today that the United States government has friendly relations with Pakistan. I'm going to broaden your question and try to explain it to you in a broader context. When the President talks to these leaders, you know I'm not going to share with you any private information the President or others in the government expressed on any communications. If they did, I'm not saying they did.
There are government officials sharing that information, and it's pretty significant. Are we looking to transit through Pakistani airspace?
I'm not going to deal with any type of specifics about the actions that we are taking or are not taking with regions around the world or nations around the world. But let me say this. As the President calls world leaders, and as they join him in combating terrorism, the actions that the President is discussing with these leaders involve all forms of cooperation. It can be diplomatic cooperation, it can be military cooperation, it can be financial cooperation, it can be political cooperation. All of those are areas that are part of the coalition building that the President is discussing. Secretary Powell indicated earlier today that is the purpose of all the phone calls. That can include any of those options.
And the President seemed to put Pakistan on notice. What if they don't comply? He said, we'll see what they mean by their agreement to cooperate. What if they don't?
Terry, I typically don't deal in hypotheticals. I certainly will not deal with them now.
Ari, if I could follow on that, though, in the sense, though, is the message that actions speak louder than words here, that the Pakistani government can say that it's pledging to stand united with the U.S. government, that it will do what it takes, but is it your sense or the White House sense that we want to see what the Pakistani government will do and that actions are more important than a statement?
This is the beginning of a process that can be lengthy. And the cooperation around the world is going to take many forms with the government of the United States. And the President, as you've seen by his actions today and the phone calls that he's making, which incidentally he will continue to make, are aimed at the various specific areas I mentioned. And the President understands that this is a process. It will take some time, and he will proceed throughout that process with resolve.
How significant, though, for the Pakistani government to come forward with such a statement? Was the U.S. putting some pressure on the Pakistani government?
I'm going to let the State Department discuss that specific by specific, country by country. Suffice it to say, the President, as a general matter, is very pleased with the conversations I've been having with leaders around the world. The world is uniting against terrorism, and the President sees this as a real opportunity for the world to do something that can save generations and protect generations from something that obviously has wreaked havoc on our nation and has killed thousands.
All right, could you tell us about what is happening in Lafayette Park, and could you also tell us whether the White House and Secret Service think that tourists and the American public are safe visiting the White House right now, and indeed are they safe visiting downtown Washington, D.C. and other parts of the city?
Yes, they are safe visiting the White House. Yes, they are safe visiting Washington, D.C. Suffice to say, it is not business as usual, and that's one of the reasons why the Secret Service has expanded the perimeter around the White House. But it is not business as usual. The President said to the American people the other day that the government will take all appropriate precautions, and that's what you're saying.
Ari, that opened the White House yesterday.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you. Is that a permanent expansion, and we'll be seeing further road closures in addition to Pennsylvania Avenue? What can you tell us about that?
The Secret Service will have the most authoritative answer on that, but my understanding is it's not permanent.
You reopened the White House yesterday to public tours and wanted to get that word out. How are you now rethinking that decision for some reason?
Let me check on the public tours. I don't know what the status of that is.
When Mr. Wolfowitz talked about putting an end to states that harbor terrorists, are you saying, did he mean to say that the U.S. policy is to wipe out governments that sponsor terrorists?
Well, I can only say it in the President's words, and as the President said, the U.S. will use all our resources to conquer the enemy. And I think anybody who chooses to be America's enemy will have to think about what that means.
I apologize. I need to clarify one thing. I apologize.
Okay, and then we'll come back to it.
Just to clarify, we have people telling our reporters that they have been evacuated from the White House. Is that inaccurate?
No, there's no evacuation underway. If anybody in the OEOB is listening, there is no evacuation underway. These are the security precautions that I indicated for precisely the reasons I indicated.
Is that
Campbell?
Lafayette Park?
I believe the perimeter.
Are people being moved out of the EOB? No.
I just said no.
Lafayette Park?
Helen, I just said no. The perimeter is being expanded, but that deals with entree to the White House, but the White House will continue to have visitors. For example, there's a congressional delegation visiting now.
Can people be in Lafayette Park?
You have to check with the Secret Service.
Why?
Because the Secret Service knows exactly how their perimeters work.
Is there credible information of a new threat, or what prompted them to do this on day 3?
This is just ongoing security issues per the Secret Service.
I mean, they had a broader perimeter on the first day, then they came back, now they're expanding it back out. Is this a result of some new information?
Jim, I think if you look across cities across the United States, if you look at all the actions that have been taken, as the President said, it's not business as usual. Security's been beefed up around the nation as a result of decisions that local security forces make as they see fit.
New information, or just they decided for today to expand it to Lafayette Park?
Yeah, I think the Secret Service can explain the reasons with better precision than I can, but the President did tell the nation it will not be business as usual, and I think what you're seeing is a sign of that. Campbell had it, yeah.
I know you don't want to go back to this subject, but the President, when he was asked today about the threat to Air Force One, said, "I will not discuss the intelligence that our country has gathered," and yet you and other senior administration officials have discussed the intelligence. Does he have a problem with that? Is there some sort of different policy? Is this something that he has authorized you to share with us?
What the President said is he's not going to discuss how the sources and the methods for how any information is collected, and that's exactly in keeping with what I've done and what I've said.
Prior to your statement yesterday on that subject, no law enforcement agency involved in this, the FBI, the Secret Service, any of the branches of the military, gave any hint that Air Force One had been a target. And so clearly, once you put that out there, people are going to want to know more information about whether or not that's a credible assertion. And what can you tell us?
Well, I think that people understand it's credible.
Harry, this morning you would not, you could not nail down what was the purpose of the president's phone calls regarding coalition. But this afternoon you come back with an answer that the president's really asking world leaders for military, financial, so forth, help. Is that right? Do I have that right?
That's exactly what I said.
Okay. Is there a coalition now being formed formally?
I don't think you can say formally, the president. This is exactly what you would expect. This is what presidents do. At a time like this, the President of the United States, as the leader of this country, talks to his colleagues around the world, prime ministers and presidents.
Is he asking for specific sums and men in uniform and so forth to join in an effort?
He's asking for what I just indicated.
It's more than moral support, though.
That's a fair statement.
It's practical action in response to terrorism.
That's correct.
When the president spoke in the Oval Office, he seemed to go beyond just terrorists and those who harbor terrorists to say those who encourage their actions. And I wonder, what did he mean by that? And which of the world leaders was he trying to send a message to, or did he discuss that with? Because it seemed to go beyond what he's already said.
Well, no, I think when the president talks about those who carried out this act and those who harbor them, obviously those who harbor them have encouraged them. So it's one and the same. Jim?
And how many, if I could finish, how many world leaders has he spoken to since the beginning? And can we get a list of all of those?
Well, I've been announcing them day by day. I'd have to go back and just pull it, but that's publicly available. You've got it all. I mentioned yesterday he spoke to President Putin twice, President Jiang, Blair, Chrétien, I believe Chirac, Schroeder. So you can do the math.
Okay, since I have your attention, just for one last bit of that.
Three questions.
When do you think Washington will return to normal? And what is normal now that this has happened?
I think for the American people, not just for Washington, but for the people of New York City and for the people of Washington, it's going to take some time. There was an attack on the soil of the United States of America, and people should not expect this to be over overnight. Jim?
Yeah, Secretary Powell has said that bin Laden is the prime candidate for these terrorist acts.
You are watching CBS News continuing coverage of the attack on America, live news conference at the White House.
Whether or not the administration intends to use military personnel as sky marshals or in any other
Attack
way,
on America, CBS News coverage. We continue in progress with the White House briefing by the press secretary.
Said was he was asked a question about is bin Laden a suspect, and he indicated yes. I don't think he said prime, but I'd have to check the record on that. But he did indicate yes. On the question of the military, Jim, I'll have to find out from the Department of Transportation. When you asked me this morning, I tried to refer you to transportation. I don't have that information here.
Secretary Mineta said they're going to use the Delta Force. Then an administration official said Mineta was flat wrong, that was not going to happen. And the Pentagon indicated they might use military people to train. Almost everyone seems to have a slightly different version of whether or not military people will be used in civilian law enforcement.
Let me see if I can't get to the bottom of it. Connie? Connie?
May I have two questions? Do you have any special words for what the United Kingdom has done? The statements they made are very strong, and today they played the Star Spangled Banner when they had the changing of the guard.
Yeah, and I noticed today also the United States is not the only nation that mourns. The United Kingdom has lost the lives of many of their citizens. Other nations also had their citizens working in the World Trade Center. And so it's a further expression of the wonderful solidarity that the world is showing with the United States. I think it's very touching for the United Kingdom to play America's national anthem.
One more question. Can there be war without a formal national enemy?
Well, as the President has indicated, this is a different type of enemy in the 21st century. The President said this enemy is nameless. This enemy is faceless. This enemy has no specific borders. This enemy does not have airplanes sitting on tarmacs. It does not have ships that move from one port city to the next. It is a different kind of enemy. Having said that, the President also knows that our nation's military is capable of carrying out whatever mission is assigned to it to conquer any enemies.
Keith, clarify the answer to John's question. Is it the White House view that whatever action is taken and whatever the scale and duration of the action, that you need no further approval from Congress? You'd like something from Congress, but you don't need anything else from Congress.
I'll say it for the third time. The Constitution vests in the President, as Commander-in-Chief, the authority to take actions he deems necessary to protect and defend the United States. The President is also very encouraged as a result of working with Congress on this joint resolution, which is a real show of unity from the Congress, and the White House will work with Congress on that language.
So that's a yes, right? That's a yes. You need no further approval.
I think I've made it very clear. Go ahead. Gene, you haven't asked yet. Gene, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow on that note, the War Powers Act does call for approval of if troops are going to be put in harm's way.
Gene, as with many previous administrations, there are questions about the constitutionality of some aspects of the War Powers Act, and this administration shares those questions.
Yeah, but in most of those previous cases, we're looking at largely air assaults. But is it your position that
that's not accurate. There have been some 125 military actions that took place in the United States, and I believe only 5 involved declarations of war.
Secretary Powell, can you tell us anything about special security precautions tomorrow for the President's trip to New York? Are there going to be fighter jets on each wing of Air Force One, for example, like there were on Tuesday?
Well, actually, I do not know the answer to that question, and if I did, I'm not sure I'd be able to share it in all cases. But suffice it to say, the President has full confidence in the Secret Service and those who protect him.
Will he travel with the full contingent? Will he, the usual presidential motorcade that we see, this enormous beast that lands in a place and takes over a town, will he do that in New York?
I think Terry will be a smaller, enormous beast.
Are you going to travel? You said that we wouldn't go to New York as long as his being there would create a hindrance to those trying to rescue workers, people cleaning up the debris. When they're still pulling people alive out of that rubble, how do you keep him out of the way and from being a distraction?
Because in conversations with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki, they talked about how it would be appropriate and meaningful for the President to go to New York. And so all factors are taken into consideration. And of course, the President wouldn't go under any other circumstances.
So are you saying he'll keep his distance from actual ground zero?
Well, you'll see, just as when he visited the Pentagon yesterday. You'll see tomorrow. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You talked about the business or the individuals with mortgage help, et cetera. What about the businesses that have been wiped out? Where is the administration thinking of putting some help in that direction?
Well, also as a result of the $20 billion supplemental appropriation bill that is moving its way through Congress, that will provide the means to give assistance to many people, businesses, otherwise, all who have suffered in this.
Secretary Powell saying bin Laden is a prime suspect. Is the administration, the U.S., competent, or does the U.S. know of his whereabouts, where he is?
I'm not going to give any answers to that question.
If I could come back to the mid-1970s, the U.S. has had an executive ban in place on assassinations. Is the president considering lifting that?
All the president's actions will be in concert with all laws, and I have no information for you beyond that.
Former President Bush. Good afternoon. We've been listening to the White House briefing with White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer, giving lots of answers to some very pointed questions this afternoon. Those conversations will continue. We're going to take just 2 minutes here and update you on what is going on locally. First, though, here are the latest Attack on America headlines. 5 rescue workers were found alive today. They spent more than 48 hours trapped in a sport utility vehicle. 3 of the 5 were able to walk away. Another building in the Trade Center Plaza is buckling, could collapse. President Bush is declaring tomorrow a national day of prayer and remembrance for the victims. And the bond trading resumed today with a sharp increase in prices, which reflects investors' uneasiness about a tough economic outlook. Now, airports around the country are trying to get back in business today. Tom Lawrence joining us now from RDU, where it is anything but business as usual. Tom?
David, as a matter of fact, we have just gotten word a meeting has just concluded in the Airport Authority building. An announcement, the airport, we are told, will reopen at 5 o'clock today. Now, that does not mean that all flights will begin, doesn't mean that all flights will take off or land. That's up to the individual air carriers. This is very preliminary. We just got word the press release isn't really out on this yet, but we are told that people will be allowed to get their vehicles. This has all been predicated on whether or not RDU could pass this new, very stringent security system demanded by the FAA. Only a handful of airports have been opened so far. Apparently, RDU will now open at 5 o'clock. There have been 10 aircraft that either take off or land here, all ferry flights, in other words, just crew. They're going back or coming into their base where they will, of course, begin operations. It's going to take a while, and we want to emphasize, if you have a flight out this evening or tomorrow, be sure you check with the airline to make sure that that flight is in fact going to fly, and be ready for very, very strict security measures. There will be no curbside check-in. There are going to be people, wanding people, checking people as they go. It's going to take a long time, probably, to get through the airport and onto your airplane. So keep that in mind. We're going to have more as soon as we can get it, certainly as soon as this press release comes out. There may be some particulars that we do want to pass along. But as we understand it, RDU will open at 5 o'clock. That's about an hour and a half. People will be able to get their vehicles, which have been locked up here, and apparently some flights will begin leaving RDU and coming into RDU. It will probably be limited. That's up to each individual air carrier. Many of them are ready to go, we've been told. So that's the latest. Do you have any questions at this point? I'll see if I can answer.
Well, maybe not a question, but just on a point of further clarification, Tom. It's great advice when you say call the airline and make sure that they're in sync with this. But quite honestly, if you're calling a reservation center in Dallas or Oklahoma City or some other place, they may think they are in sync with what's happening there, and due to their own whatever may be happening in miscommunication, not really know.
That's right. That's a very, very good point, because there's been a lot of miscommunication. Airlines saying that they were going to fly, and then the airport could not open, simply prevented in doing so by the FAA. That's a good point. You might check possibly airline websites, but they may not be as up to date as necessary too. I'm not sure that it's going to be possible to call the airlines offices here at RDU. If that happens, it'll probably be a real mess, a jam. So if there's any way to check, that's what you ought to do. Otherwise, get here plenty early.
Yeah, patience, and plenty of it.
No knives.
No
knives at all.
At all. Tom Lawrence, thank you. Now, we have 3 places you can go to make a Relief for America donation to the American Red Cross. Crabtree Valley Mall, Carytown Center, and the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. Those 3 locations will be open until around 7 tonight. We'll be talking more about that over on the News Channel, which is on Time Warner Cable, Channel 256. I will see you there. In the meantime, back to CBS News.
That's okay, Dan. I'm at the corner of Lexington Avenue and 27th Street near the Armory, the New York Armory, where New York officials have advised the relatives of those still missing from Tuesday's devastation to come and file a missing persons report. These people are bringing pictures, they're bringing dental records and medical records, and what police hope to do is take all those items to area hospitals and try to match up some patients who are there who are still unidentified. These folks are now known as Jane Does and John Does. A lot of frustrating stories down here. Let me introduce you to one of them. Mr. Vincent Babakaitis is here. His mother is missing. When was the last time you talked to your mom?
I talked to my mother the morning of the incident, and I haven't heard from her since.
You have not heard from her since. It has been more than 48 hours. After all this time, what gives you hope?
You can't give up hope. I have to have hope for my little brother. I have a brother, he's 11, and I just got to be strong for him, and you can just never give up hope. For myself, I got to keep my sanity, and just doing this for him and my mom.
What do you want people to know about your mom?
She was just a great mother. Always there for me and my brother. My dad wasn't that well, but my mother always was there for us, and God bless her. I just like everybody say a prayer for her and everybody else that got hurt by this, and all the families and everything.
Vincent, we wish you the best. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I want to bring in now Lila Negron. Negron, thanks for being with us today. I know your husband was on the 88th floor of the World Trade Center. What did you come down here to do today?
To give pictures, put them on posters, maybe go inside and give some new pictures, because I gave a real small one yesterday when I went to do the paperwork down on 26th and 1st. So I figured a bigger picture might help.
Sure. When was the last time you spoke with your husband?
September 10th, about maybe 10:30 at night.
So the day before, at 10:30 at night.
He was getting his clothes ready, so we were talking.
Let's see. As I just said to Mr. Babakaitis, it has been 2 days. Describe to me, if you can, what the last 2 days have been like for you.
horrible. Just horrible. I have a 12-year-old that is just staying strong for me, and I have a 2-year-old who doesn't even know what's going on, but he asks for his daddy. And I know that the last time I heard my husband was on the radio at 10 o'clock, and he was looking for electricians or something, and if he was getting out, there'll be only one reason why he went back in, and that was to help other people, because that's the type of person he was.
Ella Negron, we wish you the best. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Dan, just two of the thousands of stories here. As I told you earlier, there are people coming up to us saying, would you please say on television that I will even offer a reward if anyone finds my loved one. A lot of frustration, a lot of devastation. We'll stay down here and bring you more as the afternoon goes on. Dan?
Russ Mitchell, thanks. I want to show you some pictures now. We just got these in of some of the firemen actually being rescued this morning, live after 2 days in the debris. I'm going to let the pictures speak for themselves. Incredible. And after that, after they got at least 5 firemen, possibly as many as 7, rescued alive out of the debris, some of the workers went back to work shouting in unison, USA, USA. We go now to Thalia Shuris, who is one of the many people looking for missing relatives. Thalia?
Dan, I can tell you that I'm about 30 blocks away from Russ Mitchell's location, and here, even at 5th Avenue and 59th Street, we have met people who are looking for their loved ones. Just a few moments ago, I spoke to a woman who is looking for her husband. He worked on the 86th floor of the World Trade Center. We were able to direct her down to the Family Center. Beside me is Bernadette Ramos. We bumped into her as well here on 5th Avenue in her efforts to help friends and family find some of the relatives. Bernadette, thanks for staying with us all afternoon. Can you tell us about your efforts and who you're looking for?
We're looking for John Cruz, that's C-R-U-Z, and he's my cousin's fiance, an employee of Cantor Fitzgerald. He was wearing his Rutgers University ring on his right hand. If you have any information, please call 914-375-3937.
And you're also looking for someone else. You're an employee of IBM and you're helping a friend.
Yes, another colleague whose son, Michael Finnegan, also an employee of Cantor Fitzgerald from the Baskin Ridge area in New Jersey. The family asks to contact them with any information at 908-766-0729.
And earlier, you and I have been talking for a great deal of time this afternoon, and you have told me that you have hope.
Yes, we're praying for a miracle. I guess as we've been standing here, we've been hearing about several recoveries yet of some of the rescue workers. And I guess we're hoping a lot and praying a lot. And it's a nice time to pray, get together, and hope for a miracle.
Well, Bernadette, we pray and hope along with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
joining.
time.
Okay.
Thanks.
Dan, I also want to tell you what I can about New York City, because one of the looming questions about New York is how this city is going to recover. Its pulse has started to quicken. It's not back to what it was, but I can show you a few things. The famous New York City carriage is just over my shoulder. I talked to one of the drivers this morning. He said he was here with only 3 others. Some have come back still. He expects to get maybe 4 of the normal 10 rides that he might get. A lot of people have come back to work. The stores have opened, and I can tell you that traffic is beginning to quicken as well. So, Dan, that's the situation right from the heart of Manhattan. Quickening, but not quite there yet. Lots of sadness.
Thalia Shuris, thanks. Let's go to Jim Stewart, one of our digging investigative reporters in Washington, brings us up to date on the investigation of who did this terrible deed. Jim, what's the latest?
All right, Dan, can you hold us 1 second, please?
You bet.
Jim Stewart. I'll call you back.
Well, what you have is a report at work.
I'm sorry,
somebody
Dan.
returning a phone call. If it's a good source, go back to that, and we'll take it back in here.
Well, no, sir. I've been forwarding phones all over our newsroom, and as you can imagine, it's difficult to get them all returned when you want them. I wish I had some progress to report to you, Dan, but all I've got at the moment is activity to report. Some of it we've been seeing in our other parts of our broadcast. People being picked up, apparently being put in custody at Newark Airport and at other locations. I cannot tell you that these people are being charged as accomplices in the crime. Dan, here's really, I think, the headline since we last talked, and that is that the effort appears to be aimed at locating accomplices or associates of the hijacked pilots who may have received pilot training with them. You may recall all of the people who were involved in these hijackings, the pilots themselves, were trained here in the United States in 2 schools that we know of in Florida. The assumption is that some people also received training with them. The shorthand of that is that there may be other terrorist pilots out there with training who are still in the United States. That is the fear. That is what's driving part of this investigation, because they know who was on the plane. They just can't find all of their friends. Dan.
Jim Stewart in Washington. Joining us now at our CBS News anchor desk and world headquarters in New York is Robert Hartwig of the Insurance Information Institute and is chief economist for the Insurance Information Institute. First of all, thanks for being with us. Secondly, give me some idea of the scope of this loss in dollar terms.
Well, this is the largest man-made disaster in the history of the United States by far. The previous record, believe it or not, was the LA riots, which cost insurance companies $775 million. This is a multi-billion-dollar event that is approaching or could eventually exceed the cost associated with Hurricane Andrew in 1992, which cost about $15 billion.
You think this may exceed that, or at the very least it'll come close to it?
Yes, it could. Those are the indications at the current point in time.
Anywhere in the world, has there ever been a single event or a compact series of events that cost the insurance industry that much money?
No, there is not, but the insurance industry has never been larger or never in better financial condition to handle such a disaster. There are many insurance companies involved on the insurance policies here, some of the largest insurance companies, not just in the United States, but through the entire world.
Well, you anticipated my next question. When you have these kinds of losses, what are the chances it's going to sink some major insurance companies?
The chances are very remote, in fact non-existent, that any major insurance companies would become insolvent as a result of this. And that
you
is
say zero?
Zero, yes. And the reason for that is because of the number of insurance companies and the size of the insurance companies that are involved. We're talking about some of the world's largest corporations with some of the world's largest assets invested around the globe. Mega insurers in Germany, London, Switzerland, France, and here in the United States as well.
Ed Bradley.
Does this mean that we're going to see at least business insurance rates go up in the future? Because if they're going to spend $15 to $20 billion to compensate people for losses, how do they get that money back?
Right. Well, what we'll actually be looking at is whether or not we're going to be in a period ahead where activity such as this is likely to become more commonplace. That is the driver of insurance rates. Not so much what happened in the past, but what's likely to happen in the future. Are we likely to sustain losses like this ahead?
If I can follow up on that, I want to make sure I understand, to get a direct answer to Ed's question.
Right.
You sustain a number of insurance companies, some of the largest in the world, $15 billion or plus. Are you saying that there's no direct correlation between that loss per se and insurance rates? It's the long-range look-ahead outlook?
Right. The long-range outlook is more direct. It will factor directly into the price that we charge for business insurance customers. There will be an impact, however, because there will be a drainage on some of the industry's assets, and the industry maintains certain asset and capital levels.
Do you have some companies who are not covered for terrorist acts?
We still don't know the full extent of that yet. It appears currently at least American insurers on these policies, there are no exclusions for terrorist acts.
Well, the American insurers, but with some of the overseas insurers, German, Japanese, or
from what we know, most European insurers are putting together loss exposure estimates of their own, so I have no evidence of that at this point.
If I may, and welcome the opportunity to take advantage of your expertise in general, There's been talk these last few days. Everyone, including ourselves, wants to keep the focus on victims, their families, and the human element here. But there has been talk that this could tip the United States economy into a recession. It's my understanding that Standard & Poor's today made an estimate saying, look, in effect, maybe we've gone into recession anyway, but with this, we have to stand by and go into recession. What's your best estimate of that?
My best estimate is that there will be a short-term economic downturn as a result of this. But what we saw in the wake of Hurricane Andrew, in the wake of Northridge, is actually spectacular economic growth. What you will see, in effect, is a Marshall Plan for Manhattan go into effect very shortly. You will see billions of insurance dollars, billions of federal government dollars, billions of dollars from the state and from the city of New York, as well as from private investors, be poured into what amounts to a relatively small geographic area. After Andrew, we actually saw the growth rate of the local economy triple within a short period of time after that during the rebuilding process.
This is fascinating to me that Florida was hit, and South Florida absolutely devastated by Hurricane Andrew, and everybody said they're going to be a long, long time coming back. What you're telling me is, yes, it dipped down, but it came roaring back.
That's right. The economy of Florida, in fact, is one of the strongest in the entire United States. Growth, both in terms of population and home construction and new business formation in Florida, is maybe second or third in the nation.
But I want to hold a point here about New York City, that you are in the short range for both New York City and the U.S. economy, let's say at least mildly pessimistic, but in the medium long range, very optimistic?
Right. There are certain structural problems in the U.S. economy and the global economy today. This particular event will have no impact on that. But the local economy in particular, longer run, and beginning actually probably by the first quarter of next year, we'll see a significant inflow of capital.
But if business rates go up in the future as a result of this, does that in any way impact the consumer?
Not the individual consumer. The average person who purchases home and auto insurance will see no effect from this, essentially. It does have some impact on the price of insurance for various business structures and insuring businesses in general, but certainly not for the average consumer in America.
Well, Mr. Hartwig, if you don't mind staying with us here, I recognize you came to talk about the insurance industry per se, but this story is so fast-moving, these economic developments, if you don't mind staying with us just a bit here. What about this news? It doesn't come as any great surprise. It was anticipated a bit, but the stock markets are not going to be open tomorrow. This is unprecedented. Closed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and now we know they're going to be closed Friday. Even after Pearl Harbor, they only closed for 2 days. Now, we're assured and reassured that they will be open on Monday. What's the significance of this?
I really think there's a logistical issue here in that power is unavailable in that part of Manhattan where my own office is located and where I witnessed the disaster firsthand. There's a tremendous cleanup job and a logistical problem in terms of getting actual traders to the floor and being able to feed them and those sorts of issues. So I think that's part of the problem, but I think that it's a good hiatus. It's a needed hiatus for the markets. We saw initially the reaction in Europe. We saw a market drop. But now we see the markets in Europe rebounding today. Hopefully we'll skip those gyrations and move back into a smooth trading pattern next week.
That's the hope. But when the markets open Monday, what are the chances there will be chaos on the markets because they've been closed for so long?
I think the chances are remote that we'll actually see chaos. And in fact, by waiting a few days, and this is the reason why Mr. Grasso, chairman of the exchange, has waited several days, is we're waiting to see the full extent of the damage and what the outcome will be in terms of our response to our adversaries. And I think that's forthcoming. America understands what's happening. We understand more clearly now the economic ramifications.
Ed Bradley has some breaking developments.
Dan, we've just been handed a bulletin that says that the Arlington County Fire Captain says that they have a signal from the transponder in the black box of the plane that crashed into the Pentagon, and that would provide them some real evidence with information from the cockpit and possibly also voice recordings from the cockpit.
This is not only big, this is huge. If they indeed have found are hearing a signal.
Well, they're hearing the signal from it, so they're a step closer to locating it.
Big news indeed, and we'll be dealing with that as we go through the top of the hour. And our people will be checking into that extensively, and we will have more information about it. But let's repeat that this is bulletin material, that they pick up the sound.
The Arlington County fire captain says that they have now received a signal from the black box of the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. And if they are receiving the signal from the transponder of the black box, they are a step closer to being able to locate that black box.
Absolutely. Earlier they said they thought their best chance was to get the black box out of the plane that had crashed in southwestern Pennsylvania. So this is good news indeed. And returning now to our discussion of economics and the insurance business, it seems to me there are literally tens of thousands of claims, insurance claims, growing out of what's happened here in New York. What are the chances this, for a brief period, will overwhelm insurance carriers?
Well, insurers quietly every year pay hundreds of billions of dollars of claims. And in fact, we pay tens of million claims every single year all across the country. But insurers are very well versed at how to handle major catastrophes. They have emergency response teams and will be bringing in adjusters, agents from around the country to assist the local staff. And so to that extent, we are very well practiced, unfortunately, at handling catastrophes, no matter where they occur or when they occur.
Now, if I may turn to the big picture, for those workaday Americans who have their basic savings and investments in mutual funds, in their pension funds, many of which, of course, are connected to insurance companies, what say you? With the markets closed, there's got to be some uncertainty with these people about, I'm not talking about the records of their mutual funds or pension funds, but the health of those funds.
Again, I think that the closure of the exchanges for several days was a good idea. That, I think, will allow some of the fear and phobia to pass, and will avoid some of the gyrations that would affect the market and in effect affect the portfolios of every retiree, every 401k holder out there.
Starbrick, thank you very much for being with us today. We appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Headlines at this hour. As we come to the top of the hour, and after the top of the hour, many of these stations will be having a complete recapitulation of today's most important events. But headline of this moment, they believe they hear sounds from the transponder of the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. And a redoubled effort is made now to find that transponder. You're watching and listening to CBS News' continuing coverage of the attack on America. Attack on America. Dan Rather, reporting from CBS News World Headquarters in New York, 4 p.m. in the East End. There's word the signal from the transponder on the black box of the hijacked plane that crashed into the Pentagon has been detected. The New York stock market will reopen Monday. It will not be open tomorrow. For the first time in history, it will have been closed for 4 straight days. First pictures of the rescue of firefighters from the World Trade Center rubble this afternoon. At least 5 firefighters were found alive in the rubble today. Secretary of State Powell today named by name Osama bin Laden as what he called a prime suspect in the terror attacks. Deputy U.S. Defense Secretary Wolfowitz today promised a, quote, sustained military operation against those responsible. He didn't say when it would start. Attorney General Ashcroft says there were 18 hijackers in the planes, aided by what he called a significant number of others. Also at this hour, the total number of those missing or dead from Tuesday's crashes is at least 5,000. President Bush has declared Friday a national day of prayer and remembrance. And despite a lifting of the official travel ban, foreign air carriers are still being turned back from the U.S. Bill Plant is covering it for us at this hour at the White House. Bill?
Dan, there's an unusual security situation here once again. The Secret Service has closed off a larger perimeter around the White House than normally exists. They've banned pedestrians from Lafayette Park across the street and from the avenue which runs between the White House grounds and the ellipse to the south. The Secret Service says that this is going to be perhaps going on for a while. They may lift it from time to time. They may institute it. They won't say whether it's in response to a particular threat, but they clearly want us to understand that conditions around here are going to be different. The president today, Dan, has moved on several fronts. First, to consolidate his position with other world leaders and other nations, gaining support for whatever action he eventually decides to take, suggesting that he not only wants the moral and political support of some of those countries, but possibly also much more concrete kinds of support, overflight rights, perhaps even participation in some cases. He's also moved to comfort the victims and to praise the rescuers going to a hospital nearby here in Washington, D.C. today, following a visit yesterday to the Pentagon. And as you know, he heads to New York City tomorrow. And Mr. Clinton is meeting at this hour, Mr. Bush, rather, excuse me, is meeting at this hour with the members of Congress from the New York and Washington, D.C. areas, the people whose constituents are most affected by this terrible tragedy. Dan?
Bill Plant, live at the White House. President Bush has called this the first war of the 21st century, the war against terrorism. Direct quote from the president. Direct quote from the U.S. Secretary of State, Colin Powell, says Osama bin Laden is a, quote, prime suspect as a major mover in the events that have resulted in so much tragedy in the United States. Standard & Poor's says that it expects the events of this week to tip the U.S. economy into a recession. We're going to discuss that coming up in the next half hour. And a spokesman for the insurance industry who was just here at CBS News said he would expect, yes, that's a strong possibility, but pointed out that after the disaster and the devastation of Hurricane Andrew in Florida in the early 1990s, that the South Florida economy came roaring back, partly because so many insurance dollars and other money was pumped into reconstruction and to rebuilding the area. We have new pictures just in. Search early this morning underneath the World Trade Center. Now, with hand axes, picks, these brave men are down in there looking, number one, for anyone who might conceivably be alive. Keeping in mind that at least 5 firemen were found alive in other places in debris this morning. Secondly, looking for bodies. Let's listen for a moment because you can hear their footsteps. Now, folks, you talk about an eerie place. I was actually underneath the collapsed World Trade Center, down there with their lights, an incredibly oppressive, stifling place, not just from heat, and there is considerable heat down there, but from the dust and the other conditions. Anthony Mason, our CBS News business correspondent, is with us here and joining us. Anthony, we may want to discuss it in some detail, but put in perspective for us this talk now of, well, yes, this is going to tip us over into at least a short recession.
Dan, there are two schools of thought at work right now. I mean, most economists do believe this is probably going to push us into a recession, at least for the short term. But as you mentioned, there's a growing sentiment that that the amount of the increase in government spending, the increase in money for construction in Washington and here in New York City may well put money into the economy, get us going again. I've talked to economists today who say they think we'll probably go into a recession, but we may well come roaring out of it. We're going to have a combination going here of tax cuts, which of course are already in the pipeline and many people have already received, but on top of that there's going to be increased government spending. So you may have two actions going that help give impetus to the economy. So now, mind you, as I say, there are two schools of thought here. There are people who also believe this is really going to cause us some major problems.
So you sort of take your pick. But in addition to a lot of federal disaster funds will be coming into New York City, not to mention other federal money, there will be all this insurance money. Right. And that will be considerable because the representative of the insurance industry, Mr. Ulrich, just said he thought it would be at or near the $15 billion record insurance payout, that record set by Hurricane Andrew.
You're going to have increased defense spending. You're going to have increased construction spending in Lower Manhattan, in Washington. All of these are going to pump a lot of money into the economy. You've got tax cuts at work already. You add all those things together, there are some economists who now believe that's going to go a long way to bringing us to a recovery after we probably go into a short recession.
How worried should I or any other citizen be about the fact that the stock markets in New York will remain closed tomorrow for the fourth consecutive day? They will not reopen until Monday.
I don't think you should be concerned. They've been debating this now for days, and I think the conclusion they came to was, why try to rush something? They want to test all of the phone lines, all of what they call the interconnectivity of the system. They're going to do it on Saturday. They're going to have a test run of the markets. We're told that the stock market building for the New York Stock Exchange itself has not been damaged. The American Stock Exchange has some damage, and they're probably going to operate from the New York Stock Exchange on Monday. NASDAQ's technical operations aren't actually even in Lower Manhattan, so they're secure. But they want to make sure this operation works. They're also saying, you know, we want to give our firms time, you know, to find their employees down here. One piece of good news, Dan, we've been talking about Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, who is the major tenant of the World Trade Center with 3,500 employees. They're reporting today that of those 3,500 employees, they have now located all but 50. So that's very good news.
What are the chances, indeed it is, what are the chances that early Monday, in fact all day Monday, will be a pretty wild up and down ride on the stock markets?
I think it's going to be very interesting. I mean, a lot of people say, you know, there's really no precedent for this. I think we're going to take a hit at first, but a lot of people seem to think that we're going to bounce back. We've had time to absorb the shock. If this had happened if the markets had been open Tuesday, if the attack hadn't happened before they opened, we would have plunged. The market would have plunged. But we've had 5 days to absorb this shock. I don't think it's going to be as bad next week as it could have been.
Well, it'll be Monday morning before we know. Anthony Mason, thanks. Ed Bradley, what else do we know about this report? In fact, I would say is a major headline of the hour, that they're hearing noises from the sounds from the transponder of the plane that hit the Pentagon.
Well, it sends out a signal, Dan, and if they found that signal, that means they're a step closer to being able to find what's called the black box in these planes. Now, normally when a plane crashes, the black box will tell you what happened. Well, we know what happened here, but it will give them some more clues as to just what happened during the course of the takeover of those planes. You remember on some of those planes, the transponders were turned off, so they couldn't tell where they were. If it also we find intact cockpit voice recordings, they will be able to physically hear exactly what happened in the cockpit. So it will add more clues to them. But I think this is a little different situation than you have in a normal plane crash, because in a normal plane crash, the FAA is trying to determine why the plane crashed. In this case, we know why the plane crashed.
Well, keep us posted, Ed. In the meantime, we go live to Lower Manhattan, and our friend and now head of the American Red Cross, Dr. Bernadine Healy. Doctor, good to see you again. Tell us what you think are the most important things for us to know about what's happening today as this heartbreaking search for some people still alive and for bodies goes on.
Well, Dan, the most important thing is how America pulls together. I mean, you can see it here, you can see it across this country, and I think we're proud. The American Red Cross is proud to be able to be part of this effort and be part of America's community, the civilian population that can help in this effort.
What's the situation with the blood supply,
Doctor?
I'm sorry, Doctor. What is the situation with the blood supply?
We have had an enormous outpouring across the country with regard to the blood supply. Right now we have a 5-day supply of blood, which is very good, but with the uncertainty of the situation and the fact that we are on high alert, we are continuing to collect blood, and any blood that is not used will be frozen for a strategic disaster reserve.
Doctor, I'm very sorry. I did not mean to interrupt you, and if you hadn't finished your previous thought.
That's all right. No, Dan. You know, we're all working together here.
Well, the communication is not ideal, but I think you were making a point that people are beginning to come together now and form a united purpose.
And, you know, we saw that, Dan, right away. You know, when we saw that second plane hit, we were watching this unfold, of course, and activated our Disaster Operations Center in Washington and mobilized all of our chapters across the country. And of course, New York got mobilized right away, and we had the problem with the Pentagon. And what was clear immediately is that people started to come pouring in, volunteers, people who wanted to give blood, people who wanted to donate money, the support at every level, the family, the corporations. I mean, this is America at its best. I mean, this is America that knows how to pull together. And, you know, at a time like this, Dan, when we are all so wounded, every one of us, you and me and everyone here, somehow the ability to be able to do something, to feel that you could make a contribution, however small it is perhaps the best way to get through this difficulty, and to somehow do it together as a team. The best medicine, Dan.
Dr. Bernadine Healy, thanks.
Thank you.
Now let's check in with Sandra Hughes at Los Angeles International Airport. Sandra?
Dan, passengers have been arriving here at Los Angeles International Airport. Things are inching back to life. It's a very slow process. The passengers are being bussed off of the airport to a remote location where they're meeting up with friends and family who are waiting to pick them up. Also, the airport is officially open, so folks are arriving here hoping to book flights and to fly out of Los Angeles International Airport. We talked to some of those people. They're parking at a remote location. Many of them, Tom, you need to stop moving. We're on live right now. Excuse me, Dan, I'm sorry about that. I'm just having a little bit of confusion here. Those folks at those remote parking lots, you know, they say things are confusing, and that's to be expected, but everyone is being very good-natured about things and really being very patient. We haven't seen a lot of movement, though, a lot of planes coming in and out. As I said, things are inching back to life. Earlier, Dan, you mentioned that report about the fact that the FAA was only allowing domestic carriers to come in, to land international flights. Well, since that report, we have talked to officials at the Los Angeles airport. Earlier this morning, they accepted an Alitalia flight here from Canada. Also up in San Francisco, an Alitalia flight has been cleared for landing. And here in Los Angeles, officials are saying they are accepting any flight from anywhere. So I think there's a little bit of confusion about what the FAA guidelines are at this point, and frankly, that's to be expected. Dan?
Well, Senator, indeed, but let me follow up for just a second. It's been my understanding for some hours now that the guidelines are that U.S. domestic carriers can come in and out of the country now, insofar as they're able to do so, and that with foreign carriers that they're allowed to come in but not fly out. What is your understanding of the policy guidelines?
That may be where the confusion lies, because what we are being told by officials here in Los Angeles is that they will accept any flights from anywhere, but they are not saying that foreign carriers are being allowed to take off. In fact, I'm not sure, but I don't think any carriers have taken off from LA yet with any passengers on board. Mostly just these are the diverted flights that are coming in. But this morning we had an Alitalia flight arrive from Canada. That's a foreign carrier from a foreign country. What is still unclear is whether they'll be able to take off. So we need to clear that up, and we'll get right back to you with that.
Well, Ed Bradley can help us here. It's my understanding, Ed, that for one thing, security, they're still trying to catch some of these bad, foul guys that want to have an opportunity to leave the country. What are the guidelines that have been passed along to us?
I think that's clear evidence that everybody's not on the same page. But according to Allison Duquette, who is the spokeswoman for the FAA, the United States is only accepting international flights by U.S. carriers. She did say that a foreign airline can leave the United States for a foreign destination, but a foreign carrier cannot come into the United States. But obviously, as she just reported, Sandra, that they came into Los Angeles, an Alitalia flight, and into San Francisco.
Well, clearly some confusion is expected in the early going. I think the main thing that should be understood about air travel today for most people, number one, while yes, officially the FAA has lifted its ban with some few exceptions, airlines can fly, airports can operate when and if they can get up and get ready to do it and do it, provided they can meet the new strict security guidelines. But it's clearly going to be a lot of confusion and require a lot of patience for some days now. Not every airport is open yet. Not all airlines are flying, not by a long shot. You may want to keep that in mind. Joining us here at our CBS News World headquarters in our studio is former police commissioner of New York City, former U.S. Marine, former high-ranking member of the Treasury Department. We could go on with your resume, Mr. Commissioner, but good to see you again.
Good to see you, Dan.
You were commissioner in 1993 when the car bomb went off at the World Trade Center. How much worse is this? It's obviously worse.
It is geometrically worse than that event. Of course, at the time, we thought it was a terrible catastrophe, and it was. 6 people lost their lives. There were 1,000 injuries. Most of the damage went down in the World Trade Center, down to the garage levels, B1 to B5. Of course, this is just unbelievable disaster, something we could not have envisioned. Quite frankly, the terrorists in 1993 tried to topple the buildings. That was their general plan. And when you saw what they tried to do at the base, it didn't work. You would assume that aircraft certainly couldn't topple those buildings.
You would assume that, and you would be wrong.
Absolutely, absolutely.
There was a lot of talk that Jim Fox, a man you and I both knew, former head of the New York FBI office, and he was at the time of that World Trade Center bombing in the early 1990s, a lot of talk that he was convinced that Saddam Hussein and Iraq had some direct connection with the bombing of the World Trade Center at that time. Did you hear that? Did you know that?
That was certainly a theory that was out there. There was nothing, and nothing, to the best of my knowledge, has come forward since then to establish that. But clearly, that was a theory. Just as a theory now is, I think, in doing any investigation, you don't necessarily want to rush to judgment. And Osama bin Laden is number one on the suspect list. But this is quite a reach from what he's done in the past. And this takes lots of planning. It takes lots of money. They've done some fairly basic, rudimentary things in the past. That's why I don't think you can exclude state-sponsored terrorism as playing some part in this. But yes, that was a theory that was out there, and I think it's still a theory that shouldn't be cast aside at this point in time.
Scully, part of your job when you were in the government, in the Treasury Department, the Secret Service answered to you, did they not?
Yes.
Now, you no doubt read and heard the reports yesterday of White House, Justice Department, FBI officials said that when President Bush did not come directly back to Washington after the bombing from Florida, went first to Louisiana, then to Nebraska, then finally back to Washington, that it was the Secret Service who advised him to take the diversionary trips as a precaution. Does that match what you know about the Secret Service? Because it's an awful lot hard for a lot of people to believe the Secret Service will tell the president what to do.
Well, ultimately, they can't tell the president what to do, of course, but they have great credibility. They're very, very professional. And, of course, they're singularly focused on the safety of the president. So they, I'm sure, made some very compelling arguments, and the president agreed, at least for that period of time, to go along with that. But they are so focused on that sometimes you have to ask some probing questions. They want to shut down lots of things so that the safety of the president is absolutely guaranteed. And there's a balance that has to be struck.
Safety of the president, of course, has to be absolutely guaranteed insofar as one can give any such guarantees. Now, the president plans to visit New York City tomorrow. Talk to me about the security ramifications of that.
Well, of course, the security will be very tight, but it won't be much different than the president going to outdoor events. He'll be going to hospitals, I assume, going to the site itself. There are tall buildings that will be manned. I'm not certain what they will do as far as having a military presence. That's certainly possible, some sort of air cap, which we've seen over New York in the last couple of days, may be present. But it will be, I personally think it's a prudent thing for the president to do. I think it's good for him to be here. Security, I know, will be very well done.
You were in charge when, I think it was customs agents, correct me if I'm wrong, actually foiled a terrorist attempt to go to Los Angeles International Airport, come through Canada at the time of the Millennium celebrations, come across the Canadian-U.S. border and get down to Los Angeles and do some mayhem and murder down there. What did we learn about security from that experience?
Well, I thought we would learn that we needed some additional resources on the northern border. We thought that Congress might respond because I think we're very thin on the northern border. The customs inspectors did a great job in this particular case, but there was an element of luck involved. It happened that this individual was traveling a rather circuitous route that would be traveled by tourists normally during the summer. This was in December of 1999. And because the traffic was so light, they were able to ask this individual a lot of questions, and of course they had him open the trunk of his car and found explosives. But I think that we need a lot more attention focused on both of our borders, but obviously the border between U.S. and Mexico gets a fair amount of attention. Canada gets less attention, but we know that some of the hijackers in this case came through Canada. Ahmad Rassam, the individual arrested in 1999, he came through Canada from Algeria. We need to do, in my judgment, a much better job of screening what comes into America. Trade has doubled, more than doubled, in the last 8 years, yet the resources of the Customs Service are the same. We have 150 million more visitors last year coming into the U.S. than we had 10 years ago. Almost 500 million people, yet the resources of the Immigration and Naturalization Service have remained the same. We need technology, we need x-rays, we need additional resources, and I think perhaps this will be a wake-up call in that area as well.
Ray Kelly, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Dan.
We go to Washington and Bob Orr for more information on the sounds from the transponder of the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. Bob?
Well, Dan, this could be a very important development for authorities because, you see, the black boxes will tell us exactly what the plane was doing in terms of its movements and maybe more importantly, what was going on in the cockpit. Now, we are told that a local fire authority in Arlington County says they hear the sound. It's just kind of a radio sound coming from one of the black boxes. These are emergency locator transponders. If they can hear it, it means they may be getting closer, but we don't know how heavy the debris might be there, how heavy the rubble might be. If they had their druthers, I think the investigators would first like to get that cockpit voice tape, because that would maybe have the sounds, almost certainly have the sounds of the hijackers, the terrorists. We might know what the flight crew was going through. Then the second development here is there's a report floating around today that this plane maybe circled Washington, maybe went around the Capitol, even over the White House. Well, the flight data recorder will tell us once and for all exactly what was the flight path of this particular jet that hit the Pentagon. It's important to get these boxes in. So far, none of them have been recovered, although I am told they are optimistic they will also get the black boxes from the Pennsylvania crash scene. That has much less rubble, much less debris to go through, and investigators are working hard there as well, Dan.
Bob Orr, live from our bureau in Washington. Let's go up to Capitol Hill and CBS News correspondent Bob Schieffer, who's there with a man who played a key role in putting together the coalition to fight terrorism, and when this, what is now described, sustained military operation begins, this senator will be right in the center of all that. Bob?
And of course, that's Joe Biden, Dan, who is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And just by coincidence, when he finishes talking here with us, he is going to meet with the chief of the Pakistani Secret Service, who is in this country right now, has been conferring at the State Department. Of course, one of the things we've been talking about all day is the United States is calling on Pakistan to cooperate, and believes that Pakistan will be key in getting to the bottom of all this and getting to Osama bin Laden, who we believe is in neighboring Afghanistan at this time. Chairman Biden, this is going to be a difficult thing for Pakistan, though, isn't it?
Well, it's a difficult thing, Bob, but they got to choose. I mean, this is no longer on the sidelines. This is, they're either with us or against us, and it's a tough spot, but it's a spot they're in. And I have spoken with the Secretary of State. I've spoken with Mr. Armitage, the number 2 guy over there, and I'll be speaking with Mr. Mahmoud Ahmad, and he is the head of their ISI, their CIA. A very powerful man in the country, and I am, from my discussions with the State Department, he's gotten the message. He's indicated he'll cooperate, and I'm just reinforcing that message.
But when you say you're going to speak to him, I mean, asking him and having Pakistan say, yes, they'll cooperate, that is one thing. But can they deliver? Because I'm told that the man in charge of Pakistan, the military head of Pakistan, it's not certain that he can count on controlling his own intelligence agencies and perhaps even his military.
Well, the man I'm speaking to heads the intelligence agency, and he controls the intelligence agency. No one in our intelligence service or anyone else thinks he does not control it. If he's not the second most powerful man in Pakistan, he's the first most powerful man in Pakistan. Now, if you ask the question, can we be assured that they have the capacity to, quote, go get Osama bin Laden? No, we can't be assured of that. But can we know whether or not they're keeping the commitment if we end up needing anything from, if this occurs, anything from overflight capability to basing requirements, or if that turns out to be something we request? The answer to that is yes, they could know that.
Well, what do we want from Pakistan here? It's enough to say we want their cooperation, but what does that mean? Do we want to base troops there? Do we?
Well, I don't want to go into that now, but we have communicated what we may want to the Pakistanis, and in this case to the head of their intelligence service. And rather than telegraphing what we may want, I'm not at liberty to speak to that, but they know what we may want, and we expect that if in fact they expect a relationship with us, that we will, what we're asking for is reasonable.
Dan, you want to jump in? Very much. Senator, thanks for being with us.
I'm flattered.
There's been talk about our putting pressure on the Pakistanis and Pakistan government in turn putting pressure on the Taliban. But what are the chances that in doing this, by in effect siding with the United States, that the government of Pakistan, who once again fall, we're all aware of the fragility of governments in Pakistan?
Well, look, I don't want to be Pollyannish about this. That's possible. That is possible. But is a government that is taking a position that is in support of the Taliban, that is hiding Osama bin Laden, is that something that we care whether or not stands, to be very blunt about it? And what happens if they do not have our support? What happens if, they have a tough choice to make here. It's real simple. We have tens of thousands, potentially, Americans dead here. And it's a consequence of possibly a man who they have had a relationship with. And they got to choose. They got to choose. Which side of the line are they on? This is a tough world. I sound callous. I don't mean to. It will be difficult for them. It will be difficult for them to cooperate with us. They will be taking a chance, but I would suggest they're taking a larger chance not cooperating with us.
Senator, is there any chance that Iran can be brought into this coalition against terrorism, or is that just simply an impossibility?
I don't think, to be in this job, you've got to be an optimist. So I don't think anything's an impossibility, but I would not bank on any of that. I think, look, as you and I spoke last night, you were kind enough to ask me some questions last night. I believe very strongly that the administration, through Secretary Powell, is doing the exact right thing here now, building a coalition. And the coalition is a coalition of the willing and moderate states within the Arab world. Even though Iran is not an Arab world or Persian, it is in the neck of the woods that's pretty dangerous. I don't fully expect them to be able to succeed with regard to Iran, other than having Iran stand fast. So from my perspective, if they get cooperation from Russia, if we get cooperation from China, or at least accession from China, we have it from NATO now, and from key Arab states, then we are a long way along being able to make this a new day in the world for making sure that terrorist cells of this size, this complexity, this ability are not able to sustain themselves and exist.
I thought there was, I thought there was a rather significant statement made by Senator Lott and Senator Biden, not Senator Biden, Senator Daschle, after the joint meeting today. Senator Daschle came out and said, we're going to approve this $20 billion that the administration is asking for, but we understand this is a first installment. It sounds to me like that Congress is settled upon the fact that this is going to be a long-term deal.
It is going to be a long-term deal, but you remember now the $20 billion they were talking about was to rebuild New York City immediately, to deal with the immediate emergency, the aftermath of that. But I am confident, to the extent that the president focuses on the idea of dealing with terrorism and dealing with the homeland threats, he will get what he wants. Now, the only thing, and it's a debate down the road, Bob, as you know, if this gets confused with spending $500 billion for national missile defense, then everything kind of gets off kilter. But there is overwhelming unity here to give the president what we all believe is needed, and some of us have believed has been needed for some time. I don't mean to imply that this wouldn't have happened if we had done other things. But so, yes, there is a resolve. I mean, there's such a resolve here. The idea, think about, we all know this, but this is not comparable to anything that's happened in our history.
Okay. Senator, thank you very much. Dan?
Senator Biden, Bob Schieffer, thanks. We go now, joining us from our Washington Bureau, the former Air Force Chief of Staff, Ron Fogelman. Thank you very much for being with us. What are the president's options? We're talking.
Good afternoon. I'm David Crabtree. We're going to take 2 minutes now and update you on what is going on here locally. First, however, here are the latest Attack on America headlines. RDU will open up this afternoon at 5, but that does not mean there will be many flights taking off immediately. If you're planning to fly tonight or tomorrow, please call your airline to check when your flight is scheduled to leave. Anyway, get there early. 5 people were found alive in the ruins of the Trade Center today. They were all fire department workers who had been trapped for more than 2 days in a sport utility vehicle. A fire official says rescuers have picked up a signal from the black box of the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. President Bush is planning to visit New York tomorrow. He is describing today's attacks as the first war of the 21st century. While the airport is just now getting back in gear, some people stranded here in the Triangle did not have time or patience to wait it out, looked for other travel options. Amanda Lamb caught up with some of them today, and it has been frustrating.
It sure has, David. Today's day 3 of their wait. Some are still unsure about getting a flight. Others don't want to deal with delays at the airport, and others simply don't want to fly at all.
Most of it now is just trying to get anywhere but here.
Many stranded airline passengers in the Triangle have given up on flying out of RDU and are choosing other options, like buses.
And I've been trying every day to get a flight, and I haven't been able to go back.
I can't fly out. I'm stuck in North Carolina, unless maybe I start walking from here.
Trains are also becoming another popular way out.
I was going to drive. It's a 10-hour drive or a 10-hour train ride, so it's one or the other.
But the weary travelers are patient because they feel like they're the lucky ones.
I'm in no hurry. I just want to get home. I got 3 kids, and I just want to get home.
Now, even though the planes are expected to begin flying this evening, many people, David, say they feel a lot safer choosing ground transportation.
Probably will for a while.
That's right.
Amanda, thank you. We have 3 places you can go to make a Relief for America donation to the American Red Cross, as many of you have. Crabtree Valley Mall, Carytown Center, and the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. Those 3 locations open tonight until 7 o'clock. We'll be talking more over the news channel, which is on Time Warner Cable Channel 256. Don't forget to join us at 5 o'clock for the latest of what's going on here locally. In the meantime, back to CBS News.
Problems that lead to terrorism. General, what is our military doing at this moment?
Today, we have combat air patrols that have been flying, quite frankly, over the major cities in the United States almost within minutes of the disaster. It's quite a success story, quite frankly, in the total force. We have Guard and Reserve aircraft that are airborne. We have active duty AWACS radar aircraft that are airborne. We have tanker aircraft that allow us to be doing this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We saw the Navy steam out of port. Their carriers are now in position, and their fighters are beginning to join this combat air patrol action. All these forces are under the command of the Commander-in-Chief of the North American Air Defense Command. You see the Navy through the Defense Office of Military Support, supporting the Army rather, through the Defense Office of Military Support, out there supporting FEMA. We've had large deployments on the very first day of this of emergency medical personnel into forward staging areas close to New York. There's been a lot going on. There's a lot that's been going on in the air, a lot of surface movement. Your military has been engaged, as many have seen visibly, even here in Washington, D.C., the unusual scene of having Humvees on street corners. Your Guard forces activated to assist in maintaining security.
General, how long would it take the U.S. military to get to the point where it could salute the President and say, Mr. President, we are now at the strength we can carry out any mission that you give us?
Well, Dan, I think that's a function of what the mission is that's given. Clearly, as I said, our military is ready today, and there are actions that we could take, perhaps, but I don't think that that's the game plan. I think the game plan is to work on putting together the coalition, work on getting the facts. Who is it that's really behind this? Who are the people that have been supporting these terrorists, who have been harboring them, protecting them? And then once that's put together, I think you will see that your military will be prepared.
General, right near the end, I've had any number of people ask me, and I don't know the answer. We had a situation on Tuesday in which huge commercial airliners were diverting off their path, and the FAA knew this, yet one of them hit the Pentagon. Why weren't Air Force planes scrambled up to deal with that situation, or is it even practical to think that that could have been done?
Well, what's really interesting is over the past several years, as a result of the end of the Cold War, the focus of the aircraft that we have on alert has been air sovereignty. It's more focused towards the counter-drug operation than it has been the classic air defense. And so you found yourself in a position where, in collaboration with the FAA, these aircraft were never really declared hostile. Something's awry. We just are not, or we're not in a posture to be able to react to something internal to this country.
A posture policy that perhaps will have to change as a result of what happened this week?
I'm sure that policy is under review, and the very fact that you have forces today maintaining, as I said, F-15, F-16, and now F/A-18 combat air patrols over the major cities in this country is in fact a change in policy.
General Fogelman, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We go now to Randall Pinkston live at Newark Airport, just across the Hudson in New Jersey. Randall?
Dan, as flight operations at airports resume, clearly the focus is also on security. CBS News just learned that about an hour and a half ago, at about 3:30 Eastern Time, Port Authority police detained 3 individuals in the departure area of American Airlines. We don't know why they were detained, but we do know that the police here were awaiting the arrival of FBI agents. We have also learned that the Port Authority, at the request of the State Department, detained a Saudi Arabian aircraft, a 747. Now, we saw several hours surrounded, but that plane was, by Port Authority police, some 14 to 20 vehicles. We are told that a telex was received from the State Department requesting that the plane be placed on hold because it had been here past its authorization to stay. Now, exactly when that authorization expired, the officials here could not tell us. Of course, nothing was able to fly anyway since that multi-pronged attack this past Tuesday. But pursuant to that telex, officials surrounded the plane, and they also took the flight crew and the security crew into custody. We saw 4 people in handcuffs. Now, they are telling us that they were detained, that they were not arrested. We don't know their status now, but again, that was pursuant to requests from the U.S. State Department. The other story here today, of course, is the resumption of flight operations. For the most part, the focus has been on getting passengers who were diverted to other destinations this past Tuesday to their final destinations. So towards that end, Continental has been bringing in flights all afternoon, some of them from international points, crews and passengers who were supposed to have come here to New York this past Tuesday. There have been very few departures this afternoon. In fact, we are told not to expect any massive departures, regular departures, for several days, if not weeks, as they put the focus on getting people to their original destinations, getting planes ready to go back into service, and of course changing all of the security procedures at airports around the nation. No more backside check-in, different parking rules will be in effect, different carry-on rules will be in effect, absolutely no knives, Swiss Army knives, utility knives of any sort, heightened security at every American airport for understandable reasons. Dan?
Randall Pinkston live at Newark Airport. I want to tick off for you, and we'll put a graphic up to tell you what the new airport security measures include. Before being allowed to reopen, airports must clear their terminals of people and conduct thorough searches. That's one reason a lot of airports are not open yet. The complete ban on curbside check-in, forget it, isn't going to happen. All passengers must present tickets, boarding passes, and government-issued photo ID, driver's license, passport, military ID, at security checkpoints. Keep in mind, you must present a ticket and boarding pass then. Passengers should check in 2 hours ahead of time for domestic flights. And they mean it, folks, 2 hours ahead of time, even for domestic flights. passengers with electronic tickets will have to get boarding passes before they go through security screening. At some airports, bomb blast barriers, that is concrete barriers, have been and are being erected in parking lots. These are to protect the public from some bomb blasts. Behind the scenes, there will be sweeps and security checks of airport workers. Now, that's some of what you can expect. Ed Bradley, we've had some confusion about foreign carriers, whether they're allowed to come in, go out. You have some information to square that away
We talked
for
to
us.
the FAA in Washington, and they say it is the policy that they are not permitting foreign carriers to come into the United States. They say they do know of the 2 Alitalia flights that were this morning, one to Los Angeles and one to San Francisco. They say that those were exceptions, but they're not in a position to say what caused that exception.
So foreign carriers can go out, but they can't come in?
Foreign carriers are permitted to leave the United States to go back wherever they came from. British Airways to London, Air France to Paris. But foreign carriers cannot come into the United States. U.S. carriers can come and go.
Thanks, Ed. We also want to clear up something. We've tried to be as factual as we can. There's been some confusion, communication confusion between rescue workers, police, news organizations, including this one, on the number of firefighters known to have been rescued alive today. We started the morning with 2 firefighters who walked out after having been found alive in the rubble. One was in better shape than the other, but they both were in remarkably good shape. Now, after that, there began to be some confusion, and it was believed, reported, supposed, and alleged that 5 firefighters had been found in an SUV covered with rubble. We're now told on what we consider to be authoritative sources, and going back and checking that story, and keep in mind we try very hard to check, recheck, and then go back and check another time, and in rechecking, the situation appears to be 2 firefighters confirmed found alive in the debris and rubble today. If there have been any others, we are not able to absolutely, completely confirm them. And as for the story of some firefighters found alive in an SUV and some rubble, that story right now is in such a confused state in trying to sort fact from rumor that we're going to have to put it off to the side under the "we are now skeptical, it may or may not be true." So the headline now must go, confirmed 2 firefighters found alive today. If there have been any others, we are not in a position to say absolutely that's true. Now let's go to Mika Brzezinski with more on the situation downtown. Mika.
Yeah, Dan, the wind has changed here and the air has changed as it, and so it's getting really bad here. I just want to add to your clarification information we're getting from the Mayor's Office of Emergency Management confirming that the 6 people who were rescued earlier today, as you point out, were people who became missing, who became trapped earlier today. They were part of the rescue effort. So what we called a miracle in the madness is really just a horrible part of this story. People here trying to save people and becoming a part of the disaster themselves. So hope really is diminishing here in terms of the luck for any survivors who might have it here. Let me talk to you about some video we have, amateur video. I believe we're going to go first. I don't know if you can hear me here. We got a lot of activity here on the West Side Highway. We've got some firemen here who've rescued themselves. They're coming out of the disaster zone. They somehow got caught in there themselves. This is amateur video you're looking at. You know, this is a big moment for these guys. They've lost their buddies. They've lost hundreds of their buddies, several hundred. And to find each other, Dan, is truly a miracle. We've seen the disaster. We're seeing what hell is happening down there, and to see pictures like this, to see a reunion, to see people who know each other, finding each other again, is truly moving and heartwarming and a sign of real hope here amidst what really is a scene of hell. Speaking of hell, we also have video of body bags coming out of the disaster zone. This is also what's happening here today. The mayor of New York has ordered 6,000 body bags, and all indications are that he's going to need more. It is a horrible scene here because not only is there the devastation and the sadness and the loss seeing the body bags come out, but there's also this feeling of unease, of wondering if a building might just fall down, wondering if investigators and structural engineers haven't gotten to these buildings here yet, and maybe they're at risk as well. We've had situations where we've been down near the site, but maybe 10, 12 blocks back, and those sites have been evacuated, 10-story buildings, all of a sudden officials coming in, having taken a look at what they've got there, saying, get out. This building could go down at any moment. So there's a lot of fear here, a lot of unease, and it's a sense that not only are perhaps these buildings at risk, but wondering if this situation will ever change, if we'll ever feel safe again. In a sense, it's that feeling of on edge that we don't know when it will go away, because there's so many unanswered questions and so many issues as to what might happen after this. But this zone here has a lot of different emotions coming in and out. People finding each other, people looking for someone desperately, anyone looking for friends, knowing many people who were in there. And then, of course, clarifications like the one we had, where we had people who were inside. We thought maybe there was a miracle, and instead, just part of the chaos, Dan. Just part of people trying to help and getting caught up in it 2 days later.
Mika Brzezinski in Lower Manhattan. And let me point out that neither she nor any other CBS News correspondent or reporter, they don't wear these masks for effect. When you're on the ground there, the air is thick with, and I mean, I use that word in aptly. The air is thick with all kinds of debris, including some asbestos, because there was asbestos in those buildings. And everybody not only is advised to wear one of those masks, but in most cases you simply have to do it to really keep your breathing clear. And the rescue workers themselves, including the firemen, policemen, the nurses, the doctors, the construction workers, the iron workers, all of those people, some of them wear them, some don't, and it depends on part of the day. But the air is especially heavy just now. And this is true over much of the island of Manhattan. Clearly the air is heaviest down in the lower part of the island, where the disaster, the heart of the disaster, but virtually all over the island of Manhattan, to one degree or another, you can literally smell it, you can feel it when you breathe, when you are outside. Let's go back to Bill Plant at the White House. Bill?
Dan, as we mentioned a little while ago, there is increased security around the White House this afternoon. The Secret Service has expanded the perimeter across the street to the other side of Lafayette Park. That's where they put us on Tuesday when they thought that there was imminent danger to the building. Secret Service doesn't say why. They simply say that from time to time there's going to be heightened security under the current situation. And all the White House will say is that all appropriate precautions are being taken. Some other business this afternoon. The president has met with lawmakers from Congress, from the Washington, D.C. area and the New York area, the people whose constituents are affected by this tragedy. That meeting is over, and those members are out now talking about what I'm sure was the support that they received from the president for what they will do for themselves and their constituents in the way of emergency relief funds. Another bit of business that is perhaps unpleasant to mention, but very necessary. The bodies of the dead being taken from the Pentagon site are being transported this afternoon to the nation's only military mortuary at Dover, Delaware. Dover, of course, is the place where so many of the tragedies from overseas, the bodies have been brought back, they're prepared there, they're identified there, forensic work is done. It's unpleasant to think about it, but of course it is very essential for, certainly for the peace of mind of the survivors. So the White House, Dan, continues trying to keep orchestrating a number of things on all fronts. We had another long series of briefings today from all of the relevant agencies, from the Attorney General, from the Secretary of State, from the Defense Department, as you know. And policy is being made as we go along here. You heard the strong statement from the Deputy Secretary of Defense today. It's quite clear that the president's contacts with foreign leaders are being pointedly fashioned by all the people around here into an ability to say that we're getting support for what the president wants to do, building a coalition for whatever action he eventually decides to take. And tomorrow, as you know, Dan, the president will visit New York City. His spokesman says that they've been assured by the mayor and the governor of New York that Mr. Bush's presence will not disrupt the ongoing emergency rescue and clearance operations. Dan?
Bill Plant live at the White House. Jim Stewart has moved into his seat in our bureau after working the phones and doing legwork about the investigation. Jim, update us on the efforts to find out who did this and to bring him to justice.
Dan, I'm not quite sure how the FBI has managed to pull this off, but we're told that in about 2 hours, we're going to see the photographs of all of, most, or if not all, of the 18 men who hijacked the 4 aircraft on Tuesday, as well as their identification. Apparently, some of these photographs, as you might imagine, are going to be quite fuzzy and distorted. I get the impression some of them might have come from surveillance cameras overhead at the airports at Logan and Dulles International Airport, where they seized the aircraft after they took off. Others may have come, we're told, from driver's licenses, because some of these men we know now had lived in the United States for more than a year. These are the 18 individuals that they believe were aboard the planes. The search today continues for people who have been associated with them, and we must tell you right now, some of those people, it appears, have commercial pilot's licenses, and they are unaccounted for. In other news around the country today, the FBI, as we've seen, have been conducting numerous searches and sweeps and picking up people, but I caution you again, these are not arrests that are directly related to the attacks. These are people that they simply thought might have information, and then when they put their names through the INS computer, well, up pops the name, and they are now being held on some sort of violation for being in the country illegally or other questioning. That is the only new thing that has come up today, except for one rather bizarre end note, and that is that apparently one of the hijackers did leave what sounds like a suicide note, but another official tells me was more along the nature of a musing, if you will, about the end of life and other items that were not disclosed in detail. It sounded, though, this official said, certainly not like a note written by a man who thought he was going to be around for a while. Dan?
Jim Stewart, I want to underscore what you just said, that we expect to have sometime today from the FBI
yes,
pictures
Dan,
of each and every one of the 18 hijackers who were aboard those planes?
Dan, we're told in approximately 2 hours, the Justice Department hopes to have the identification, certainly, and now I'm just told, confirmed, they're going to have every one of the photographs. Now, I don't know how they pull this off, but they've got them.
Well, and when they show them to the world, you will see them on our CBS News continuing coverage of Attack on America. We just wanted to underscore, I wasn't sure I heard what Jim Stewart had said, to tell you the truth, because it would be a pretty amazing piece of police work. Keep in mind that while the FBI heads up the investigation, that individual law enforcement agencies all over the country, and including many around the world, but local police departments, state law enforcement operators, everybody is helping the FBI. So it isn't just the FBI doing this, although one cannot heap enough praise on the FBI if indeed, since it appears, they now have the photographs of each and every one of the 18 hijackers who aboard the planes. Now, Attorney General Ashcroft said earlier that there were 5 hijackers on 2 planes and 4 hijackers on each of the 2 others, and on each aircraft there was at least one hijacker who had been trained to fly in this country. Every time you say it, you just mentally put an exclamation point behind it, but those are the facts as laid out by the Attorney General this morning. Now, he also said that there was, I think he used the word considerable or extensive number of people in support of those who actually went up and were suicide hijack murderers in the planes. And I believe the figure of about 10, at least 10 of those, were thought to still be at large in the United States, and so some of what the FBI and others are doing is trying to find those 10 people, as well as find out where the tentacles go back, into what countries overseas had some roots tied to these various people, some of whom we expect to see pictures of them within 2 hours. Ed Bradley, anything you want to update us on there?
2 things, Dan. The firemen, and these reports have been going back and forth. It turns out that these are not firemen who were trapped in there when the building came down originally. That 2 or 3 who were rescued today were firemen who were lost today when part of the building came down. So they haven't been in there for since Tuesday. The other thing is that we saw the
They were in the rubble, but it was rubble, more recent rubble.
More recent rubble that came today. We also saw the pictures of the Pentagon with that gaping hole in the Pentagon. That is where the transponder is, but they know where it's located, where the signal's coming from.
Maybe
but
we
they
can
can't
get that
go, they
photograph
can't
up while
go-
you talk here.
Yeah, they can't go in and get it because that area is so unstable. What they're trying to do now is to put 7 columns in that gaping hole against the wall that you saw so that they can then determine if it's safe enough to go in there and look at it. They'll be trying to put those columns in tonight. If they get those in, then they can go in after the transponder. One other thing about the FAA and that exception, the flight from Canada. It was an Alitalia flight that was originally headed for Oakland and was diverted to Canada. Therefore, the exception is that it was a diverted flight, therefore it can return to its original destination.
Ed, I want to apologize. I had no intention to interrupt you. I was simply trying to get our control room maybe to put up that picture of the Pentagon. The area where the sound from the transponder of the plane that hit the Pentagon, we now have the picture back up. In this V of rubble, if you will,
Right.
somewhere back there, Ed, is where they now believe that black box,
Right.
if you will,
And this is where they've got to
is,
put those columns up to support those walls.
in order to get
In
to
order
the
to get
black
in
box.
there, because they can't send someone in there and have it come tumbling down on top of them.
But the good news is that they've picked up the sounds of what they believe are sounds coming from the black box, and that would be a big get, because as Bob Orr pointed out earlier, if they actually get the full black box, the recording of data from the cockpit of the plane, and particularly if they got the voice box. Mind you, it's my understanding that most of these airliners, and Bob Orr explained this, that you have, one set of equipment, if you will, electronics, that registers what the plane is doing, when and where, and then you have a voice recorder. Now, of course, the significance of the voice recorder, if that turns out to be recovered in the Pentagon rubble or anywhere else, that would tell us a great deal about how the skyjackers managed to get control of these aircraft and perform these deadly suicide acts. Among the other headlines of the afternoon, that the second ranking person at the Defense Department has laid out what he said will be eventually a sustained U.S. military effort to wipe out terrorism. Didn't say when it was going to begin or how it was going to begin, but underscored that the country should be preparing itself, because the government is preparing itself for a sustained military move against terrorism. President Bush described it as the first world war of the new century, the war against terrorism. Now, our CBS News coverage of all of these events will be going on through the afternoon and evening. I want to remind you that we'll have full coverage on tonight's CBS Evening News. We'll make a real effort on the evening news each night now to bring you up to date. Not just bring you up to date with the most important developments, but also to add as much context and perspective as we possibly can. Now, Ed, we've had in the Joe Biden interview, Senator Biden made it pretty clear that yes, the United States is pressuring the government of Pakistan to do what they can to join in the coalition to pressure the Taliban, but he straightforwardly said, yeah, that could be of some danger to the government of Pakistan because the Taliban might squeeze back, but he said, so be it, that's the kind of situation we're in.
He did, but he also, the question he didn't answer is, what do we do if they don't cooperate?
Our CBS News continuing coverage of the attack on America is what you are watching.
From North Carolina's news leader, this is WRAL TV5 News.
This is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
With his eyes red and wet, the president says his heart is hurting, but vows America will lead the world to victory over terrorism.
More now from
It's been a day of
CBS.
tremendous sadness and happiness. First, the mayor of New York announcing that the city would need between 6,000 and 30,000 body bags. Then a report that 5 firefighters had been found amongst the rubble after being there for 50 hours. But now there is word that that report was in fact erroneous. Another day of intense emotions. Joy as firefighters and rescue workers emerged from an air pocket where they had been trapped. It was only for a short while, but seemed like an eternity. This police officer witnessed that miracle.
The crowd started chanting, USA, USA. It was a really exciting moment.
Then joy was replaced by fear. Rescue crews ran for their lives, fearing another building was about to come down. CBS Newsman Byron Pitts reporting as it happened.
Something just fell. All of us, excuse me, I'm trying to catch my breath.
Search and recovery efforts were halted until the scene was deemed safe. But the top floors of Liberty Plaza, part of the World Trade Center complex, are buckled. It could be the next casualty. As weary rescue workers come out, hundreds more are standing by to go into the jagged landscape.
It's been the greatest privilege I've ever had to serve with the people that I've worked beside. It's been incredible.
Meantime, the search for missing loved ones becomes more desperate with each hour.
Jennifer loves me. We're all waiting for you.
I'm devastated. I'm like dead.
It's not happening. It's just the worst nightmare in hell.
The mayor of New York confirms there are nearly 5,000 people unaccounted for. Around the city, those who can't offer manpower instead offer something else: support. As you can see, volunteers and well-wishers, dozens of them, are still lining the street as the rescue workers come out and go back in. They're also waving American flags, a show of patriotism that will greet President Bush when he comes here tomorrow. Live in New York City, I'm Gretchen Carlson. Let's go live now to Washington, D.C. to Terry Okita. Terry?
Police are following up on more than 22,000 tips in what is being called the most massive and intense investigation in U.S. history. Details of these well-orchestrated, well-financed terrorist attacks are beginning to emerge. 2 planes had 5 hijackers on board. The other 2 had 4 terrorists each. It's believed aviation schools in the U.S. unwittingly trained some of the hijackers to fly. Overall, 50 people may have been involved, and the administration promises a full-scale retaliation.
We will be patient, we will be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. Make no mistake about it, we will win.
Secretary of State Colin Powell now confirms Osama bin Laden is a prime suspect, the first time the administration has officially said as much. President Bush remains highly visible, stopping by a Washington, D.C. hospital to visit those injured in the Pentagon crash.
They talked about escaping, going through fire, and crawling through debris. It's clear that they were fighting for their survival.
At least 190 people are thought dead at the Pentagon. Some of the bodies are being flown to the military mortuary at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. Rescue crews say even in the face of horror, there are stories of heroism.
An Army person, a gentleman probably 50 years old, who had both of his hands basically cut off at the palms, and he was burned severely, and he was more concerned with us treating the other people than himself.
Search crews at the Pentagon are receiving a signal from the black box of Flight 77, but they're having a hard time getting to it. A number of support columns that hold up the building are missing, making conditions both delicate and dangerous. Reporting live from the Pentagon, I'm Terry Okita. Now back to you.
Okay, Terry, thank you.
We may be hundreds of miles away from Washington and New York, but we are still hurting. One of the victims aboard one of the hijacked airlines was from Durham. 31-year-old Carlton Fife was a passenger on American Airlines Flight 11. This picture was taken off the Herald Sun's website. Flight 11 originated in Boston and was the first plane to hit the World Trade Center. A flight attendant from Greensboro and one from Henderson County were also killed in the attacks.
A woman from Apex was in Manhattan when the World Trade Center towers were attacked. Now she is stranded there. Lynn Bestoff is in New Jersey across the Hudson River from downtown New York and joins us with her story. Lynn?
Well, David, actually it's a man. His name is Gurney Mills, and he lives in Apex, 600 miles from the New York City skyline. He comes here often for work because he works for a pharmaceutical company. For the last 4 days, New York City has been his home, not by his choice. Gurney Mills is getting a little tired of strolling the streets of New York in the same clothes. That's what he's had to do because the toppling of the Twin Towers has left him no way to get home.
Just more or less, it's been a full-time job just trying to get out of here.
Mills has spent the rest of his time watching the aftermath of this attack unfold.
It's really given me a greater appreciation for a couple of things. It's given me a greater appreciation for New York and New Yorkers, and I think New Yorkers sometimes maybe get a bad rap, especially in the South. But I've met a lot of people, I've talked to a lot of people over the last few days, and I've seen an unbelievable amount of resolve and resilience and determination that they're going to overcome this, that they're going to bounce back, and that they're going to do so very quickly.
Mills also learned how lucky he is.
You know, while it's been like I said, kind of an inconvenience for me for the last few days, my heart really goes out to the people that really lost everything, including their loved ones.
Now, we are happy to report that that inconvenience for Mills has come to an end. We just got word a little while ago he was able to get a rental car, and he's on his way back to Raleigh. He should be there by about 2 this morning. He was telling me that for days he had tried to get planes, trains, rental cars. No luck. The earliest plane he could get was 6 o'clock tonight. Trains were booked solid. Rental car, he couldn't get a one-way rental car out of the city because they just won't do that right now because of all this terrorist threat kind of thing. David?
Yeah, I'm sure he is glad to be coming back home and will be welcome to be home when he gets here. Len Bestoff, thank you. Now, we have a crew in Washington as well. Scott Mason will join us live during our 6 o'clock newscast with the reaction he was able to get today in the nation's capital.
The FAA lifted the ban on commercial flight today. This is the first international plane to land in the U.S. since flights were grounded Tuesday. The Alitalia jet arrived at Los Angeles International Airport from Canada shortly after 1 o'clock today. Before airports can allow planes to take off and land, they have to meet new safety guidelines. RDU International has things tightened up. Tom Lawrence is live at the airport, which just reopened. Tom.
Pam, you're right. It did just reopen 5 o'clock exactly. Several commercial jets have actually landed and taken off here today. However, they were all empty with the exception of crews. They're all going back to their bases. But as of right now, RDU is open again for business. It took a while, certainly because of those much more strict FAA regulations you mentioned. But about 3 hours ago, that certification was approved.
That means it's open for people to come get their cars who've been prevented from access to their cars parked here. It means passengers will be able to come here and get on their flights. I would urge passengers to please call their airline 800 numbers to double check their flights. There are just a few going in, and flights will resume on a limited basis. So not necessarily everyone who has a ticket in the next few days will be able to get out.
And when you come, it's going to be a different experience.
When you come, it's going to be a very different experience. When you come, you must come at least 2 hours ahead of time. The airlines are recommending that length of time in order to comply with the new security regulations. When you come, you cannot leave your car unattended at curbside. It will be immediately towed away. When you come, you will notice that we have had to block off hourly lots for A and C and part of the daily lot for C. We did that because we had to do it to comply with the new FAA regulations that mandate that no vehicle can be parked within 300 feet of the terminal building.
Now, all of that is very important information for those of you who plan to fly in the next hours or next few days. In addition, e-ticket holders, in addition to regular paper ticket holders, must check in at the gate. That's downstairs at the terminals. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed past the security checkpoint. People will be checked with the magnetic wands. Some people may even be patted down because they do not have enough of those wands. They only expect about a half dozen commercial flights to leave here this evening. Tomorrow, of course, they hope things will pick up a little more, but it'll take several days before things get back to some semblance of normalcy. Pam?
Tom, if you don't know the answer to this, I apologize, but as the parent of a minor, a child, I'm wondering if I don't have a ticket, if an adult doesn't have a ticket for a child, will we be able to go in with our children?
That I don't know, Pam. Okay. However, I understand there's no way around this. It's going to be that way. You know, if you don't have a ticket, you can't go. Parents can't go meet their kids, that kind of thing. They'll have to come out somehow.
Oh, all right, we'll have to work these things out. Tom, thank you. We'll be back with you later. Midway Airlines folded yesterday, blaming its bankruptcy on the terrorist attacks. Hundreds of Midway passengers stood in line to get refunds. Midway officials say they're trying to make arrangements with other carriers, but the turmoil in the airline industry right now has slowed the process. Triangle-based Midway is refunding tickets. Most of these people liked the airline and hate to see it go.
We love the airline. My daughter is in New York and flies back all the time, and we just did a great service, great aircraft, great company. I hate to see this happen to them.
Travelers holding Midway tickets for flights during the next few days or weeks may have a difficult time finding seats on other planes or low fares. So many of you have friends and family who live in New York or D.C.
Well, one woman had to wait for word from relatives who worked both at the Pentagon and the World Trade Center. Deborah Morgan has their story. Deb?
Well, thanks, David and Pam. As we all absorb what's happening in New York and Washington, phone calls continue to trickle into our community. Some good, some bad. A Wilson woman had not one relative, but three in the path of the planes. Brian Bowman has her story.
Three of Maddie Hill Brown's loved ones went to work Tuesday just before the planes hit. Her older sister Evelyn worked in the World Trade Center, and two nieces, Teresa and Rachel, worked in the Pentagon.
Been sitting by the phone, watching it, babysitting it. You couldn't go nowhere because you didn't know where someone would call while you were gone or not. And when you turned television on, all they were showing was what was happening, and that was nerve-wracking.
So nerve-wracking, Hill wound up in the hospital yesterday. Her heart condition flared up under the stress.
Got my band on right now. I hadn't put it out.
If Brown looks familiar to you, there's a good reason. She's well known around Wilson for opening her doors and her kitchen to the homeless. Every weekend, she feeds dozens of people here in her house, using her own resources.
Oh, merciful Father, we come today.
But this time, the helper needed help. Yesterday, the news came about her nieces.
Wednesday morning at 1:30 a.m., my niece, Teresa Van Gogh, called and said that she made it safely home and that Rachel was on her way home. That's the two that was in Washington, D.C.
And just a little while ago today, the phone rang again. Her sister is also safe.
Everything changed, and it was a great relief. I said, Lord, I thank you.
But her prayers will continue.
Just pray. There are people out there that don't know where their family is. Just pray.
Brian Bowman, WRAL TV5 News, Wilson.
Brian tells us Brown still had two phones nearby during the interview you just saw, but she says she is blessed that she isn't expecting any bad news this time. Thousands of people have felt compelled to help out any way they can with blood, money, even sending teddy bears. But if you're 11 or 12 or 13, what can you do? One Johnston County school has its own relief effort underway. Education reporter Vaughn Simon shows us exactly what young people with a little vision can do.
And this is not a competition among the grades. We're doing this for America.
Spirit strips for sale, 10 cents a piece. 10 for $1, $1 for America.
Actually, like we gonna sell. We gonna sell.
Smithfield Middle School's 8th grade class is selling red, white, and blue.
It's helping all those victims from the bombing, and we just need to raise money and help them out.
Middle school is too young to drive, to date too often. But not this time.
We care, even though we're young, we still care about what happened, and it meant a lot to us, and that we care a lot about our country.
Bits of paper, tiny scraps to bind up the brokenhearted. Thousands are indeed broken and buried under a mountain of hate.
It'll always be a scar on our heart, and it'll never go away. It'll heal, but it won't completely go away.
The students are making chains with their ribbons, and the goal is to completely circle the football field. Maybe a couple of times.
We want to raise like a bunch of money. We want to raise at least $1,000.
They picked up 1/3 of their goal in 1 hour.
I don't think it'll be that hard. We have a lot of dedicated students here.
10 cents a piece to bring peace. Yvonne Simons, WRAL TV5 News, Smithfield.
Boy, what spirit. Smithfield Middle School has issued a challenge to North Carolina schools and schools nationwide. They want them to duplicate their project and to send the proceeds to the American Red Cross. David and Pam?
Okay, very savvy students.
Yes. You don't have to feel helpless, like there's nothing you can do for the victims of the terrorist attacks.
You can lend a hand, and our health team, Dr. Alan Mask, is live at Crabtree Valley Mall with more on our Relief for America campaign. Dr. Mask?
David and Pam, the response here has simply been overwhelming. We've been here since about 9 o'clock this morning, and gosh, you can see people are still coming. We've had some 4,000 people to come through this location alone. At our 3 locations, we've collected over $200,000. Men, women, couples, children, people on bicycles, people on crutches, they all wanted to make a difference.
This is really unprecedented, there's no question.
Because I feel for America. Because I've lived and worked in New York and have friends there. Just want to do what I can.
We've had people coming up, obviously people without a lot of money, people opening their wallet and saying, I don't have much, but I have $2 to give. Is that okay?
I think like most Americans, you just want to support your country. A lot of people are hurting, and I think it's important for all Americans to get together and help out our fellow Americans.
I'm here in my uniform, in my full flight attendant uniform today. I'm here to make a donation, and I would like to dedicate my donation to my brothers and sisters who were on flights 11 and flight 77. I'm sorry.
Now we've got 3 locations. We're currently at Crabtree Valley Mall. You can also stop by the Cary Town Center in Cary and the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. If you simply can't stop by today, you can send checks to the American Red Cross Attention Disaster Relief Fund, 100 North Pear Tree Lane, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27610. Make checks payable to American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund, and in the memo section of your check, write WRAL Relief Fund. You can also call 1-800-HELP-NOW to use your credit card or donate online at WRAL online. And again, we'll be here tonight until 7 o'clock. We just got a check from the South Johnston High School. They brought dollars and $5 bills and change amounting to over $1,600. What an amazing turnout, Pam and David.
Oh, you said it. Dr. Mass, thank you so much.
That is very powerful.
Yes.
Well, we are going to take a short break, then Greg will be here with the forecast.
As we go to commercial, it's hard not to get emotional by this sight. Buckingham Palace guards saluting the victims of the American attacks and playing our national anthem.
Look at this. Harbor Landing in all of its brilliance. Incredible waterfront in a gated community at spectacular Lake Gaston. And right now, for a very limited time during this special fall promotion, you can purchase a home site in this stunning community for 25% discounts. That's right, 25%. Prices from the 30s. Unbelievable amenity package. Long-term, low-interest financing available. Act now. 2 days only this weekend. Call right now at 1-877-298-6335.
It's a great time of the year to buy a car from Thompson Cadillac Oldsmobile. We've got closeout prices on the 2001 DeVille, Seville, and Eldorado. You can get a great price on those cars right now. You have to drive the 2002 Escalade. That vehicle is awesome, and I think once you drive it, you'll see what I'm talking about. We have a great selection of low-mileage, pre-owned Cadillac and Oldsmobiles that are affordable, have been inspected, and come with a warranty. At Thompson Cadillac Oldsmobile, we want your business. We want to be easy to do business with. I think it shows.
We're going to get a quick look at the weather now with Greg.
All right, let's get right to it here. We'll show you the satellite loop, and you can see some high clouds coming up in eastern North Carolina, and Tropical Storm Gabrielle down here about 160 miles off the Florida coast. Temperatures today very comfortable, near 80. There's the real cool air that's coming here. A little bit better look at Gabrielle down here. Still most of the thunderstorm activity off to the east of the center. The latest coordinates 25.5 and 84.3. Max winds up to 50, drifting off to the northeast at 5. The forecast track now is much different than it looked earlier. We're not sure we're ready to buy into this yet, but the official Hurricane Center track taking it up across Florida and out into the Atlantic in 72 hours. Obviously, if that happened, North Carolina would have to keep an eye on it, although early indications are that if it does cross Florida, it will have a very hard time turning north up toward the North Carolina coast, but definitely something to watch. All right, 80 degrees at the airport at 5 o'clock. Forecast for tonight, fair and comfy, the low 60. Sunshine, high clouds tomorrow morning. Then it'll start to become rather windy in the afternoon with the passage of the front, a high of 80 and a northeast wind of 10 to 20. Still expected to drop into the 40s tomorrow night and also on Sunday morning, with temperatures cool Saturday, beginning to warm up as we head toward the early part of next week.
All right, Greg, and we thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, sometimes the best way to cope with the kind of grief and fear the terrorist attacks have caused is to seek comfort from others with a hug, maybe simply just a smile. The City of Durham, in partnership with WRAL TV, Fox 50, and Radio 1, will present a Vigil of Hope tomorrow night at 7 at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. Gates open at 6.
And we will be back with more news at 6 o'clock. In the meantime, back to CBS's coverage of Attack on America.
Pause in the market of this length since the First World War. But it is clearly in the interests of the American people that we focus first on the human tragedy, and then we can get back to restoring our markets to being what they've been for 200 years, the envy of the rest of the world.
Did you actively consider opening the markets tomorrow rather than waiting until Monday?
Well, Dan, we actually did, and I must say this was not a singular act on the part of the New York Stock Exchange. This was a coordinated effort between this marketplace, the NASDAQ, and certainly in conjunction with all of our customer broker-dealers, with the wonderful participation of government agencies such as the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Treasury, the Fed, both at the national level and at the New York level, have been locked arm in arm with us trying to restore our capital markets. But the judgment and the decision to restore the market on Monday morning at 9:30, as we will, was first and foremost conditioned on the safety of those who will come to work in this area and the wonderful efforts on the part of so many thousands of men and women who are right now digging through that terrible, terrible rubble that was once that shining pair of towers in Lower Manhattan, finding, as we have today, additional people who are alive and recovering, unfortunately, those whom we've lost. And that really, Dan, was the most important consideration. The markets will resume on Monday. America will shine brightly. These are the most resilient markets in the world. Investors should know that. Our citizens throughout this country have poured their support out to our president, to our leaders in Washington, and certainly to those in the private sector, that this is exactly what we should be doing.
Talking to Dick Grasso, who is head of the New York Stock Exchange, and thank you for taking time, this much time. I know how busy you are, but are you not concerned, worried about what's going to happen when the markets reopen on Monday, since they've been closed for so long?
Well, Dan, clearly, I think that time can create both a concern and it can create a comfort to the American investor. It gives us the opportunity to assess this terrible tragedy, this heinous crime, but it also reminds us that markets and investments are not necessarily conditioned by one day's performance. Our economy is the strongest in the world. And clearly, what investors now have the opportunity to do is assess both the near and long term. And what we know from the 20th century is that those who act prudently, those who act rationally, Dan, will be well rewarded by the marketplace.
Let us hope. Dick Grasso, head of the New York Stock Exchange, thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Dan.
We go now live to Cynthia Bowers at O'Hare International Airport in Chicago. Cynthia?
Dan, actually, I'm downtown in the Loop, and I can tell you that what Dick Grasso just said is already being borne out here. The financial markets in Chicago are open today. Stock options are not being traded, but all the commodities are, and they are up. They are well up. So, you know, that goes along with what he said, and that's good news. Security is still tighter than it normally is in this part of town. You see police walking around. I know our own building has seen a lot of police presence. The other thing is police are towing any unoccupied cars that are in the downtown area. There's been a big scare, obviously, about bombs being in anything like a car. Sears Tower has tightened security, but some of the people who work in there say that they don't feel security is tightened enough, that they would like to see their backpacks checked and their purses checked, that they feel right now we need to be very careful about what gets into some of these big buildings. The mayor still has his 911 center open, and he's giving periodic briefings. And one of the things that had him very angry today, he was talking about a community in suburban Chicago called Bridgeview, where there was a march last night toward a mosque. It was seen as threatening by the people who are in the mosque. There was also a shooting of a Yemeni gas station owner in nearby Indiana. A man with a machine gun walked into his gas station and fired at least 20 shots into the plexiglass. That prevented the bullets from getting to the man, but he said today he would be back up and operating, but he doesn't understand, he's an American citizen now, why he was singled out for attack. The mayor says that we have to be very careful to guard against hate crimes like this, because it was hate that got us here in the first place. But I do believe things are getting back to normal here. The longer that we have passed from the attack, I think the city begins to feel a little better. Initially, Chicago was feeling very vulnerable. There was still, that hijacked plane in the air. People here were very worried that Chicago might logically be the next place. We have the world's second tallest building here, as I mentioned, the Sears Tower. So, that's something that could be considered a target. Last night, a group of business owners and people who work in the Loop met with city leaders, and they said, we're here because of what happened in New York and what happened in Washington, and we basically know what can you do to guarantee our safety. We talked to a security expert today and an architect who both said that there's nothing you can do to guard against what happened in New York from a building point of view, but that buildings are being made more secure now. One of the things that they pointed out is that buildings are being made to stand up so that people can evacuate, and that's how the Sears Tower is built. So things are getting back to normal, as I said, but there still is a police presence, and I think most of the people around are glad to see the police out. Dan?
Cynthia Bowers, well, they told me you were outside O'Hare Airport, and you were indeed outside, way outside at the Loop. Cynthia Bowers, thanks. We go now to Cheryl Atkinson in Washington, D.C. for a report on what do we tell the children, how schools are dealing with this tragedy. Cheryl?
Dan, in Washington, D.C. and in New York, of course, a special challenge. There were a lot of tears at the schools today, the first day back at school since all of this happened. Tears among both the teachers and the students. The District of Columbia deployed 200 counselors around to the schools. They borrowed counselors from hospitals, the police department, the mental health department, the recreation department, all designed to help the children and the teachers cope. The theme seemed to be talk about it, address it, answer questions, tell the kids what you can about the tragedy, the teachers were told. If you don't have the answers, it's okay to say that as well. The number one advice that they're sending home to parents, and this is coming home in actually a tip sheet that goes home to the parents from the schools today. Give your children lots of hugs and touching, especially at bedtime. Answer their questions, let them talk about it, but give them a lot of physical protection to at least give them the sense of security, because there's so much uncertainty. We went to Leckie Elementary in Washington, D.C., where they lost Hilda Taylor, a teacher who came here in the 1970s from Sierra Leone, West Africa, and Bernard Brown, an 11-year-old 6th grade student. Those two from that school were aboard the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. They were bound for a trip to California, a special field trip that they had won through competition, sponsored by the National Geographic, and both said to be very, very excited to be taking the trip. It was the first flight for some of the kids who were on there who had won the trip. Art therapy was the order of the day at the school. The counselors encouraged the children to say goodbye to Bernard Brown and to Hilda Taylor, the teacher, by writing to them, writing sympathy cards, drawing pictures. And across the country, we checked, this was happening in schools everywhere. Children were told to put their feelings in words and in pictures. The image that seemed to bother them most, if you had to pick one, was the image of the people jumping from the World Trade Center towers as it was burning. Children were saying they just couldn't understand why anybody would do that, that at least maybe they would have had a chance if they had stayed in the building, and they really, really were horrified by the image. The other thing that seemed to disturb children a lot were seeing kids their own age in danger, seeing the pictures of children evacuating near the World Trade Center. Whatever age group the children watching are, they're terrified when they see children that they really relate to in their age group having that kind of fear. On the tip sheet that's going home for parents in the District of Columbia, it says, as I mentioned, hug and touch your child often. Reassure the child frequently that you are safe and you're together. Talk with your child. Keep them as much in their daily routine as you can because they depend on those routines. And remember that the children pick up a lot from the adults who surround them, from the parents. If the parents seem to be dealing with the grief better, the children will as well. And yet the advice is from the counselors, don't hide it. Let your child see that you're dealing with grief, that you're feeling the emotions, and that it's all right, but that their world still is all right, and that they should feel safe. So this is a big day for the kids going back to school today for the first time in Washington, D.C. and in New York City. And the counselors were really overwhelmed. They had a big job on their hands.
Cheryl Atkinson, stand by if you will. I may have a couple of questions to you about this later on, but right now there seems to be a development at Newark Airport where our Randall Pinkston is. Randall, what's happening?
Dan, a very jittery, jumpy day here at Newark as airline operations try to move towards normal. Minutes ago, one of our cameramen saw people beginning to leave Terminal A in a very hurried fashion. Not panic, but everyone was evacuating the terminal. It turns out that it apparently was a rumor. Someone heard that the terminal was being evacuated. There had been no orders, and people just began to walk out the door, obviously with the fear, the thought that perhaps Tuesday was beginning to happen all over again. Port Authority, police officers, the Port Authority, of course, is the agency that administers this airport and the other two here in New York. Port Authority police came out and told the passengers, there's no problem, you can go back inside the building, you can wait on your flights. Of course, they were reminded that very few flights are departing from this airport, or for that matter, most airports around the country today, and that they should check with their airlines rather than looking at their tickets for departure times. Now, this happened some 2 to 3 hours after CBS News learned that 3 people were detained in that same terminal at American Airlines. We don't know why they were detained. We do know that authorities here requested that FBI agents come to the scene, presumably to assist in the investigation and possibly to conduct some questioning, but we don't know the status of those 3 individuals. And of course, earlier today, the Port Authority surrounded and detained a Saudi Arabian plane, a commercial 747, and also, we're told, detained the flight crew and the security crew. We were told that they were not placed under arrest, but that the detention of the plane and the crew were made under a request from the State Department. A very jittery day here, very, very high emphasis on security, high alert status for police authorities at this airport, and understandably so. Dan?
Newark Airport underscoring that if you have any reason, if you absolutely positively must go to an airport, you think you have a flight, you better check it out there when you go. Even for a domestic flight, try to get there 2 hours ahead of developments. Black box, the hijacked plane that crashed in southwestern Pennsylvania. They've heard sound.
Transport boxes out of the hijacked plane that crashed in southwestern Pennsylvania. They've heard sounds from
one of the transponders in the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. Haven't found it yet.
In the Pentagon, but they hear sounds from what they think is one of the black boxes that the plane that hit the air.
Went to Camp David, Maryland, so he and President
looking in the same general area.
At the same time,
security was looking out from the White House, as you're familiar with the
White House,
the Lafayette Public put together the would indicate red
the Secret Service and other members of still concerned about the
ground support elements. There was conspiracy that
18 hijackers to the death. According to
concerned about where those people are and trying to find them. So, for whatever reason, Vice President Cheney
have gone to Camp David, so he will not be in the same president of the United States. Those are among the developments. Now, Bob Orr, who specializes in covering aviation for us, is in our Washington Bureau with more details on what is and is not happening with airline traffic in this country.
Well, Dan, first, there may be some breaking developments going on in the New York area. I have to emphasize this is preliminary information, and at the moment we have it on one reliable source, but this is somebody that usually is reliable and knows. I'm told that some people have been detained at JFK International Airport in New York. The word arrest was used, but I'm not sure they meant arrested. But some people have been detained and have been taken away. The FBI, we're told, has been called in there. The important part of this, and I don't know what any of that means, but the important part is apparently this is serious enough that the FAA has now stopped all outbound traffic in all New York airports. Effective now, there is a reinstated ground stop for departing flights from Newark, LaGuardia, and JFK. Also, any flights waiting anywhere in the country heading for New York for the moment are being held at those airports. Of course, there are some planes already in the air, and those planes will be allowed to land. We don't know how this relates. We don't even know for certain that it does relate, but this shows that the FAA and the federal system is jittery enough that they're taking no chances whatsoever, Dan, and we continue to check on this.
Bob, may I ask a question about this? This is new information. I want to make sure I understand that all three of the major New York airports, that would be Newark, LaGuardia, and JFK, we don't know about the Westchester Airport or Teterboro Airport, right. They've reinstated a hold. Nothing goes out of those airports at the moment.
That's right. It's what's called in the industry a ground stop. In essence, it just freezes all of the traffic on the ground. Now, there aren't many flights, but for the moment and until further notice, there'll be no flights, Dan, taking off from JFK, LaGuardia, or from Newark. As I said, those flights already inbound in the air will be allowed to land. But the authorities are taking this serious, Dan.
Well, and while it's unconfirmed, it's believed that at JFK that the FBI or local law enforcement people have taken at least into custody, at very least are detaining, if not arresting, some people for whatever reason there. Bob, you used the word jittery, and certainly that's an apt word, and we've used it ourselves. We also want to point out that we simply don't know why these actions are being taken. It may very well be that opposed to just nervousness, that there's some indication that they could catch at one or more of these airports some of these people who gave support to the actual hijackers and are known to still be at large in the country. So we simply don't know why it has happened, but the fact of the matter is, and the breaking development is, that at all three major New York airports, they're now on a shutdown until further notice.
That's correct, Dan.
Bob, what else can you tell us about what's been happening today and has not been happening with the resumption of some airline traffic?
Well, it's more not happening than happening. As you know, this morning, Secretary of Transportation Mineta did lift the shutdown order, and at least until a few minutes ago, things seem to be trying to trickle back towards normal. There have been some flights taking off. Some of the flights that included the diverted passengers from the other day have taken off. But the fact is, with the new security requirements in place, every airline, every airport has to come to the fore and certify again that it can meet the new regulations. This means that everything that has been slow to start with now slows way down. It's not going to be uncommon for passengers to have a 2-hour wait, maybe longer. More bags will be screened. More profiling of passengers will be done. In some places, if you're traveling, you'll see armed guards stationed at key security checkpoints. And beyond the checkpoints, nobody but passengers, no family members, no guests. So the system is coming back slowly, of course, with this development now in New York. That, again, will put the brakes on, at least in part.
Ed?
They're also, to show you how concerned they are, a Learjet, a private plane, went into Nashville's airspace and no one knew who it was. They closed down and evacuated the airport, told the plane to land until they could determine who it was. Then they opened the airport again. That's how concerned people are.
Interesting anecdote. Bill Plant is at the White House. Well, the security remains a concern there, Bill. It's been heightened this afternoon.
And security obviously a much bigger concern today for some reason than yesterday. The perimeter of security around the White House has been expanded. The vice president has moved his base of operations from the White House complex to Camp David. He left here at lunchtime. We checked. They said he was going home to eat. Reasonable enough. He lives just up Massachusetts Avenue in a mansion there. But now we learn that he's gone to Camp David, where he will remain until at least the weekend. The point being, according to his staff, to separate the president from the vice president so that they're not both in the same place. That would indicate that they remain concerned about the security of both men. And that, of course, might jibe with the apparent continued presence of some of the people involved in this plot still on U.S. soil. And as Dan, as you well know, there is some conjecture about other teams which may not have implemented hijacks. They could still be out there. Obviously, prudence is the order of the day here.
Bill Plant live at the White House. Ed Bradley, you have some updated figures on the number of injured. There are about 5,000 people, perhaps more, listed as missing, 4,700 of them plus in New York alone, but these are figures about wounded.
They're saying now that 3,800 people have been injured. Of course, some of those are in the aftermath of the terrorist attack in the next day or so. But some of them were also injured during the attack. Still listed as 94 dead, 46 bodies identified, and just scores of body parts.
Ed Bradley, thanks. 60 Minutes 2 correspondent Scott Pelley has interviewed former President Bill Clinton. And we have a portion of that interview to play for you now. Of course, we'll have more on tonight's CBS Evening News and through the evening, but we want to give you now a portion of Scott Pelley's talk with former President Bill Clinton.
I just came from, I got out of Union Square and walked south, and just, Chelsea and I wanted to just go down there and encourage people, thank the workers, and I've never seen anything like it, but the people have rallied magnificently. All these people working to get their friends and neighbors out of the rubble, and I think the mayor's done a terrific job, and the governor. New Yorkers are pulling together.
Sir, you fought terrorism all 8 years of your administration, and yet it wasn't enough.
It's
never enough.
We nearly, well, it'll never be enough as long as there are people out there with money and networks and who are willing to die and have a whole different view of human life and values than we do. But let me say, I believe the president and the administration will do the right thing. I think they're doing everything that can humanly be done. When they ascertain all the facts, I think they will take the appropriate action. And I believe that the magnitude of this has generated support for the United States and for taking action against these people that did not exist before. And that will open up some options for the president that would not have been there before. And I just think it's very important that the American people this time just pull together and support and trust them all to do the right thing. I think they'll do the right thing.
When you saw the buildings come down, sir?
I was in Australia, and Bruce Lindsay called me on the phone. Said that he and Cheryl Mills had told me what happened, and then we were on the phone together, and they were watching the airplane hit the second tower, and so I haven't had much sleep the last 2 days. I got a military plane, came home as quickly as I could.
What's the message?
The message is that this is an act which was both evil and which denies our common humanity. And what we Americans have to do, what New Yorkers have to do, is to prove them wrong.
Scott Pelley interviewing former President Clinton just a short while ago. As President Clinton indicated in the interview as he was coming out of it, as best he could, just having a look, trying to lend his support and encouragement to those who are working to bring New York back out of this disaster, while at the same time trying not to be intrusive. As you heard, the president very supportive of New York's Republican mayor, Rudolph Giuliani, supportive of President Bush, and his efforts. President Clinton expressing confidence in President George Bush and his team, and urging Americans, in effect, also to have confidence in what the president is doing, and saying that, in effect, he believed that America will be united behind whatever efforts the president decides. Now, there's a headline from the U.S. Capitol. The Capitol is being evacuated because of a bomb scare in the Senate. Now, clearly understand, we treat this as bulletin material. The Capitol is being evacuated because of a bomb scare in the Senate. That doesn't mean anything has happened. This is part of sort of standard operating procedure when you have this kind of situation. Now you say, well, this is a unique situation. Indeed it is. But, you know, there are precautionary procedures that go into effect when anybody threatens a bomb at the Capitol, much less anybody thinks they have any testimony or evidence that there might be a bomb in the Capitol, but especially under these circumstances, naturally they're going to evacuate the Capitol. So there was a bomb threat directed at the Senate, the full nature of which we do not know, so an evacuation of the U.S. Capitol is underway. But when you put this all together with other things that have been happening during the afternoon, a story begins to form, the details of which we do not have, and for that matter, we don't have the complete formation of the story, but we know the following. First, they lengthened out the security perimeter around the White House, pushing it past Lafayette Square in front of the White House, and there was a report of that, and reporters had questions about it, and then there was a report that Vice President Cheney was leaving to go up to Camp David so that he would not be in the same general working area as the President of the United States. Then you had a shutdown of the three major airports in New York shortly after they had opened today, opened in effect, but Kennedy, Newark, LaGuardia, shut down, nothing flies out of there for a while. And now we have this evacuation of this Capitol. So clearly there are concerns that there may be other elements of the cowardly but murderous conspiracy that's been operating this week, concerns that elements of it may still be at large. Bob Schieffer's at the Capitol now and is up and ready to tell us what's going on there, Bob.
Yeah, Dan, just like 2 or 3 minutes ago, our staffer, John Nolan, who's part of our crew of reporters who cover the Capitol, called and said that the Capitol staff had told them to evacuate. They gave them no reason for that, and we're just across the street here from the Capitol in what they call the Russell Senate Office Building. We're on a balcony here, which is kind of our little headquarters. This is just one of a series of evacuations that have taken place today, Dan. We've had this series of bomb threats. We don't know if they have to be taken seriously. For example, the American University Law School was evacuated earlier today. A bomb scare there. Nothing came of it, but of course in this atmosphere and at this time, each and every one of these have to be taken seriously. There was one, in fact, at the Pentagon earlier this morning. We're told that, and I'm sorry, someone was telling me something in my ear. The chamber of the Senate is empty. I can see this on our monitor now. The Senate had been, of course, in session throughout the day. Members of the Senate had a bipartisan lunch earlier today. They've been working on this $20 billion appropriation that the president has asked for. And in fact, just when we learned of this, we were told that House Speaker Hastert came out of another meeting, and there is now talk of doubling that appropriation to $40 billion to help New York and to give another $20 billion to help in this fight against terrorism. But all of that, of course, Dan, for the moment takes a back seat as we try to figure out what's happened with this evacuation. I would just stress that this is not the first evacuation of a building here in Washington that we've had today. We seem to be going through a series of these things.
Bob Schieffer, live on Capitol Hill, where they've, as a precautionary measure, evacuated the Capitol. That live picture you saw was a totally, completely empty floor of the Senate. And there was a bomb threat reported directed toward the Senate, and so as precautionary measure, they have evacuated the Capitol. Let's go back to Bob Orr in Washington. There's some other interesting developments beginning to poke their way into the headlines, including what's happening at New York airports. Bob, what's the latest on this shutdown at LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark?
Well, Dan, we do have some new information. Apparently those airports will remain closed for some time. Just a few moments ago, a senior government official confirmed to CBS News that 4 people were arrested as they attempted to board a United Airlines jet at about 5 o'clock this evening at John F. Kennedy Airport. It's not clear who these people are. It's not clear at this point if they are connected in any way with Tuesday's attacks. But I am told by the senior government official that the FBI and the Port Authority police in New York made the arrests as the 4 people tried to get on this airliner, and we're now attempting to find out where the airliner was destined to go. The fallout from this is simply this. All flights at Newark and at Kennedy and at LaGuardia for the moment are frozen on the tarmac. They are not being permitted to go anywhere. All flights around the country that are bound for those airports are also being held on the ground at airport gates, except for, of course, the flights already in the air, and they are being allowed to land. But once those flights land in the next hour or so, I expect all 3 of the New York airports will likely remain closed. So, Dan, that's the latest we have. Again, we're still trying to find out how, if at all, these arrests of these 4 individuals are connected to the Tuesday attacks.
Bob Orr, live at our Washington Bureau. At some other airports, Los Angeles International Airport, Seattle, Atlanta, it's a different picture at each individual airport around the country. Some are beginning to move some flights, some are not. It's going to be a while, days, maybe weeks, before airline traffic in this country gets back to anywhere near approaching normal based on the events of the day. Ed Bradley?
Well, one of the major airports in this country, Washington's Reagan National Airport, is closed and has been closed. Each of these airports has to go through what they call a recertification process. They're going to have to shut down, they're going to have to do a sweep of the airport, and then they're going to have to recertify with the government exactly what steps they have taken to meet the new stringent security requirements. And that's going to take time, longer for some airports than for others.
And Ed, in the background of all of this is the ongoing investigation by the FBI and other law enforcement agencies, investigation who is responsible, and also the pursuit of people who are now known to have supported the 18 killed murderous skyjackers. The belief is that, I think the figure was at least 10 such people are thought to be at large somewhere in the country. And so along with cautionary steps being taken, such as evacuating the Capitol, the Vice President going up to Camp David, you have law enforcement pursuing these people, hoping they can catch some of them.
And you also have a case where the Attorney General said today that they are pursuing thousands of leads. So under normal circumstances, somebody comes up with a lead or a tip that they might discard or disregard. Now I think they have to follow anything that comes in the door. They have to at least check it out.
And they have thousands of leads.
They have thousands of leads that they're trying to follow. And they have at least 10 people that they think are suspects, and they think there may be more. I mean, there was a report earlier today that there were 50 people involved. So people are throwing, and some of them are government officials, throwing these numbers out here. I don't think anyone is really sure who was involved, other than the names that they have on those manifests and a few others that they've been able to associate with them.
And keep in mind, excuse me for interrupting, but keep in mind that we expect to have pictures of the 18 hijackers. The FBI says they'll release sometime this evening pictures of all 18 of the hijackers who aboard the plane. Ed, Mika Brzezinski is downtown where something seems to be happening, so we'll break this off and go to you, Mika.
Well, Dan, I just want to tell you, first of all, the air here is getting really bad, and I'm not going to be surprised if we hear a lot more about the ramifications of this down the road about this. Take a look behind me. Down there is the disaster zone, but what's happening here is this thick cloud of smoke that literally hurts to breathe in. It's just slowly coming our way. It's weaving around the buildings. It's thick. It's heavy, and it literally hurts to breathe. This is a problem especially for people who live around here. There are thousands of people who live in these city blocks, and they're breathing this every day. I don't know what's in it. I've heard reports of asbestos and whatever else, and this is becoming a big problem. But I also want to show you something else. Since we've been out here, we've been watching a lot come out, a lot of emotions, and in the middle of all this, there is unity and there is patriotism. There's a visual symbol there you can see in this crippled part of the city, and it can be seen in the form of the stars and stripes that are literally everywhere. This is what people who live here, supporters want, rescuers, anybody, survivors. They just want everyone to see the American flag. It feels good for the volunteers to see this. It feels good for all of us, quite frankly. It seems to say to everybody here who is hurting, we are here for you. Now, this show of support as people from all walks of life are coming together by the hundreds to risk everything just to try to help. And even on the trucks, as you see going in, they got to have their American flag. They've got a lot to do. They've got a lot coming up, but they just want to have that American flag out there. And in terms of help, Dan, the Red Cross, 1-877 Red Cross, they need social workers, psychologists, licensed psychiatric nurses. Over to you.
Mika Brzezinski. And from the flag-draped and dust-permeated streets of Lower Manhattan, we take you back to the Capitol and Bob Schieffer. Bob?
Just a little more information, Dan. They have now evacuated the entire Capitol. When we reported to you just a minute ago, they had evacuated the Senate side of the Capitol. While all this was going on, members of the House were in a closed session. They go into a closed session in the House of Representatives. They were getting an intelligence briefing. But while that was going on, the siren went off that there was some kind of a threat, and the House members left there. They came streaming out of the Capitol. Now the Capitol steps are bare. If you were where the cameraman is right now taking that picture, you would see a lot of people out on the Capitol lawn. They're all standing out there waiting for word on whether they can go back in. I would say again, Dan, just to underline that this is a precautionary step, I think, and to underline that this is just one in a series of building evacuations we've had here in Washington today. The American University Law School was one of the buildings evacuated. The Pentagon at one point this morning, there was an evacuation. There have been a series of these threats of authorities receiving word that there was something about to happen and buildings are evacuated. Obviously, nothing at this point has happened at the U.S. Capitol, and that's about the latest we have right now, Dan.
Bob Schieffer at the very recently evacuated again U.S. Capitol. I say again because on Tuesday, after the World Trade Center buildings had been hit, the Capitol was evacuated at that time. Today, an evacuation because of a bomb threat against the Senate. Other developments, two New York City firemen were pulled from the debris and rubble today. Yes, rubble. Yes, it was reported earlier that 5 and perhaps as many as 7 had been pulled out, but some of that was a foul-up of communications, not true. And the 2 firemen who were found in the rubble today had not been there since the collapse of the buildings. They were people who had become trapped and or lost within the last 12 to 24 hours. But at any rate, it was a moment of happiness and joy that they were found and pulled out, and there were great shouts when they were found. The airports in New York have been shut down again. 4 people were taken off a United Airlines flight at JFK. So far as we can ascertain, detained, if not exactly arrested, and what that's all about, nobody is yet clear on. The Vice President Cheney has gone to the presidential retreat at Camp David, Maryland, just as a precautionary measure, apparently not to be working in the same place as the president. The stock exchanges will not open again tomorrow. They will be closed for a 4th consecutive day. That has not happened since the beginning of World War I. They will reopen on Monday. Standard & Poor's, among others, are now speculating, and I want you to italicize that word, speculating that the events of this week will at least for a short time put the U.S. economy into recession. Now, those are the kinds of predictions that sometimes prove to be correct and sometimes not, but when name organizations and distinguished economists begin to say, well, it's going to tip it into recession at least shortly, notice must be paid. On the other hand, a spokesman for the American insurance industry said, number one, that insurance companies worldwide who hold the insurance paper on the World Trade Center and all these other businesses, they will be able to pay the insurance. No insurance company will collapse because of it. And he, being a rather distinguished economist himself, said he felt that any recession would be very short-lived because he pointed out after Hurricane Andrew in the early 1990s in South Florida, that South Florida actually boomed partly as a result of all the money poured in to rebuild the destruction of Hurricane Andrew. And by the way, this spokesman, Mr. Hedrick from the insurance industry, said that the total cost of damage from the events of this week would be near or possibly exceed the $15 billion insurance cost that was incurred during Hurricane Andrew. That was a record, $15 billion after Hurricane Andrew. The insurance company, insurance industry spokesman said he thought that the cost of this would come very close to that and possibly exceed it. Ed Bradley, what have I left out that I should have said?
I think you pretty much covered it, Dan. We have one piece of audio tape that I'd like you to listen to. It's very brief. We've heard all of these cell phone conversations. This was a woman by the name of Melissa Hughes who was on the 104th floor of one of the World Trade Center towers and called her husband.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. A plane hit the building or a bomb went off, we don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and we just wanted you to know that I love you always. Thank you.
You know, there were so many calls like that from the planes and so many from the buildings with people calling. Sean said his brother had talked to his father, and he told his father told him to go to the roof because he was an old firefighter, and then he said no, don't go to the roof because it's too dangerous. So there were probably hundreds, if not thousands, of calls like that.
I'm David Crabtree in the WRAL newsroom.
And I'm Pam Salisbury. We'll continue monitoring the scene in New York with Dan Rather. We have two reporters each now in New York and Washington. We are also monitoring several other video sources around the world to make sure that you don't miss anything.
And as Pam mentioned just a moment ago, we do have two reporters both in New York and Washington. We are beginning our coverage in New York City with Gretchen Carlson of CBS News. Gretchen?
CBS News has learned that there has been some sort of an incident at Kennedy Airport here in New York. Federal agents detained 4 people trying to get on a United flight, and the FBI is taking it so seriously that they have shut down all flights coming into any New York airport. Another day of intense emotions. Joy as firefighters and rescue workers emerged from an air pocket where they had been trapped. It was only for a short while, but seemed like an eternity.
As we were moving debris from the pile of rubbish, we noticed that 2 firefighters had come past us, and the crowd started chanting, USA, USA. It was a really exciting moment.
Then joy was replaced by fear. Rescue crews ran for their lives, fearing another building was about to come down. CBS newsman Byron Pitts reporting as it happened.
Something just fell. All of us, excuse me, I'm trying to catch my breath.
Search and recovery efforts were halted until the scene was deemed safe. But the top floors of Liberty Plaza, part of the World Trade Center complex, are buckled. It could be the next casualty. As weary rescue workers come out, hundreds more are standing by to go into the jagged landscape.
It's been the greatest privilege I've ever had to serve with the people that I've worked beside. It's been incredible.
Meantime, the search for missing loved ones becomes more desperate with each hour.
Jennifer loves me. We're all waiting for you.
I'm devastated. I'm like dead.
It's not happening. It's just the worst nightmare in hell.
The mayor of New York confirms there are nearly 5,000 people unaccounted for. Around the city, those who can't offer manpower instead offer something else: support. As you can see, dozens of volunteers and well-wishers are still lining the streets here where the rescuers come out and then go back into the World Trade Center site. Now, they're also waving American flags, and this is a sign of patriotism that will greet President Bush when he comes here to New York tomorrow. Live in New York City, I'm Gretchen Carlson. Let's go live now to Washington, D.C., to Terry Okita. Terry?
Well, the Capitol building is being evacuated right now due to a bomb threat. This follows another bomb threat that was called in earlier this morning here at the Pentagon. Employees were evacuated here as well, but they were let back in shortly after. And this is all happening as police are following up on 22,000 tips in what is being called the most massive and intense investigation in U.S. history. Details of these well-orchestrated, well-financed terrorist attacks are beginning to emerge. 2 planes had 5 hijackers on board. The other 2 had 4 terrorists each. It's believed aviation schools in the U.S. unwittingly trained some of the hijackers to fly. Overall, 50 people may have been involved, and the administration promises a full-scale retaliation.
We will be patient, we will be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. Make no mistake about it, we will win.
Secretary of State Colin Powell now confirms Osama bin Laden is a prime suspect, the first time the administration has officially said as much. President Bush remains highly visible, stopping by a Washington, D.C. hospital to visit those injured in the Pentagon crash.
They talked about escaping, going through fire, and crawling through debris. That it's clear that they were fighting for their survival.
At least 190 people are thought dead at the Pentagon. Some of the bodies are being flown to the military mortuary at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. Rescue crews say even in the face of horror, there are stories of heroism.
An Army person, a gentleman probably 50 years old, who had both of his hands basically cut off at the palms, and he was burned severely. And he was more concerned with us treating the other people than himself.
About an hour ago, search crews near Pittsburgh found the flight data recorder from Flight 93. And here at the Pentagon, search crews are receiving a signal from the black box from Flight 77, but they're having a hard time getting to it. A number of support columns that hold up the building are missing, making conditions both delicate and dangerous. Reporting live from the Pentagon, I'm Terry Okita. Now back to you.
All right, Terry, thank you.
WRAL TV also has reporters in New York and Washington. Scott Mason, on your right, is in Washington, D.C., but we'll begin with Len Bestoff, who spent much of his day in Manhattan. Len?
Well, David, we were all over Manhattan today, and in our travels, we met 2 women who returned to work for the first time today. They saw the Twin Towers go down, and you just have to listen to what they have to say.
The other plane just came flying and turned into the second building. And, you know, you see people jumping out the windows. It's, oh my God, it's just terrible. And as we're watching and you think that nothing else can happen, the building collapses right in front of our faces.
I don't necessarily think they jumped. Maybe the plane, like a large explosion, hit the center of the building and pushed them out. But as they were coming out, it looked like they were thrusted and like they were falling, you know, falling apart like paper.
And to actually witness and see something, I don't think that, you know, I never thought that I would witness anything that bad in my life. And to see that, and I hope I never have to see that again. Never. You know, and now all these other things are going on. It's just hard. And for the people that lost people, you know, you pray and you thank God that your family is safe, but then you know that there's so many other people that just lost family members and lost friends. It's terrible.
And I'm trying to, you know, understand why something like this would happen. How could something like this happen? I don't know. It's just hard. It's just hard for me, and I'm sure it's hard for other people to deal with.
Now, both these women have told us that they are going to seek psychological counseling. Of course, in Washington, the day's events have been very busy at the Pentagon in and around it, and we have Scott Mason down in Washington, D.C. with more. Scott?
Len, we've been hearing reports now that 190 people are presumed dead inside the Pentagon. Today, we've been hearing from fire and police officers chilling descriptions of what they've seen inside the Pentagon. It has just been terrible. And they've also described what it was like Tuesday morning when the plane hit.
Just the tremendous loss of life involved in this entire incident is just, and when we first arrived here, it's just a surrealistic scene.
There are so many victims, the ones who died in there and the ones who so desperately tried to help.
Individuals who've seen some terrible sights that they've never witnessed in their lives.
There was an Army person who had both of his hands basically cut off at the palms, and he was more concerned with us treating the other people than himself.
There were some severely burned victims. There were people that were injured from flying debris.
And I didn't see any pieces of any plane, and I couldn't believe that a plane hit the building.
Fire Captain Steve McCoy saw the plane hit.
Came across our windshield more or less at pretty level, and it caught all of our eyes because it was low and came down, and it was a big mushroom cloud of fire and smoke.
And now the recovery, not search and rescue, recovery, because there is little hope anyone in there is alive.
We continue to want them to be hopeful, but in reality, and the modes and operations that we're taking is it's more of a recovery phase.
And another phase two, regaining confidence, recovering the Marine Corps flag out of the wreckage of the Pentagon. America is strong.
I believe this country is coming together in a way that maybe it hasn't been together in recent years.
This morning, the Pentagon was evacuated. Officers wouldn't elaborate, only to say that it was a serious threat. Recovery teams have seen pieces of the plane in all that wreckage back there. They seem closer to recovering the flight data recorder, though, closer could still mean several days. And the building itself, as you can imagine, is not very stable. There are a number of columns missing, and crews are quickly trying to replace those with temporary ones. David?
Much work remains to be done. Scott Mason and Lynn Bestoff, our thanks to both of you.
A Raleigh man who was in a building just blocks from the World Trade Center on Tuesday didn't know what was happening until he phoned his family in Edenton. They were watching TV and they filled him in. Fred Taylor has his story of survival, and that man struggles to deal with what he saw and heard.
At that time, I was on the 12th floor, and I could hear waves of people screaming in the street below and running. And I could look down and see them through the window.
Ken Kenyon and 7 other insurance company employees from Raleigh were in a business meeting near the World Trade Center.
There was a wave of, just waves of people, and it was never really clear out the window once after you finished the first collapse. It was dark. I couldn't believe the thousands and thousands of pieces of paper that just literally dropped out of the sky. The dirt, the dust.
6 hours later, they walked out of harm's way.
It was eerily quiet. You couldn't hear any sounds. A fire truck 2 blocks away. It's you couldn't hear. I don't know if it wasn't registering, or everything was covered in soot and ash. We found shoes, broken strollers on the side of the street. At least 10 or 15 different pairs of shoes that were in the street as we made our way. There are times that I feel incredible sadness, and there's just, I can't explain it. In terms of sleep, I can't sleep for hearing the people screaming, for the noise, for seeing the smoke.
Fred Taylor, WRAL TV 5 News, Raleigh.
And by the way, we'll have more of that conversation on Q&A this Saturday night. And for the first time in more than 48 hours, passenger jets are flying above us again. Commercial flights resume today at some airports on a limited basis. Tom Lawrence is live at RDU to show us what's going on there. How much more activity now here, Tom, at about 11 after 6?
Well, David, I think we just saw the first commercial flight take off with passengers. We're not really sure about that. Things aren't real busy yet. RDU and airline personnel, though, have been working here round the clock since Tuesday, since of course, things closed down, to put new strict security measures into place. That includes training people in new procedures. And RDU was finally certified by the FAA to reopen at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. It opened just a bit more than an hour ago. The sound of the freedom to fly is heard again. RDU reopened at 5 o'clock, and perhaps a half-dozen passenger flights will depart this evening. The barricades were moved and traffic began flowing to terminals, and people are now able to get their cars from garages. Now, as you go to the airport, think about security. It will be very tight. Passengers should arrive 2 hours before flight time. There will be no curbside check-in.
Only ticketed passengers will be allowed beyond the checkpoints, and that includes e-tickets. So if you have an e-ticket, you must go to the desk on the lower level and get a piece of paper confirming that you have a ticket in order to get through the security checkpoint. There will be random ID checks, and since we don't have enough wands at this point, you may be asked, and you have to consent to it, to be patted down.
Now, that's something to keep in mind. Certainly, carry-on luggage is allowed. However, it will be thoroughly checked. all knives are forbidden. They have actually removed all of the plastic knives in both terminals at all of the eateries. There are no knives to be found there. Parking will also not be allowed within 300 feet of the terminal. So things are going to really be tight, and hopefully they will pick up a bit more tomorrow, David.
We'll be monitoring it. Tom Lawrence, thank you. There is also plenty of news today surrounding North Carolina's military community. For that story, we're going to Deborah Morgan at the update desk. Deb?
Well, thanks, David. The level of security at Fort Bragg and Seymour Johnson has been reduced a little, but they're still on heightened alert. Also, local soldiers, airmen, and Marines are helping with relief work. WRAL's Shawnee Blount is at Fort Bragg with details. Shawnee?
Well, Deborah, on the outside, things look pretty normal here along Bragg Boulevard. Inspectors have added another lane at the access control point to ease traffic, but once inside Fort Bragg, it's anything but routine. Shortly before 9 o'clock this morning, 4 CH-47 helicopters, much like the one seen here, took off for a humanitarian mission in Washington, D.C. In a press conference, Major Fran Reese of the 18th Aviation Brigade says the 32 soldiers are trained and ready to lend support, and the helicopters, also known as Chinooks, are more than capable of doing the job.
Very powerful, like I said, capable of lifting up to about 26,000 pounds structurally from those cargo hooks.
Meanwhile, on Fort Bragg, soldiers man a guard post to protect one of their largest assets, the Womack Army Medical Center.
This is one of the facilities with one of the most civilian and military personnel working at one position, and it's also one of the largest buildings. So with a force such as ourselves, we can protect this building.
Routine training exercises have also resumed on post, but this time, understandably, the motivation is different.
It does kind of bring it to a head, and it makes it, I don't want to say more of a sense of urgency, but you know that it could be a reality.
Now, as far as Pope Air Force Base, just a little while ago, I was told that no one has received direct orders. All units are on standby indefinitely. And just a quick note, all schools here on post will operate on a normal schedule tomorrow, meaning no delays. Deborah?
All right, Shawnee, thank you. When war is the buzz on college campuses, the D word isn't far behind, the draft. Every male is required to register for selective service when he turns 18. WRAL's Rick Armstrong taps into the mood of those who could be called to serve.
It could be like World War III here going on. This means that I can go to war and I can die.
War monuments on college campuses honor those who gave their lives in service to their country, many of whom were college-age draftees when they made the ultimate sacrifice. That fact isn't lost on students of today.
And we were talking about the draft, and we didn't know how it really worked. You know, we were saying if we went to war, it'd be a big thing.
Registering with selective service is a requirement of admission to most universities for young men. Some have vivid memories of the day they got their card in the mail.
It took me about 2 months to send it in, actually. But my dad finally made me do it.
I wouldn't be concerned at this juncture that we're going to activate the selective service system and start drafting young men.
Retired Air Force General Robert Springer believes the current volunteer force is sufficient for a war on terrorists. He says it would consist of quality intelligence information, precision airstrikes, and limited ground forces. Still, this campus has one vivid reminder of how close a war can hit home. Rick Armstrong, WRAL TV5 News, Raleigh.
For more information on how the selective service system works, you can find the site on WRAL.com. David and Pam?
Deborah, thank you.
The family of companies of Capital Broadcasting, which includes WRAL TV, is doing its part to help the victims.
Our health team, Dr. Alan Mask, is at Crabtree Valley Mall with more on this and a successful day of fundraising there, Dr. Mask.
David and Pam, the response here has been simply overwhelming. We've been here since early this morning, and as you can see, they simply keep coming. The number now is at 4,300. We've collected a total of over $260,000. We've had men and women and children, people coming by car with carriages, with crutches and wheelchairs and so forth. It's been very, very uplifting. You know, many of us have felt sadness and anger and numbness over this tragedy, but what a coming together in this community. And we'll be here tonight until 7 o'clock. There are not many guarantees in life, but if you want a good feeling, if you want some relief from what's going on, then certainly this is the place to come. Let's talk a little bit about where you can come. We'll be here for a while until 7 o'clock tonight. We're currently at Crabtree Valley Mall between Barnes & Noble Bookstore and Hudson Belt. There are a couple of other locations, the Cary Town Center, as well as the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. Now, if you can't stop by, you're busy, you want to send in a check, try this address, American Red Cross, Attention Disaster Relief Fund, 100 North Pear Tree Lane, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27610. Make checks payable to the American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund, and in the memo section of your check, write WRAL Relief Fund. And again, we're here at this location until 7 o'clock tonight. There's a bit of a line here, but they've got security officers who are making sure that things run smoothly. And I want to emphasize that the Crabtree location will also be open tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. until 9 a.m. David, Pam?
Dr. Mask, we know from calls and emails that people have been looking for ways that they could help, and this seems to be just what the doctor ordered, so to speak.
It's just overwhelming.
All right,
You
Dr.
bet.
Mask.
Well, as Dr. Mass talked about, giving can help us feel better in times of tragedy.
So can coming together. The city of Durham, in partnership with WRAL TV, Fox 50, and Radio 1, will present a Vigil of Hope Friday night at 7 o'clock at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. Gates open at 6 p.m. There is no doubt America and the world is rallying behind this tragedy.
Greg will have our forecast after a short 1-minute pause, but going to break, Russians, our former enemies, remember the victims. And don't forget, we have counselors ready to take your calls if you need help in dealing with Tuesday's attacks. The numbers are at the bottom of the screen. They'll be here until 7.
Looking for a real power trip? Chevy's moving the 2001 model. $1,500 cash back on Chevy Silverado half-ton extended cab. That's right, tough guy. Big cash back. We'll give you the power. The question is, are you gonna use it? Make your money count now at your Carolina Chevy dealer.
Oil flows, radiators cool, tires rotate, batteries charge, and transmissions shift smoothly every day at your neighborhood Jiffy Lube. So why would you ever go back to the dealership and wait for expensive service? Jiffy Lube Signature Service. It's time to come back.
Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Fishel. Quick look at the weather. Nice weather again today across the area with just a few of these high clouds, actually in part the blow-off of this activity down here in the Gulf of Mexico, better known as Tropical Storm Gabrielle. Plenty of comfortable temperatures around the southeast. The really cool stuff just beginning to show up in the northern part of the map, and that'll be roaring in here on a strong northeast wind tomorrow afternoon. Here is the latest on Gabrielle, and the center of circulation is actually about in here on the western edge of all these thunderstorms. It has intensified a little bit, 25.5 north, 84.3 west, with 50-mile-an-hour winds drifting to the north and east. Now, last night we thought the most likely thing was that this would head westward across the Gulf of Mexico, but it now appears like this big trough digging down in the upper atmosphere is going to pick this thing up and shove it out to sea. Now, this may look very ominous crossing Florida, and you think, gee, there's North Carolina. This thing could come right up the coast. That is highly, highly unlikely because this trough is going to be so big and so strong that there's going to be lots of northwesterly flow aloft. If this thing does make it across Florida, odds are it would be pushed way out to sea and not affect the southeastern United States coast to any great degree, other than, of course, Florida and maybe southern Georgia. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. 80 degrees, the temperature at the airport at 6 o'clock. Fair and comfy tonight, low around 60. Then tomorrow morning, it'll be in the mid-60s around 8 o'clock, and then up near 80 tomorrow afternoon. But you'll really notice the northeast winds picking up during the afternoon, and that'll drive our temperatures down into the upper 40s by Saturday morning.
Okay, Greg, thank you.
You're welcome.
And that is all of our time right now.
We will have local news coverage at the bottom of each hour tonight, beginning at 7:30. Then be sure to watch our sister station, Fox 50 News, at 10, WRAL's News at 11, to see how local communities and people continue to deal with this tragedy.
Now back to CBS News for its coverage of the attack on America.
Trying to gather up those people who helped the murderous skyjackers. The skyjackers, 18 of them, are gone. But the infrastructure that helped them in this country, 10 people or more is the most reliable available guess. Those people have been at large. And at JFK late today, 3 people who may or may not be connected in any way were taken off the aircraft and at least detained, if not arrested, on what are called INS, International Immigration Naturalization Service violations. Perhaps we will know more about that as time goes along. Now, it's coming up 23 minutes or so after 6 o'clock in the east, and we go to Mika Brzezinski in Lower Manhattan. Mika, as dark falls,
yeah,
what's
Dan,
happening
I want
there?
to tell you about the cloud. Dan, I want to tell you about the cloud of thick air that's rolling over this 30-block area that's shut down, because the situation seems to be getting worse. It's very, very painful to breathe. It's just another way you just can't get away from what happened here, because breathing is a reminder. It hurts to breathe. Mayor Giuliani, the mayor of New York City, says air is being tested, and so far the air that's from a distance from ground zero doesn't have any asbestos, but we don't know what a distance means, and more tests are to come. Perhaps we'll get more information as to what is flying around here and just how dangerous, how toxic it may be. But if you think about it, if you think about what is flying around, what has been lost and literally shattered into small pieces, you can get a sense. Everything from wood, metal, glass, chemicals, paint, furniture, it's all been crushed into pieces, into dust, and it is flying into the air. I didn't have a mask when I went down there, and for about 3 hours I was looking for one, and my throat is completely scorched. We're going to keep looking into this. Dan.
Mika Brzezinski in Lower Manhattan as night begins edging in. One of the world's best-known ceremonies, great tourist attraction, one of the great rituals, certainly of the Western world, is in London. It's the daily changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace. Today, something, if not unprecedented, certainly very unusual happened. In honor of the dead and wounded from the attack on America, and in honor of the people who are working to recover, rescue, and rebuild in the wake of that, at the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace, the band played a tune it had never performed before at such a ceremony. We take you there. Changing the guard today at Buckingham Palace with British Prime Minister Tony Blair looking on, and Prince Andrew, a probable future King of England, there as well. Ed Bradley.
Dan, it was a very emotional scene watching that. I've seen the changing of the guard many times in London, and I've always looked at it as a tourist and thought it was nice, but it was never moving for me because it wasn't my country's ceremony. Seeing them playing that and watching the faces and the eyes of men and women in the crowd tearing up and crying, it's a very emotional moment. This is something that has affected people not just in this country, but people around the world.
Well, and it speaks, as no words can, about ties that bind.
We have long ties with that country. They have always been our closest ally. in recent years, as long as I can remember. I think this is the first president who did make his first foreign trip or first foreign head of state, someone from Great Britain.
Glad you had some other information, as we often have to do. We have to change gears quickly. Some other information telling about how heartrending all of this search and rescue work is.
Oh, the people who have gone out searching for their missing relatives have been given a 7-page form to fill out and show you the kind of questions they're asked. What size was the person's wedding ring? What was the inscription? Does he have a pacemaker? Does she have artificial fingernails? What color did she paint her toenails? The relatives have been asked to collect hairbrushes, toothbrushes, any other personal items that might contain just a tiny bit of DNA that can be matched against a body or even matched against a body part. The city's primary morgue can hold several hundred bodies, and there's a backup morgue being set up that can hold several thousand more at a hangar at LaGuardia Airport. And already the medical examiner's DNA lab has been turning out DNA profiles from some of the labs. So what they're trying to do now is to collect these tiny bits of information in the hope that they can take a body part, take a body that cannot be identified because of it's been so badly burned, and find some tiny piece of DNA so that they can match those people. And I think one of the things that struck me as you look at Sean, who was here today and is looking for his brother, 2 or 3 of his cousins, when you know in your heart that they have to be dead, but because they haven't seen a body, because no one has told them that he or she is dead, you have these people going all over the city of New York, visiting hospitals, the Armory at 27th and Lexington, hoping against hope that they will see the name of a loved one on a list that's somewhere in a hospital.
With that in mind, there are more than 5,000 people believed to be missing. You're watching continuing coverage on CBS of the attack on America. As the terror toll mounts, the nation aims to respond.
Now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory.
The search goes on for thousands still missing. The skies finally come back to life, and a new wave of patriotism pours out after the attack on America. On this 4th day of the national emergency, President Bush tries to rally America's spirits. Good evening. Dan Rather with a special edition of the CBS Evening News, continuing coverage of the attack on America. With the country still shaken by the suicide plane attacks, the President today took on a new, more visible role as comforter-in-chief, telephoning New York to express sympathy and visiting those wounded in the attack on the Pentagon. Now, here's what's happening at this hour. The confirmed death toll is approaching 500. That includes at least 266 on the 4 crashed planes and 126 at the Pentagon, 94 confirmed dead at the World Trade Center. But nearly 5,000 are reported missing around the Trade Center alone. A flight recorder has been recovered from the plane that crashed near Pittsburgh. Federal investigators now have photographs of all the hijackers. We expect to see them sometime this evening. Vice President Cheney is moving temporarily to Camp David, Maryland, for security reasons. In other key developments, President Bush will fly to New York City tomorrow to see the rescue effort for himself. He's declared tomorrow a national day of prayer and remembrance. Today, the president visited the Pentagon casualties in what he's calling the first war of the 21st century. Attorney General Ashcroft says investigators are now following thousands of leads. He says there were at least 18 hijackers in the sky. The Pentagon promised a sustained U.S. military campaign, but did not say what the target might be. The government today reopened the skies to commercial planes. Strict new security is in effect, including no curbside check-in. The stock market was closed again today. Standard & Poor's predicts the terror fallout will include a recession. At the White House today, the president displayed more public emotion than he has since the Tuesday morning suicide attacks, vowing to win the war against terrorism but cautioning it may take a long while. John Roberts is at the White House, where security is again a growing concern. John?
Dan, shortly after noon today, the president and the vice president were separated. Dick Cheney is now up at Camp David, where he will remain until the weekend. Aides say it is purely a precautionary measure, but it certainly appears to be a sign of increasing tensions in the nation's capital as the president prepares for what administration officials said late today is a campaign that could be measured in years.
The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory.
From the Oval Office today, echoed in the scarred canyons of New York, the drumbeat of war spread across the nation and around the globe. In Congress, President Bush sought authority to commit the American military into harm's way. And he is working the phones, as his father did 11 years ago in the Gulf War, to build a global coalition against the terrorists who shattered buildings and stole lives.
We have just seen the first war of the 21st century, and there's universal approval of the statements I have made, and I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes.
Around the president, there is now a heightened state of alert. The motorcade route to a Washington hospital today, lined by police with automatic weapons. The security cordon around the White House again pushed back. Pennsylvania Avenue now off limits to anyone without a government pass. Mr. Bush would not talk today about what administration officials say is growing evidence that alleged Saudi terrorist leader Osama bin Laden is to blame for Tuesday's attacks. But the White House did give more information about the threat against the president's life aboard Air Force One, saying the Secret Service received a telephone call in which Air Force One was specifically targeted. Even the aircraft's military code name was used. That explanation helped to dampen criticism that the president was seen as hiding by rushing to a bunker in Nebraska rather than return immediately to Washington. The elder President Bush, once the target of an assassination attempt in Kuwait, today admonished his son's critics.
I've got to confess to being a little annoyed at the attacks on him for following security procedures, not rushing right back to Washington. But as you've seen in today's paper, there was some credible threats on the life of the president, indeed on the White House itself.
The president has made every effort to be visible in the past 2 days, visiting victims of the Pentagon bombing in the hospital today after seeing the devastation for himself last night. And even as he sought to place America on a war footing, Mr. Bush became visibly upset about the monumental challenge confronting his young presidency and the nation.
This is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Senior administration officials said late today that while Osama bin Laden is a suspect, they do not want to act prematurely. There may be other organizations involved, they said, adding they want to understand all the connections, not just one. Dan?
John Roberts at the White House. At the Pentagon tonight, searchers are closing in on a flight recorder signal from the American Airlines jet that smashed into that building on Tuesday. But elsewhere, Pentagon planners are busy targeting a U.S. retaliation for the attacks. And as CBS News national security correspondent David Martin reports tonight, it's clear who is going to be in the bullseye.
Dan, a U.S. official now calls the evidence against Osama bin Laden compelling. And Secretary of State Powell left absolutely no doubt about what the U.S. is planning to do.
At that point, we will go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up.
U.S. officials say they are drafting plans to attack not just bin Laden, but the Taliban rulers of Afghanistan who allow him to operate from their territory, either killing bin Laden and destroying his camps, or forcing the Taliban to turn him over. And, said Powell, that's not all.
When we're through with that network, we will continue with a global assault against terrorism in general.
A senior official named the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah, which in 1983 killed more than 200 American Marines in Beirut, and Hamas, which sends suicide bombers against Israeli civilians, as two of the terrorist groups the U.S. intends to go after. And the Deputy Secretary of Defense explained what that would involve.
You don't do it with just a
single military strike, no matter how dramatic. It will be a campaign, not a single action.
In the past, the U.S. has launched cruise missiles against bin Laden's training camps and arrested his accomplices in the bombing of American embassies. But Wolfowitz said that's not enough.
It's not just simply a matter of capturing people and holding them accountable, but removing the sanctuaries, removing the support systems, ending states who sponsor terrorism.
Ending states who sponsor terrorism means taking on not just Afghanistan, but countries like Iran and Iraq. And the cost will be astronomical. Wolfowitz said a $20 billion emergency spending bill now before Congress is just the down payment.
Obviously, a significant piece of this is going to be to bring our armed forces to the highest level of preparedness to be able to execute whatever it is the president may ask them to do.
Bodies pulled from the Pentagon arrived at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for identification, as the Defense Department estimated the total number of dead at 190. 126 people in the building and 64 more aboard the plane. Fear of a further collapse is making the task of recovering the bodies agonizingly slow.
We would all like it to go very quickly, but in doing things quickly, you have a very unstable building, and it's almost at a crawling pace.
It also slows the hunt for the plane's cockpit voice recorder, which could answer so many questions about the final moments.
They thought they knew where it was, that it is, we are close to it, but close doesn't mean a short period of time.
There is no real hope of survivors, but one find did raise spirits. The Marine Corps colors still standing amid the wreckage.
Call that a moral victory, but real victory is not going to come as easily as it did in America's wars against Iraq and Serbia. This one is going to be nasty, costly, and long. Dan?
David Martin at the Pentagon. Turning to what's now a sprawling criminal investigation of the coordinated suicide attacks, investigators have made quick work of identifying the skyjackers. CBS's Jim Stewart is tracking that part of the story. Jim?
Dan, first we need to clear up the excitement that occurred at John F. Kennedy Airport in New York this evening. The FAA did shut down air operations again after federal authorities arrested 3 men as they were about to board a plane. It turns out they are being questioned about immigration violations and are not suspects in Tuesday's attack. Meanwhile, the easiest part of this investigation may be over. Authorities are poised to release the names and photographs of the estimated 18 hijackers, but these suspects quite obviously are dead and no longer a threat. If there is a gnawing concern among federal investigators tonight, it is this: have we accounted for all the terrorist pilots?
The terrorists who seized controls of the planes all attended aviation school in the United States, some as recently as a year ago, and FBI agents were busy today searching the former apartment of 2 of the suspects who were at the controls during the World Trade Center attacks. Using airport surveillance video, credit card receipts, and the passenger list, the FBI believes it has identified all the hijackers on the 4 flights.
Unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate, 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each.
What is not as clear, however, is whether the dead hijackers left behind some live colleagues who may have attended the same aviation classes. Sources say the flight school records are being closely examined.
We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates that these individuals had.
In other developments, sources say there is no evidence thus far that any other nation was involved in the attack. Some of the hijackers had lived in the U.S. for more than a year, say sources, and others were associated with the Islamic fundamentalist group believed to be responsible for attacking the USS Cole. Meanwhile, the collection of physical evidence continued, with agents recovering what reads like a suicide note from the rental car of one suspect, while in Hamburg, Germany, police raided an apartment there based on an FBI request. There were also some dramatic arrests like these at Newark International Airport, where 4 people were taken off a Saudi Arabian airliner, but it remains unclear whether they were associated with Tuesday's attacks. What is also not clear is just how much help the actual hijackers had, although agents assume it was a sizable network both here and abroad.
The number of associates is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number.
But again, Dan, what's got them all antsy is not a network of associates who may have provided food and lodging and funds to the hijackers, but comrades of theirs who are as well trained as the dead hijackers were and may have the same intentions. Dan?
Live from our Washington Bureau, Jim Stewart. As we reported to you earlier, searchers have found the flight data recorder from the hijacked airliner that crashed Tuesday in southwestern Pennsylvania. Correspondent Bob Orr has the latest on that discovery and about that aircraft's terrifying final flight. Bob?
Dan, the flight data recorder is key. It should provide investigators with important information on how the United 757 was being flown in the last moments. But investigators really need the cockpit voice recorder, the second black box, to really understand what happened on board the doomed jetliner. That, investigators hope, will have recorded the conversations as the hijackers tried to steer the plane to Washington, and as it turns out, towards a very high-profile target.
Tuesday's attack ended in rural Pennsylvania when the last of the 4 hijacked jetliners, United Airlines Flight 93, nosedived into the ground. But sources say as the wave of terrorism unfolded, it was that plane the Secret Service feared most after a telephone threat made it clear the target was Air Force One. When United Flight 93 took off from Newark at 8:43, Air Force One was parked in Sarasota waiting to take the president home from an education event. No one believes the hijackers ever intended to attack the president's plane in midair. But in just over an hour, both jets would be heading towards Andrews Air Force Base. At 9:35, United 93 veered from its planned flight route and headed back towards Washington. With the World Trade Center towers already on fire, the jet's erratic movements were enough to convince controllers that this plane, too, had been hijacked. Just 3 minutes later, at 9:38, American Airlines Flight 77 plowed into the Pentagon. The first hit in what authorities now believe was to be a double-barreled attack on Washington. Within minutes, at around 9:45, orders were given to evacuate the White House. On board Flight 93, a number of passengers, learning of the New York attacks and cell phone calls with families, decided to take back the plane.
On the last phone call, he said that a group of them were getting ready to do something. And then he hung up and he never called back.
In Florida, the president was told of the terrorism and cut short his visit. At 9:54, Air Force One took off for Washington. Flight 93, meanwhile, continued flying east into western Pennsylvania. And at 10:03, someone in the cockpit deliberately turned off critical radar information, leaving controllers in the dark about the movements of a jet that was now a flying bomb on a course for the nation's capital. Along Florida's Atlantic coast, Air Force One continued to fly north, but suddenly at 10:14, the president's plane turned to the west. About 6 minutes later, the fight for control on board Flight 93 ended as the 757 with 45 people on board crashed in an unpopulated field. Air Force One, now out of danger, continued on, landing at Louisiana's Barksdale Air Force Base at 11:45. Today, the president defended the decision to divert Air Force One.
I know I took the appropriate actions as the commander-in-chief to be in a position to be able to make the decisions necessary for our government to handle the crisis.
There is also new information about the other hijacked jetliner that did hit the Pentagon. Republican Congressman John Mica, the chairman of the House Aviation Subcommittee, says he's been told that the plane may have flown over the White House and all around the Capitol building before hitting the military headquarters. Mica called it, quote, sheer in-your-face terrorism. Dan?
Bob Orr, thanks. Grounded air travelers got some hopeful news today when the government officially lifted the ban on commercial aviation, but there are new restrictions. CBS News correspondent Sandra Hughes is at Los Angeles International Airport tonight. Sandra?
Dan, though not all the airlines chose to fly today, for the most part, when the FAA opened the nation's airspace, the system started limping back up to speed. The American air transportation system took off today, a slow process that will demand even more patience from passengers.
I mean, how can you be frustrated? People are suffering, so just deal with it.
A visible reminder from the window of the first plane to land at Newark Airport. After this disaster, air travel will never be the same.
We have taken every precaution to make sure that it is safe to fly in America.
Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta says that federal law enforcement agents will be posted at all airports and will recommend that military special forces should also be used.
It wouldn't take that much more training to put the Delta forces on the airplanes.
For now, no cargo or mail will be permitted on passenger jets. Also, for the time being, the nation's airspace is open to commercial traffic only. No private planes, no charters. One small plane landed without permission today in Mobile, Alabama. The airport was evacuated as a precaution. There was also an evacuation at Orlando's International Airport when a mysterious package was found, a sign that nerves are still raw. Security was so tight in Seattle, each individual car entering the airport was stopped and searched. Still, passengers are eager to get moving again.
Everyone is cooperating, and even if it takes a couple more hours, so what?
The first plane to land at Los Angeles Airport was a flight from Italy, with at least one Hollywood actress on board that had spent the last 2 days in Canada.
I'm telling you, I don't see that people are really going to want to fly.
But what also greeted arriving passengers, stringent new security procedures. In LA, no private vehicles will be allowed on the airport property. Arriving and departing passengers must use taxis and buses. The first people to arrive today were bused to a remote parking lot to meet their rides. Los Angeles airport officials think that they and the rest of the nation will be back to about 50% capacity by the weekend. Full flying capacity possibly by the end of next week.
I wouldn't hesitate in a minute to fly or put my family on any aircraft or any airline operating out of this airport today. I think the system is completely safe.
Safer, say some, because the government is mandating stricter security measures. No curbside check-in, only ticketed passengers will be allowed into the boarding area, and no knives of any kind allowed on board a flight. But is it enough?
Now, most travelers and travel experts we talked to said although those new rules are not impenetrable, they're the best that can be done without making air travel just too difficult. Now, another FAA guideline that is being put into place just for now is that international flights may only land here at airports if they are on domestic airlines. Dan?
Sandra Hughes in Los Angeles, thanks. The disaster scene here in New York is a third night of brave rescue workers risking their lives to try to save others. And there was a rescue today. CBS's Byron Pitts tells you about that. Byron?
Well, Dan, here at Ground Zero, the numbers are overwhelming. According to New York's mayor, 4,763 people missing, 30,000 body bags made available, 600 tons of rubble removed so far, 5 square miles of Manhattan shut down. Today, in the midst of those huge numbers, small moments, I witnessed one such moment up close at the base of what's left of Tower Number 1. The moment firefighters rescued one of their own alive and pulled him to safety. A man who had been trapped beneath debris for several hours.
This is Ground Zero. What you're watching is a videotape shot by a fireman. TV cameras were not allowed this close to the scene, but I managed to make my way in.
You can begin to hear, Dan, hopefully those applause.
At that moment, I was reporting by cell phone the successful rescue of one firefighter. Pulled to safety, then walked through a gauntlet of applause as grown men cried.
They're shaking his hand. I believe the man himself is crying. Right now, they're trying to get a medic to him. He says he's okay. He's telling everyone he's okay.
It was one of those moments these rescue workers live for.
So I just figured he was one of the guys helping out. I didn't think anybody was going to come out here was going to walk out. I figured might be alive, but certainly not able to walk out.
For nearly 48 hours, men and women, cops, construction workers, and firefighters have scratched and pulled and cut their way through a mountain of rubble that was once the World Trade Center. 1,600 volunteers called in. Thousands more just showed up.
Hey, we need buckets and a couple guys! Buckets!
In the midst of it all, reminders of reality. Inside that orange body bag, one of too many victims. Today, for the first time, rescue teams reached the bottom of Tower 1. These are the first images out, taken by a rescue worker, of the dark and deadly corners that must be searched. Surreal, quiet images, stillness that often ends suddenly.
Excuse me, sir, have you heard what happened?
Twice today, rescue workers were ordered to run when it was feared another building was about to collapse. Besides the 2 World Trade Center towers, at least 4 other buildings have fallen, and portions of at least 8 others may go next.
We have 4,763 people on the missing persons list.
Today, the mayor of New York City and the governor of New York State took a call from the president.
We will be with you when the United States takes firm and appropriate action to those who conducted this evil.
Aid by the truckload is still pouring into New York City, but anguish is never far behind. That fire department chaplain who died Tuesday was killed as he gave last rites to a firefighter laying at his feet.
Yeah, this is what Michael Judge was all about. He said, Lord, take me where you want me to go. Let me meet who you want me to meet. Tell me what you want me to say, and keep me out of your way.
All told, 6 rescue workers were rescued today, men who had been buried beneath the debris for several hours. As for those buried since Tuesday, the search goes on. Dan.
Byron Pitts live in Lower Manhattan. Joining us now from Washington is the Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft. General Ashcroft, thank you for taking time to talk to us. In your opinion, what is the most important thing, the most important news you have for us at this moment?
Well, that the investigation is perhaps the broadest investigation in history, and that it's moving forward, that we are isolating on the individuals, learning about the individuals that were involved, developing leads in regard to associates, those who may well have participated with them. We hope later this evening to be able to provide the names of the individuals that were involved in perpetrating this act of war against humanity, and hopefully with their names and perhaps with pictures of these individuals will elicit even more participation by our citizens who will be able to tell us about others that might have been involved. You know, this was a sophisticated act, complex, coordinated, required training pilots, it required longevity of activity, it required economic capacity, so it's pretty clear that there were probably others involved in these endeavors, and it's our interest to track those individuals down.
General Ashcroft, are any additional attacks imminent? Do you have any indication that other efforts are underway for additional attacks?
We have no indication that there are additional attacks imminent, but we are on an elevated effort to make sure that our airlines are secure. And of course, on the day of this occurrence, the 11th, we asked individuals who were responsible for main infrastructural components of the country, both in the private and public sectors, to be on a state of heightened alert. A free society like ours obviously has to be vigilant to avoid disruption by those who would try to deprive us of that freedom. I don't think there's a reason for America not to be America, and we're not going to let that happen, but we've asked that people be careful. And obviously, when we assigned several hundreds of other officials to safeguard the airports and the air transportation system out of the U.S. Marshals Service, the U.S. Border Patrol, the Treasury Department's Customs Service, this is all designed not just to make air travel safe again, but to assure the public that we're going to be able to have the kind of air transportation system that provides and supports the freedom which Americans deserve.
General Ashcroft, it is true, is it not, that we have now asked Pakistan to close its border with Afghanistan, seal it tight, and allow us to overfly Pakistan?
Well, I'm not prepared or in a position to make announcements. We will welcome the cooperation by all kinds of countries. You know, various countries lost citizens in the World Trade Center. In almost an irony, this wasn't the American Trade Center, it was known as the World Trade Center. So citizens from Britain, Australia, Japan, Korea, Germany, these countries all lost lives here in this assault on humanity. And I believe we have a right to ask countries around the globe to participate with us. Our president has said very clearly we want to be the leaders in a victory for the world. And it would indeed be a victory for the kind of peace that the world craves if we were able together to work to root out this kind of senseless and vicious terrorism.
General Ashcroft, your predecessor and the previous FBI director were very critical of Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Pakistan for not giving full cooperation in trying to track down terrorists such as those that blew a hole in the USS Cole. Is there any indication that you are in the process of changing that?
Well, I believe that so far the world has understood, as a result of the magnitude and nature of this savage attack on human dignity and on civilization, as well as on America as a country, that this vulnerability is a vulnerability of every nation, and that there is good reason to unite, to work together, to make sure that this is not allowed.
General Ashcroft, you said that there are 18 known killers on the various planes, but how many people involved in this country in this operation? I've heard 50, I've heard 40. Do we know how many were involved?
I think it would be improvident to try and speak a specific number. We are working diligently in regard to literally thousands of leads regarding potential associates and certainly anyone who might have been an accomplice. From the nature of these acts, it's clear that they were coordinated, and it's hard to believe that there wasn't some level of ground support and cooperation by individuals in assisting them. It's our endeavor not only to have an understanding of who these 18 specific on-plane perpetrators were. We're going to try and announce those names sometime this evening. I hope we can get that done. But we also want to find out to what extent others were associated with them, and to apprehend any who were associated with them, and to make sure that justice is done.
General Ashcroft, we have only a few seconds left, but are all the pilots who were trained in this country as part of this operation, are you confident that all of them have been found or are dead?
I'm not in a position to make a universal statement. It is stunning to know that these pilots, a number of them were trained in the United States of America, and we are working very carefully to try and make sure that we understand what kind of people receive training and for what purposes.
General Ashcroft, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
You're watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Back now at CBS News World Headquarters in New York with our continuing coverage of the attack on America. Headlines at this hour: higher security at the White House as President Bush takes a higher profile to comfort victims and reassure the nation. For security's sake, Vice President Dick Cheney goes to a separate location, Camp David, Maryland. The Justice Department now has photographs, it believes, of all the hijackers who were in the sky. The flight data recorder has been found from the crashed plane in southwestern Pennsylvania, and officials have picked up pinger signals deep inside the rubble of the Pentagon, apparently from the black box of the plane that crashed there. The flight and data recorders from the hijacked planes could yield important information about the suicide attacks and the terrorists. For the first time, U.S. Secretary of State Powell has named by name Osama bin Laden as, quote, a prime suspect. The number of missing or dead in all the attacks could well exceed 5,000, most at Ground Zero in New York, the collapsed Trade Center towers, where night is beginning to fall and hope is dimming. In other major developments, Attorney General Ashcroft says there were 18 hijackers aboard the aircraft commandeered on the day of terror. The search is on for accomplices. President Bush declared tomorrow a day of prayer and remembrance for the victims. He will visit New York tomorrow, where the search goes on tonight for victims in the rubble of the World Trade Center. Congressional leaders are getting ready to authorize perhaps more than $20 billion to fight terrorism. It's described as a first down payment. The government has lifted the ban on commercial flights, but the skies are still off limits to foreign airlines. There will be tighter security at all airports. The stock markets, closed since the attack, will reopen on Monday, not tomorrow. And Major League Baseball and NFL football will be canceled through the weekend. A bomb scare led officials to evacuate Capitol Hill this evening. This came as the agenda before Congress included an administration request for $20 billion to wage the war on terror, and there's already talk of doubling that fairly quickly. Our chief Washington correspondent, Bob Schieffer, has the latest. Bob?
Well, Dan, I just have to tell you, this has been quite a day up here. Congressional leaders were just about to agree on doubling a $20 billion emergency fund that the White House had asked for to help the victims of this tragedy and to track down these terrorists when a bomb threat was received in the area of the Capitol where they were meeting. It came to nothing, but the whole Capitol had to be evacuated. These congressional leaders have been saying it's time to put the country on a war footing, and even before this bizarre turn of events, it already seemed that way. In a Capitol office, scenes unlike anything that has taken place here since World War II. Members of Congress giving blood. In an unprecedented bipartisan gesture, Congress was preparing to authorize $20 billion in emergency funds to help the victims and track down the terrorists. But tonight, House officials said that figure is growing.
I think it's growing.
How much is it doubled?
It's pretty much doubled, and I don't have specific numbers.
The president has also asked Congress for specific authority to take military action once it is determined who's behind all this, and he will get that too. Congressional debate is often dry, abstract, about things far away, but not this one. Leaders had to travel only a few miles to the Pentagon to see firsthand what this one is all about and how this money will be spent. They were clearly moved by that trip, but they were hardly back to the Capitol when they found themselves back out on the lawn, standing around and wondering what had happened while police dogs were brought in to search the Capitol for explosives. As we said, that search came to nothing, but it overshadowed perhaps the most important news of the day. They have decided to double that $20 billion appropriation to $40 billion. $20 billion will go just to help the people in New York alone. Quite a day, Dan.
Indeed. Bob Schieffer live on Capitol Hill. A U.S. official said tonight that Pakistan is being asked to close its borders with neighboring Afghanistan and to allow overflights in the event of U.S. airstrikes inside Afghanistan. Afghanistan has long provided a refuge for Osama bin Laden, today labeled by the U.S. as a, quote, prime suspect in Tuesday's attacks. And now Kabul's Taliban rulers are bracing for a U.S. military response that increasingly seems almost inevitable. CBS's Alan Pizzi in Pakistan has this report.
As the last Western relief workers pulled out of Afghanistan in anticipation of American retaliatory strikes, reports came out indicating that the country's ruling Taliban may have placed Osama bin Laden under house arrest. Aid workers said they left behind an air of apprehension. The Afghanis have seen it all before.
I think they've had 25 years of war, so they're very used to any missiles or anything like this.
Sharing their uncertain future are 2 American aid workers and several of their colleagues who are on trial for allegedly spreading Christianity in the fundamentalist Muslim country. The U.S. diplomat trying to help them left Afghanistan today.
I'm always concerned because the citizens are being detained. We want to get them released as quickly as possible.
And U.S. pressure to bring the Taliban to heel is having an effect. Pakistani leader General Pervez Musharraf, whose government is the Taliban's main backer, signed on with Washington.
I wish to assure President Bush once again and the United States government of our unstinted cooperation in the fight against terrorism.
A regional specialist here says that commitment is crucial and potentially the most important of all the pledges of support.
I think Pakistan has ability to help find Osama bin Laden.
The reason is geography. Pakistan is the only friendly neighbor landlocked Afghanistan has.
It's trade routes, it's food supplies, it's medicine, fuel, and so many other things go from Pakistan. Pakistan can squeeze the Taliban.
A senior State Department official said the U.S. government has asked Pakistan for information on terrorist networks and support for terrorism in areas where the Pakistanis can be of help, particularly in Afghanistan. Indications are that the watchword from here will be cooperation. Alan Pizzi, CBS News, Islamabad.
The major U.S. stock markets closed most of this week, will be up and trading again Monday. They will be closed again tomorrow. CBS News business correspondent Anthony Mason has been tracking the Economic impact of the terror attacks, Anthony?
Dan, it isn't business as usual yet by any means, but it's a beginning. The New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ made it official. After testing their systems this weekend, they will reopen at 9:30 Monday morning, while the bond and futures markets went back to business today.
On the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, traders tentatively returned to work Thursday.
It was just I don't know, kind of like going into a dark room and then turning the lights on and looking and seeing what was there.
But there was no panic, and at exactly 11 o'clock, trading calmly came to a stop for a moment of silence. The exchange closed early, but trader Jeff Carter said,
"It was good for us to open today. I think it's a good sign for the rest of the world that, yeah, we can do it. Pretty soon Wall Street's going to be there for them."
After 4 dark days, the markets, said New York Stock Exchange Chairman Dick Grasso, will reopen Monday.
As to our facilities, neither the marketplace itself nor our technology centers, which are split, sustained any damage.
But economists say there could have been damage to the economy if the Federal Reserve Bank had not been aggressive during this crisis.
Just the fact that the lender of last resort is there tends to calm a lot of nerves and make these things turn out to be not as bad as they might be.
Soon after the attack, the Fed made billions of dollars available to banks. So if there was a run on cash by businesses or account holders, the banks would have the money. The Fed's done that before, after the 1987 stock market crash, for example.
What is a little different this time is the speed and the size of the effort and the fact that it's being coordinated on a global basis.
Many foreign banks also had offices in and around the World Trade Center. The Fed has offered help to them, too.
Essentially what the Fed has said is that the financial institutions have a blank check.
And in a crisis like this, that's critical to maintaining confidence and keeping the economy going. Many expect the Fed to try to reassure investors and consumers again by cutting interest rates again, perhaps as early as next week. Dan?
Anthony, thanks. Anthony, the New York Federal Reserve moved its trading operation from Lower Manhattan to New Jersey today. Is that any reason for concern?
It sounds alarming, but much like all the major firms who got damaged in Lower Manhattan, they have backup operations. So does the Fed. All they're doing is making sure their system is going to work functionally.
Now, when South Florida had the disaster of Hurricane Andrew and damage estimated at $15 billion plus, it went into a slight recession, then came bounding back and boomed. What are the chances that could happen in this situation?
There are some economists who now believe that all the insurance money, all the government spending on defense and reconstruction is going to help this economy a lot after a period, perhaps, of recession, Dan.
Anthony Mason, thanks. All told, the terror attack on America may turn out to be the nation's most costly man-made disaster. CBS's Richard Schlesinger has more on the cost of rebuilding out of the ashes.
It was hard to find too many buildings that stood out in New York more than the World Trade Center. The tip of the island was the top of the line, where businesses could tower above it all. And even in the midst of the rubble, talk has begun about rising from it all and rebuilding.
Rebuild the city of New York and the World Trade Center to be even greater and more wonderful and more beautiful than it was before.
It would be a mammoth undertaking by any measure. What used to be millions of square feet of space is now millions of tons of wreckage. But the idea of building back the towers is building up support.
I want to rebuild them exactly as they were.
And it's hard to imagine looking at the area today, but former Mayor Koch, another potent symbol of the city, could get his wish. If there's a will, in this case, there could well be a way.
I think the rebuilding of the financial district, the World Trade Center area specifically, is feasible and not only feasible, will happen most certainly.
Robert Hartwig says the buildings were insured, and between private companies and the federal government, the money is there.
We will be able to rebuild New York. We're talking about a Marshall Plan for Manhattan.
A Marshall Plan?
A Marshall Plan.
Like the plan to rebuild Europe after World War II?
That's right. We'll be rebuilding Manhattan.
How realistic is it, do you think, to rebuild? Oh, I think it's very realistic. I think that, once again, the plans are there.
Take the blueprints out of the file?
Absolutely.
Of course, it's not that simple. Richard Anderson is the president of the New York Building Congress.
It's not easy because it's complex
at every level. I think you're starting with a $5 billion figure just for some of the core building and infrastructure costs.
But it was the prominence of the towers and their dominance of the city that made them a target for the attack that scarred the New York skyline.
Do you worry about building another target?
Well, but there are so many targets. Isn't the Statue of Liberty a target? Should we take it down and put it in the closet?
Like the Statue of Liberty, the Twin Towers were more than just a landmark, and rebuilding them would prove more than just, it could be done.
The priority is to demonstrate to terrorists, you'll never have a victory. We will rebuild.
Tough words. Of course, several more buildings will have to be rebuilt by the time all the damage is surveyed. In fact, this is turning out to be such a massive disaster that, at least in terms of money, man might have done more damage to this country than Mother Nature. Until this week, the most the insurance industry ever paid out for any single event was about $15.5 billion for Hurricane Andrew. Robert Hartwig, remember him, the spokesman for the insurance companies? He says insurance companies could well end up paying more than that just for this week's attacks. Dan.
Richard Schlesinger, thank you. CBS's Lee Cowan is at the Lower Manhattan disaster site tonight, where searchers in the untold tons of debris are themselves in mortal danger at every turn. Lee?
Well, Dan, obviously, while the focus for rescuers anyway tonight is on exactly what may be in those tons of debris that you're talking about, there's also new concern tonight that the surrounding buildings, yet even more surrounding buildings, may in fact become rubble themselves. Tonight, the American Express building, as well as another 60-story tower, engineers tell us may be in danger of collapsing. It's another fact that already has weary rescuers looking over their shoulders constantly. At least half a dozen buildings around the site are as shaky as the nerves of the rescuers working near them, and with good reason. This is the lobby of what used to be one of New York's finer hotels. In an instant, the ground floor became ground zero as the South Tower collapsed right across the street. From behind the reservation desk, computers still glow. Around the corner, elevators sound a faint alarm, just like the one at the security desk. Its urgency a flashing understatement. There are a host of eerie scenes in the wake of this disaster, but perhaps no place really describes how sudden it all happened than here. This is the restaurant in the Hilton Millennium Hotel at the World Trade Center. At the time of the blast, it was breakfast time. Coffee cups still filled with coffee, breakfast plates now covered in dust. Still hanging on the walls, a reminder of what used to be, while out the next window, the reality of what is now. After 3 buildings collapsed during the first day, today, new signs that other buildings are beginning to fail as well.
I just worked the night shift overnight, and they pulled us out because the fire department said it was structurally unsafe.
Throughout the day and night, volunteers like Don Boyd were evacuated from the site, for fear searching through the rubble might bring down some more. And at every turn, the ghosts of those who were here still remain.
They were going about their business, and the next thing you know, their lives changed forever.
This home video taken by Boyd shows what was left behind by those who fled this nearby atrium. Scattered on the floor, the remnants of a morning that started like any other.
And there were menus blown out into the area. There was people's identification. There were books. There were pictures. I mean, these are lives. I mean, they represent lives all over.
Just to the left of that gaping hole in the building's side is one of many makeshift morgues.
I mean, a police officer that I was talking to he was bagging and tagging fingers and hands, just taking fingerprints. Is this one person? Is this 2 people? I mean, is this 3 people? And I mean, the guy's like, these are our own, man. I mean, you know, what are we gonna do?
In so many places tonight, it's up to the firefighters alone to comb through the wreckage, while the helping hands of volunteers remain idle, waiting for the all clear to return. You want to go back in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. If they call me right now, I could do another shift, without a doubt.
And call they did. Working on no sleep and a lot of faith, Boyd joined up with another group of strangers to head back into hell. Dan, tonight, rescuers are now trying to get underneath some of that debris. We're told they're trying to find manhole covers, for example, that they may be able to climb down through to get to some lower levels. They're also trying to dig into some of the nearby subway tunnels that at the time of the blast probably looked like a safe haven that tonight, many fear, have become tombs. Dan.
Lee Cowan. The two hijack attacks that originated at Boston's Logan Airport have become a key focus of the overall investigation. CBS's Wyatt Andrews is tracking the story in Boston.
The FBI, which is combing border crossing records, believes at least 2 of the terrorists crossed into Maine from Canada, either overland or by commercial ferry from Nova Scotia. Once in Maine, they made their way here to the Portland airport. In Portland, the suspected hijackers bought one-way tickets from Portland, then connecting to American Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles. One checked bag authorities believe is linked to the terrorist missed that connection, and inside that bag, sources say, was a copy of the Koran, a videotape on how to fly commercial planes, and a chart calculating the fuel consumption by airliners. The FBI believes the Boston flights had 5 terrorists each on board. 2 of those hijackers, sources believe, stayed in this hotel in the Boston suburb of Newton. Police executed a search warrant here, taking away heaps of evidence, including furniture. Authorities are certain most of the hijackers had significant help from inside the United States. The Boston area in particular has significant links to Osama bin Laden. 3 years ago, a federal investigation documented financial ties between bin Laden and 2 Boston area cab drivers. In addition, 2 of bin Laden's 20 brothers have connections in Boston, although these ties appear benign. One brother owns several condos in the upscale Boston suburb of Charlestown. Another bin Laden brother has given $2 million to Harvard University for Islamic-related studies. Both of the brothers and the university say the Boston bin Ladens have been long estranged from the terrorist bin Laden. Boston's mayor, Tom Menino, though, says talk of active, widespread terrorist cells in Boston is overblown. What can you tell us, if anything, about the so-called cells of Middle Easterners, terrorists that are said to have operated out of this town?
We don't have any information about that. We don't have any information pertaining to cells that operated in Boston. As far as I know, these individuals came down from Portland either that morning or the night before, and we don't have any information pertaining to cells that are operating in Boston.
Are you saying that, as far as you know, these were for the most part outsiders to Boston?
We believe so. We believe so.
As for operations at Logan Airport, a smattering of military planes and also commercial jetliners not carrying passengers were allowed to come and go today. But Logan officials tell us that they are still busily implementing the FAA safety mandates and won't reassess where Logan stands until Friday morning. Dan?
Wyatt Andrews in Boston. Thank you. You may have noticed since the attack against the USA, there has been an explosion of red, white, and blue. American flags are popping up everywhere. Maureen Maher reports tonight on the rebirth of patriotism.
Across the nation, flags have been flying off the shelves.
I've probably gone to 8 or 9 places. There are no flags.
Walmart sold 200,000 yesterday and put more on order today.
This is probably the most direct way for the common citizen to go show his support.
I knew some people on those planes, and I feel like I have to do something.
Ever since the disaster, a wave of patriotism has been spreading across America.
America is united. We are strong. We are stronger than ever.
From blood drives to passing out freedom ribbons.
If it's anything red, white, and blue, it's going to sell.
At times like this, it's what we do in America. We, the people, pull together, and united we stand.
We cease to be New Yorkers and Texans and become Americans really, really quick when the need is there.
The first person comes up.
At this New Orleans Army recruiting office and others, the young and the brave are preparing to defend the land of the free.
I have confidence that our government will take the necessary action to see that justice is done.
You want to be a part of that?
Yes, sir.
This country has to take care of itself. Nobody else is going to.
That attitude has helped to more than double sales at B&S Guns and other shops since Tuesday's attack.
This gun has no safety at all.
Why are people coming in, do you think?
The first day they were buying ammunition, and now they're beginning to buy defense guns of their own. They don't know how far this goes.
For this man, it only goes as far as trying to vent his frustration out at a paper target.
I've been antsy. I've run every emotion there is since Tuesday, and I thought, well, this is something I can do that's harmless.
Across the country, from dusk to dawn, young and old, the emotions have run the gamut.
These terrorists did what no politician, no speaker, no anything, nothing else, no one else could do, and that is bring Americans together.
But the sentiment and the symbol are the same. Maureen Maher, CBS News, Dallas.
Joining us now from Washington, United States Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton of New York. Senator, thank you for your time tonight. You met
Dan.
with President Bush today. What happened?
Well, Dan, we went to the White House, and a small group of us, Senator Schumer, the senators from Virginia, and I met with the president, his security team in the Oval Office. We received a briefing about what is currently the outlook for return to normalcy, other security considerations. We discussed the upcoming trip that we will make with the president tomorrow to New York. I'm delighted that he'll be able to come and see firsthand what you've been reporting, and I thank you for that and what I saw yesterday. And he pledged his support for some significant resources, $20 billion for New York and the other states that were directly impacted by this attack. We then went into a larger meeting where the president expressed his resolute determination to follow through on the following up of the perpetrators, finding where they are, bringing them to reckoning, and to make it clear that every nation has to either be with us or against us. Those who harbor terrorists or who finance them are going to pay a price.
Senator, there's talk of what amounts to a new Marshall Plan to help rebuild New York City. Was that discussed with the president today directly?
Well, those words weren't used, Dan, but that's what we're facing. The devastation, as you have seen, is just overwhelming. We not only have the physical destruction that I saw from a helicopter yesterday and from the ground later, which has to be dealt with, but everything you can't see, the communications that don't work, the generators that don't work, the subway that's closed. We have the human toll, the loss of life, the task of continuing to try to rescue anyone we can find alive, the task of bringing home to everyone who's lost someone, their loved one, the counseling, the grief counseling, the mental health services, the people who lost their jobs. You know, we lost, we think, probably about 100 to 150,000 jobs. There weren't just high-paid financial traders, but, you know, janitors who have no source of income now. And most poignantly, we've got orphans, and we've got widows and widowers and parents who've lost their children. So it's going to be a massive undertaking, but I'm absolutely confident that with the president's support, the support of my colleagues, America is going to stand with and stand behind New York.
Senator Clinton, you lived in the White House for 8 years while your husband's administration tried to deal with Osama bin Laden. Did you ever, in your wildest imaginations, believe this kind of thing could happen?
Well, Dan, I've always been very concerned about the threat of terrorism. I consider that our #1 homeland threat. But I did not imagine the planning and the calculation, the total cold-hearted evil that motivated the attacks that we saw. I think it's imperative that we support the president in his efforts to root out whoever did this and all of that individuals or institutions or states' involvement. But I would also say that this is a difficult war we are going to be waging. If it were easy, we could have figured it out before this terrible tragedy. I remember very well being in the White House and the difficulty of getting good intelligence, of knowing where a suspected terrorist is, of having to count on people whose loyalties are not to the United States, but who might, for their own reasons, have provided essential information for one of our missions. The president understands this. He's fully aware that it's going to take a lot of patience and painstaking planning, and we're going to support him.
Senator Clinton, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you for the work you're doing and all of your colleagues.
Thank you, Senator. Not only has the World Trade Center disaster forever changed the landscape of New York City, it has also left an indelible mark on one small upstate New York village. Jim Axelrod is there.
At the Candlelight Flower Shop in Washingtonville, New York.
And you want yellow streamers?
They're going nonstop.
We know what it's like to be busy, but this is a different kind of busy. This is breaking your heart kind of busy.
60 miles north of New York City, Norma Esposito's been filling orders for the families of New York's bravest, like the one a brave young boy made for his mom.
And I said to him, so what makes you so brave? His father is one of the firefighters missing. We have a prayer list in our store. I took the prayer list down, I wrote Robert Hamilton's name on it. And I told the young child, yes, you are very brave.
Washingtonville is a place where New York firefighters and police started to move a decade ago. A small town where the long commute means a nicer house and fewer hassles. A place where dreams now have turned to dread, as some are still missing in the rubble of Lower Manhattan.
The direct connection is there, and we're all trying to deal with that as best we can.
Police Chief Steve Pascal doesn't know yet how many, but the feeling is growing. Tragedy may well stick to Washingtonville, like so many decals here on the car's rear windows.
It's a terrible feeling, but you know eventually it's going to come. It's inevitable for the amount of people that live here, that work there, and when it does, and if it does, we're here for them.
With at least 125 New York City firefighters living in this small village, dozens of city cops, EMS personnel, corrections officers, the locals jokingly refer to Washingtonville as a civil service ghetto. Even the part-time mayor here is a full-time New York City firefighter.
What do you think the toll is going to be here?
The toll is going to be devastating.
Mayor Lenny Curcio is also Lieutenant Curcio. He's just back from a 48-hour shift working the disaster.
2 days later, how many people do you know that you've lost?
I've lost at least 12 to 15 people I personally know.
My brother's a New York City fireman.
Brian Zaccaro's connection is even closer. His brother Anthony works out of a firehouse in Brooklyn.
As of right now, his whole fire company's still missing, his ladder company. Nobody's accounted for.
But Brian and Washingtonville have dodged at least one bullet.
Your brother's entire ladder company is unaccounted for?
Yes.
And why wasn't he there?
It was his day off.
Just a fluke.
But no one thinks they'll dodge them all.
Safe to say, some folks are not coming home.
Yes. And I hope it's different for Washingtonville. I hope it's different for everywhere, but it's reality.
Which is why their hands will stay busy for a while longer at the flower shop. Busy hands and breaking hearts.
That's good.
Jim Axelrod, CBS News, Washingtonville, New York.
On CBS, you are watching continuing coverage of the attack on America.
Good evening, and thanks for staying with CBS and WRAL's continuing coverage. I'm Deborah Morgan. We want to bring you up to date on what's happening across the Triangle. Flights have resumed at RDU, but only on a limited basis. Julia Lewis joins us now from the airport with an update. Julia?
Deborah, the airport opened just about 2 hours ago. Things aren't totally up and running, but they are inching along. Gridlock hit RDU just before 5 o'clock. It was by far the most activity this airport has seen in the last 48 hours. Still, the terminals are unusually quiet. In fact, it almost seems as if there are more police officers than passengers. The flight message boards are still lit up with the word canceled, but some airlines are trying to get a few flights out tonight. Most passengers we talk to think the extra security is just fine.
With Raleigh-Durham, it's not a real big airport, so, you know, you kind of, everything should move along, but I think when I get back to Atlanta, trying to go through that hub is going to be, I can only imagine how that's going to work out. So, you know, I'll just have my fingers crossed that I'm able to get through there. 2 hours is not a long time to make sure that everybody is safe on the plane. So, you know, I value my life and I value everybody else's life. So 2 hours, I respect that.
Now, coming out here, expect to see some changes. That tow truck, for example, they plan on using it. No more pulling up to the curb and getting out and going inside. Now you can only pick up and drop off people. Also, no more checking your baggage in at the curbside either. Once you get inside, everyone has to check in at the ticket counter. That includes people with e-tickets. Again, there are some other changes. Once upstairs, you need to expect to be given the once-over with the security wand. And unfortunately, they don't have enough of those wands here, so they're going to be doing some pat-downs. That, of course, is only with the passenger's permission. So, Deborah, a lot of changes, but things are up and running.
Certainly good to hear that most people sound like they're going to be patient with all of the delays and the extra security measures that they have to go through.
Oh, well, the safety is the name of the game out here.
Hopefully people will not get angry about that. All right.
No.
Thank you, Julia. Well, many of us are still looking for ways to cope with this tragedy. One way is to gather at vigils being held around the area. The city of Durham, in partnership with WRAL TV, Fox 50, and Radio 1, will present a Vigil of Hope tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. Gates open at 6 p.m. We'll be talking more about local events on the WRAL News Channel, which is on Time Warner Cable Channel 256. I'll see you there. For the rest of you, we'll go back to CBS.
Too quickly.
I think it's a very bad idea, very unwise, and everything we know about previous retaliatory acts suggests that they are often ineffective and usually inappropriate.
Critics point to the cruise missile attacks following the bombing of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania as evidence of the wrong kind of response. Osama bin Laden escaped. His reputation was enhanced. The United States' was diminished. Whatever retaliation option is taken this time, those with experience here say it will take more than air power. General Sir Michael Rose commanded NATO forces in Bosnia.
If you just go for the military solution delivered from the belly of an aircraft, you're never going to win. You're just going to add armies to the people who are already supporting these terrorists.
And others, like Abdul Bari Atwan, who has interviewed bin Laden, warn that involving U.S. ground troops in any action is bound to cost lives.
Maybe the American public will stomach 200, 300, maybe 1,000 casualties simply because they are now affected by what happened on the World Trade Center and in New York. But after that, I believe, it could be a civil war. It could be, a war of attrition against these American troops.
The New York and Washington attacks have been described as acts of war, and the responses being considered to them are warlike as well. And they may well involve the sacrifices that war inevitably brings. Dan.
Mark Phillips at our bureau in London. The gut-wrenching events of this week, the awesome destruction, the sudden death of so many, has drawn expressions of sympathy from old friends and old adversaries alike around the world. But today, as CBS's Richard Roth reports, the long-standing special relationship between the United States and Britain was on striking, moving display.
The music was by order of the Queen, a gesture that broke tradition at Buckingham Palace during the traditional changing of the guard. The Star-Spangled Banner was one symbol of an outpouring of sympathy, an ocean away from the scenes of horror.
15,000 families or more than that are just destroyed for no reason. I mean, it's just real hard.
The American embassy today was a cathedral of tears. Another symbol of the pain here has been the silence. Today, they paused in London's financial centre too, but the British aren't just mourning an American tragedy, they're also counting their own loss. A special team at Scotland Yard is compiling information long distance for what's turned out to be the worst terror strike against British citizens too. 100 known dead, according to authorities here, and several hundred missing in the attack against America.
The suffering of families facing the uncertainty about what's happened to their loved ones is absolutely dreadful.
There are still clear worries about security as well, and though officials in Europe have reported no major threats, the controls help to counter another enemy called fear.
That makes us feel pretty good. It's at least they're, doing something for security.
Britain's off-duty parliament has been called back into session Friday, and the government has announced that British intelligence has been ordered to step up cooperation with the U.S. in its investigation of the attack. What's happening now is both specific and symbolic. In the morning, the Council of Europe, 43 nations representing 800 million people, will lead 3 minutes of silent tribute across the continent. Richard Roth, CBS News, London.
One of the more startling facts to emerge about the suicide hijackers who carried out these attacks is that some of those, perhaps all of those, who took the controls of the hijacked jets got their flight training right here in the United States, and they got it easily. CBS's Bobby Harley has been tracking that part of the story. Bobby?
Well, Dan, it turns out what makes Florida famous for tourists is also a big draw for foreign students who want to become pilots. Sunny, clear skies. For the latter group, that means accumulating flight hours a lot faster at the dozens of schools around the state that will teach anybody with the will and the money to fly.
This is an attitude indicator.
Flight instructor Henry George now knows he helped to train one, possibly even two, of the FBI's named terrorists in Tuesday's attack. Mohammed Atta and another man believed to be Marwan al-Shahehi wanted time at the controls of a jet simulator. They paid in cash, and George gave it to them.
There was nothing said or done that would make you believe, that the individuals were suspect of any kind. I mean, they give you their credit card. They gave me an address in the Venice area where I could mail them an invoice. So they were not trying to cover up their trails whatsoever.
In fact, they were just typical students for George. That Venice, Florida address was close to Huffman Aviation, another flight school where they received basic pilot training.
What they told me was that they had completed training and they were on their way back to their country, where they were applying for a job with a major airline, and the airline required them to have an exposure to jet aircraft.
Foreign flight students make up a lucrative part of business in Florida, where good weather and competitive courses can add up to an FAA pilot's license in half the time and expense than in their home countries. The problem is, Florida boasts schools that range from the world-class level to literally fly-by-night outfits.
I spent $7,000 to get a very nice headset and some books.
These Tunisian students paid $170,000 for a year of flight training. But the school closed, their money's gone, and so are any records of who else might have attended class there. The FBI has crisscrossed the state from school to school, gathering evidence, but some of that information might be hard to find. As one flight school owner told us, foreign students only need to show a passport, and no background checks are required, a practice other flight instructors defend.
I feel confident with our screening process. I mean, that we have through our regulations and our school process. I'm very comfortable that we've done the best that can possibly be done in the free society that we have.
But back at Sim Center, where Henry George trained Mohammed Atta, that's of little comfort.
I have pride in what I do. I consider myself a real expert in flight training. Till this incident, I sought a service to the aviation community.
And what makes the FBI investigation of these flight schools so pressing is the belief that there are more terrorist pilots out there, trained in U.S. schools, but not killed in Tuesday's attacks. Dan?
Bobby Harley in Miami. U.S. skies officially reopened for business today. There are new security measures amid word the hijackers used knives in their attack. But will the new security measures be enough? CBS's Vince Gonzalez in Los Angeles reports why this is an open question.
Probably no one knows better than former Los Angeles police detective Bert Looper how easy it is to smuggle a knife onto a commercial passenger jet.
And I just tossed it in my briefcase along with my notebook.
Looper breached security at LAX in 1994 to test a theory in the O.J. Simpson case. Could Simpson have smuggled a knife onto a Chicago-bound plane? When Looper reported what he'd done to the FAA, he was surprised by the reaction.
The FAA was more concerned about this being revealed to the press and to the public as to the inadequacies of the security system at the airports.
Looper says as a result of FAA pressure, neither the jury nor anyone else ever heard about his flight with a knife.
The FAA chose to disregard the possibility that a knife or a weapon of any sort could have been put through the security checkpoints at any airline, in particular American Airlines.
One of the American Airlines jets involved in Tuesday's attack was hijacked by terrorists using knives. But experts say even if everything was done right with the security systems now in place, the hijackers might have still made it through. Even new security restrictions planned by the FAA may not be enough.
I think they're tepid and mild. For them to talk about plastic knives and curbside parking, to me, is, if it wasn't so tragic, would sort of be ludicrous.
As head of law enforcement for the Treasury Department, Martin Paulner helped found the Sky Marshals. For a few years, the anti-hijacking program put armed undercover agents on almost every U.S. flight.
They should reinstitute the Sky Marshal program that we had in the 70s, which was immensely successful, and there never was a hijacking on any flight that my agents were on.
Today, the government announced that as air travel resumes, armed federal agents will be back on every plane. Experts say better technology is also needed. Checked luggage already passes through new high-tech X-rays. Now it may be the passenger's turn. When this Hollywood action movie was released, the idea of passenger X-rays was science fiction. This is the new reality, the body search system. It can see almost anything that can be hidden on the human body: drugs, guns, and metal or plastic knives. It's so detailed, for decency's sake, the model used in this photo had to wear lead-lined underwear. But some say a balance needs to be struck between saving lives and securing the right to privacy.
We have to be very careful not to give up too many liberties in response to this type of attack, because in many ways such a response would really play into the hands of terrorists.
While body search is not used for general passenger screening yet, we tried to talk to the president of the company that developed the system. We were told he was unavailable in meetings in Washington. Vince Gonzalez, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Whenever air travel experts talk about security measures that really work, they begin with the name of one airline, El Al. David Hawkins in Israel shows you why.
At Israel's David Ben Gurion Airport, there's no such thing as curbside check-in. Never has been. Security at Ben Gurion and on El Al, Israel's national airline, is perhaps the tightest in the world. Well-trained agents carefully check every ID, interrogate every passenger, and don't hesitate to inspect travelers' luggage. The personal questions, the routine baggage searches can be time-consuming and sometimes even annoying. El Al isn't catering to its customers' convenience, it's keeping them safe.
If you're coming in with El Al, it's a very secure airline. You're going to be interrogated and asked lots of difficult questions, but it's the safest airline in the Middle East.
Far from complaining, Israelis in particular gladly cooperate. What kind of questions do the security agents here ask you?
I don't know whether I'm allowed to answer this question.
Some of El Al's security measures are off limits to cameras. Undercover armed guards on every flight, reinforced cockpit doors, and an on-the-ground intelligence network constantly on the lookout for terrorist threats. Joel Feldshuh, a former El Al CEO, says all this took time and money to put in place.
The government has to invest a lot of money. It takes time to build the system which the Israeli government has built for many years.
Israel enacted its strict air travel security measures nearly 30 years ago in 1972, after Palestinian terrorists hijacked a Belgian airliner and forced it to land in Israel. There have been several notorious hijackings in the Middle East since then, but the number of Israeli airplanes that have been hijacked? Zero. David Hawkins, CBS News, Ben Gurion Airport, Israel.
This week's events have underscored the need for tighter airline security. They have also highlighted the vulnerability of the great buildings that form the skylines of so many American cities. And as CBS's Cynthia Bowers reports from Chicago, protecting them from attacks such as these is a daunting task.
They are the most majestic sight of any cityscape.
They're sort of a modern industrial version of a cathedral. And they reach to the sky, they reflect our aspirations for greatness.
But that sometimes vivid exposure can also be a liability. Big buildings are easy targets.
As airplanes go back up, it'll make us look over our shoulders once in a while.
In the days after the air attack on New York's World Trade Center, that feeling is echoed by many of the people who live and work in tall buildings. And it's not just in the United States. Plans to build clusters of Manhattan-style high-rises in downtown London are now reportedly being reconsidered.
I imagine what people are thinking about today is, what kind of risk do I want to build for? Because the last few days have showed us that there are really different levels of risk.
Terror can take many forms, and landmark buildings will always be particularly vulnerable. Because of their symbolic value, any attack on them carries additional shock value. Shortly after a 1997 shooting rampage on the observation deck of the Empire State Building, 48 Hours' Susan Spencer and a security expert demonstrated how easy it was to get a gun into the Sears Tower in Chicago, the second tallest building in the world.
As a bad guy, I feel very comfortable standing right here. I feel like that I've got my weapon in. I see no security that's going to be able to respond to me.
Former FBI agent William Matins is an expert in counterterrorism. He participated in the investigation into the 1993 World Trade Center bombing.
In my opinion, terrorism is something we may always have to deal with. It's no different than the jungle warfare we experienced in Vietnam. It's fought the same way. It is a war.
Architect Carol Ross Barney, who designed what will be the new federal building in Oklahoma City, says to a large extent safety will be determined by what freedoms we're willing to give up.
It's a balancing act between space that's defendable, the bunker, and space that you need to work in, healthy space, space that you want to do business in.
After any tragedy, the natural inclination is to look for cover and security. But how willing are we to give up these glittering towers of steel and glass, which in some ways define us as a nation? Dan?
Cynthia, how tight is security tonight on major buildings and monuments in Chicago?
Security has certainly been beefed up since Tuesday, but Dan, we've spoken with a couple of people who work in the Sears Tower, and they feel that security could be, and they wish it were, even tighter.
Cynthia Bowers in Chicago, thanks. The blowing dust clouds from the collapsed Trade Center towers here in New York are posing a health problem. And as CBS News medical correspondent Elizabeth Caledon reports, the pollution is wafting far from ground zero.
Medical workers shifted their focus today. With hope of survivors now slim, the health and safety of rescue crews has become the main concern. They are working under unimaginable emotional and physical duress, in heavy clothing, heat, and air that is barely breathable.
What exactly are they breathing in?
They're really breathing in a combination of dust, concrete particles, dirt, probably pulverized paper particles.
What about asbestos?
As best I know, there is no free asbestos in the air that's been down there.
Good news in terms of long-term health risks, but in the short term, the heavy air has caused an epidemic of respiratory problems and burning eyes, sending many to the ER and hampering rescue efforts.
One guy had a history of asthma, he was wheezing, he got a nebulizer, and he just wanted to go right back out.
In the desperate attempt to find any living, any fallen colleagues, doctors are concerned rescuers may be pushing too hard. Glenn Ray, a volunteer fireman from Medford, New York, spent the night in the hospital with lung problems, but was back on the site today.
My lungs don't feel too hot. They seem like they're full of gas, so I think maybe people should be wearing your masks.
A lot of them are uncontrollable down there. They just have this zeal to stay there as long as they possibly can, and they'll take little respites on their own.
It's not only those at the disaster site at risk. The shifting September winds are blowing pungent air throughout the entire city. Some average citizens are now donning face masks, making any hope of getting life back to normal more difficult.
The people at greatest risk in the population of the city are the elderly, the very young, also people with chronic lung disease, also people with heart conditions.
In terms of any large-scale citywide health problems, Dan, Secretary of Health and Human Services Tommy Thompson was here at St. Vincent's Hospital earlier today saying that teams from the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, have already arrived in New York City. They are monitoring the air quality and water quality here to make sure that it is safe now and remains safe over the course of this disaster cleanup. Dan?
Elizabeth, what's happened to all of those medical professionals, including physicians and nurses, who flooded in to hospitals in the area expecting a tidal wave of injured, which never really materialized, and now it's basically a recover the bodies operation? Where are these people? What have they done?
Well, Dan, a lot of the healthcare workers have simply gone home. The hospitals are scaling down from their emergency status, and they are sort of resuming normal operations, rescheduling elective surgeries. The focus now is more on the rescue workers, the healthcare needs they are going to have, and of course a very big component of this recovery and recovery for the whole city is going to be psychological counseling, which is going to be a big part of all the hospital's work from now on. Dan?
Elizabeth Caledon, it's New York's St. Vincent's Hospital. Well, among the missing, they're estimated in New York City alone around the World Trade Center, some 4,700 plus people officially listed as missing. Now, when you put that together with the number known to have been killed at the Pentagon, including those aboard the aircraft, the final death toll could very well exceed 5,000. We go now to Russ Mitchell here in New York. Russ?
Dan, it's been a very busy day here at the Manhattan Armory behind me. The mission here is for folks who have relatives who work at the World Trade Center who they haven't spoken to or seen since the disaster of 2 days ago to come here and file a missing persons report. Police want to match some of the names with some faces of folks who are being treated perhaps in area hospitals but who have yet to be identified. For many who came here today, it was yet another unreal, frustrating day. They began lining up early, armed with pictures, medical records, and lots of hope.
We're not going to give up. We know she's on the list, so
I see somebody
we're
that
keeping the
looks
hope,
like her.
we're keeping our faith. And Jennifer loves you. We're all waiting for you.
After standing in line for hours, they were interviewed in private by New York police detectives and counselors. Many left photos of their loved ones on telephone poles and mailboxes, hoping someone would see them and call.
Last night I couldn't sleep. I had to go break in his apartment and get the phone number, call all his family from here to Africa, and everybody been calling me all night last night.
If anyone has any idea if they've seen him or knows where he is, to call us. He's got two little babies.
And there would be more agony. Once inside, friends and family were shown by city officials a list of some 2,000 names of those either in area hospitals or seen at some point by doctors.
If you haven't seen your family member on that list, it could still mean they don't know where he is.
Julia Borashevsky's brother was not on the list. She says the past 48 hours have been unbearable.
This is it's just been so unbelievable. It's like surreal. It's not happening. It's just like the worst nightmare in hell. We don't know like what day it is or where we are. The words can't just describe it. Words cannot describe it.
Former President Bill Clinton came by the Armory tonight, to meet with families and lend his support. By the end of the day, New York City police will have processed more than 4,000 missing persons reports. And for those who have not been here yet, the Armory reopens tomorrow at 8 a.m. Dan?
Russ Mitchell, thank you. Joining us now, live here at our CBS News World News headquarters, is the director of the United States Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, Joe Albaugh. Mr. Albaugh, thanks for taking time to do this. Sure. You spent time down around the World Trade Center. Tell me what you saw. Tell me what impressed you the most. Tell me what troubled you the most.
It's a horrendous sight. I know you're trying to do justice on television with the tape, but unless you visit the site, you can't really feel the gravity of the situation, the impact. I am concerned about the lives of people that may be still in the rubble that we're trying to rescue.
You think there are people still alive in the rubble?
Possibly, but time is working against us, quite frankly. You've got New York City's finest police department, fire department, members of our National Urban Search and Rescue teams. We have 9 in town right now. These task forces consist of 2 teams of 31 people each who are technically proficient with high caliber equipment to go in and find folks. People are moving as quickly as they can, as delicately as they can. This is still a crime scene. We have people in the building, and yet we need to start removing debris, which is estimated maybe 500,000 tons, which is a lot to move.
You met with these urban search and rescue teams during the day. What did they tell you?
It's tough inside. It's tough inside, and I worry about those folks going inside. They can only spend so many hours. Right now they're on 12-hour shifts, 12 on, 12 off. Spaces are tight. Breathing conditions are difficult. Clogging their equipment for their own personal safety is one of my biggest concerns. Just fatigue sitting in with the entire city. So we're working on scenarios to make sure people get proper rest, proper counseling. Speaking of counseling, Mayor Giuliani and I today visited the Family Center, and those folks there. It's the toughest thing. They're looking for answers. There are more questions right now than we have answers. And I would ask that everyone just be patient. It's going to take time to search through all this. And if you could just see the questions and the hurt in their face, I wish I could relieve all that, but we can't. It's going to be a long process. But the amazing thing is this country has the spirit to pull through this.
We've heard all kinds of reports of other buildings about to collapse.
Right.
Give us some facts. Are there other major buildings teetering on the edge of collapse?
Possibly. We don't know yet. The structural engineers are in the buildings right now, city engineers, state engineers. I've asked General Bob Flowers to make sure that his structural engineers are available to us. The interesting thing is that whatever we can bring to the table, whatever Mayor Giuliani wants, he gets. Whatever Governor Pataki wants, he gets. That was my direct instruction from President Bush. We will make sure the city has what they need to recover in this process.
How long before the rescue, recover, and clean out the mess?
Weeks.
Weeks?
Maybe months.
Maybe months?
This is, 500,000 tons of debris. And yet we need to be dignified in the process, show proper respect to those folks who have lost their life.
Have you ever seen anything anywhere near like this in your life?
And I never want to see this again, and no one does. No one does. This is tough.
Characterize New York's response.
Incredible. Incredible. The devastation I saw when we all went down yesterday was massive, and yet driving down the street, New Yorkers were lining the street, and it was incredible to see that spirit. People applauding, yelling, words of encouragement. That's what's going to get us through this.
Bottom line cost in dollars?
Billions. I have no idea. It's too early to tell.
As much as 15, 20 billion?
Possibly.
Joel, thank you very much.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Take care, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you.
More sporting events are being canceled out of respect for the victims of the suicide plane bomb attacks. The National Football League today called off all of its games this weekend and Monday, and all Division I-A college football games also have been canceled. Major League Baseball parks will stay closed through the weekend. Baseball games, Major League possibly resuming on Monday. And this weekend's NASCAR race in New Hampshire also has been postponed until November. And all around the country, besides sporting events, a lot of, at least locally and regionally, events classified as, quote, major are in the process of being rethought. Some of them will go on as scheduled, some of them will be postponed, some of them may simply be canceled. You'll want to keep that in mind and perhaps check on all of those events. And remember, tomorrow has been designated by the President as a National Day of Prayer and Remembrance. We remind you again that we have a lot of information on our website, CBS News, CBS.com. You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Back now at CBS News World Headquarters here in New York with CBS's continuing coverage of the attack on America. The headlines of this hour, 8 o'clock in the East. Security is notched up at the White House as President Bush takes a higher profile to reassure the nation. For security's sake, Vice President Cheney moves from the White House to a separate location, Camp David, Maryland. The Justice Department now says it has photographs of what it believes to be all of the hijackers who were in planes. We hope to show you those as the evening goes along. The flight data recorder has been found from the plane that crashed 80 miles from Pittsburgh, and transponder signals have been detected deep inside the rubble of the Pentagon from the black boxes of the plane that crashed there. The recorders from the hijacked planes could shed light on the terrorists and how they carried out their attacks. U.S. Secretary of State Powell says Osama bin Laden is, quote, a prime suspect. The number of missing or dead in all of the attacks could top 5,000, most under the rubble of New York's Trade Center towers, where searchlights glow under darkening skies and fading hopes. In other major developments, Attorney General Ashcroft says there were 18 hijackers aboard the aircraft commandeered on the day of terror. The search is on for accomplices. President Bush declared tomorrow a day of prayer and remembrance for the victims. He will visit New York tomorrow, where the search goes on tonight for victims in the rubble of the World Trade Center. The government has lifted the ban on commercial flights, but the skies are still off limits to foreign airlines. There will be tighter security at all airports. The stock markets, closed since the attack, will reopen on Monday, not tomorrow. And Major League Baseball and NFL football will be canceled through the weekend. President Bush raised his public profile today to try to reassure the American people that the nation is secure and that the nation will respond. CBS's John Roberts reports the president did so as security was increased at the White House itself. John?
Dan, since Tuesday night, the vice president has been staying overnight at Camp David, but coming into the White House during the day to work. Shortly after noon today, the administration decided it would be a better idea if the president and the vice president were not in the same location. So they moved Dick Cheney up to Camp David, where he will remain until this weekend. They say it is purely a precautionary measure, but it certainly seems to highlight the increased tensions in the nation's capital as President Bush prepares for what administration officials said today would be a campaign that could be measured in terms of years.
The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory.
From the Oval Office today, echoed in the scarred canyons of New York, the drumbeat of war spread across the nation and around the globe. In Congress, President Bush sought authority to commit the American military into harm's way. And he is working the phones, as his father did 11 years ago in the Gulf War, to build a global coalition against the terrorists who shattered buildings and stole lives.
We have just seen the first war of the 21st century, and there's universal approval of the statements I have made, and I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes.
Around the president, there is now a heightened state of alert. The motorcade route to a Washington hospital today, lined by police with automatic weapons. The security cordon around the White House again pushed back. Pennsylvania Avenue now off limits to anyone without a government pass. Mr. Bush would not talk today about what administration officials say is growing evidence that alleged Saudi terrorist leader Osama bin Laden is to blame for Tuesday's attacks. But the White House did give more information about the threat against the president's life aboard Air Force One, saying the Secret Service received a telephone call in which Air Force One was specifically targeted. Even the aircraft's military code name was used. That explanation helped to dampen criticism that the president was seen as hiding by rushing to a bunker in Nebraska rather than return immediately to Washington. The elder President Bush, once the target of an assassination attempt in Kuwait, today admonished his son's critics.
I've got to confess to being a little annoyed at the attacks on him for following security procedures, not rushing right back to Washington. But as you've seen in today's paper, there was some credible threats on the life of the president, indeed on the White House itself.
The president has made every effort to be visible in the past 2 days, visiting victims of the Pentagon bombing in the hospital today after seeing the devastation for himself last night. And even as he sought to place America on a war footing, Mr. Bush became visibly upset about the monumental challenge confronting his young presidency and the nation.
This is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
The White House sending the message today that this is going to be a long struggle. This is not something that is going to be over in a matter of days. And they said that they are resisting the notion of some sort of quick response while losing sight of the long struggle. They want this, they said, Dan, to be a sustainable war.
Reporting live from the White House, John Roberts. As often happens at a time of national emergency, the American public is rallying around the president. A CBS News poll out tonight finds 76% of Americans questioned approve of the way Mr. Bush is handling the crisis. His overall job approval rating has jumped 22 points, up to 72%. At the U.S. Defense Department, the Pentagon, one target of the attack on America, serious planning is underway to strike back. And as CBS's David Martin reports, they have a very good idea who they want to hit and how they want to do it. David?
Dan, a U.S. official now calls the evidence against Osama bin Laden compelling.
And Secretary of State Powell left absolutely no doubt about what the U.S. plans to do.
And at that point, we will go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up.
U.S. officials say they are drafting plans to attack not just bin Laden, but the Taliban rulers of Afghanistan who allow him to operate from their territory, either killing bin Laden and destroying his camps or forcing the Taliban to turn him over. And, said Powell, that's not all.
When we're through with that network, we will continue with a global assault against terrorism in general.
A senior official named the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah, which in 1983 killed more than 200 American Marines in Beirut, and Hamas, which sends suicide bombers against Israeli civilians, as two of the terrorist groups the U.S. intends to go after. And the Deputy Secretary of Defense explained what that would involve.
You don't do it with just a single military strike, no matter how dramatic. It will be a campaign, not a single action.
In the past, the U.S. has launched cruise missiles against bin Laden's training camps and arrested his accomplices in the bombing of American embassies. But Wolfowitz said that's not enough.
It's not just simply a matter of capturing people and holding them accountable, but removing the sanctuaries, removing the support systems, ending states who sponsor terrorism.
Ending states who sponsor terrorism means taking on not just Afghanistan, but countries like Iran and Iraq. And the cost will be astronomical. Wolfowitz said a $20 billion emergency spending bill now before Congress is just the down payment.
Obviously, a significant piece of this is going to be to bring our armed forces to the highest level of preparedness to be able to execute whatever it is the president may ask them to do.
Bodies pulled from the Pentagon arrived at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for identification, as the Defense Department estimated the total number of dead at 190, 126 people in the building, and 64 more aboard the plane. Fear of a further collapse is making the task of recovering the bodies agonizingly slow.
We would all like it to go very quickly, but in doing things quickly, you have a very unstable building, and it's almost at a crawling pace.
It also slows the hunt for the plane's cockpit voice recorder, which could answer so many questions about the final moments.
They thought they knew where it was, that it is, we are close to it, but close doesn't mean a short period of time.
There is no real hope of survivors, but one find did raise spirits. The Marine Corps colors still standing amid the wreckage.
Everyone was pretty, for the past 2 days, surprised that, we had a set of Marine Corps colors intact. And so that was pretty symbolic of, why we're all here.
Call that a moral victory, but a real victory is not going to come as easily as it did in America's wars against Iraq and Serbia. This one is going to be nasty, costly, and long. Dan?
Reporting live from the Pentagon, David Martin. As for the suspects in the attack, CBS Stewart reports investigators now know who the hijackers were, at least the one in the planes, and they have the pictures to prove it. Jim?
Dan, first an update about the closure of the New York area airports. Police have arrested as many as 5 people there, including a man with a fake pilot's ID. It is unclear at this time if the arrests were involved the accomplices to Tuesday's attack. They did, however, result in the immediate closure once again of air traffic into New York. Meanwhile, the easiest part of this investigation may be over. Authorities are poised to release the names and photographs of the estimated 18 hijackers, but these suspects quite obviously are dead and no longer a threat. If there's a gnawing concern among federal investigators here tonight, it is this: have we accounted for all the terrorist pilots?
The terrorists who seized controls of the planes all attended aviation school in the United States, some as recently as a year ago. And FBI agents were busy today searching the former apartment of 2 of the suspects, including this man, Muhammad Atta, who was believed to be at the controls during the World Trade Center attacks. Using airport surveillance video, credit card receipts, and the passenger list, the FBI believes it has identified all the hijackers on the 4 flights.
Unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate, 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each.
What is not as clear, however, is whether the dead hijackers left behind some live colleagues who may have attended the same aviation classes. Sources say the flight school records are being closely examined.
We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates that these individuals had.
In other developments, sources say there is no evidence thus far that any other nation was involved in the attack. Some of the hijackers had lived in the U.S. for more than a year, say sources, and others were associated with the Islamic fundamentalist group believed to be responsible for attacking the USS Cole. Meanwhile, the collection of physical evidence continued, with agents recovering what reads like a suicide note from the rental car of one suspect, while in Hamburg, Germany, police raided an apartment there based on an FBI request. There were also some dramatic arrests like these at Newark International Airport, where 4 people were taken off a Saudi Arabian airliner, but it remains unclear whether they were associated with Tuesday's attacks. What is also not clear is just how much help the actual hijackers had, although agents assume it was a sizable network both here and abroad.
The number of associates is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number.
But again, Dan, what's got them all antsy is not a network of associates who may have provided food and lodging and funds to the hijackers, but comrades of theirs who were just as well trained as the dead hijackers were and may have their same intentions. Are they still here? Frankly, it appears that investigators just aren't sure. Dan?
Jim Stewart, Attorney General Ashcroft said, he said on our program earlier that he was going to make the photographs of these hijackers in the sky available. Where are those photographs?
Dan, I believe it's a logistics problem. I may be wrong, but they were promised initially at 4 p.m. Eastern Time and then 7 p.m., and now we're told it's possible we won't see them at all tonight, but they assure everyone that they do have the photographs. Dan.
Jim Stewart, thanks. And of course, if and when those photographs become available, you will see them here on this CBS station. Now let's turn to that police raid Jim mentioned in Hamburg, Germany. It was an apartment thought to have been rented last year by 2 of the hijackers who died in Tuesday's suicide plane bomb attacks. Several people were detained, including an unidentified woman with a child. And Italian police are re-examining a hotel burglary last spring in Rome when thieves took the uniforms and passports of 2 American Airlines pilots. 2 American jets were among the 4 hijacked Tuesday. As we've been reporting, the flight data recorder has been recovered from the plane that crashed Tuesday in southwestern Pennsylvania, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh. Bob Orr in Washington has the latest on this discovery and what it might tell us about that aircraft's last frantic moments. Bob?
Well, Dan, the flight data recorder no doubt is key. It will provide investigators with important information on how the United 757 was being flown in the last moments. But investigators also really need the cockpit voice recorder, the second black box, to actually understand what happened on board the doomed jetliner. That, investigators hope, will have recorded the conversations as the hijackers tried to steer the plane to Washington, and as it turns out, towards a very high-profile target.
Tuesday's attack ended in rural Pennsylvania when the last of the 4 hijacked jetliners, United Airlines Flight 93, nosedived into the ground. But sources say as the wave of terrorism unfolded, it was that plane the Secret Service feared most after a telephone threat made it clear the target was Air Force One. When United Flight 93 took off from Newark at 8:43, Air Force One was parked in Sarasota waiting to take the president home from an education event. No one believes the hijackers ever intended to attack the president's plane in midair. But in just over an hour, both jets would be heading towards Andrews Air Force Base. At 9:35, United 93 veered from its planned flight route and headed back towards Washington. With the World Trade Center towers already on fire, the jet's erratic movements were enough to convince controllers that this plane too had been hijacked. Just 3 minutes later, at 9:38, American Airlines Flight 77 plowed into the Pentagon. The first hit in what authorities now believe was to be a double-barreled attack on Washington. Within minutes, at around 9:45, orders were given to evacuate the White House. On board Flight 93, a number of passengers, learning of the New York attacks and cell phone calls with families, decided to take back the plane.
On the last phone call, he said that a group of them were getting ready to do something. And then he hung up and he never called back.
In Florida, the president was told of the terrorism and cut short his visit. At 9:54, Air Force One took off for Washington. Flight 93, meanwhile, continued flying east into western Pennsylvania. And at 10:03, someone in the cockpit deliberately turned off critical radar information,
leaving controllers in the dark about the movements of a jet that was now a flying bomb on a course for the nation's capital. Along Florida's Atlantic coast, Air Force One continued to fly north, but suddenly at 10:14, the president's plane turned to the west. About 6 minutes later, the fight for control on board Flight 93 ended as the 757 with 45 people on board crashed in an unpopulated field. Air Force One, now out of danger, continued on, landing at Louisiana's Barksdale Air Force Base at 11:45. Today, the president defended the decision to divert Air Force One.
I know I took the appropriate actions as the commander-in-chief to be in a position to be able to make the decisions necessary for our government to handle the crisis.
There is also new information about the other hijacked jetliner that did hit the Pentagon. Republican John Mica, the chairman of the House Aviation Subcommittee, says he's been told that plane may have actually flown over the White House and around the Capitol building before hitting the military headquarters. Mica called it, quote, sheer in-your-face terrorism. Dan?
Bob Orr, we'll take you back to the Pentagon now. Is the U.S. military considering calling up reserves and National Guard units? David Martin has some news about that. David?
Dan, if we needed any more evidence about what this new 21st century war against terrorism is going to entail, the Department of Defense is asking the President for authority to call up reserves. Pentagon officials say they need to call up about 30 to 50,000 reservists to deal with the destruction from these terrorist attacks, and also to man air defense posts guarding against future attacks. And you can be sure that if the U.S. gears up for going on the offensive against Osama bin Laden and other terrorists, there will be further reserve call-ups as well. Dan?
David Martin with breaking news at the Pentagon. Reserve units are going to be called up. When, no one knows, and which ones, no one is saying at the moment, but 40 to 50,000 additional reservists may be called up to help with cleanup and to help with whatever is being planned in the way of retaliation against terrorists. Now, the federal government this morning lifted officially its unprecedented two-day ban on commercial passenger flights. Sandra Hughes in Los Angeles is watching America's slow return to the air. Sandra?
Dan, it's starting to sound a lot more like an airport around here after 2 eerily silent days. The airports were given the all clear by the FAA this morning to start flying again.
The American air transportation system took off today, a slow process that will demand even more patience from passengers.
I mean, how can you be frustrated? People are suffering, so just deal with it.
A visible reminder from the window of the first plane to land at Newark Airport. After this disaster, air travel will never be the same.
We have taken every precaution to make sure that it is safe to fly in America.
Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta says that federal law enforcement agents will be posted at all airports and will recommend that military special forces should also be used.
It wouldn't take that much more training to put the Delta forces on the airplanes.
For now, no cargo or mail will be permitted on passenger jets. Also, for the time being, the nation's airspace is open to commercial traffic only. No private planes, no charters. One small plane landed without permission today in Mobile, Alabama. The airport was evacuated as a precaution. There was also an evacuation at Orlando's International Airport when a mysterious package was found, a sign that nerves are still raw. Security was so tight in Seattle, each individual car entering the airport was stopped and searched. Still, passengers are eager to get moving again.
Everyone is cooperating, and even if it takes a couple more hours, so what?
The first plane to land at Los Angeles Airport was a flight from Italy, with at least one Hollywood actress on board that had spent the last 2 days in Canada.
I'm telling you, I don't see that people are really going to want to fly.
But what also greeted arriving passengers, stringent new security procedures. In LA, no private vehicles will be allowed on the airport property. Arriving and departing passengers must use taxis and buses. The first people to arrive today were bused to a remote parking lot to meet their rides. Los Angeles airport officials think that they and the rest of the nation will be back to about 50% capacity by the weekend. Full flying capacity possibly by the end of next week.
Hesitate in a minute to fly or put my family on any aircraft or any airline operating out of this airport today. I think the system is completely safe.
Safer, say some, because the government is mandating stricter security measures. No curbside check-in, only ticketed passengers will be allowed into the boarding area, and no knives of any kind allowed on board a flight. But is it enough?
Well, most travelers we talk to say yes, anything more would make air travel almost impossible. Now, while the system continues to gear up, the FAA has temporarily prohibited the landing of international flights by foreign airlines. Dan?
Sandra Hughes at Los Angeles International Airport. CBS's Lee Cowan is also at Ground Zero here in Lower Manhattan, and he tells us the many searchers are going about their work at great risk to themselves. Lee?
Dan, there's renewed fear tonight of even more building collapses. This has been a concern all along, obviously, since Tuesday, but tonight some specific concerns that engineers have. One was the American Express building, and then another was another 60-story tower in the area as well. But we just talked to a rescuer who finished his 12-hour shift in the pit, as they're now calling the scene, and he said he was in and around the American Express building for the better part of the day, and to his eye, an untrained eye he admits, but to his eye it appeared to be just fine. Nevertheless, though, the threat of just falling debris and indeed another complete collapse isn't far from any of the rescuers' minds.
At least half a dozen buildings around the site are as shaky as the nerves of the rescuers working near them, and with good reason. This is the lobby of what used to be one of New York's finer hotels. In an instant, the ground floor became ground zero as the South Tower collapsed right across the street. From behind the reservation desk, computers still glow. Around the corner, elevators sound a faint alarm, just like the one at the security desk. Its urgency a flashing understatement.
There are a host of eerie scenes in the wake of this disaster, but perhaps no place really describes how sudden it all happened than here. This is the restaurant in the Hilton Millennium Hotel at the World Trade Center. At the time of the blast, it was breakfast time. Coffee cups still filled with coffee, breakfast plates now covered in dust.
Still hanging on the walls, a reminder of what used to be, while out the next window, the reality of what is now. After 3 buildings collapsed during the first day, today, new signs that other buildings are beginning to fail as well.
I just worked the night shift overnight, and they pulled us out because the fire department said it was structurally unsafe.
Throughout the day and night, volunteers like Don Boyd were evacuated from the site, for fear searching through the rubble might bring down some more. And at every turn, the ghosts of those who were here still remain.
They were going about their business, and the next thing you know, their lives changed forever.
This home video taken by Boyd shows what was left behind by those who fled this nearby atrium. Scattered on the floor, the remnants of a morning that started like any other.
And there were menus blown out into the area. There was people's identification. There were books. There were pictures. I mean, these are lives. I mean, they represent lives all over.
Just to the left of that gaping hole in the building's side is one of many makeshift morgues.
I mean, a police officer that I was talking to he was bagging and tagging fingers and hands, just taking fingerprints. Is this one person? Is this 2 people? I mean, is this 3 people? And I mean, the guy's like, these are our own, man. I mean, you know, what are we going to do?
In so many places tonight, it's up to the firefighters alone to comb through the wreckage, while the helping hands of volunteers remain idle, waiting for the all clear to return.
You want to go back in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. If they call me right now, I could do another shift, without a doubt.
And call they did. Working on no sleep and a lot of faith, Boyd joined up with another group of strangers to head back into hell.
Dan, rescuers tonight are attempting to get underneath that rubble, either by crawling into manhole covers if they can find them, or trying to crawl into subway tunnels. Tunnels some tonight fear may be tombs. Dan.
Lee Cowan, live in Lower Manhattan. Well, in times of trouble, we here at CBS News often turn to our old friend, distinguished Professor Fouad Ajami of Johns Hopkins University. Professor, people talk about the response, the sense of of the Arab world? Is there such a monolithic thing as the, quote, Arab world?
Well, there really is, as you well know, there is no such thing as an Arab world. It may be a fantasy of someone like Osama bin Laden. He would like to create this Arabian world. He sees us as an obstacle to that world. But that world is very diverse. And the response to our calamity, the response to the World Trade Center and to this human tragedy has been varied and has been all over the place, surprising in many ways in the Arab world. Gaddafi, remember him, the man we described as a flake, the man we took on in 1986, he's condemned this deed against our civilian.
Excuse me, who would want Gaddafi into a coalition?
We wouldn't, exactly. But surprising people have in effect spoken because they fear that the world of Islam is being pulled in radical directions. People who offer fatwas, i.e. religious opinions, who would like to contest for the soul of Islam, and who would like to introduce the idea of a moderate Islam. So there are all kinds of opinions and all kinds of judgments have been heard in the Muslim world in the last 48 hours or so, and some of them are quite encouraging. And I think when it comes to making our decision, it's good to know that the place will be receptive, but it really is our burden and our call.
Senator Joe Biden, head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, in an interview with Bob Schieffer this afternoon, I thought spoke with a remarkable candor. He was talking about, in effect, pressuring Pakistan to maybe close its border, allow overflights. Those weren't mentioned specifically, but they're in the pattern. Pressuring Pakistan to pressure the Taliban. And he said that they could pressure the Taliban. But then the question was asked, well, yes, but the Taliban can pressure him, maybe to the extent of toppling the Pakistan government. And Senator Biden said, I thought with great frankness, yeah, that's a risk, but it's a risk we're now willing to take. Put that into context for us.
Well, that's a good question, and the question is General Musharraf himself willing to take a risk of being overthrown? Is he willing to be seen as being a friend of the United States? We have a problem there in Pakistan and beyond, is that there are rulers, they wink at us, they tell us behind closed doors that they will be with us when it counts. But when the time comes, they fear the wrath of their own people and they retreat. General Musharraf, who came to power in Pakistan with a coup d'etat, he understands fully that the Taliban are in many ways an instrument and a creation of the Pakistani intelligence services. And here's Afghanistan, which you know, a landlocked country. It relies upon Pakistan for support of every kind. So we need the Pakistanis on board, or else we must make the Pakistanis understand, and the Egyptians and others, that it's really a fight to the finish. And they either are our friends or they ride with the brigands.
It was said today by a man who's written some 60 books on the general subject of terrorism that Osama bin Laden has connected to people in 55 countries. Right. Basically said, there's cells in 55 countries. If bin Laden has cells in 55 countries, is it realistic to say we're going to wipe him out and wipe out terrorism?
Well, that's the question. In effect, there is no such thing as there is no magic bullet. There's no deliverance from this war. There is no safe exit for us from the struggle against terrorism. But likewise, we can't use the idea that bin Laden is a phenomenon, as one of our sources told us a while ago, as a cop-out, because we have to understand that if indeed it's bin Laden who has been tormenting us, bombing our embassies, and now coming to our country, then it's really time to finish with this particular account.
Fuad Ajami, thanks. And you were watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America.
Good evening, I'm Pam Salisbury. We want to take just a few minutes and update you on the investigation into Tuesday's terrorist attack, as well as show you what's going on here at home. First, the FBI says it has positively identified each of the 18 hijackers involved in the 4 plane crashes. The FBI is currently questioning 7 people detained in New York. It's not clear right now what connection they may have, if any, to the investigation. In Pennsylvania, investigators have recovered the flight data recorder, and there is a signal being heard from the black box of the plane that crashed at the Pentagon. People all over America stopped what they were doing Tuesday morning to watch the tragedy unfold on TV. So did one Raleigh man, but little did he know he would be affected so personally by the attack. WRAL's Linda Loveland joins us now with more. Linda.
Things could have been a lot different this week for one local family, Pam. Their son was in the first World Trade Center hit by a plane. Rich McClure says his son was just 12 floors below where the plane went in. He says he was completely knocked off his feet. It took him and his co-workers nearly 45 minutes to get out of the building. The eerie part is Rich was watching the news reports from work, not knowing his son's life was in danger.
1 minute it's a tragedy, and the next thing you know, it becomes a personal tragedy, and you just sitting there helpless.
It took Rich several hours to finally reach his son and find out if he made it out okay, which he did, Pam. He made it out without any injury at all.
Wonderful. All right, Linda, thank you. Many of us are still looking for ways to cope with this tragedy. One way is to gather at vigils being held around the area. The city of Durham, in partnership with WRAL TV, Fox 50, and Radio 1, will present a Vigil of Hope tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. Gates open at 6 p.m. We'll be talking more about local events on the WRAL News Channel, which is on Time Warner Cable Channel 256. I'll see you there. And for the rest of you, we will go back now to CBS.
Who is at the White House. Bob, you said several times today, you just sort of said, in effect, whew, what a day. Of all the events that happened on Capitol Hill, which one is likely to stand the test of being something important in history?
Well, we had a bomb threat here. We had the Capitol evacuated again for the second time since all this has begun. But I think the thing, Dan, that we're going to remember, what is significant here, is the Congress has continued this bipartisan spirit. Congressional leaders this afternoon, the president had asked, as you well know, for $20 billion in aid, special aid to. I'm sorry, we have a lot of crosstalk here.
No problem.
I lost my train of thought. He'd asked for $20 billion in aid to track down the terrorists and also to help the victims of all this terrible tragedy in New York. Well, at the urging of the New York delegation, the congressional leaders have decided to double that appropriation to $40 billion, $20 billion to go to New York, and $20 billion to aid in this fight. To track down these people and punish them if necessary. And Tom Daschle, the leader of the Democrats, said, we understand that this is just a down payment. I think the thing is, Dan, they have realized here that we are indeed in some kind of a war, and it's not going to be a one-shot war. It's going to take a while.
Well, if anybody had any doubts about that, Bob, the news that David Martin broke a while back, that the Pentagon is asking for authority to call up some 40 to 50,000 reservists should underscore for everybody that it is war with all capital letters. Let's go over to John Roberts at the White House. John, there was a period this afternoon when things moved rather rapidly and made it clear that for whatever reason, that security was being ratcheted up quite a bit again.
It certainly was, Dan, and if I could just pause for a moment, I'll get to that in a second, but we've just learned that this request for a call-up of the reserves is under active consideration here at the White House tonight. However, this would be a limited call-up, and it would be for specific reasons. Now, the White House not elaborating on what those specific reasons are, but let's not forget, Dan, that there's a law here called posse comitatus, in which members of the military cannot be used in civilian law enforcement. So perhaps if they were to be called up for security, it may be added security around bases or government installations. As for the security around the White House, certainly, Dan, there does seem to be a heightened sense of alert here. As happened on Tuesday, they have now moved back a security perimeter around the White House to an area that really encompasses about 8 or 10 city blocks. Exactly the same thing that we saw on Tuesday. We understand that they've moved it out for now. They may move it back, and then they may move it back out again. It all depends on the type of information and intelligence that's coming in from across the globe. Also, something else significant happened today. The Vice President has been spending nights at Camp David up in the Catoctin Mountains and spending days here at the White House. Dan, today they separated the Vice President and the President. Mr. Cheney will stay at Camp David until this weekend.
John Roberts at the White House. Night has fallen for the third time over Ground Zero, the scene of the attack that crumbled the World Trade Center towers. And CBS's Byron Pitts is there tonight. Byron?
Well, Dan, these are the cold hard numbers tonight. 4,763 people missing. 30,000 body bags made available. More than 600 tons of rubble removed so far. 5 square miles of Manhattan shut off. But today, in the midst of those cold numbers, there have been some warm moments. I witnessed one of those moments today as firefighters rescued one of their own, a man who'd been buried beneath the rubble for several hours.
This is Ground Zero. What you're watching is a videotape shot by a fireman. TV cameras were not allowed this close to the scene, but I managed to make my way in.
You can begin to hear, Dan, hopefully those applause.
At that moment, I was reporting by cell phone the successful rescue of one firefighter. Pulled to safety, then walked through a gauntlet of applause as grown men cried.
They're shaking his hand. I believe the man himself is crying. Right now, they're trying to get a medic to him. He says he's okay. He's telling everyone he's okay.
It was one of those moments these rescue workers live for. For nearly 48 hours, men and women, cops, construction workers, and firefighters have scratched and pulled and cut their way through a mountain of rubble that was once the World Trade Center. 1,600 volunteers called in. Thousands more just showed up.
Hey, we need buckets and a couple guys! Buckets!
In the midst of it all, reminders of reality. Inside that orange body bag, one of too many victims. Today, for the first time, rescue teams reached the bottom of Tower 1. These are the first images out, taken by a rescue worker, of the dark and deadly corners that must be searched. Surreal, quiet images, stillness that often ends suddenly.
Excuse me, sir, have you heard what happened?
Twice today, rescue workers were ordered to run when it was feared another building was about to collapse. Besides the 2 World Trade Center towers, at least 4 other buildings have fallen, and portions of at least 8 others may go next.
We have 4,763 people on the missing persons list.
Today, the mayor of New York City and the governor of New York State took a call from the president.
We will be with you when the United States takes firm and appropriate action to those who conducted this evil.
Aid by the truckload is still pouring into New York City, but anguish is never far behind. That fire department chaplain who died Tuesday was killed as he gave last rites to a firefighter laying at his feet.
Yeah, this is what Michael Judge was all about. He said, Lord, take me where you want me to go. Let me meet who you want me to meet. Tell me what you want me to say, and keep me out of your way.
Tonight I've been told one of those firefighters who was rescued today, who had spent several hours under the rubble, when they brought him out, they washed his face off, they gave him an IV, the firefighter asked for a peanut butter sandwich, he ate it, he put back on his helmet, and went back to work. Dan, that is the kind of will, the kind of strength we've seen from these men and women here.
Byron Pitts, live from Lower Manhattan. Thanks. The strike at the World Trade Center was meant to be a strike against America. It was also a strike against a neighborhood. And as Mika Brzezinski reports, the emergency service workers are determined to strike back with a massive show of support and help.
New York is a tale of 2 cities, one bustling as usual, the other at its breaking point. But the city hasn't lost its humanity. Medic Peter Marrero has been at Ground Zero twice and desperately wants to get back in.
You're not in New York, you're not in America, you're not even on Earth anymore.
And what drives you to go back in there?
People need help.
Help is what this city needs, and not just in the disaster zone. The collapse destroyed 2 electrical substations, leaving 12,000 in Lower Manhattan without power. And then there's the endless work of hauling all this away. The Trade Center used to tower over this neighborhood. Now, what's left of it is being driven to a local dump. And in every piece of debris, there's a story. We've got receipts here. The address is the World Trade Center. This is Kidder Peabody. This is a CEO's card, One World Trade Center.
You really get a sense that these were all these people's lives, and all that's left is this paperwork.
Disbelief is still on the faces of people here, but the emotions of those who've been at the scene are turning into something much more. A visceral gut reaction to what they've seen at Ground Zero.
Down there, it's not pleasant, I'll tell you that, right?
When Larry Galvin retired from the fire department a year ago, he thought he'd seen it all. He volunteered for duty again right after the blast, and now he's lost many of the brothers he came back to help.
You could just see all them guys going in trying to save people, and they wind up getting smothered under it. That's the part that hurts.
That sacrifice is appreciated by these residents. All are inconvenienced. Most just want to go home. Ron and Sharon Buttrin live just blocks from the scene, and they are staying right where they are.
But we're not going to leave here because this is going to last a very long time, and at some point we will be able to do something to help. Right now we feel very helpless. We want to go down there and start digging with our own hands.
The nobility of those people is overwhelming. And the heartbreak of the families, and I just don't want to be anyplace else right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
The rescuers certainly are noble, but they're also human, and amidst all the devastation and need behind me, the Red Cross has put out a call for psychological support. They say they need licensed psychologists and licensed psychiatric nurses, because the terror here is tearing many apart. Dan.
Mika Brzezinski live from Lower Manhattan. The shocking East Coast attacks on Tuesday have had repercussions all across the nation, altering many comfortable routines and changing lives forever. CBS's Bill Whitaker in Los Angeles has more about this. Bill?
Well, Dan, this monstrous national horror is made up of many, many individual stories. Americans out west were spared the blast, but not the aftershocks.
As the nation watched in disbelief, pilot Jim Bagley of 29 Palms, California, had added reason to be stunned. The FBI suspects the Florida flight school where Bagley trained may have been the training ground for terrorists, too.
There's no doubt in my mind that the air crews were replaced by terrorists who were trained to make this suicide mission.
The FBI has tied the terrorists to several Florida flight schools, including Flight Safety International, where Bagley was certified. Reportedly, some of the suspected terrorists were learning to fly commercial jets there at the same time Bagley was.
But certainly somebody coming out with the commercial level of experience from one of these training programs could very easily navigate that jet after commandeering it and take it back and put it into the World Trade Center.
And when the plane slammed into the World Trade Center, San Francisco businesswoman Melissa Hughes was meeting on the 104th floor of the North Tower. She called her husband of 1 year, Sean, and left this message.
Sean, it's me. I just want to let you know I love you. I'm stuck in this building in New York. The plane hit the building where the bomb went off. We don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and we just wanted you to know that I love you always.
He's called 40 New York hospitals and victim hotlines, but has heard nothing of her since Tuesday morning.
I just wanted to wake up and just somehow just have it not happen, have it be a bad dream.
But this nightmare was real.
Let's not blame the innocent.
So again today, Americans of all ages, races, and religions came together, like at this church in Los Angeles, to stand by our values and stand by each other. Like at this UCLA memorial service. But the shock waves are still rippling out. Out of respect and solidarity, Major League Baseball has postponed all games through Sunday. So has the NFL, college football, and NASCAR. Even Hollywood is turning down the volume. The new Schwarzenegger movie about Colombian terrorists has been shelved for now.
We do not tolerate attacks on our citizens.
The reaction to the attack has had some unintended consequences, too. The big Montana wildfires grew even bigger while all planes, even firefighting tankers, were grounded. The tankers now are back in the air. Now another unintended consequence, a plane delivering a heart for transplant from Anchorage to Seattle yesterday was forced to land by Navy fighters. After some tense negotiations, arrangements were made for the heart to be transferred by helicopter. The surgery was a success. Dan?
Bill Whitaker, give us a quick overview of what's happening with air traffic on the West Coast, San Diego as well as Los Angeles, San Jose, Portland, Seattle. What's happening?
Well, very, very slowly, things are starting to open back up. There are commercial flights that are going to be coming into Los Angeles. We understand that up in Seattle, things are beginning to get back to normal very, very slowly. But when I say back to normal, it will probably never be back to normal. We are going to have long, long waiting periods before anyone can get into the airport and before things can get into the air once again. Dan?
Bill Whitaker, thanks. The attack on America is more than just an attack on our buildings and monuments. It is, above all, an attack on Americans. The numbers that describe the big picture of this tragedy are too great to fully comprehend. Almost 5,000 missing or dead at the World Trade Center, more than 100 missing or dead at the Pentagon, 266 killed aboard the 4 hijacked jetliners. But it's hard to quantify heartache until you come face to face with it. Thomas Burnett Jr. was a 38-year-old business executive from San Ramon, California. He was killed when the plane he was on slammed into the Pentagon. He leaves behind a wife, a 3-year-old toddler, and 5-year-old twins. Stephen Strobert is missing. Stephen, who is 33 and has been married less than a year, worked 100 floors above Manhattan in the World Trade Center. More than 700 of his fellow employees from the trading firm of Cantor Fitzgerald are still unaccounted for. This is Cece Ross-Lyles, sitting between her sons, Jerome and Javon. Cece was a flight attendant aboard United Airlines Flight 93. She spoke to her husband for the last time from a cell phone shortly before the hijacked plane went down outside Pittsburgh. Robert LeBlanc was a retired geography professor from Lee, New Hampshire. He died aboard United Flight 175 when it struck the World Trade Center. He was 70 years old. And then there is William Feehan, a father of 4 and grandfather of 6. Feehan was the second highest official of the New York City Fire Department. He died Tuesday when the World Trade Center's South Tower collapsed on his command station. Feehan's father was a fireman. So is his son. William Feehan, 71. One of the bravest. 5 personal stories out of 5,000. The cost of this tragedy in dollars and cents may eventually be calculated and perhaps even made good someday. The human cost, though, is something else again. Maybe you noticed it. Parents and their children walking to school, especially in New York and Washington, walked a little closer together, hands held a little tighter. And the question was, what to tell the children about the attack on America. CBS's Cheryl Atkinson in Washington has our report.
For those who were hit so close to home, it was the first day back at school in a changed world.
I think it was really sad. I thought it was really sad because a lot of people died.
200 counselors were deployed to schools in the District of Columbia on a mission to fight fear and grief.
Her fear right now is that it's going to happen again.
Experts advise parents to tell their children it's okay to feel scared.
It's just so scary. I mean, nothing ever happened like that in my life.
It's all right to be sad.
It was horrible. It made me want to cry.
And it's normal to feel angry.
I think we should kill them all.
The question of what to tell children becomes even more difficult when the loss is more personal. Leckie Elementary in Washington, D.C. lost a teacher and an 11-year-old student in the plane that crashed into the Pentagon.
30 counselors are at this one school alone to help children cope. They wrote goodbye letters to the teacher, Hilda Taylor.
Miss Taylor, I miss you a whole lot. From Durham.
And their classmate, Bernard Brown.
And how do you keep them from feeling overly fearful or overly sad?
By spending time with them, by encouraging them, by touching them, by giving them hugs.
Children everywhere are in need of those hugs, touched by the frightening images of kids their own age running in terror.
I really can't understand why people did this. If I had been on the airplane, I would be really scared.
My sister told me that on TV she saw like a person with a white shirt jump out of the building.
In fact, if there was one horrible image that seemed to haunt children the most, it was the sight of people jumping from the burning World Trade Center.
A lot of people just jumped off the building, and it was really sad looking at that.
Back in Washington, D.C., proximity poses an added challenge.
It was close to us, that's one thing. Because it could have gone in school, so we would be dead right now.
It's important that by living here, fear not grip them. Saying, oh my God, I live in Washington, but instead, oh my God, I'm a very special American because I live in the nation's capital.
Right now, most of these kids would rather not be so special.
I wish everything was normal.
Cheryl Atkinson, CBS News, Washington.
And joining us now from Washington in our bureau there, the former Defense Secretary of the United States and former United States Senator from Maine, now a CBS News consultant, Bill Cohen. Mr. Secretary, you've watched and listened today. History is going to look back and say, among other things, this is the day when the Defense Department asked for a call-up of maybe 40 to 50,000 reserves. Put that in context for us.
Well, it's just one more signal coming from the administration that they are serious. And the call-up of 40 to 50,000 men and women in the reserves is just a very strong signal that that's the beginning. And frankly, I think if it comes to it, there may be more who'll be called up. They will be used in a variety of ways, and it remains for the President to specify their utility. But they will be helping at our facilities, our airport facilities, the military airport facilities. They may be driving heavy construction equipment. They may be called upon to go overseas and to carry on whatever campaign that the President decides to wage. But this is a very important step along with that took place on Capitol Hill. Bob Schieffer pointed out earlier that something unusual took place today. In years past, whenever an administration would make a request for a certain amount of money, usually Congress would end up cutting it in half. Now they've doubled it. And I suspect that when all is done, they may even have to increase it substantially more for the military itself. So this was quite a historic day, and it once again sends a very strong signal to the American people, to our friends and allies, and to our adversaries that we mean business.
Mr. Secretary, I asked this of Fuad Ajami earlier. I was told today by someone in a position to know that Osama bin Laden he's in 55 countries in one way or in the other, greater influence than some, but in 55 countries. Is it realistic to believe that we can wipe him, his operation, his movement out completely?
I think that, yes, it's realistic. If we go after him and his operations and his financial network, it can be done. It's going to take time, and that's why the administration is being very cautious and prudent in its rhetoric by saying prepare for the long haul. But this is going to be a battle that's going to take years, not days or months, but years, because they have infiltrated our society and so many others across the globe. It's going to take a lot longer than anyone anticipates. And again, I think we have to be realistic in the sense of what may be called upon for us to bear in the future. We can't look upon the most recent attacks as being the end of it, but rather the beginning. And once again, the Hart-Rudman Commission foretold this particular type of situation, and it's a clarion call for us to change our habits, change our way of thinking about the threats that are going to confront us. But now is the time to seize upon this particular tragedy as an opportunity to fundamentally deal with a threat that is going to continue to confront us.
You mentioned Osama bin Laden's financial network. What did you mean by that?
Well, he is well-financed. He is reputed to have millions of dollars as a result of the inheritance through the construction family in Saudi Arabia. And he has used those millions to help fund these particular cells. And so what we have to do is to make sure that we go after, in every way we can, those resources that he uses to provide for the training, assuming that he is the one involved, that can pay the $5,000 or $10,000 or $15,000 in cash for the training of pilots, who pays for the families, for those who martyr themselves, and pays them some sort of remittance. Going after the financial resources will be just a key element of going after him and his entire organization. And once again, I need to repeat this. We shouldn't just focus on one individual and say he is the cause of all of this and responsible for all of this. There are a number of organizations. They may be overlapping and interlocked. And so it's going to be a long, hard struggle, and we have to prepare ourselves for it here and abroad. And that's why the administration, I think, is correct in preparing the American people for the long struggle.
Including now saying it's going to call up some reserves. Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. This week marked a tragic milestone in the United States of America history, one of many the nation have experienced. CBS's Eric Ingberg looks tonight at turning points on the U.S. timeline.
History, for the most part, tick-tocks toward us in increments that produce trends, then maybe slight change. Only a few times in a generation will one day strike like a thunderclap, forever altering America's view of itself.
It's the shock effect when it hits. Everybody stops still. Everybody calls the people they love. Everybody checks to make sure everybody's okay.
October 29th, 1929 was such a day. The stock market crashed. A depression that would spread poverty and fear across the land was to follow.
Most every ship in the harbor has been hit.
December 7th, 1941, the day of the Pearl Harbor attack, brought both war and a feeling of vulnerability Americans had never known. On October 4th, 1957, Americans were jolted from space. It was called Sputnik, and it was the first man-made object to orbit the Earth, made in Russia. It frightened a country fearful of Soviet missiles and brought improvements in the U.S. education system. November 22nd, 1963 was the day America lost a young president to assassination. It was more harrowing than previous presidential deaths because JFK was the first president of the television age. We were there, mourning someone we knew.
Those images, they felt like a death of a generation at that point. And from 63 onwards, the Kennedy death, some of the spirit of America was hurt.
1968, the assassination of Martin Luther King. It robbed the nation of its main voice for racial justice and severely damaged relations between blacks and whites as disturbances swept dozens of cities. On August 9th, 1974, Richard Nixon was driven from office by a scandal which still reverberates. Americans who had instinctively trusted their officials to tell the truth simply stopped doing so. Veteran Washington correspondent Hugh Sidey, who witnessed many of these days, believes last Tuesday to be one of the most critical ever.
We've been more interested in everything that we can do in our indulgences than the public good. And I think that has to change.
September 11th, 2001 joins the list of days that changed America because our homeland has been violated. When that happens, history teaches, Americans unify. Eric Engberg, CBS News, Washington.
The world acknowledges, usually, many people around the world, that in times of emergency or crisis, Americans unify. But since World War II, there have been those doubts expressed by people in various countries around the world. But yes, you unify, but then it passes. And America has gotten a reputation over the last half century of not having a lot of staying power. The record doesn't support that. Vietnam, although it was a terrible time, comes to mind because among the many things we may not have had, staying power in that we did have. There was a remarkable scene today in London, a touching demonstration of the sport between Britain and the United States at Buckingham Palace. Changing the guard today at Buckingham Palace. You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America.
We have just seen the first war of the 21st century.
Aftershocks of terror.
The words can't just describe it.
Fighting words from the American president.
And I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes.
Get down on your hands and knees and come to the noise!
Heroes to the rescue.
At first, you just look at it, it's so bizarre, you think it's a dream, but it's not.
Amid the rubble, hope. Buried firefighters found alive.
I believe the man himself is fine. We found the two guys and they managed to walk out on their own.
For others, the frantic search continues.
Tom's name is on the list. It says fine. Nobody else's name's on it.
Right now, it's where is he and when will I see him again?
The whole country digs deeper.
Do what you can when you feel so helpless.
With volunteers answering the call.
When people see this, they'll know that America is united. We are strong. We are stronger than ever.
Now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory. To victory.
Attack on America.
This is continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Dan Rather with Ed Bradley at CBS News World Headquarters in New York. Here are the headlines at this hour. As the search goes through another night in the shattered World Trade Center in New York City and at the Pentagon in Washington. The confirmed death toll is now nearing 500, but it's feared the final count could top 5,000. The flight data recorder from one of the 4 jets hijacked Tuesday has been recovered. And searchers at the Pentagon are working their way toward another. Investigators say they have identified the hijackers and that they have pictures of all of those in the planes. The Pentagon says it's planning sustained military action against the terrorists and those who support them. Defense officials want to call up as many as 50,000 reserve troops to active duty, possibly soon. Secretary of State Powell named renegade Saudi millionaire Osama bin Laden by name as a, quote, prime suspect. The United States has asked Pakistan to close its border, seal it off with Afghanistan, whose Taliban leaders protect bin Laden. And President Bush declared the United States will lead the world to victory over terrorism. In Lower Manhattan this day, hope went head-to-head with grim reality. Scott Pelley reports on search and rescue at Ground Zero. Scott?
Dan, at one point today, just for a moment in Lower Manhattan, there were cheers of joy as 2 firemen who were feared lost were rescued in the debris today.
How dangerous this work is. 2 firefighters looking for victims fell into a void and had to be rescued themselves. It was a moment of life in another day of death in Lower Manhattan. The city officially estimates 4,700 missing. But everyone here expects that to climb much higher.
Can you tell me what you've seen today?
It's amazing. It's just incredible. Indescribable.
What do you mean?
It's just no words to describe it. It's terrible.
Can you give me a sense of what you're seeing in there?
It's hard to explain. I mean, everything's destroyed. Where we were digging out, I mean, we were probably standing on the roof of the building as we were digging out, and all you're seeing is the tops of fire engines and cars, and trying to listen to see if anybody was in there.
Wait a minute, you're digging through the debris, and what you're finding are the tops of fire engines.
Right, and cars and whatnot.
What are you seeing in terms of the victims down there?
It's spread out. There's stuff and people, everywhere.
They're running in shifts. Exhausted firefighters going out, fresh hands going in. They're coming from all over, some from Los Angeles, others from Michigan, and all around New York State. The firemen are working under hanging steel and buildings that threaten to fall. That's the Millennium Hotel, unstable and towering over hundreds of men and women digging for signs of life. There was more smoke over Manhattan today. Fires are erupting repeatedly, even 2 days after the attack.
I see a fire now. We keep seeing fires again and again every few hours.
What's spot fire? It's very difficult to get inside that amount, that rubble to extinguish every spot fire.
You don't want to pour a lot of water on there because that water will be filling some voids where maybe we have some people. So, you know, that the water will travel from where that spot fire is and seek the lowest level. And if that's where there's people, you know, you don't want to dump too much water in there.
This is the underground area where there is still hope of life, the extensive basement complex of the World Trade Towers. Rescue workers are searching with flashlights and listening with sensitive microphones for any sign of a survivor.
Sending listening devices in through pockets. Tell me about that.
When they think they found something, whether it's an indication from a dog or an indication from one of the guys may have spotted something, they'll send down a listening device and they yell for the entire area to quiet down. When they do that, you can hear a pin drop in that whole area.
Everybody stops.
Everybody stops. Nobody moves. They shut down generators. Everybody just stops moving.
Dogs are guiding rescuers to any human scent. This dog named Miranda is being handled by Sergeant Dale Warkey.
I send her down and she looks to see if she can find anybody.
What have
Give
you
any
found?
kind of alerts.
What have you found so far?
Just remains. That's all.
Can you describe to me what you've seen?
Words can't even describe it. It's just unbelievable, the mess in there.
Alongside the search for bodies, there is a search for clues. Detective Bill Levasseur is hunting for any part of the black box voice and data recorders that would have been on the hijacked planes.
Some of the elements of the plane flew all over. I understand the engine was up on Church Street, tire was down on Rector, so we're looking everywhere for any pieces of evidence.
So the black box could be anywhere within half a square mile from here?
Well, it could be here, it could be anywhere. We're just making sure, a thorough search to make sure we don't miss anything.
FBI agents are walking the streets with trash bags, scooping up anything that looks like evidence. It's hard to tell, given the shattered debris.
It was like a scene out of Apocalypse Now, or a scene out of hell.
This iron worker volunteered to help lift the mass of metal, but he's never seen steel like this.
The steel came down, and the pieces that came down actually stuck into the West Side Highway and are sticking up like toothpicks.
That's the shattered skeleton of the Trade Center, but emergency room radiologists told us about the broken bodies that they saw in the first hours.
We've seen the X-rays, we've seen CAT scans and the X-rays of people with crushed heads, fortunately alive, but some pretty bad injuries.
Not even the dead are spared here. At the nearby and historic Trinity Church, graves are buried alongside the police and fire vehicles crushed under the falling towers. This is what's left of an ambulance that was among the first at the scene. There are continuing worries, of course, about the safety of the living. This response team from the EPA is testing the choking air over Manhattan.
What concern is there about the air quality where the workers are?
Well, we've been asked to sample for a whole bunch of different stuff, so I don't know that there's any particular concern other than they want to know exactly what there is there, so we'll try to determine that for them.
They want to know what these guys have been breathing for the last 2 days.
Right.
Asbestos, any number of hazardous kinds of materials.
Asbestos is one of the concerns. You'll have to excuse me, I got to kind of get dressed.
It's all right, keep going.
That dust has become a kind of message board. Residents who live here are sending wishes to firemen they will never meet or know. Many are leaving these notes on their way uptown, evacuating for who knows how long. Refugees in a city that they no longer recognize.
It'll never be the same. Everybody's devastated down here. It's people just walking around with like these empty looks on their faces. I feel terrible for all those people that died.
This city, so famous for its toughness, seems a fragile place at times. Elsewhere in Manhattan today, former President Bill Clinton and his daughter Chelsea came into the city to see for themselves and to talk to New Yorkers. We had a chance to talk to them about this attack on the United States.
The former president came to the place in Manhattan where hundreds and perhaps thousands of people are standing in line waiting to fill out missing persons reports. Mr. Clinton spoke with many of the people as they waited in line.
Chelsea and I wanted to just go down there and encourage people, thank the workers, and I've never seen anything like it, but the people have rallied magnificently. All these people working to get their friends and neighbors out of the rubble, and I think the mayor's done a terrific job with the governor. New Yorkers are pulling together.
Sir, you fought terrorism all 8 years of your administration, and yet it wasn't enough. It's never enough.
We nearly, well, it'll never be enough as long as there are people out there with money and networks and who are willing to die and have a whole different view of human life and values than we do. But let me say, I believe the president and the administration will do the right thing. I think they're doing everything that can humanly be done. When they ascertain all the facts, I think they will take the appropriate action. And I believe that the magnitude of this has generated support for the United States and for taking action against these people that did not exist before. And that will open up some options for the president that would not have been there before. And I just think it's very important that the American people this time just pull together and support and trust them all to do the right thing.
What's the message?
The message is that this is an act which was both evil and which denies our common humanity. And what we Americans have to do, what New Yorkers have to do, is to prove them wrong. You just walk up and down the street here. We got people here from everywhere, people of all different faiths. The American people know this is not something done by all Muslims. That America is full of Muslims who deplore this sort of behavior and who are just as offended, if not more offended, than the rest of the South. And we just need to take care of the victims and the families of those who have died, and the children who will need to be educated. We need to rebuild New York, and we need to support the president and the administration in answering this challenge. But they will do it. We will do it as a people. I have no doubt of it.
The president's daughter, Chelsea Clinton, was in Lower Manhattan at the time of the attack.
I was about 12 blocks from here.
You were 12 blocks from here?
South.
What did you see?
Smoke, people running, crying, just what we've all seen replayed on the television. It was horrifying, of course.
And what do you make of this?
I don't think there's anything to make of it. It's just a tragedy.
Chelsea Clinton. All over southern Manhattan today, they were cleaning up. We saw people with hoses spraying down sidewalks, street sweepers, tow trucks pulling shattered cars away, structural engineers running through buildings to figure out whether they're safe to reoccupy in the area. The financial district is getting ready for business again, even though the hard work of search and recovery will be going on for a very long time. Dan?
Scott Pelley. Joining us now is Pete Bicarsi, a rescue worker with the National Urban Search and Rescue. It's part of FEMA, the Federal Disaster Relief Agency. He's from Denver, but he's among those digging deep here in New York City. We also have Tom Kennedy from the Urban Search and Rescue Team. Thank you very much for being with us. What are you seeing? And as you see it, what are you feeling as you go about your work? Mr. Kennedy? Tom Kennedy?
Yes, yes, Dan, I got you now. We're currently one of the first teams that was deployed to support the city of New York for this disaster. And I think the first thing that struck the task force members was the magnitude of the situation. We've had the opportunity during downtime to see it on television, but I can assure you that the television press is not able to deliver the size of the operation and the area of disaster that this encompasses.
Mr. Kennedy, do you feel a sense of real and present danger as you're going about your work?
Yes and no. And what's going on is we're operating in areas that are dangerous, but the training that FEMA has provided to the task forces throughout the United States are going to get us through this. Nobody's being placed in jeopardy for this operation. However, it's still being conducted as an actual rescue.
As an actual rescue, is that because you still believe or just simply hope that there may be some people alive in that rubble?
No, we believe there is. Experiences in this country and other countries have shown that people can last for days and possibly even weeks under this type of situation. So all the efforts now are still focused as a rescue operation.
And looking at it, based on your experience, is this likely to take a month, 2 months, longer? What's your own personal estimate?
To be honest with you, we arrived on late Monday night and went into action on Tuesday morning. And not until today did we get a full opportunity to work the entire site other than the spot at church and day to which we were deployed. Normally task force members are deployed for 2 weeks, but my best guess is that this is going to take months before that whole area is cleared and the last person is taken out.
Tom Kenny, thank you very much for taking time out from your work. Good luck. Take care of yourself out there.
Thank you.
Joining us now, the governor of the state of New York, George Pataki, who's been in the trenches here from day one. Good evening, Governor. Thanks for taking time to be with us.
Thank you, Dan.
For the people in this country, for that matter, people around the world, what do you think is the most important thing for them to know about this situation as New York continues trying to deal with an unprecedented calamity?
Well, I think the most important thing is that we all stand together. The spirit is strong. The effort is still focusing on search and rescue. We still hope for miracles, and thousands of New Yorkers, millions of people around the world are praying for those who are missing and praying for the families, and we're all grateful for that.
Ed Bradley has a question.
What is the latest number of missing that you have now?
It is pretty high. It's well over 4,000. But Ed, we're hopeful that people will turn up, that we'll find out that there are duplicate names on the list. We're still hoping for a miracle where someone might be found alive at the site. So it's not so much the numbers, it's each person. And that's why this effort is being made.
Well, with that in mind, Governor, you've just come from talking with some of the families who have missing members of their family. What concrete assistance are you able to offer them?
We're doing everything we can to provide them with information, which is what they most want, to provide them with help and counseling. Sometimes just to give them a shoulder to cry on and give them a hug. I think the most important thing is for them to know they're not alone. You know, we all are experiencing enormous grief, not just around America, but around the world. But we can only imagine the grief of someone whose wife or child is missing. And that's why we have to be there with them. That's why we have to show them. We're with them today, and we'll be with them always.
I don't know anyone who doesn't applaud and admire President Bush's coming to New York City tomorrow for the symbolism of it. But will you be discussing any real substantive issues with him here, and if so, what?
I'm very grateful that President Bush is coming. I think it is important, and it shows his ongoing commitment. But Dan, from the first minutes when we first spoke before 9:30 on Tuesday morning, the President has provided every single bit of support that the city or the state has requested, and we're very grateful for that. This is a time when not just all New Yorkers, but all Americans have come together, and we're grateful for the support of President Bush, for his leadership, and for the fact that he is coming here tomorrow.
Governor, given your position and your background, I feel okay to ask this question. There are an awful lot of people who now believe that it's just going to tip the country into a recession, perhaps a brief one, but a recession. Do you agree with that assessment?
Dan, right now the focus has to be on the human side. This is a strong country. We are a strong people. And certainly there are enormous economic losses, and we will deal with those, and we have a task force right now working to deal with those. But we have to focus on people. We have to focus on keeping the spirit of the people up. We'll get through this. We'll get through this economically, but more importantly, we'll get through this from the personal human side because all of us, all Americans and people around the world are standing together.
Governor George Pataki, thank you for coming by.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Ed. Let's go now to correspondent David Martin with tonight's latest developments from the Pentagon. David?
Dan, it's clear tonight the U.S. is planning an all-out war, not just against Osama bin Laden for having directed these attacks, but against all terrorist organizations that threaten American interests. It will be a war like no other.
The kind of organizations that conduct these terrorist activities make for difficult targets. It is not as if you are going after an army in the field or you're trying to destroy cities or fixed installations.
Attacking bin Laden's camps in Afghanistan, as the U.S. did 3 years ago, is not going to put him out of business.
They're also a thinking enemy. They know what they've done, they know when they're going to do it, and they know what consequences might be coming back in their direction. So you have to consider you're dealing with a very, very skilled, knowledgeable, thinking enemy.
U.S. officials say they are drafting plans to attack not just bin Laden, but the Taliban rulers of Afghanistan who allow him to operate from their territory. By threatening the Taliban with destruction, the U.S. hopes to force them to turn bin Laden over. And it's not just bin Laden the U.S. is after.
When we're through with that network, we will continue with a global assault against terrorism in general.
A senior official named the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah, which in 1983 killed more than 200 American Marines in Beirut, and Hamas, which sends suicide bombers against Israeli civilians, as two of the terrorist groups the U.S. intends to go after. And the Deputy Secretary of Defense explained what it will take to win.
You do it with the full resources of the U.S. government. It will be a campaign, not a single action. And we're going to keep after these people and the people who support them until this stops.
The U.S. has launched cruise missiles and arrested bin Laden's accomplices, but that hasn't stopped the terrorists.
One of the things these guys have demonstrated is that as hard as we look, they can hide some things from us, and that's why we're going to try to deny them the sanctuaries and the places from which they do hide things.
Bodies pulled from the Pentagon arrived at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for identification, as the Defense Department estimated the total number of dead at 190, 126 people in the building, and 64 more aboard the plane. Fear of a further collapse is making the task of recovering the bodies agonizingly slow.
We would all like it to go very quickly, but in doing things quickly, you have a very unstable building, and it's almost at a crawling pace.
It also slows the hunt for the plane's cockpit voice recorder, which could answer so many questions about the final moments.
They thought they knew where it was, that it is, we are close to it, but close doesn't mean a short period of time.
There is no real hope of survivors, but one find did raise spirits. The Marine Corps colors still standing amid the wreckage.
Everyone was pretty, for the past 2 days, surprised that, we had a set of Marine Corps colors intact. And so that was pretty symbolic of, why we're all here.
And Dan, one other indication of what this war will cost. Tonight, the Pentagon is asking the president for authority to call up 30 to 50,000 reservists. Dan?
David Mart, the Pentagon. Now, let's go to Jim Stewart at our Washington Bureau for the latest on the criminal investigation in the attack. Jim?
Dan, here's the latest. Police are searching a house in Vienna, Virginia tonight where the terrorist hijackers who flew into the Pentagon might have stayed before the attack. And in New York, one man is in custody and others are being questioned after a scare over fake identities that led to the FAA shutting down all 3 New York airports. Meanwhile, the easiest part of this investigation may be over. Authorities are poised to release the names and photographs of the estimated 18 hijackers, but federal investigators are still not certain they have accounted for all the terrorist pilots.
The terrorists who seized controls of the planes all attended aviation school in the United States, some as recently as a year ago, and FBI agents were busy today searching the former apartment of 2 of the suspects who were at the controls during the World Trade Center attacks. Using airport surveillance video, credit card receipts, and the passenger list, the FBI believes it has identified all the hijackers on the 4 flights.
Unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate, 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each.
What is not as clear, however, is whether the dead hijackers left behind some live colleagues who may have attended the same aviation classes. Sources say the flight school records are being closely examined.
We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates that these individuals had.
In other developments, sources say there is no evidence thus far that any other nation was involved in the attack. Some of the hijackers had lived in the U.S. for more than a year, say sources, and others were associated with the Islamic fundamentalist group believed to be responsible for attacking the USS Cole. Meanwhile, the collection of physical evidence continued, with agents recovering what reads like a suicide note from the rental car of one suspect, while in Hamburg, Germany, police raided an apartment there based on an FBI request. There were also some dramatic arrests like these at Newark International Airport, where 4 people were taken off a Saudi Arabian airliner, but it remains unclear whether they were associated with Tuesday's attacks. What is also not clear is just how much help the actual hijackers had, although agents assume it was a sizable network both here and abroad.
The number of associates is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number.
Dan, federal authorities are expected to show America the face of the men who carried out these attacks. Agents are busily assembling photographs of all 18 hijackers, complete with their names and nationalities. They are expected to be released sometime Friday. Dan?
Jim, do we already know some of the countries from where some of these suicide pilots came?
Yes, Dan, we do. We know that some came from Saudi Arabia. These were apparently pilots who trained down in Florida. We know that some came from, I'm sorry, Dan, I wanted to say some did not come from Iraq. And we know that some came from Egypt. These were apparently the members of the Egyptian Islamic fundamentalist movement. Dan?
Jim Stewart, thanks. Late today, the flight recorder was found from United Flight 93. That's the plane which down to earth Tuesday morning in southwest Pennsylvania. Bob Orr brings you up to date on that. Bob?
Well, Dan, that could be a break for investigators because that flight data recorder, if it's operating correctly, could provide investigators with important information on how United 757 was being flown in the last few minutes before the crash. But I have to tell you, investigators also need the cockpit voice recorder. That's the second black box to have a full picture of what happened on board the doomed jetliner. That investigators hope recorded the conversations as the hijackers tried to steer that plane to Washington, and as it turns out, towards a very high-profile target.
Tuesday's attack ended in rural Pennsylvania when the last of the 4 hijacked jetliners, United Airlines Flight 93, nosedived into the ground. But sources say as the wave of terrorism unfolded, it was that plane the Secret Service feared most after a telephone threat made it clear the target was Air Force One. When United Flight 93 took off from Newark at 8:43, Air Force One was parked in Sarasota, waiting to take the president home from an education event. No one believes the hijackers ever intended to attack the president's plane in midair. But in just over an hour, both jets would be heading towards Andrews Air Force Base. At 9:35, United 93 veered from its planned flight route and headed back towards Washington. With the World Trade Center towers already on fire, the jet's erratic movements were enough to convince controllers that this plane, too, had been hijacked. Just 3 minutes later, at 9:38, American Airlines Flight 77 plowed into the Pentagon. The first hit in what authorities now believe was to be a double-barreled attack on Washington. Within minutes, at around 9:45, orders were given to evacuate the White House. On board Flight 93, a number of passengers, learning of the New York attacks and cell phone calls with families, decided to take back the plane.
On the last phone call, he said that a group of them were getting ready to do something. And then he hung up and he never called back.
In Florida, the president was told of the terrorism and cut short his visit. At 9:54, Air Force One took off for Washington. Flight 93, meanwhile, continued flying east into western Pennsylvania. And at 10:03, someone in the cockpit deliberately turned off critical radar information, leaving controllers in the dark about the movements of a jet that was now a flying bomb on a course for the nation's capital. Along Florida's Atlantic coast, Air Force One continued to fly north, but suddenly at 10:14, the president's plane turned to the west. About 6 minutes later, the fight for control on board Flight 93 ended as the 757 with 45 people on board crashed in an unpopulated field. Air Force One, now out of danger, continued on, landing at Louisiana's Barksdale Air Force Base at 11:45. Today, the president defended the decision to divert Air Force One.
I know I took the appropriate actions as the commander-in-chief to be in a position to be able to make the decisions necessary for our government to handle the crisis.
There is also some new information tonight about the other hijacked jetliner that did hit the Pentagon. Republican Congressman John Mica, he's the chairman of the House Aviation Subcommittee, says he's been told by police that that plane may have actually flown over the White House and in fact circled the Capitol building before hitting the military headquarters. Mica called it, quote, sheer in-your-face terrorism. Dan?
Bob Orr, thank you. The past 48 hours have brought more than enough sorrow and worry for the whole country to bear. Russ Mitchell has the story of one place that's dealing with more than its share.
In the town of Bedford, New York, 45 miles from the World Trade Center, these 4 women are missing their husbands.
That's my husband. We just got married in June.
All 4 men worked at Cantor Fitzgerald, a bond trading firm, on the 105th floor in Tower Number 1.
I know they're together. I know they're together.
These wives are not just linked by this tragedy. They are friends. Their lives are intertwined.
There's been great times, you know. My kids grew up here. They love it here.
They have a past together, and they want a future together.
Very caring people.
They are gathered at Robbie Morell's house, a sort of emotional command post.
Can I have the Cantor numbers?
Every time that phone rings, what goes through your head?
Good information.
Good information.
Robbie Morell last spoke to her husband, George, Tuesday morning.
My husband called me on my way to work on my cell phone at 10 of 9.
10 of 9.
10 of 9.
Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning. He said, there's been a bomb, and I may never see you again, so I want to tell you I love you.
What keeps you optimistic? What gives you hope?
Because I know George is a survivor, and if there was any possible way to make it down, and he did it before.
In 1993, George Morell survived the first World Trade Center bombing by walking down all 105 flights to safety.
It's just a picture that was in the New York Times the following Sunday, I believe.
Which, in a way, keeps Robbie going this time.
It's got 9 lives.
Something else that is bringing hope to this house is a list found on the internet.
Somebody's got to go get me another copy of this list.
Okay.
On it are the names of possible survivors.
And they did see Tommy's name.
Lisa Palazzo's husband, Tom, is on the list.
Come on, you know Tommy and George are going to be together, right?
With newfound hope, Lisa takes the lead in encouraging her friends.
They're together. Don't be silly. We're going to get the list. She's bringing it down right now.
Julie Burke and her husband, Tom, have 4 boys.
8, 6, 2, and 10 months. So I've kept them home from school and kept it pretty close to the cuff with them because I don't think it's time to tell them yet what's really going on. They're asking, but I can look them in the eye and say I really don't know. And that's better than the worst case scenario right now.
She has heard nothing from her husband. All she has now is the name of a friend who worked close by.
O'Neill's name is on the list and he's fine.
Oh my God. Sean O'Neill?
His buddy's name turned up on the list. He sits right next to him, so it's really encouraging.
This is a list and it's hopeful and I'm excited about it, but I don't want to jump to any conclusions till I have more confirmation.
Holly O'Neill is Sean's wife.
I just want to see him. I just want to see him.
Holly is expecting their first child in March. On a day where the news is mostly all bad, these women must rely on the slimmest of hopes. And this list is all they have.
As soon as we find out, we're going to find a way to go down. And try to get him out of there and bring him home.
But there is really nowhere to go.
Describe to me what the waiting is like.
How can I describe that? It's pretty indescribable. Especially when you glance over and see the building falling in and everything else. Right now, I don't care who did it. I just want to find George, and that's really the only thing I'm thinking about.
But as the digging continues around what used to be the World Trade Center, the wives of Bedford are looking with less and less hope at their internet list.
What did I just say?
Just tonight, Robbie Morell sent her husband's dental records to authorities in New York.
Russ Mitchell.
And good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. I'm Deborah Morgan. We want to take a few minutes now to update you on today's developments. There's word the United States is planning sustained military strikes against those behind Tuesday's brutal attacks on Washington and New York. A senior Pentagon official says the retaliation will also target the support system of those responsible. In the most explicit description yet of the Bush administration's intentions, the Deputy Defense Secretary said the attack would continue until the roots of terrorism are destroyed. President Bush reiterated U.S. intentions today that serious action would be taken in response to Tuesday's acts of war. Now, analysts say any strike would likely include troops based here in North Carolina, though no specific plans have been announced as of yet. WRAL's Shawnee Blount is at Fort Bragg tonight. And Shawnee, some of our troops have already been called to duty.
Well, that's right, Deborah. Earlier tonight we received word from Washington that the country's Air Force bases, including Pope Air Force Base, will resume normal flying operations. However, units will remain on standby for any further instructions. Now, meanwhile, relief efforts are already underway in Washington, D.C. This morning, 32 Fort Bragg soldiers left on 4 CH-47 helicopters, also known as Chinooks. A fifth one went along for maintenance support. Now, these helicopters will be utilized to the fullest extent in Washington, about the size of a school bus. Each chopper can lift up to 26,000 pounds. Now, the company that left on this relief mission, has had experience in both Hurricane Mitch and Hurricane Floyd. They should be in Washington for the next 30 days. Deborah?
All right, Shawnee, thanks for that update. RDU International Airport is back open again, but for limited operations. If you're waiting for a flight out, it's best to call your airline first before heading to the airport. Also, once you get there, prepare to get there at least 2 hours early because of the increased security now in place. Many of us are still looking for ways to cope with this tragedy. Many are dealing with it by gathering with other mourners at vigils being held around the area. The city of Durham, in partnership with WRAL TV, Fox 50, and Radio 1, will present a Vigil of Hope tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. Gates open at 6. We'll have more local coverage on WRAL's news channel, which is on Time Warner Cable Channel 256. I'll see you there. For everyone else, we'll go back to CBS.
Us and we talked about it, and we talked about how there are bad people in the world.
I believe that our decision to stay in our home and let the initial chaos pass was correct.
Zoe's dad, Cleveland, began to keep a diary of the ordeal on his laptop computer.
The street was filling with people staring up in disbelief. There was a huge hole in the north side of the nearest tower. The heat must have become excruciatingly hot. People were jumping from the broken windows.
The Adams family knows life will never be the same, but they know they will endure.
I feel a rush of fear anytime I hear a plane go by. I'll try to walk to work tomorrow like any other day.
That's the way it is for most New Yorkers, Dan, some more than others, just trying to make it through another day.
Really strong. I'll try to go to work tomorrow just like it's another day. Ed Bradley, thanks. In roughly the past 48 hours, sights and sounds of an infamous day and the aftermath have been seared into the American psyche.
Guys, get in. Not everybody take a beat. Get in. Who's out there?
Pictures and words that tell the story. We continue CBS News coverage of the attack on America Now with John Roberts, who's been monitoring today's developments at the White House, including in ratcheting up of security, including reaching the point where reserves are going to be called up. John?
Dan, as a result of an avalanche of intelligence that's been coming in from around the world, the White House undertook new security precautions today. Shortly after noon, the president and the vice president were separated. Dick Cheney is up at Camp David now and will remain there until at least the weekend. At the same time, the Secret Service locked down a 6-block area around the White House. Also tonight, Dan, for the first time, we heard an assessment of just what kind of time frame the administration is projecting it will take to deal with a crisis the likes of which no president has seen before.
The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory.
From the Oval Office today, echoed in the scarred canyons of New York, the drumbeat of war spread across the nation and around the globe.
In Congress, President Bush sought authority to commit the American military into harm's way. And he is working the phones, as his father did 11 years ago in the Gulf War, to build a global coalition against the terrorists who shattered buildings and stole lives.
We have just seen the first war of the 21st century, and there's universal approval of the statements I have made, and I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes.
Administration officials today sent word to America that they will proceed slowly, that this is a long struggle that will be measured not in days, but weeks and months, perhaps years.
I think it's one of the most complex problems that an American leader has had to face probably since the Civil War.
Historian Stephen Hess says that the task ahead for George Bush defies the sort of conventional response that rose out of the last great attack against American soil, Pearl Harbor.
You had a nation united to a common known enemy, able to fight a war. We know how to fight wars. But what do we do in this very special situation where we have to somehow uproot a terrorist organization, stop them from doing these sorts of things before they kill again?
Already there is a heightened state of alert against those who may kill again. The president's motorcade route to a Washington hospital was today lined by police with automatic weapons. The security cordon around the White House again pushed back. Pennsylvania Avenue now off limits to anyone without a government pass. All of this, says Stephen Hess, will have a lasting effect on how America looks at itself.
For the first time in our lives, we feel that we can be threatened in our homes. We can be threatened in the skies overhead. They have reached us. They have reached into Fortress America. And suddenly we have been pierced. And I think that's a profound change in how America is going to look upon the future.
How the president responds to this crisis, the degree of confidence he can restore in a nation shattered, will shape his presidency. There is little argument. This is a defining moment.
This is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
White House officials tell CBS News tonight that the request from the Pentagon to call up reserve troops is under, quote, active consideration, though they add if the president grants the request, it would be a limited call-up and only for specific reasons, which they would not go into. Dan?
John, about this call-up of reserves, which obviously, if it goes ahead, it'll have far-reaching consequences for so many American families, for the economy, for everything. Is the indication that this call-up is going to be reasonably soon, that is, in a matter of weeks, or something longer than that?
Well, Dan, there wouldn't be any reason to delay a request for a call-up. If the Pentagon asks for the reserves, there's a reason that they're asking for them, and they probably want them sooner rather than later. But let's not forget, when dealing with exactly what role they would play, there's a law, the Posse Comitatus law, that prohibits American servicemen and women from acting in a law enforcement capacity on American soil. So, Dan, it may be that they're being called up to help protect government installations and potentially even, Dan, for joining in any kind of retaliatory force that may be sent overseas.
John Roberts at the White House, thanks. Now let's go over to Capitol Hill and our chief Washington correspondent, Bob Schieffer, who brings it up to date on developments there today. Bob?
Well, Dan, I am with Joe Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and we've been talking all day about how the United States is pressing Pakistan to cooperate and to help in this search for Osama bin Laden, because Pakistan, after all, borders Afghanistan, where Osama bin Laden is reportedly in hiding. Senator, you met with the chief of intelligence of the government of Pakistan today. What did you tell him? How did that go? Will we get the cooperation we're asking for?
Well, I told him what the Secretary of State told him, and I had been in contact with the #2 man, Armitage, over the Secretary of State, and said he had to pick sides. We realize it's going to be tough, but he's going to be our friend or enemy. There isn't any in between here. And he was completely, totally cooperative. He indicated not only in general terms that they were going to be with us, but in very specific terms. I don't think it's appropriate for me to say what, but there was literally a list given to him of things we may ask for. And he signed off on that entire list. Now you say, well, the intelligence guy signed off. He is either the #1 or #2 most powerful man in Pakistan. He is the one who helped train the Taliban, put the Taliban in place. He has had a relationship with bin Laden, and I believe he understands.
Well, that's very interesting. Now, let me ask you another question not related to that, and that is, you are the one that Mr. Daschle, the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, has asked to frame this War Powers resolution, I'll just call it that, right, that the president is asking for. The president apparently wants Congress to endorse military action. How far along are you on that, and have you talked to the president about exactly what he wants here?
No, we haven't had a chance to speak to the president yet. And the congressional liaison fella has been the one we've been dealing with. And before we get it done, we're going to obviously have to speak to the president. But bottom line is, I think we'll be able to get it done. I think we'll do it. And the reason why it's important is to show solidarity. The president already has authority to act if he wants to.
All right. Dan, back to you.
Bob Schieffer, thanks. You may want to note in an earlier interview with Senator Biden, he acknowledged that while the U.S. can squeeze Pakistan, the current government can squeeze the Taliban has the power to squeeze back on the current government of Pakistan, and Senator Biden wouldn't rule out the possibility that they might even be capable of toppling the government in some way, but, said Senator Biden, it's time they have to choose sides. A major concern in the fallout from the terrorist attacks is the well-being of the U.S. economy. Nobody is focusing on the money now. The focus is on the families that are suffering, but it's inevitable that we talk about the consequences to our economy. Leslie Stahl is with us. She's been looking into it. Leslie?
Dan, there were some signs today that the financial world was beginning to regain its footing. The bond market opened and investors began looking to the future. But for some firms like Cantor Fitzgerald, a major player in bonds, the human suffering was still overwhelming. The company had 4 of the top floors in the first tower that was hit. 1,000 employees, only 300 survived. We spoke this afternoon with the chairman.
Howard Lutnick would normally have been at his desk when the plane hit. But on Tuesday morning, he was taking his 5-year-old son to his first day of kindergarten. Most of Lutnick's employees at the World Trade Center are missing, including his own brother, Gary.
I'm missing 700 families, 700 people, 700 people.
You're missing more than 2/3 of your company.
700 people. And it's worse because I don't know of any, not a single person who got down from the building, not a one. And that is just the most brutal statistic, and I'm the one who has to tell everybody, and I tell it to them, and I tell it to them, and I tell it to them. And
yesterday, you set up a center for the families in a hotel here in New York. What did you say? What happened in that room?
They're all looking for answers, and they look, as if somehow I can know the answers for them.
You're the company that when you ask, was anybody completely wiped out? You're the name. Cantor Fitzgerald. The company. What happens to the company now?
Our business is the bond exchange of the world. And
you may have had the largest stake in American Treasury bonds.
We're the market that all the banks and dealers and all the big names, they go to buy and sell their bonds. I mean, last year we did $50 trillion in business.
So the bond market opened. How does it open without you?
I got my people together. There are 275 people who survived in New York. We have 1,000 people in London. And we got them together, and I asked them what they wanted to do. That this is what the Treasury wanted to do, and this is what the Fed wanted, and the Treasury said it would be important for America to reopen.
So you're opened. Your company is operating.
At 7 a.m. this morning, I had 260 people. They never slept. I don't know why they did it. I don't know why. They voted that they wanted to open the market, and they stayed up all night, and they worked every second of every minute. So instead of worrying about the person to the left and the person to the right, at 7 a.m. New York time, they opened the bond markets of the world because they wanted to.
Like so many other Wall Street firms forced out of their headquarters, Cantor Fitzgerald survivors are working in a temporary operations center. Theirs is in New Jersey.
Is there any sense in your mind and their minds that this is a way to fight back? I mean, to say, you didn't cripple us, you didn't destroy us, we're not going to let you succeed?
I think there's a little of everything. I think everybody's different. I think some people want to don't let them get away with it. And some people said, I cannot be at home. I cannot be at home. Other people said, I can't think about it. You know, so I think it's everything. I think it's amazing human spirit.
Cantor Fitzgerald's people helped make today's trading orderly, almost ordinary. William Donaldson, former chairman of the New York Stock Exchange, watched the day unfold.
The bond market today, apparently there was a lot of volatility, but at the end of the day, things settled. Do you take this as a positive sign, a negative sign, a sign of hesitancy, a sign of lack of confidence?
I think it's a natural sign. I think as I think back onto other crises we've had, I think it's quite natural when there's uncertainty, there's a flight to certainty, which short-term government bonds represent, short-term securities.
The head of NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange announced that the stock markets would remain closed tomorrow for an unprecedented fourth day in a row.
To resume trading 9:30 Monday morning.
But even a Monday opening is iffy. There are questions about whether the downtown area will be safe enough by then. Not only are some buildings still in danger of collapse, but there have been bomb scares around the city. And the markets themselves are still rebuilding their computer systems.
From just a technical point of view, a need to make sure that once the infrastructure of the marketplace is open, that it works. Because nothing could be worse than to open it prematurely and have some sort of system or power failure.
On Saturday, NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange will conduct a full-scale computer stress test. Only if the system works will the Monday opening go forward.
If the market's open, what do you think is going to happen? In past crises, people pull their money out.
If we follow past patterns, again, I refer to Cuban Missile Crisis and so forth, there's been a precipitous decline and then a reversal.
At least on the internet, there's already a backlash against the conventional wisdom that Monday will see a big sell-off. Stock market chat rooms today were filled with gung-ho, bullish cheerleading. Please don't sell. If you sell, bin Laden will buy American shares. Invest in America. Even if the markets do open down on Monday, as expected, the mere fact that they're open will be seen by many as a victory.
The major firms of the world, the biggest banks and dealers, they all have issues. Downtown Manhattan is not a place where people are going, and it's not business as usual. The big banks, they all have issues. They're in the disaster sites. So I think Bank of New York lost its main site and its disaster site, so it's in number 3. So, I mean, these are not the kind of business conditions where people are going to go out and try to do a lot of business. What they're there to do is to show that the American financial system is bigger and when anything than anybody else can dish at it, and that the collective group of all the banks and dealers and firms like ours of the world can pull together, and they will make it work.
So many people in the investment community are anxious to send out reassuring signals that the system is sturdy and resilient. And yet, the whiff of pessimism about the economy is in the air, a fear about a ripple effect. There's no question that whole sectors of the economy are already affected, like the airline business and tourism. But mainly there's concern about consumer confidence, which has been the one bright light in the U.S. economy. A fear that people are less likely to go to the mall, for instance, certainly this weekend. Most analysts feel there is bound to be a psychological hit. So the question becomes, what is the half-life of fear? 2 weeks? 6 months? Nobody knows. Dan?
Leslie Stahl, thanks. Airport security is going to have a whole different look beginning today, according to authorities. Peter Van Sant has that story.
How many people going out? One person? Okay, there's no curbside check-in anymore. You have to go inside to check in.
Please empty everything out of your pockets. Keys, change, cell phones, pagers, pens.
After closing the skies for more than 2 days, the government today allowed limited airline flights to resume amid the tightest security in U.S. history.
Anybody who would say they're comfortable is a nut.
I'm leery, but I really want to get home.
But getting anywhere in America is going to take time and a lot of patience.
Can I just sit this one on the floor behind me?
In Seattle, Delta Airlines employees began random searches of individual suitcases.
Okay.
This is just one of a series of new security measures, which include a ban on carry-on knives, no matter how small, no curbside checking of bags, boarding areas restricted to ticketed passengers, and a thorough search of planes before anyone gets on board.
We have taken every precaution to make sure that it is safe to fly in America. There's increased presence on the airplanes. Yes, I would, if a family member asked whether they should fly, I'd say yes.
And the person sitting next to you may soon be a sky marshal. Armed, plainclothes officers will be boarding many flights. And there's even more security. Sources tell CBS News that more than 800 federal agents are patrolling 17 airports around the country.
I'm all in favor of it. Beef it up, search my bags, search me, search everybody.
Is this a new day?
It is definitely a new day.
Barry Schiff is an aviation safety consultant who was a captain with TWA for 34 years. We brought him to a mock-up of a modern Boeing cockpit.
Do you support placing air marshals on airplanes today?
I absolutely support air marshals. To have plainclothes personnel on board an airplane is going to be intimidating to anyone who thinks he's going to be able to hijack an airplane.
But the last time air marshals rode into the skies, back in the 1970s, there were concerns.
Well, I found that it's a fairly boring job for them. And they get a little frustrated, a little impatient. They wanted something to happen. I had the feeling that they had itchy trigger fingers, and perhaps they could at times create more of a hazard than they were worth.
Schiff believes one way to prevent future hijackings is to turn the cockpit door into a bulletproof, knockdown-proof barrier.
I think we're going to have to isolate the cockpit from the cabin, if that's at all possible. After all, cockpit doors are not like bank vaults. You can crash them down if necessary.
It's clear with the new threat, we need stronger doors, we need...
Captain Dwayne Worth is president of the Airline Pilots Association, representing thousands of pilots.
We need bolts on the doors, be able to control access to the cockpit more securely, because some of those doors are simply too flimsy.
Protecting the door is critical because once inside the cockpit, there is little a pilot can do.
Why wouldn't the pilot have, the expression is float these guys, put the plane into a dive where there's zero gravity on board and these guys are floating up on the ceiling, ask the passengers then to help subdue these guys?
Well, they could do that, but then you tend to agitate the hijackers, and they could do things you don't ordinarily want them to do. You don't have any idea as a pilot that they're going to use your airplane as a guided missile.
On the ground, safety experts say the U.S. must immediately retrain and hire new screeners at airport security checkpoints.
We're going to need to pay more to attract the highest caliber people possible.
They're minimum wage personnel given minimal training. In many cases, they're criminals themselves. Not all, of course, but some. I participated in a test some years ago and was able to bring on board a .45 caliber gun.
Schiff believes, and this is hard to hear, that no matter what we do, there are no guarantees that a determined terrorist will always be stopped.
So we will never really be 100% safe.
There's no such thing as perfection.
And Dan, the Airline Pilots Association would like to see the federal government take over airport security to make sure that personnel are properly trained and, if need be, properly armed.
Peter Van Sant, thanks. Here now, a look at some of the images, indelible images of a week we'll never forget.
I think it's someone down there, man, because I hear noises. Hold on a second. Hello? Is anyone there? Hello?
You are watching continuing
Anyone
CBS
there?
News coverage of the attack on America. Is this the right time? This is continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. Dan Rather with Ed Bradley at CBS News headquarters in New York. Here are some of the headlines of the hour. Weary search crews carry on for a third straight night in the shattered remains of the World Trade Center and at the Pentagon. The flight data recorder was recovered in the hijacked jet that crashed in Pennsylvania. Searchers are tracking the signal of another with the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. The nation's airlines are slowly returning to service, but the number of flights is still far below normal, and that probably will continue for several days. New York's 3 major airports reopened today, but then shut down again when a man tried to get past security with a false pilot's ID, and there were some people arrested or at least detained, believing they were in the country illegally. Defense officials are planning what they call a sustained military campaign against the terrorists behind Tuesday's attack. The military is now asking President Bush to authorize the call-up of between 30 and 50,000 military reservists. President Bush will visit New York tomorrow on what he has designated as a day of prayer and remembrance. For many Americans, questions will always linger now about the safety of travel. Joining us now from our Washington Bureau, Donald Gambatias. And forgive me if I've mispronounced your name, sir. I'm very sorry. The Deputy Director of the U.S. Marshals Service. Tell us how much it's going to change air travel in this country, and for that matter, abroad.
Well, first of all, Mr. Rather, thank you for having me on. On behalf of the men and women of the Marshals Service, I'd like to extend our deep sadness and prayers to those who lost loved ones in this tragedy. As far as the airline travel, certainly there will be a change from what you've reported and what you've seen. The heightened security measures will certainly be in effect at all airports, but our airports and air travel will be safe, and I don't think any of us have to worry about traveling.
Now, Mr. Gambatias, federal marshals are going to be used now to patrol airports. What are they going to look for?
Well, shortly after the attack on our country, the Attorney General directed the Marshal Service to work on a plan to enhance security at our airports. We did this in conjunction with the FAA, the U.S. Customs Service, and the Border Patrol. Representatives from all of those agencies will be positioned at airports around the clock to enhance the security profile.
Now, at what point are we going to see marshals armed on aircraft, flying actually on the planes?
Well, that certainly will be a decision for the FAA and the airline industry to come to grips with. I'm not certain whether a decision has been made on that at this time.
I'm going to pause, and this interview will continue, but some of the flames have been rekindled at the Pentagon. I'm going to show you a picture there tonight. This is a live picture where firemen have swung back into action, trying to put out some of the fires that flamed up again during this early evening. Among other reasons, this is important. The search for bodies is going on there, and also the data flight recorder from the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. They heard sounds from it this afternoon. They were hoping to recover it, still are at some point. Now, Mr. Gambatias, thanks. We'll continue on. These attacks were carried out with knives on these planes. I don't understand how marshals can be expected to find out that people have knives and stop them when they have knives.
Well, the additional security procedures that we're involved in won't be the actual screening process. That will still be continue to be handled by FAA and their employees and their contract employees.
Now, here's a core question. Is this just symbolic, the business of bringing more marshals into more airports and possibly putting them on planes, or is there some realistic expectation that this is going to reduce the ability of murderers to do what they did this week?
Well, I think any increase in a physical security presence is certainly a deterrence to any criminal activity, and we believe that the increased presence at the airports will dissuade. It also puts more people out there to look for individuals who may pose a threat.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Director of the U.S. Marshal Service, Donald Gambatias. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, sir.
Such a big part of this story concerns the heroic firefighters, those who ran straight toward the scene of a hellish tragedy. Erin Moriarty has this account.
I can see the light. Come to the light. Hello? Anybody in the street? Hello? Anybody?
Those wonderful young firemen, Christian and his colleagues, I know that their first thought was not for themselves, but to save these people, to help these people, to try to save lives.
It was Christian Regenhardt's first big assignment.
He just graduated a few weeks ago. We just had the graduation ceremony. We're all so proud of him.
Stationed at this firehouse in Brooklyn, Christian was one of the first sent to the scene of the World Trade Center.
Would that be like your brother, to go right to ground zero and try to help?
Yeah, he'd want to be on the front lines.
Sally Regenhardt is his mother, Christine, his older sister.
You know, life was not a spectator sport for Christian.
What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about your brother?
Right now, it's where is he and when will I see him again?
Christian is missing. Shortly after the second tower collapsed, he and 4 of his comrades disappeared in the dust and the smoke.
We're hoping that maybe he's in a hospital, but maybe he's not able to speak. Other people who were termed missing did show up in other hospitals, so that's what we're hoping for.
Just 28 years old, Christian is an athlete and a former Marine. A man, says his mother, who isn't afraid of anything.
He survived typhoons. He survived very dangerous areas.
It was a time when he got caught in a storm and he had to spend 2 nights on the side of a mountain.
Yes,
That's why you haven't given up any hope.
Exactly.
Right.
But time is dragging on.
The longer we go by without having any word from him, experts, give estimations of how long someone could survive under the rubble, under those conditions. That's the darkest time.
Reports that several firefighters have been found alive in the rubble gives the Regenhardts hope.
We made several attempts to find out who they were. We're still hoping that someone who is connected with Bellevue Hospital can call us and tell us, one way or the other.
Just moments later.
Hello? Yes.
That call comes.
Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. God bless. Bye. They checked the list at Bellevue and Cabrini Hospital. He's not on their lists.
Christian remains on the missing list.
The numbers kept going up about how many firefighters were missing.
Yes,
it was so hard.
We were shocked.
It started with 200, and then it went to 250 and 265, and then 300.
Then over 300.
It just, the despair that you feel.
Yes.
It is a despair felt all over this city. To give you some idea of the scope of this disaster, consider this. More than 300 New York firefighters have died in the line of duty in this city since the department was established in 1865. On Tuesday, in one horrific event, nearly that same number may have been lost.
He was exactly where he wanted to be, doing exactly what he wanted to do. There was no other place for him to be.
There's no more waiting for the Fians. Their father, William, was one of the first firemen killed.
Did you know he'd be there?
Yeah, I knew he was there. My one focus when I got there, as chaotic as everything was and everything that had to be done at that point, all I kept asking the guys who were with me is, help me find the command post. So I knew I knew that's where he'd be.
Even though John's dad didn't even have to be there.
In his position as first deputy fire commissioner, he probably didn't have to be there. To be Bill Fee, and he had to be there.
In his 41 years on the force, William Fee held every rank possible.
I just love it because it just shows everything going wrong around him, and him just being right in the middle, very calm, very cool, and taking care of business, which is what he did.
And if Bill had ever survived, this tragedy. The fact that he might have had to bury 200 of his men would have killed him.
They found my father quickly in one piece, and we know what happened to him.
William's
And we also
daughter,
feel lost
Tara.
in this. So we consider ourselves lucky because there's a lot of people out there who are suffering just as much or more than we are because they're waiting. More than one person in a family, perhaps.
Waiting to hear is probably the worst.
All right, thank you for coming. Thank you. What's your name?
No one knows that better than the Regenhardt.
And I'm concerned about the other members who are...
Andy Sarah works with Christian in the same firehouse.
All his
We love him
friends.
there. We got to know him. Always got a smile on his face.
Why did you come today? Here.
This is, Christian is one of us. Anything we can do for him, we know. His family needs us right now.
But he doesn't have what Sally Regenhardt really needs, news about her son.
We haven't had any word yet. We're hoping they're in a hospital in Jersey, maybe, or because guys were taken all over the place, wherever they could get them out.
I'm not giving up hope.
He's not a person who ever gave up on anything, and we're not going to give up on him.
I miss him so much.
The last time I talked to the Regenhardts, there was still no news, but they still have hope. And Dan, as we've seen for the past 2 days, there are thousands of people like this hoping for some word. What complicates the whole thing is that there are 21 hospitals, at least 21 hospitals, where survivors were taken, and you just can't get through. I got some idea of what the Regenhardts have been going through when earlier this evening I decided to call around looking for Christian. And I either ran into overloaded phone lines or I'd get through and then I'd be put on hold. And after all of these calls, I never did talk to a human being. To give you an update, there are still somewhere between 300 and 350 firefighters still missing. And I don't want us to forget the police officers. There are at least 40 New York police officers missing tonight.
Aaron Moriarty. And the estimated numbers of missing in and around the Trade Center alone exceeds 4,700. Put that together with the known dead and the expected dead from the Pentagon and the plane crash that went in there, and the number of dead may eventually exceed 5,000 or be somewhere around that mark. For context, at the time of Pearl Harbor, some 2,400 some odd were killed in the Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor. Among the headlines at this hour, Vice President Dick Cheney has gone to Camp David, Maryland, just to give some separation in the workplace environment for him and President Bush. The military has requested calling up 30 to 50,000 reserves. The stock markets will not be open tomorrow. They say they will open on Monday. The Justice Department says it not only has the names, but it has the pictures of the 18 people who carried out the suicide attacks in the airplanes. We expect to see those pictures and have the names somewhere in the next 6 to 12 hours. One of the stories, the story of this terrible unfolding tragedy, the missing. And for that, let's turn to Ed Bradley. Ed?
Dan, over the last 3 days, the streets of Manhattan have been dotted with people like we've just seen in Aaron's report, people waiting for news, thousands of them trying to keep hope alive.
Last thing he said was he loved me and he'll call me.
We think that maybe he may have gone back to help somebody because that's just the kind of person that he was.
All night, all day, they've stood vigil, searched, and hoped.
Just, keep strong and keep sending out emails. We'll find him.
They are the families and friends of the disappeared.
And he's a lot of fun to be around. He absolutely loves Christmas.
Those lost, injured, may be killed when the Twin Towers crumble.
We've been trying his cell phone, and it rings 4 times, and then we get his answering machine. So I just left a message saying I love you, and we want to find you. We're going to go down to Bellevue because that's pretty much where the big list is.
Since Tuesday, too many have made this miserable trek.
I'm sorry.
From hospital to hospital.
You let them know you went to new school, and they have something set up there with a list of names for family members.
They have an up-to-date list?
They're updating it as we speak. All right.
In search of any information.
We have a glimmer of hope.
glimmer.
We just want to find him. And
Any sign of their missing loved ones.
I don't even know if there's a point of this, showing this, but, you know, we love him and we have all these pictures.
Each inevitably carries a favorite photo.
He's a loving person, the best big brother I could ever have. He was able to answer his cell phone only to say, I'm trapped on the 94th floor and I can't breathe. And then the cell phone went dead. And we haven't heard anything else.
Each inevitably has a story to tell.
You know, this guy was a partier. You know, actually, I choose to believe he's still a partier. They just need to find him.
And each story inevitably is heartbreaking.
She's my best friend. Please give us. We are 9 sisters and brother. And Rosa, whatever you are, please, Rosa, come to us. And if you are in there, please survive for us. Come to us, come back, please.
I'm looking for my sister-in-law. Her name is Clarence Schwartz, and she was on the 100th floor of Tower 2. And here is her picture.
Take a both of them. Brother's 27. He's gonna get married next summer in July. His wife's 4 months pregnant. It's messed up, ain't it?
He's a good daddy. He's a good husband. He's a good brother-in-law. He's a good person.
Dawn Chiarenza carries a list of 22 hospitals.
We already gone to St. Vincent's and checked over there.
She says she'll visit every one.
We're looking for my brother-in-law. He called my sister. He was stuck in the stairwell. He called her to tell her that he loved her and to give the kids some love and that everything would be okay. We're at Lenox Hill and we're going to try and see what we can find out here.
Visiting?
According to them, no, they don't have anything. The next stop is, they gave us some possibilities. They have some unknown males at St. Luke's Roosevelt. Is this your new
That's our newest list. Everybody has, absolutely, everybody has a name.
They say they don't have any unknowns, and we just got off the phone with Cornell, and they say they don't have any unknowns. Hey, we got word that they brought some people over to Jersey City Hospital. So now get call or go or whatever. We are running into dead ends here, and we're just going to keep going.
So far, sadly, no sign of Dawn's brother-in-law.
We're doing it on our own, and it's hard for us to get to each hospital, so we'll be back again tomorrow, and we'll hit all the hospitals that we possibly can again.
It is a sentiment shared tonight by so many of these friends and families.
He's my cousin. He's on the 84th floor of 2 World Trade. We're doing everything we can. We're not going to say that he's not around until it's confirmed.
Not near ready to give up looking.
Just gotta hope, right? I mean, there's not much else to do.
Unwilling, unable to give up hope.
To see all these pictures of all the people that are missing and to see all the families walking through the streets looking for people, it's just unbelievable, and how the city's come together. It's truly remarkable.
Dan, you mentioned Pearl Harbor. 2,400 people were killed there. You add those numbers with those lost in the Titanic, 1,500. The worst plane crash in aviation history, some 582 people were killed. You still don't match the potential numbers in this tragedy. At the moment, the number of dead and missing somewhere around 5,000 people.
Ed, thanks. Now Harold Dow, who has some of the remarkable accounts of those who know they've cheated death.
People come from all over the world just to go see those towers.
It showed New York as a superpower, super city.
Just 2 days ago, 42-year-old Phil Bachman and 27-year-old Anthony Christopherson worked together for Bank of America, high above Manhattan, in World Trade Center Tower 1.
In July, we moved up to the 81st floor, where helicopters would actually right underneath us.
They both came to work early this past Tuesday, where it was business as usual.
It's early this Tuesday morning, the 11th of September, 2001.
But not for long.
8:50 or so, I heard a boom.
Yeah, there's Tom Kaminsky, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, we are just currently getting a look at the World Trade Center. We have.
So when it hit, first thing I did was, I got knocked down.
Anthony jumped back up and looked out the window. What he saw horrified him.
Some people, debris falling, a lot of ashes, a lot of fire, a lot of smoke. That was so scary. That's when I started, panicking.
Everyone on the 81st floor ran for the emergency exit and started down the stairs. At first, they made steady progress.
We're on the 50th floor, the 40th floor, the 30th floor. But as we're going down, we're seeing firemen resting. The sweat is dripping off their face, and they're carrying oxygen tanks. And you start to think, are you going to make it?
Just a few blocks north, Phil's girlfriend, Helen Orloff, was at work, watching TV and wondering the same thing.
I became hysterical, and I tried to call him, and I couldn't get him, obviously. He kept saying that my heart is in that building.
Phil finally made it to the lobby of Tower 1. He was just about free of the building, but then...
What's the other jet doing? Holy f***.
Dad! Oh my God!
That's when the second plane hit Tower 2.
All over.
Lights went out, 3 cops jumped on top of me. One guy gave me his helmet, and I covered my face, and they just said, remain calm.
They were in darkness, the air thick with smoke and dust.
And the cop said, let's get out of here, and he started feeling his way around. Once we saw that bit of light, I don't think anything would have stopped us. I walked out, it was literally a war zone. There was ashes all over.
Right.
There was small balls of fire. There was concrete, glass as far as you can see.
Everywhere.
As far as you can see.
Anthony came out a few seconds later. Again, everyone seemed to be safe. But then...
Oh no! Oh no!
Maybe 15 seconds after I walked out, that's when the second tower came down.
And I just turned around.
That's exactly what I did.
And you could actually see it come down. They kept telling us, go north, keep going north, don't look back.
That's when I ran, and if I hold my hand in front of my face, I would not be able to see it.
Come to the light!
It was so horrible.
I got 2 blocks away from the World Trade Center, and the first building went down.
News photographer Don Hallisey was covering the disaster for the New York Post.
Of course, everybody's running away from it, and I'm a press photographer, I'm running to it.
Hallisey ran toward and started shooting photos, getting closer and closer to ground zero.
And then we heard like this growing rumbling, and it sounded like an avalanche.
It was Tower 1 coming down.
It was this blast of warm air. It wasn't hot, it was warm. And it picked me up and threw me up against the wall of the building that was...
You were picked up off the ground?
Physically picked up off the ground. And I'd say like I was about from here to the end of the partition here.
Yeah.
And I'm screaming, anybody out there? Anybody alive? And my voice was the only voice out there.
How did you get out of this?
Well, I started walking around like in very short steps because I didn't want to trip over anything. And as I said, after about 20 minutes or so, it started to settle and the sun came out. It was like the weirdest thing.
By this time, Phil and Anthony had finally run far enough to be out of harm's way.
And then I finally collapsed, and the EMS was so good. You know, they treated everybody. They just said, sit here. They gave me oxygen.
I kept getting phone calls at my desk, and I got this message, and you keep deleting, because and all you kept praying is, come on, God, let me hear his voice. Come on, come on. And then I got, Helen, it's me. The building fell down on me. I'm sorry, don't be mad. I love you. I'm on my way home.
I couldn't see anything.
And my whole department started to cheer.
Look at it now. It's like nothing was there. Think how many bodies are still there.
But as for Don Hallisey, he's left with anger.
I've never had this kind of hate before. Never. Those son of a bitches. I was saying there better be a hole in the ground somewhere. Because if Bush doesn't do something about this, I mean, this is not terrorism. just an act of war.
Survivors we talked to are angry. Doug Brown, an executive who worked on the 70th floor of the World Trade Center for Morgan Stanley, got straight to the point when he said, quote, "On Tuesday, somebody tried to kill me. With that kind of anger, expectations are high that the government will do something." Dan?
Harold Dow, live here in New York City. Events of the last few days have already changed so much for so many. Life as we know it may never be quite the same. With that in mind, here's Bill Legatuda.
As Americans went about their business today, took their kids back to school, resumed their routines, there was an almost universal refrain. First, defiance. We will not let terrorists dictate how we lead our lives.
If that happens, they've won. I'm not going to leave New York. I'm not going to run.
Then, reality. Some things will have to change.
Do you think that things are different from this moment on?
I definitely think things are different from this moment on.
Definitely be more aware of my surroundings and individuals that are around me.
December 7th, 1941.
This is not the first time horrible events have changed our society. Pearl Harbor showed us how suddenly an enemy can strike. In the early 60s, we learned our leaders could be taken. In the 70s and 80s, that our jetliners could be hijacked. In the 90s, that terror can come from within. Then, this week. Do you think that this is a moment that has changed everything?
No, I think absolutely.
Dr. Harold Koplowitz is a New York City psychiatrist.
I think there are certain moments in history that make us think differently. I think that Pearl Harbor did that. I think the Holocaust did that. And this kind of evil does that to us also.
If, from this week forward, our way of thinking, our mindset has changed forever, if this was a watershed event, then how do we begin to prepare the next generation of Americans, our children, to live in a different, perhaps much less carefree world?
Just seeing so much smoke and so much flames and these people jumping out of the Twin Towers was, I think, one of the most horrifying things that I saw all day.
15-year-old Jane Sussman was at school just 4 blocks from the World Trade Center when it was attacked on Tuesday.
Do you think that you've changed forever, having seen what you've seen?
How could I not? It was awful. I don't think, as a person viewing America, viewing other countries, I'll ever be the same.
That concerns her mother, Ruth, a criminal court judge.
I mean, I hope that the kids can get back to, having fun and just having the carefree, innocent existence that they should have at this point.
Parents just have to bring the topic up. They have to discuss it somewhat, and maybe it's in a small little bite-sized piece, maybe it's a longer conversation, but the kids have to know there's a safe place for them to discuss and get honest, true answers.
For the future, will a show of guns on the streets be the norm? How much security will we tolerate? Jeffrey Lesoff, a lawyer.
I'm sure we're going to have to give up maybe certain of our rights just to make sure that we're safe.
Susie Whiting is a mother of 7 from Utah.
When they told us today that we needed to be at the airport tomorrow 3 hours early so that they could do a security, a more intense security check, we were more than happy to say, you go for it.
So far, there's been a surge in patriotism. Military recruiting stations are seeing people walking in and saying, sign me up. Men like Dennis Martinez.
It's emotional just to think that it happened here. To see those firefighters go down like that. I want to go.
And Herbert Jones just wants a piece of the enemy, whoever that turns out to be.
Vietnam, I didn't feel was my fight or the Gulf War, but when they come to New York City, then it's everybody's fight. And once it hits home, I think every man, woman, and child should be armed and ready.
And then there is Sedenka Calbo, one of the newest Americans, a citizen for only 5 months.
Do you worry that things are changing in this country?
No, I love this country and I will love it forever. No.
Some people may be afraid of being at America's landmarks, like the Empire State Building. She is not.
We still came today, and we wanted to go on the top of Empire State Building, to see the only one what we have left. We have no fear from that.
After any terrorist attack, there is the usual outpouring of emotion, followed by the immediate security crackdown, and then history shows us after weeks, maybe months, we let down our guard. The question many Americans are wondering tonight is, will this time be different? Dan?
Bill Lagattuda, thanks. All major sporting events have been canceled for this weekend as the nation grieves. Joining us now, Jim Nance of CBS Sports. Jim, thanks for coming in and talking about this. A lot of us remember that old movie Black Sunday about the terrorist attack at a Super Bowl. Is that or is it not one of the reasons that the NFL games were canceled this weekend?
I don't think anyone really wanted to be in a stadium with 80,000 people this weekend, including the players. You know, there's a lot of history, I believe, that went into the decision today to cancel the games by the NFL. You go back to 1963, and Pete Rozelle, still regarded by many to be the greatest commissioner of any sport in any league in the history of sport.
A tremendous public relations man.
And he made the decision 2 days, to play 2 days later after JFK was assassinated, and he said later that it was the biggest decision, most regrettable decision of his life. And I think the league thought about it a lot. I know there were a lot of players that, especially the Jets and the Giants here in New York, they had no desire to play this weekend.
I know it's going to strike some people as trivial even talking about sporting events, but we want to note that sports is a very important part of American culture. And football, along baseball games canceled until at least Monday. But when they came to a vote, yes, publicly the vote's going to be unanimous among the players and among the owners. But there must have been some debate about whether to go ahead, because one argument would be, look, we need to show these dastardly people that we're still on our feet. And that would have been a symbol of sorts to go ahead and play the games.
That's true, but I think that it might be a big stretch to assume that you're really sending a message to the terrorists if you fill up stadiums this weekend and play football. I don't think they really care about American football, or maybe even have any knowledge of how important that is to certain people. I don't think they feel like they've won anything because games are canceled this weekend. I think that's a large assumption.
But what about the vote among the players and the owners?
They say it was unanimous, Dan, but really the inside word is it was a slight majority in favor of not playing. In the end, they said, let's just make it a majority. I think those detached from the New York area said, let's play. But, you know, the Jets were scheduled to play at Oakland. They didn't want to get on a plane, albeit a charter, and fly out to California.
What about the Giants, the other local team, most directly affected?
The Giants, from their practice facility across the river, every day this week, practice looking across the river, and that smoldering reminder of all the tragedy in Manhattan and the rubble and the lives that have been lost, and they've looked at it right there from the practice field. No frame of mind at all to play football this weekend. Moreover, you know, the Giants, had they played this weekend, would have been hosting Green Bay. How do you put 80,000 people in Giant Stadium this weekend and then cheer for something as immaterial, insignificant right now as a touchdown? Who cares? It's only a sport.
I want to come back to the vote. I understand that you said with the owners it was fairly close. In the end, they made it, what, 38-0 or whatever, but it was close. What about with the players? Was it close? How was it shaded in the real vote?
I think the players' vote was a lot closer to play than maybe most people would imagine. I mean, it was totally opposed, again, from the New York area teams and the teams on the East Coast. And, you know, the owners, there were some long-time NFL owners, Wellington Mara of the Giants and Art Modell, now with the Ravens, who had the history of having been around the 1963 let's play on decision. And I think they really, you know, raised their opinions and voices and were heard. And in the end, the right decision, I believe, was made. Now, there are going to be a lot of opponents, reporters out there who say, oh, this is totally wrong. They should have played, should have sent a message. How can you go out and play football this weekend when memorial services are going to be held and we're still trying to find people in what was the World Trade Center? It's just, it's crazy to think that you could be sitting in a stadium with 80,000 people. That's a large enough target to begin with. But on top of it be cheering. It's just, I don't think it fits the right mood right now in the nation.
What about other sports? Baseball's canceled. What about golf, horse racing, car racing?
Virtually everything, almost everything is canceled. The interesting thing, college football, there were some stray conferences that were going to play on Saturday. And when the NFL came down with that decision late this morning, they stepped right in line with the most dominant, important league in American sports, the NFL, and they canceled all Division I Football games are canceled on Saturday. Baseball, interestingly, is out until Monday. That gives them now 6 days without playing. It's the longest stretch that baseball has been suspended since the World War I, 1918, when play was suspended for a 30-day stretch. And when they do resume play on Monday, the Mets' home game series against Pittsburgh has been moved to Pittsburgh.
And NASCAR's canceled its scheduled event for this weekend. Jim Nance, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan.
When terror struck this week, thousands of Americans were stranded in transit. John Blackstone has the story of how some are now getting where they were going in the first place.
As they waited in Honolulu, a stranded hula group could at least keep other marooned passengers entertained. At airports across the country, countless would-be travelers have the same goal, to be someplace else.
All they want to do is get out of San Francisco. You know, they don't care how they get out of San Francisco.
But as the aviation system creaked back into business today, there was plenty of confusion. An Italian airliner cleared to San Francisco was turned around twice before finally being allowed to land.
They told us that it was an administrative misunderstanding.
Uncertainties in airline schedules are expected to stretch well into next week.
Has it been damaging? It's been incredibly damaging.
Aviation consultant Michael Boyd says for many, air travel may never be the same.
Nothing. What we're going to find is a propensity not to travel, and that's going to really hurt whole sections of our economy.
With some 40,000 flights a day canceled, the shutdown could cost the airline industry internationally as much as $10 billion. And the losses don't stop with the airlines.
Between mail not getting through, between passengers not getting through, between important documents not getting through, air cargo not getting through, factories having to close, it's significant.
With planes grounded, the post office and other express carriers have been loading most of their shipments on trucks.
And then when you get at the southern end of St. Louis, you want 44 all the way.
In fact, across the country, Americans have been rediscovering the highways.
Yeah, no problem.
For air travelers in Chicago with other places to go.
Anyone here going to Philadelphia?
Kansas City.
Buffalo.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Long Island, New York. Philly.
The rental agents at Avis became matchmakers of sorts.
Boston or Seattle? Anybody going to? Oh, yeah. You. Come with me.
Joe Rudolph suddenly found a traveling companion.
Hi, how you doing?
So you two are going to drive together. You've never met.
Never met. I'm Terry.
I'm Joe.
Joe, nice to meet you.
For a 2,000-mile trip to Seattle.
Yeah, we were separated at birth. Okay, is my crew ready here?
And the kindness of a stranger may get Diane Sawicki and her colleagues home.
We know each other, but we're going with another gentleman that we don't know to Cleveland, so we'll see what happens.
Well, I'm going to drop them in Cleveland on the way back to Buffalo.
James Daly has decided this won't be an inconvenience, but an adventure.
I've tried Amtrak, I've tried the Greyhound stations. You can't get through to any of them, so we're going to try the old Great American Way, hitting the road.
One group of travelers launched on a cross-country journey by this tragedy made it to St. Louis today. Sherry, Jeanette, Jerry, Ned, and Doug worked together at a foundation in San Francisco.
Well, we're about a third of the way across the country so far.
They were at a meeting in Washington, D.C. when the terrorists struck and they couldn't fly home.
You know, it felt really good to get out of D.C. Started hitting some countryside, those rolling green hills.
I think part of the reason we got in the van to go was we just couldn't take sitting there and feeling like, you know, we weren't in control in some way of what was happening to us and maybe, you know, to our country as well.
I think it's reassuring. As we drive and look at the scenery, I start thinking about how we've taken our freedom for granted. I mean, something like this happens, and all of a sudden it changes life as we knew it.
To be free enough to do that, to be free enough to get in our own vehicle and to head out, despite all of the tragedy and all of the uncertainty and all of the concerns about security, we're still free enough in this country to do this. Every state we come to, Ned knows the state song.
So what is the state song for Illinois?
1818 saw your founding, Illinois, Illinois. I won't do it.
But that's At other times, people might have complained about being thrown together to drive across the country, but the enormity of the tragedy in New York has put most everything else into a new perspective. Dan?
Thanks a lot, Blackstone. After the horrific events this week in New York City's financial district, Wall Street faces a long road back. On that subject, Richard Schlesinger.
They were the signature peaks of the New York skyline, symbols of the city's wealth and power. And now they are missing.
The Twin Trade Towers are gone.
The world's most famous skyline has changed.
See if you can find him, because I don't know where he is, though.
In the rubble, thousands of lives are likely lost. Many more have been displaced. There were about 400,000 people working in New York's financial district, enough to fill a good-sized city. Now the area looks like a war zone, and many of those workplaces are gone. Jack Williams' 300-person law firm used to occupy 3 floors of the North Tower.
The first priority was accounting for our people.
Remarkably, he found out everyone was okay.
Thank you. I almost cried. It was a very emotional moment for me, and I announced it to the firm, and there was obviously a cheer went up.
Now it's time to worry about their livelihoods.
The second thing we did, though, was we also had a team to go look for real estate.
Today, he found a place to relocate, at least temporarily, uptown, away from the destruction. It is a new beginning.
It's going to be very difficult to reconstruct 150 years of history and get started once again.
The grief of this event cannot be measured, but the costs are beginning to be calculated.
I think what happened on Tuesday was beyond the worst-case scenario that anyone ever envisioned.
Robert Hartwig is vice president of the Insurance Information Institute.
We're probably looking at the most expensive insured event in U.S. history.
Before Tuesday, the most costly event was Hurricane Andrew, between $15 and $16 billion. This may cost more.
Given the extensive property loss, the liability issues, the workers' compensation issues, the losses to motor vehicles, aviation losses, at this point we're probably looking at a loss that comes close to that, potentially exceeds it.
And it was no act of nature.
I can't believe I'm hearing myself say that it's from a terrorist event. I thought I might hear myself say it from another strong hurricane that hit Florida or a big earthquake that hit California. But never did I expect to be at the result of the collapse of what really is one of the marquee symbols of New York City.
They were beautiful buildings, absolutely sensational.
New York's former mayor, Ed Koch, himself a symbol of the city, wants to rebuild the Twin Towers for the sake of the skyline and the symbolism.
Demonstrate to terrorists, you'll never have a victory. We will rebuild.
Do you worry about building another target?
Well, but there are so many targets. Isn't the Statue of Liberty a target? Should we take it down and put it in the closet? That's not the way a first-class country operates. We're not going to change our lifestyle because people threaten us.
It's hard to imagine looking at the area today, but Koch could get his wish. If there's a will to rebuild, in this case, there could well be a way.
I think the rebuilding of the financial district, the World Trade Center area specifically, is feasible and not only feasible, will happen most certainly.
And he says the insurance companies are prepared.
We will be able to rebuild New York. We're talking about a Marshall Plan for Manhattan.
A Marshall Plan?
A Marshall Plan.
Like the plan to rebuild Europe after World War II?
That's right. We'll be rebuilding Manhattan.
By any measure, it would be a mammoth undertaking. It will take years to accomplish. But New Yorkers, like attorney Jack Williams, are willing to wait.
We're all determined to make it go, and whatever it takes, I'm willing to do.
There is still so much work to be done tonight in this city, the wrenching work of finding the victims and cleaning up the financial district. But it's easy and it's tempting in a way to see the rebuilding of the Twin Towers as a metaphor for this city rising from the rubble. Dan?
Richard Schlesinger, live tonight here in New York City. Not a news bulletin, but a news alert. Dateline Tokyo. The United States and Philippine authorities have raided a hotel in Manila in connection with the U.S. terror attacks. The source of this is the Philippine president, that the authorities have raided this hotel in Manila. More details may be forthcoming as the evening rolls along. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell has named wealthy Saudi exile Osama bin Laden as, quote, a prime suspect in this week's attacks. For perspective on the question of what to do about that, we go to Mark Phillips in our London bureau.
Little by little, in symbol and in fact, the groundwork for the retaliation for Tuesday's attacks is being laid. Today's changing of the guard ceremony at Buckingham Palace, with its unprecedented playing of the Star-Spangled Banner, was the symbolic expression of the international effort that is being discussed. Just as the laying of flowers at the U.S. Embassy in London is an expression of the sentiment that the U.S. does not stand alone. But while there is a will to retaliate internationally, a way must still be found.
It's a war.
Here, too, there may be calls for quick and decisive action.
There is a need for an immediate kind of blow that they should get in few weeks.
But in Europe and elsewhere, the form of any potential American-led retaliation is far from agreed. While everyone is pointing toward Islamic extremist elements, particularly those associated with the Afghanistan-based Osama bin Laden, the argument is over whether striking out would reduce the terrorist threat or make it worse.
I think it's a very bad idea, very unwise, and everything we know about previous retaliatory acts suggests that they are often ineffective and usually inappropriate.
Beyond the question of establishing a provable link between bin Laden and the attacks is the equally difficult problem of finding him. All of the latest satellite and listening surveillance technology has been unable to pin him down. And the last attempt to use cruise missiles to target him after the car bomb attacks on U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania was singularly unsuccessful. And Abdul Bari Atwan knows why. When he was allowed a rare interview with bin Laden 3 years ago, it took place in a remote mountain cave in Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden knows how not to be seen.
And if there is a highly advanced network of communications, it will be his assistants and his aides who are really doing this. But himself, Osama bin Laden, never touched a satellite phone. He never used any electronic equipment because he knows that he will be detected. And he knows that the American device system is all over Afghanistan trying to spot him.
And even if bin Laden could be targeted, what would eliminating him accomplish? Not necessarily much, says Simon Reeve, who has written on the new breed of terrorists that bin Laden represents. He calls them the new jackals. Even if he could be located, targeted, and eliminated, what would that result in? What would that solve?
Well, I think that could be very dangerous because I think it would inspire more of his followers to commit extreme actions.
Whatever retaliatory approach is decided on against whatever target, the general consensus is it will take more than air power to get at it. General Sir Michael Rose commanded NATO forces in Bosnia.
If you just go for the military solution delivered from the belly of an aircraft, you're never going to win. You're just going to add armies to the people who are already supporting these terrorists.
Boom! And others wonder if, even after the scale and treachery of this week's attacks, Americans have the stomach for a protracted campaign.
Maybe the American public will stomach 200, 300, maybe 1,000 casualties simply because they are now affected by what happened on the World Trade Center and in New York. But after that, I believe, it could be a civil war. It could be, a war of attrition against these American troops. Taliban will join. I'm not surprised if other Islamic countries will join. I mean, Islamic people, Pakistani people, they may join this war.
Resisting an
American. Oh yes, resisting American.
As the scale of the terrorism as a result of the New York and Washington attacks has risen so dramatically, so have the options and really the risks in combating it. This has been called a war, and it may well involve the sacrifices of war, Dan.
Mark Phillips. Mark, before we let you go, it's not widely known or thought about in this country, but the Muslim populations in France, Germany, and a number of European countries, they've risen dramatically in recent years. Is there not concern that any or all of these countries could suffer some kind of terrorist attack? And Osama bin Laden, is a belief that he has operatives in all of those countries?
Well, there's a double jeopardy really involved here. Yes, there is a large and expanding Muslim population, particularly, as you say, in France and in Southern Europe, coming from North Africa primarily, and there have been comments right through the day about the extent of the bin Laden network extending into perhaps more than 50 countries in the world to a greater or lesser extent. But the second aspect of that as well is with the support that has been expressed in Europe through NATO and in direct one-to-one conversations between European leaders and the Russian President Vladimir Putin and President Bush, the association of the Europeans and NATO with the American cause, the support that has been expressed, really increases the vulnerability here as well. And people are taking that extremely seriously. Security right across Europe has been tightened on the air and on the ground. This is very much an international battle that's being formed up, and all the risks are now being shared.
Mark Phillips in London, thanks. Osama bin Laden has long found refuge in Afghanistan. You can look at the map, and bordering Afghanistan in the south is Pakistan. To the east, it has a small border with China. Afghanistan borders on the west. It has a long border with Iran. To the north, a border with what used to be part of the Soviet Union, now Turkestan, but the Soviet Union not far off its border. In the center of gravity is shifting in this story somewhat to this area of the world, with the belief that when and if the United States strikes, Afghanistan is a highly possible, if not probable, target. Now, Afghanistan's rulers, the Taliban, they're bracing for a U.S. military response that seems to them all but inevitable. Alan Pizzi joins us tonight from Islamabad, Pakistan. Alan?
Good morning, Dan. Pakistanis woke up this morning here with the news that their country is going to be the ground zero of any kind of retaliation against the Taliban, because General Musharraf, the leader of this country, has given the United States unequivocal assurances that he will cooperate totally in any effort. And we believe that certainly includes the use of Pakistani airspace. It may also include the use of Pakistani ground bases, and therein lies a serious problem for Pakistan. One of the pieces in one of the papers this morning said that the GHQ, which is roughly the equivalent of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I suppose, here in Pakistan, is holding emergency meetings because they have to do two things. One, they have to figure out how they can help the Americans best. They also have to figure out what response they might get from their own people. There is a core of Islamic fundamentalism here, and that's quite close to the surface. And they are worried, of course, that if they do too much, allow their bases to be used too much against Osama bin Laden, that there could be a groundswell of public opinion against them. But Pakistan has made itself fully available, they say, to the Americans. They will do whatever is necessary. And because, as you mentioned, they are the closest friendly country to the U.S., to Afghanistan, sorry, they are definitely the place where it's all going to be happening from. And they have a lot to offer, Dan.
Alan Pizzi in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan in the northern part of the country. Joining us now, Fuad Ajami, distinguished professor at Johns Hopkins University, expert on the Middle East and international affairs, and a CBS News consultant. Fuad, one question that's been nagging at me. We keep saying, and it's true, Osama bin Laden has tremendous personal wealth, but he's got to keep that money somewhere. Who launders his money? Where does the money trail lead?
Wouldn't we love to know? Because we've been talking about this. I mean, this man inherited quite a large sum of money from his father. The irony of it, as bin Laden tries to overthrow the House of Saud, and as bin Laden talks radicalism, and as bin Laden poses as this later day Che Guevara of the Islamic world and plays rebel, he was the heir to a huge fortune. And one of the things that I think our intelligence will need to break, where does this man keep his money? Surely it can't be in a pillow, and surely it can't be in the Afghanistan Central Bank. obviously this money has to be available to him. This is the money he uses to recruit these young people who revere him, and it's that piece of the puzzle we need to get at.
Would I be wrong in believing that perhaps some big international bank somewhere are laundering some of that money?
Somebody will be giving this man his money because, again, I repeat, this money is not in Pakistan and it surely is not in Afghanistan. He may have some small change for the Taliban to keep him around. So
you mean buried in a can out there?
Absolutely, so he can hang around the streets of the streets of Kabul and the hills of Afghanistan, but the money is somewhere else.
It's probably in a Swiss bank somewhere.
Or Singapore, Malaysia, there may be places where, again, bin Laden can play.
Let me ask you, with the subject of suicide bombers,
sure.
What does the Quran say about this? What does Islamic tradition say about suicide?
That's a fundamental question. I mean, I think I could pass a PhD exam or fail one on that one, Ed, but that's the heart of it. And there's a debate within the world of Islam occasioned by these suicide martyrs today, and there are jurists who have been issuing fatwas, and we know the term fatwa from Ayatollah Khomeini's judgment on Salman Rushdie. That's a ruling opinion. There are people who've come forth with fatwas saying, hey, suicide martyrdom is a form of murder. You're killing yourself, which is banned by Islamic doctrine. So a high mufti, a high religious authority in Saudi Arabia ruled that all suicide martyrdom is impermissible. But meanwhile, you have someone like Osama bin Laden, who's not a religiously learned man, but actually a troublemaker who has radicalized the tradition and set it ablaze. So who speaks for Islam? Is it the conservative jurists, or is it, again, freelancers and preachers like Osama bin Laden and his types? And the debate on this one is very open. It's not settled.
We're getting cramped for time, Fufuar Jami, but you described Osama bin Laden as a kind of Che Guevara of Islam. There was that time in the 1960s when Che Guevara was seen as perhaps one of, if not the principal threats to freedom and democracy.
Yes, of course. And this is the threat that stalks us today, is this man with a lot of money. He's got $300-400 million to blow. He's got this religious animus against the West, and he bears this animus for being in Arabia. It's really the blowback of the Gulf War. This is what Osama bin Laden is all about. We went to Arabia, and he wishes to drive us out of Arabia.
Fufuar Jami, thanks. In the past few days, against a backdrop of horror, the nation, indeed the world, have been witness to the courage and heroism, the nobility, if you will, of rank-and-file workaday Americans.
We have gathered here today as communities of faith to unite our prayers, our hopes, our support, to express our grief, to remember all the victims of these attacks, and to pray for the ongoing rescue efforts. May our unity in heart and prayer be a beacon of light in a darkened world.
Oh, beautiful, oh, spacious skies, for amber waves of rain, for purple mountains, majesties above the rooted plain. America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood, from sea to shining sea.
If there was any doubt about the kind of conflict, the kind of war we're now engaged in, it was eliminated when President Bush said today, this is the first war of the 21st century, adding, and I quote, "We will lead the world to victory." The landscape has been changed literally and psychologically. The terror that arrived on U.S. soil is no less than an attack on the American way of life and the freedom so fundamental to our democracy and to freedom-loving people around the world. We know evil when we see it. But rooting out this particular evil will likely be a marathon, not a sprint. Normal, may well be redefined. Leading the world to victory, as the President has promised, will be a stern test for those who govern and a test of will for all of us to go forward amid the sorrow. But Americans have faced and passed such tests before with flying colors, by standing tall for freedom, and especially by standing together. Stay tuned to this CBS station for more continuing coverage of the attack on America.
From North Carolina's news leader, this is WRAL TV5 News.
I think about the families, the children.
The overwhelming emotions of a nation are on the shoulders of our leader. President Bush fights back tears as he vows to win the war against terrorism.
Plus, firefighters in Washington are once again forced to battle red-hot flames from the Pentagon. We'll have a live report.
Good evening. The emotions are still raw. That's why tomorrow has been set aside as a day for our country to unite.
The president is asking Americans to use their lunch breaks to pray for victims of Tuesday's attacks and their families. Meanwhile, tireless search and recovery efforts continue at the site of the World Trade Center. Drew Levinson is at Ground Zero with the latest.
With more than 4,700 people missing and feared dead, one of the largest law enforcement investigations in the nation's history is ramping up. At New York's Kennedy Airport tonight, a man carrying a false pilot's identification was arrested. Law enforcement authorities have recovered key evidence, including the flight data recorder from the jet that crashed in Pennsylvania. So much evidence, it seems, the Bush administration is now officially pointing in the direction of terrorist Osama bin Laden.
We will go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up.
From the Oval Office, President Bush promised to win the war against terrorism. But it is clear the commander-in-chief has been deeply touched by the events in New York, Pennsylvania, and Washington.
This is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
For rescuers here in New York, it's a race against time as they desperately try to reach victims trapped in the rubble of what was once the Twin Towers. For the first time Thursday, we saw the difficult task before them. President Bush will be here tomorrow to see close up the damage wrought by the terrorists. And in a city and country praying for the victims and their families, he has appropriately declared Friday a National Day of Prayer. Drew Levinson, CBS News, New York.
We also have reporters in New York and Washington, D.C. WRAL's Scott Mason is at the Pentagon, and Lynn Bestoff is near Manhattan. We continue our coverage tonight with Lynn. Lynn?
Well, Pam, there are thousands of people who help with the rescue effort here at what remains of the Twin Towers, and every single one of them has a unique story to tell, and one of them happens to be an old high school friend of mine. Among those who got a close-up look at the Twin Towers tragedy, a resident at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan, Dr. Alex Schwartz. He says most of the terrorists' victims were either easily treated or untreatable.
We started helping people out of the ambulances, putting them on stretchers, putting them into wheelchairs. Most of them seemed pretty much okay, other than some burns. Turns out one woman that I did see who had bad burns didn't make it. Schwartz got close to the scene for a short while, but fire and other problems forced his triage unit back up near St. Vincent's. The streets are lined with a half-inch of ash, and the cars are covered, and the buildings are plastered with ash, and it just stuck to everything. And it was like nuclear winter, and I mean, I couldn't believe I was in Manhattan. The real action for emergency personnel is pretty much now at the disaster site. But the furthest you can get is here, Houston and Varick Street, unless you've got some kind of ID showing you have a reason to go back there. But Schwartz says he's coming down here the next few nights armed with his ID and his scrubs, so he can help whoever comes out of this building alive. Well, there hasn't been a whole lot to do, sadly enough, because they haven't pulled many people out. And it's just a terrible feeling. I feel very helpless, and I feel like whatever I might be able to do at all is probably down there.
And you can see that across the river in Weehawken, New Jersey, there is also that spirit of caring. You probably have close to 100 people out here in some kind of candlelight vigil that has been organized in the last day or so. Now, there's a lot of action also down in the Washington area, of course, where the Pentagon disaster took place. And Scott Mason has more with that. Scott?
That's right, Len. A little more than an hour ago, there was a pretty sizable flare-up at the Pentagon. Fire erupted out of that gash in the building. It caught everyone by surprise. Thick black smoke came rolling up out of the wreckage. Next thing you know, firefighters were all over the area, and within about 15 minutes, seemed to get things under control. I tell you, it's been a day of mixed emotions at the Pentagon. We've seen symbols of encouragement, flowers and notes of comfort left at the grounds here. We've also heard from recovery teams wrenching descriptions of what they've seen inside that wreckage. But the day began with anxiety and some very tense moments. Thursday morning, the Pentagon evacuated. Officers say only that it is a serious threat.
Some of them are cranks, some of them are just simply evil people. I would just simply advise people that we're all in a position where we have to take plausible threats as credible threats.
Midday Thursday, recovery teams resumed their work, out in force.
The rescue workers obviously are still very hopeful, and we continue to want them to be hopeful. But in reality, in the modes and operations that we're taking it's more of a recovery phase.
And the recovery work is grim. Thursday afternoon, fire and police officers tell what they've seen in there.
There were some severely burned victims. There were people that were injured from flying debris.
Just the tremendous loss of life involved in this entire incident and when we first arrived here, it's just a surrealistic scene.
This scene, early Thursday evening, the Marine Corps flag recovered out of the wreckage of the Pentagon. And Thursday night, a sense perhaps of tranquility, with the recovery, a renewal of confidence.
I believe this country is coming together in a way that maybe it hasn't been together in recent years.
Normally, the Pentagon would be a majestic sight on such a beautiful evening, but with all that destruction, and tonight with the flames that shot out of there, boy, you see that and you think, will it ever look the same? And more importantly, will it ever feel the same? Pam?
Very good questions, hard answers. Thanks a lot, Scott. A North Carolina man who was caught up in the aftermath of the destruction of the World Trade Center in New York is back in Raleigh, and it's quite a story to tell. Ken Kenyon and 6 other insurance executives were attending a training conference just blocks from the World Trade Center. His building was covered in falling debris. 6 hours later, they walked to safety.
And the walkout is probably one of the most remarkable events I've ever seen. It was eerily quiet. You couldn't hear any sounds. A fire truck 2 blocks away. It's you couldn't hear. I don't know if it wasn't registering, or everything was covered in soot and ash. We found shoes, broken strollers on the side of the street. At least 10 or 15 different pairs of shoes that were in the street as we made our way around.
He said everything was covered in soot and ash, and he tells us he is still having breathing problems from all the smoke and dust.
Hundreds of miles away, most of us felt a sense of helplessness when the terrorists struck Tuesday morning. 2 Wake County men wouldn't give in to that emotion. Driven by their faith and patriotism, they hit the road. Cullen Browder has their story.
We're at a place now, if not us, then who? And if not now, then when?
When Chris Harris and Brett Block saw the unimaginable scenes on television, they felt they just had to be there to help.
There just comes a point in time in your life where you have to sit down and count the cost of what's precious and what's dear.
I just felt overwhelmed that it was my duty to help. And I was not going to be deterred.
So at 10 p.m. Tuesday, the salesman and contractor just took off in a van and headed north. By 10 the next morning, armed with an NYPD shirt, they proved their persistence to help, and they were allowed to join fire and emergency teams at Ground Zero.
I think it touched a chord of their patriotism. That, hey, we're not in this alone.
Chris and Brett grabbed hard hats and gloves and started digging through the devastation.
Documenting their work in pictures, they searched amid the dangerous conditions.
From what the reports we've heard, this floor is no longer there.
The smell of jet fuel and burning debris.
It was a white, clean mass.
Instead of survivors, they found horror, but they also found heroes and hope.
Those men and women, I mean, they were determined.
Brett and Chris left New York that same night to return home. Changed men.
We will rise up together. We will stand shoulder to shoulder, and we will do whatever it takes to make a difference.
My perspective of life will never be the same.
Cullen Browder, WRAL TV5 News.
Chris and Brett have no training in rescue and recovery, and they don't recommend anyone else try what they did. They say hometown efforts to give blood or raise money are just as important.
The familiar sound of F-15Es is filling the air over Wayne County again. Seymour Johnson Air Force Base began air training missions with the Strike Eagles late this afternoon. The planes, of course, have been grounded since Tuesday. The base has been asked by military brass to participate in airborne activities, but public affairs officers say that does not necessarily mean a trip overseas. Military bases across the country have reduced their level of security, but they're still on heightened alert. WRAL Shawnee Blount is outside Fort Bragg with more. Shawnee.
Well, Pam, like everywhere else in the country, people here on Fort Bragg are still reeling from the shock of Tuesday's tragedy. However, the traffic here on Fort Bragg is under control, and by all appearances, things seem to be back to normal. But make no mistake about it, security here on Fort Bragg is still very high. After a brief pause in training exercises, Fort Bragg soldiers were back on the job today. But clearly, for some, their minds were hundreds of miles away.
It does kind of bring it to a head, and it makes it, I don't want to say more of a sense of urgency, but you know that it could be a reality.
At the Womack Army Medical Center, soldiers stand in strong force at a guard post. Some 2,000 military and civilian personnel work here, making this one of Fort Bragg's biggest assets.
Force protection is our top priority right now.
Another priority is shifted to Washington, D.C. 32 Fort Bragg soldiers took off early this morning on 4 CH-47 helicopters, commonly known as Chinooks. They were bound for a humanitarian mission at the Pentagon, one that will put them face to face with these horrifying images that never seem to go away.
You sit back, you see it on the television, you're so distant from it now. These guys are going right up in the heart of it, and they're actually going to contribute.
Now, the company that went along on that humanitarian mission also helped with the relief efforts of Hurricane Floyd and Hurricane Mitch in Honduras. They could be in Washington for the next 30 days. Meanwhile, Pope Air Force Base has resumed normal flying operations, and they will remain on further notice, as well as trying to figure out what the specific orders will be. They haven't received any specific orders yet, but they will remain on further notice. Now, on another note, schools here on post will resume a normal schedule tomorrow, meaning no delays. Pam?
All right, Shawnee, thank you. Well, it's time for us to take a breather and take a look ahead to the weekend.
The forecast is certainly looking good. Meteorologist Greg Fischel is in the Weather Center with details. Greg?
Indeed, and not only does our forecast look good, but the news concerning Gabrielle just gets better by the minute, and we'll have details and all of it for you coming up in just a bit.
If your check is in the mail, there's no need to worry. 5 on Your Side goes behind the scenes of the U.S. Mail Service.
But first, you're looking at a live picture from RDU International Airport. The skies come back to life when WRAL's 11 o'clock news continues.
Take a good group of friends and a day that feels lazy, a great recipe and a dollop of daisy. Throw in a little touch of love. Oh, that's what I'm dreaming of. Creamy and smooth, stir it and then soon you'll be sharing it with family and friends.
4 generations of families have fallen for the smooth and creamy taste of Daisy brand sour cream.
You know it makes everything tasty. Do a dollop of Daisy.
I am a busy woman. I have 3 children and I'm married, so my time's limited. I'm a teacher and I sing with a big band. Walmart Supercenter is the place to go. I can get all my groceries, fresh produce. The meat department's great. Walmart Supercenter guarantees freshness, and that's a plus. My girls and I go up and down every aisle. We go to the electronics. We have a blast here. It's very convenient because it's a one-stop shop, and that means a lot to me because my time's valuable. I'm going to get the best prices, the best quality. Everything that I want is in this one store. I have fun here. It's just like being a kid again.
All I want to do is to thank you, even though I don't know who you are. You let me change lanes while I was driving in my car. All I want to do is to thank you, even though I don't know who you are. You let me change lanes driving in my car. Whoever you are, I want to thank you. Whoever you are, I want to thank you. Whoever you are.
Look at this. Harbor Landing in all of its brilliance. Incredible waterfront in a gated community at spectacular Lake Gaston. And right now, for a very limited time during this special fall promotion, you can purchase a home site in this stunning community for 25% discounts. That's right, 25%. Prices from the 30s. Unbelievable amenity package. Long-term, low-interest financing available. Act now. 2 days only this weekend. Call right now at 1-877-298-6335.
So, you love to drive. You've just met your match. Chevy's moving to 2001 metal. $2,000 cash back or 0% financing on 2001 Chevy Malibu. Yeah, that's right. $2,000 cash back or 0% APR financing. Don't you just love it when everything comes together? Make your money count now at your Carolina Chevy dealer.
Boy, that's a sound we haven't heard for a few days. Planes started taking off from Atlanta's Hartsfield Airport just after noon today. The first flight was headed for South Africa. Don't even think of showing up 20 minutes before your flight. Tougher, tighter security measures will greet passengers at airports across the country. So pack your patience and be prepared to wait. WRAL's Julia Lewis is at RDU International with the latest on air travel. Julia.
Pam, the airport opened about 5 o'clock today, and while things aren't totally up to speed yet, they are slowly getting back on track.
Gridlock hit RDU just before 5 o'clock. It's by far the most activity this airport has seen for days.
I got back Tuesday afternoon and not getting my car out till now, but that's fine.
While some people headed out, others hunkered down for the evening. Still, the terminals were unusually quiet. In fact, at times, there seemed to be more police officers than passengers. And while the flight boards were lit up in red, people remained optimistic.
More anxious to get home than anything.
My son called me on my cell phone and said, hey, the airport is open, so I put those wheels in motion.
I'm hoping I can get out tonight.
American 9532, runway heading, contact departure.
The airlines are slowly getting flights back up and running, and the people we talked to didn't seem to have any second thoughts about getting on board or about having to get to the airport 2 hours early.
My mom didn't want me to fly. She wanted me to drive down also, and I was like, no, let me go fly. That's the best way.
I value my life, and I value everybody else's life, so 2 hours, I respect that.
So if you're heading out here, you need to expect some major changes. No more pulling up to the curb and getting out and running inside. They're going to have tow trucks out there to take those cars away. Also won't be able to check your bags at the curb. And now everyone is going to have to check in at the ticket counters, even if you have one of those e-tickets. And when you get inside, plan to get one of those once-overs with a security wand. And right now they don't have enough of those wands, so they are going to be doing some manual pat-downs, but that is, of course, with the passenger's permission. Finally, Pam, we need to talk about parking. No one is going to be able to park within 300 feet of the terminals. That means 1,200 parking spaces are now going to be off limits. That includes some of these prime places right out here in Lot A in front of the parking deck. Pam, they're telling folks to get here 2 hours early.
Big changes, all in the name of safety, Julia. Thank you.
You bet.
Well, it's been a frustrating time for airline passengers who were stranded here when planes were grounded Tuesday. As WRAL's Amanda Lamb reports, some people gave up on air travel today and took the long way home.
I've been here for 3 days already.
Yasmin Nunez was traveling from Miami to New York when her plane was diverted to RDU Tuesday.
So it's very scary and at the same time frustrating because I'm by myself, but Thank God I called everybody at home in New York and they're okay.
Like hundreds of people around the country, Nunez has decided to take the bus.
Well, we've tripled in business in the last 48 hours over last year, and all of it due to basically the closing of other transportation venues.
I thought about staying, and then I says, no, I don't think I'll fly anymore, but I'll try to get out some other way.
There was a time in American history when most people traveled by train, and it looked like that time had passed. But in light of the recent national events, it may be coming back. Airline passengers are also flocking to the train station. They say they don't mind taking the long way home.
No, I don't feel inconvenienced. There's a lot of trouble going on. I got no problems compared to a lot of other people.
But when they get home, many New Yorkers say they're not sure they're prepared for what they will see.
Not seeing the Twin Towers is going to be devastating. I mean, that was the icon of New York. And not having that there anymore is just, I don't know, it'll never be the same.
It will never be the same for any of us. Amanda Lamb, WRAL, TV5 News.
Companies that built their reputation on guaranteed overnight delivery for now have no guarantees. Federal Express and United Parcel Service expanded their ground network of package delivery when the FAA grounded all flights. Even though the federal agency is lifting that ban, pending security clearance at each airport, the delivery companies expect some delays as they reposition aircraft. Deliveries to parts of Manhattan may continue to be limited. Well, with the air travel situation, a lot of people are worried about how regular mail is moving and whether bills and other important correspondence will make it to their destinations on time.
5 on your sides. Monica La Liberty has some information that should ease your concerns.
The U.S. mail is moving, but some people fear it may not be moving fast enough to get their bills where they need to be on time.
It needs to be there by Monday, by the 17th, so I'm hoping it's going to get there.
Mail's still flowing.
But Lou Eldridge, who runs the U.S. Postal Service's Raleigh Distribution Center, says except for mail going to Manhattan, there's only a short delay.
We're moving all of the mail by merely taking it out of the air, putting it on ground transportation. It's coming just a little bit later, and maybe a day longer than normal.
Eldridge says extra trucks were contracted as early as Tuesday afternoon and have been running round the clock ever since. Customers like Faith Berry are glad to hear it, but also expect creditors to be understanding.
It will get to the post office and they will get it finally, but they know what's the situation.
The banks and credit companies we talk to are taking the situation in New York into consideration. Most say that if you normally pay your bills on time and this month's payment is a couple of days late, they'll waive late fees. But if you're not in good standing, you won't be able to use this as an excuse. And Citibank is waiving its normal $10 fee for what it calls C-Pay, where you can call and have your checking account drafted that day for payment on a particular credit or mortgage account. Many other creditors are taking similar steps. Call yours to find out for sure. But since the mail is moving, even if a bit slow, it should be delivered to its destination on time. Monica La Liberty, WRAL TV 5 on your side.
All right, so what if you don't receive your bill in the mail on time? It's still due, so it is your responsibility to contact your creditor and find out how much you owe and where to send it.
Well, Greg is not having to make any excuses about the weather.
No, this looks great. And I'll tell you, looking at the big picture on WRAL, you know, it never looked like it was much of an issue for North Carolina. But 24 hours ago, it looked like this might be a real serious deal for the Gulf Coast. Right. And you couldn't help but wonder, what would this country do having to deal with a major hurricane landfall at the same time with everything else? Things look so much better, so much better tonight in that respect. So we'll talk more about that in a minute. Let's go on ahead and show you the numbers for today out at the airport. The official high, air quality. I haven't talked about that in a couple of days. It's good, but we just wanted to put those symbols up there to reassure you of that. Now we'll get to those numbers. 82, the official high at the airport, the low 58, very close to the normals for this time of year. A comfortable 63 right now with a calm wind. and a slightly falling barometer. Temperatures are all in the 60s around our area. The low spot 60 at the Rocky Mount Wilson Airport, and generally in the low and mid 60s back in the mountains as well. Haven't looked at the weather net in a little bit, so we'll give you a chance to absorb that. Everybody tonight in the 60s across the region. And as we close into the local area, we see temperatures again mostly in the 60s. Do have 159 up there at Brassfield Elementary in North Raleigh. Okay, temperatures around the eastern part of the country today pretty close to normal, but notice the green colors just beginning to show up here. Look what happens to that tomorrow. Begins to dive southward. Cold front will arrive here in the Triangle probably midday or shortly thereafter. You'll really notice a increase in the northeast wind tomorrow afternoon, and those winds will really send the temperatures tumbling by tomorrow night and also on Saturday. Here is the satellite imagery and some of the high clouds that are actually at least partially connected with Gabrielle flowing up into eastern North Carolina, but that's all it is high cirrus. And the water vapor imagery, here is the savior, my friend. You see this big dip right here as we put it into motion. You see how that wave comes down into the Great Lakes. Big time trough in the upper atmosphere that's going to continue to dig toward the south and east and kick this thing out to sea very, very quickly before it has a chance to turn into the monster that it looked like it might. Now, here is the latest satellite imagery, and we continue to see all the thunderstorm activity on the east side of the center. That's not indicative of a system that is strengthening at all. The latest coordinates 25.5, 84 even, max sustained winds at 50. It's possible it could become a minimal hurricane before it moves inland into western Florida, southwestern Florida by tomorrow evening, but the main threat from this is flooding, and then it will accelerate off to the east and northeast and get out into the Atlantic and not bother the southeast U.S. coast. So we're thankful for that. Again, this fan indicates that air possibilities would allow it to come up the North Carolina coast. Not going to happen, my friends. This thing is right out to sea. Okay, if you are concerned about cold weather tonight, don't be, because it's not going to be as chilly as it's going to be in a couple of nights. All right, tonight, fair and comfy, the overnight low around 60. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, lots of sunshine, mid-60s, and then as we head into the afternoon, about 80. But I do want you to notice, and it's not going to hurt anybody, but you will really notice this picking up during the afternoon. Northeast winds at 10 to 20, and that will be a I don't want to say harbinger, that's a negative word, but a sign of things to come as we plummet into the upper 40s tomorrow night. Only get to 70 Saturday despite sunshine, and then we'll start warming up again as we head towards Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. But
I'm going to have to turn on my heat.
Yeah, you might have
cold.
to do that. But I feel so good about now Florida may have some flooding problems, but it's not going to be the monster
Could have been worse.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Greg.
You bet.
The devastation in New York City and Washington has left many people with a feeling of helplessness. But there are several ways you can help. Find out how you can provide relief for America.
Also, signs of patriotism are all over the Triangle. An American flag now graces one of the Bowl City's landmarks. We'll be right back.
The 260 horsepower Acura CL Type S.
Now through Tuesday only, it's the ultimate store-wide bedding sale. A sale you only expect from Rooms to Go. Every single mattress without exception will be on sale. One of the rare times every brand, every size, every sleeper, and every Rooms to Go showroom will be reduced to shocking low prices. Get quick delivery, the Rooms to Go 60-day comfort trial. Plus, Rooms to Go will remove your old mattress. So forget department or bedding stores. The real deal is at Rooms to Go. Now through Tuesday only, all bedding's on sale.
Kohl's anniversary sale starts Friday at 8 a.m. and we're celebrating with 20 to 50% savings throughout the store. Save on your favorite brand names like Sag Harbor, Dockers, Nike, and more. Save on our entire stock of sweaters and outerwear, shoes, and everything for your home. Plus, every time you use your Kohl's charge through Monday, take an additional 10% off at Kohl's anniversary sale. Kohl's, that's more like it.
The Roman aqueducts have stood here since 145 BC, able to endure centuries because of an engineering marvel, the arch. A curved structure so incredibly strong that even when great pressure is applied to it, it holds its shape. A design with such strength and integrity that, to this day, modern man has yet to improve upon it.
I've raised a lot of money to put in my piggy bank, and now today I've dumped it out to give it to the people in New York and Washington and all the people who are suffering out there.
Oh, Kelsey, we want to give you a big hug. Kelsey was going to use her piggy bank for a trip to Disney World, but instead, she decided to give it to members of Six Forks Fire and Rescue, who started collecting money for victims early this morning. And by late afternoon, they had collected more than $10,000 for the International Association of Firefighters. Wow. It is hard not to feel helpless in the wake of what's happened. You want to help, but don't know exactly how.
Well, today, WRAL TV, Fox 50, Mix 101.5, and the Durham Bulls teamed up with the Red Cross for Relief for America to raise money for the victims of the attacks. As WRAL Health Team's Dr. Alan Mask shows us, your generosity has been amazing.
I just felt it was really important to come out and show my support.
They came on foot and by car, dropping off cash and checks.
Just trying to do my small part. Simple as that.
Thank you. With children and American flags in hand, emotions run high.
Because I feel for America.
I can't do
it. Because I've lived and worked in New York and have friends there.
And I'm doing what I can in contributing our money. If I were physically able, I'd go up and help clean up the whole mess.
There's been a steady stream of traffic all day. Some people giving thousands of dollars, others 2 or 3, whatever they have. Most everybody we spoke with said they're glad to finally have a chance to help.
We've had a $1,000 donation. We've had people coming from work with multiple donations from their colleagues at work.
Viva East donated her tax relief check.
Just because our country's hurting, I need to do something, and my choices are limited now. And I'll do what I can.
Young kids emptied their piggy banks, not quite understanding what's going on, but still wanting to help. An American Airlines flight attendant summed it up best.
Even though I knew none of the flight attendants personally, they are my family.
A family of Americans united by tragedy, banding together to help those in need. Dr. Alan Mask, WRAL-TV 5 News, Raleigh.
Well, you can still donate tomorrow at Crabtree Valley Mall from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. If you can't stop by in person, you can mail your donation to the American Red Cross Attention Disaster Relief Fund, 100 North Pear Tree Lane, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27610. Make checks payable to American Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund, and in the memo section of your check, write WRAL Relief Fund. Or call 1-800-HELP-NOW to use your credit card, or donate online at WRAL.com.
Giving can help us feel better in times of tragedy, so can coming together. The City of Durham, in partnership with WRAL-TV, Fox 50, and Radio 1, will present a Vigil of Hope Friday night at 7 o'clock at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. Gates open at 6 p.m.
Tuesday's attacks have forced many of us to put life on hold. Even the NFL decided that the national mourning, anyway, outweighs football games.
But one American tradition will take to the field tomorrow night when WRAL's 11 o'clock news continues.
Come see why more and more people are shopping Food Lion. So when people come here and they use their MVP card, they use their coupon, they get to buy one, get one free, they're saving a lot of money, right?
Yes, they are.
And does that make you feel, how does it make you feel?
It makes me feel good because when they kind of forget sometimes to give me the MVP card, and I remind them and I swipe it and they see how many savings they got, it's just like a big radiant smile on their face, and it makes me feel good inside.
Yeah.
That I did something good for somebody.
Isn't it funny how a radiant smile is infectious?
Yes, it is.
I think I'm catching yours right now.
Children with Down syndrome are a gift of life.
The Buddy Walk was just an unbelievable experience.
There was just celebration all over, all around us. As a mom, it just really touched my heart.
I tell everybody about how good Walmart has been to us. Their people came out and walked.
They provided lunch.
With Walmart, we have become partners. They love our kids.
That's what we all want, is our children to be accepted for who and what they are. I was very proud of our walk, and people cared about our kids.
It's what fun tastes like. It's how you order good times right off the menu. It's a taste of Old Charlie's, the all-American grill with the Irish name at its best. Parmesan chicken on linguine. Jambalaya chicken with tasso ham and Cajun sauce. And O'Charlie's own chicken O-tenders for just $9.99. So meet us at O'Charlie's. It's easy to find. It's at the corner of good food and good times.
Mr. Wabbit, could I watch The West Wing with you? Doc, I thought you had a satellite dish, but it's waiting so hard and my reception is crummy. You should have got digital cable from Time Warner, like me. Please. Maybe if you get us some popcorn. Sody pop? Pizza? Now can I watch with you, Woody, please? Sorry, Doc, show's over.
Order Time Warner Cable today and get installation for only $4.95. Time Warner Cable, the very best in TV, keeps getting better.
The CR-V from Honda. It'll take you to the mountains. It'll take you to the beaches. It'll take you to the desert. It'll take you just about anywhere. But it won't take you to the cleaners. The CR-V from Honda. While supplies last, get special APR financing as low as 3.9% for 36 months on 2001 CR-Vs.
Tom is here with a little bit of sports.
Well, tonight, Pam and Deborah, NC State's football team was supposed to play its second football game of the season against Ohio University. Of course, like all sporting events on this Thursday, the game was postponed. Pack coach Chuck Amato says, without question, that was the right thing to do.
It would be very difficult for fans to come here and cheer with that in their mind. And is there something going to happen here? And, you know, whether it is or isn't, they hear it on TV. You know, they hear it on the media, you know, the fact that, well, there's 52,000 people at this place and 80 at that place, and, you know, a perfect place for something to happen.
Football is a great game, but life is more important than anything. And, I mean, I feel so bad for the people that's having to deal with this right now. And, you know, all I can do is pray for them.
The state game with Ohio has been rescheduled for November 24th. Now, cancellations firming up for this weekend. All NCAA Division 1A games for Saturday called off. North Carolina Central at Virginia State is on for Saturday at 7:30. Major League Baseball games postponed through the weekend. They hope to play on Monday. Week 2 of the National Football League is canceled. The New Hampshire 300 is canceled. All weekend preseason NHL games called off, and all PGA and LPGA events are canceled. Well, at a time when nearly all college and pro sporting events have been postponed, North Carolina's high schools have made the decision to press on with their athletic competitions. There will be high school football tomorrow night across the state of North Carolina. Here's more from TV5's Ken Medlin.
At a time when smiles seem so seldom, something as simple as a middle school football game can put the world back in perspective. For a few moments this afternoon at East Millbrook Middle School, life returns to normal.
You come into a situation like this, and even though it may be just for a few minutes, I'm able to get my mind off of it and smile and have a good time.
Nearly all area high schools plan to play their football games as scheduled Friday night. Many will offer fans a chance to observe a moment of silence before the games, but nearly all will give people something very rare indeed this week, a reason to smile.
Everybody's been through so much this week as far as, you know, just mental anguish, and the pictures keep living in your head, and I'm sure you're going to see those forever, but hopefully tomorrow night will be a time for people to come out and root for their kids or root for their neighbors and just have a fun time at the ballpark and kind of forget about what's going on.
They're certainly going to be thinking about this, but if for 2 or 3 hours they can get out here and participate in something else, at least their mind is not on that at that time.
There are few things more American than high school football, and tomorrow night in North Carolina, that American tradition will carry on. Ken Medlin, WRAL TV5 Sports.
That was Bobby Guthrie, not Billy Guthrie, the Wake County Athletic Director, and we will have Football Friday tomorrow night at 11:30.
Tom, thank you.
Well, that is all the time we have for this evening.
Be sure to join us for continuing local coverage on WRAL's morning show beginning at 5 a.m. Now we return you to CBS News for its coverage of Attack on America.
When they ascertain all the facts, I think they will take the appropriate action. And I believe that the magnitude of this has generated support for the United States and for taking action against these people that did not exist before. And that will open up some options for the president that would not have been there before. And I just think it's very important that the American people at this time just pull together and support and trust them all to do the right thing.
What's the message?
The message is that this is an act which was both evil and which denies our common humanity. And what we Americans have to do, what New Yorkers have to do, is to prove them wrong. And you just walk up and down the street here. We got people here from everywhere, people of all different faiths. The American people know this is not something done by all Muslims, that America is full of Muslims who deplore this sort of behavior and who are just as offended, if not more offended, than the rest of us are. And we just need to take care of the victims and the families of those who have died and the children who will need to be educated. We need to rebuild New York, and we need to support the president and the administration in answering this challenge. But they will do it. We will do it as a people. I have no doubt of it.
The president's daughter, Chelsea Clinton, was in Lower Manhattan at the time of the attack.
I was about 12 blocks from here.
You were 12 blocks from here?
South.
What did you see?
Smoke, people running, crying, just what we've all seen replayed on the television. It was horrifying, of course.
And what do you make of this?
I don't think there's anything to make of it. It's just a tragedy.
All over Lower Manhattan, the cleanup is already well underway. We saw people today with hoses spraying down sidewalks, shattered cars being towed away, and structural engineers looking at buildings to see if they will be safe to reoccupy. The financial district is getting ready to get down to business, even though the hard work of search and rescue will continue for some time to come. Scott Pelley, CBS News, New York.
President Bush and those around him made it clear that they're planning for a sustained retaliation against terrorism. And their plans, it is now clear, include call-ups of reserve troops. We'll get an update on this from David Martin at the Pentagon.
The U.S. is planning an all-out war not just against Osama bin Laden for having directed these attacks, but against all terrorist organizations that threaten American interests. It will be a war like no other.
The kind of organizations that conduct these terrorist activities make for difficult targets. It is not as if you are going after an army in the field or you're trying to destroy cities or fixed installations.
Attacking bin Laden's camps in Afghanistan, as the U.S. did 3 years ago, is not going to put him out of business.
They're also a thinking enemy. They know what they've done, they know when they're going to do it, and they know what consequences might be coming back in their direction. So you have to consider you're dealing with a very, very skilled, knowledgeable, thinking enemy.
U.S. officials say they are drafting plans to attack not just bin Laden, but the Taliban rulers of Afghanistan who allow him to operate from their territory. By threatening the Taliban with destruction, the U.S. hopes to force them to turn bin Laden over. And it's not just bin Laden the U.S. is after.
When we're through with that network, we will continue with a global assault against terrorism in general.
A senior official named the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah, which in 1983 killed more than 200 American Marines in Beirut, and Hamas, which sends suicide bombers against Israeli civilians, as two of the terrorist groups the U.S. intends to go after. And the Deputy Secretary of Defense explained what it will take to win.
You do it with the full resources of the U.S. government. It will be a campaign, not a single action. And we're going to keep after these people and the people who support them until this stops.
The U.S. has launched cruise missiles and arrested bin Laden's accomplices, but that hasn't stopped the terrorists.
One of the things these guys have demonstrated is that as hard as we look, they can hide some things from us, and that's why we're going to try to deny them the sanctuaries and the places from which they do hide things.
Bodies pulled from the Pentagon arrived at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for identification, as the Defense Department estimated the total number of dead at 190. 126 people in the building, and 64 more aboard the plane. Fear of a further collapse is making the task of recovering the bodies agonizingly slow.
We would all like it to go very quickly, but in doing things quickly, you have a very unstable building, and it's almost at a crawling pace.
It also slows the hunt for the plane's cockpit voice recorder, which could answer so many questions about the final moments.
They thought they knew where it was, that it is, we are close to it, but close doesn't mean a short period of time.
There is no real hope of survivors, but one find did raise spirits. The Marine Corps colors still standing amid the wreckage.
Everyone was pretty, for the past 2 days, surprised that, we had a set of Marine Corps colors intact. And so that was pretty symbolic of, why we're all here.
One other indication of what this war will cost, the Pentagon is asking the president for authority to call up 30 to 50,000 reservists. David Martin, CBS News, the Pentagon.
Now about the criminal investigation. Federal investigators have now ID'd all of the hijackers who died in the plane crashes, and they say they have pictures of them. Jim Stewart in Washington has the latest on this.
Police searched a house in Vienna, Virginia, where the terrorist hijackers who flew into the Pentagon might have stayed before the attack. It's unclear what they found. And in New York, one man is in custody and others are being questioned after a scare over fake identities that led the FAA to shut down all 3 New York airports. Meanwhile, the easiest part of this investigation may be over. Authorities are poised to release the names and photographs of the estimated 18 hijackers, but federal investigators are still not certain they have accounted for all the terrorist pilots.
The terrorists who seized controls of the planes all attended aviation school in the United States, some as recently as a year ago, and FBI agents were busy today searching the former apartment of 2 of the suspects who were at the controls during the World Trade Center attacks. Using airport surveillance video, credit card receipts, and the passenger list, the FBI believes it has identified all the hijackers on the 4 flights.
Unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate, 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each.
What is not as clear, however, is whether the dead hijackers left behind some live colleagues who may have attended the same aviation classes. Sources say the flight school records are being closely examined.
We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates that these individuals had.
In other developments, sources say there is no evidence thus far that any other nation was involved in the attack. Some of the hijackers had lived in the U.S. for more than a year, say sources, and others were associated with the Islamic fundamentalist group believed to be responsible for attacking the USS Cole. Meanwhile, the collection of physical evidence continued, with agents recovering what reads like a suicide note from the rental car of one suspect, while in Hamburg, Germany, police raided an apartment there based on an FBI request. There were also some dramatic arrests like these at Newark International Airport, where 4 people were taken off a Saudi Arabian airliner, but it remains unclear whether they were associated with Tuesday's attacks. What is also not clear is just how much help the actual hijackers had, although agents assume it was a sizable network both here and abroad.
The number of associates is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number.
Federal authorities are expected to show America the face of the men who carried out these attacks. Agents are busily assembling photographs of all 18 hijackers, complete with their names and nationalities. They are expected to be released sometime Friday. Jim Stewart, CBS News, Washington.
Joining us now live from Washington is Dr. Robert Satloff. He is Executive Director of the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, which, among other things, I understand it, Doctor, is to promote informed debate on U.S. policy in and around the Middle East. Hard to have an informed debate unless you have an informed public. So I want to ask for some perspective on what's sometimes called the Muslim world. About how many Muslims are there worldwide?
There's more than 1 billion.
And about how many of those are of Arab heritage?
Well, the Arab world is only a reasonably small piece of the overall Muslim world. About 1/3 of the Muslim world is Arab. The vast majority of Muslims live elsewhere in Asia, in Indonesia, Malaysia. India is the most populous Muslim country in the world, with 300 million Muslims, almost equal to all the Muslims in the Arab world itself.
I think most people would think, well, no, India is, Hindu for the most part, a Buddhist.
That's right. Well, India is indeed mostly Hindu, but India is so big that its minority Muslims are still larger than any other Muslim majority country in the world.
What portion, if that's the right word, of the so-called Muslim world views the United States with hatred?
I believe it's exceedingly small. I think it's both more fringe and less fringe than we believe. It's exceedingly small in numerical terms. I mean, of the billion-plus Muslims, we're talking a percentage that doesn't register on the scale. But yet, it is still very large when you think of the numbers that it takes to create any sort of terrorist network. There are many in the Muslim world, the vast majority, who abhor what happened 2 days ago. There is a minority, a disturbingly large minority, who believe that suicide bombings are legitimate. And really, that's the target that needs to be focused on for any civilizational, cultural effort that the United States and the West needs to target.
All right. You said what you call a fairly large minority of Muslims on a worldwide basis may indeed view this country as, if not hating it, viewing it with disgust and disdain. Now, put that together with the information that Osama bin Laden has network cells of one description or another, or at least contacts in at least 55 countries around the world. Question, is it realistic to say that we're going to launch a war that will stamp out not only bin Laden's form of terrorism, but terrorism wherever it may be?
Well, I think we need to use two paradigms. One is the paradigm of war, and the other is the paradigm of disease. War you can win. Disease takes time and effort. You need to isolate and seek antidotes, and only over a long period of time with a multi-pronged effort can you stamp it out. You can get bin Laden, and you may be able to get Hezbollah, and maybe get Hamas, but it will take us a long time to stamp out the scourge in general.
Doctor, thank you very much for being with us. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Earlier today, the flight data recorder was found from United Flight 93. That's the plane which crashed to Earth Tuesday morning in southwest Pennsylvania, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh. Bob Orr has that story and more from Washington.
Dan, the flight data recorder is key. It could provide investigators with important information on how the United 757 was being flown in its last moments. But investigators tell us they also need the cockpit voice recorder. That's the second black box, to really understand what was going on board the doomed jetliner. That, investigators hope, will have recorded the conversations as the hijackers tried to steer the plane to Washington, and as it turns out, towards a very high-profile target. Tuesday's attack ended in rural Pennsylvania when the last of the 4 hijacked jetliners, United Airlines Flight 93, nosedived into the ground. But sources say as the wave of terrorism unfolded, it was that plane the Secret Service feared most after a telephone threat made it clear the target was Air Force One. When United Flight 93 took off from Newark at 8:43, Air Force One was parked in Sarasota waiting to take the president home from an education event. No one believes the hijackers ever intended to attack the president's plane in midair. But in just over an hour, both jets would be heading towards Andrews Air Force Base. At 9:35, United 93 veered from its planned flight route and headed back towards Washington. With the World Trade Center towers already on fire, the jet's erratic movements were enough to convince controllers that this plane, too, had been hijacked. Just 3 minutes later, at 9:38, American Airlines Flight 77 plowed into the Pentagon. The first hit in what authorities now believe was to be a double-barreled attack on Washington. Within minutes, at around 9:45, orders were given to evacuate the White House. On board Flight 93, a number of passengers, learning of the New York attacks and cell phone calls with families, decided to take back the plane.
On the last phone call, he said that a group of them were getting ready to do something. And then he hung up and he never called back.
In Florida, the president was told of the terrorism and cut short his visit. At 9:54, Air Force One took off for Washington. Flight 93, meanwhile, continued flying east into western Pennsylvania. And at 10:03, someone in the cockpit deliberately turned off critical radar information, leaving controllers in the dark about the movements of a jet that was now a flying bomb on a course for the nation's capital. Along Florida's Atlantic coast, Air Force One continued to fly north, but suddenly at 10:14, the president's plane turned to the west. About 6 minutes later, the fight for control on board Flight 93 ended as the 757 with 45 people on board crashed in an unpopulated field. Air Force One, now out of danger, continued on, landing at Louisiana's Barksdale Air Force Base at 11:45. Today, the president defended the decision to divert Air Force One.
I know I took the appropriate actions as the commander-in-chief to be in a position to be able to make the decisions necessary for our government to handle the crisis.
There is also new information about the other hijacked jetliner that did hit the Pentagon. Republican Congressman John Mica, the chairman of the House Aviation Subcommittee, says he's been told that plane may have flown over the White House and maybe encircled the Capitol building before hitting the military headquarters. Mica called it, quote, sheer in-your-face terrorism. Dan?
Bob Orr, live in Washington. Some new information is coming in about what happened around New York's JFK airport today. We're going to pass that along to you in just a moment. But first, let's go to the White House and get caught up on the story there. Among other things, security being beefed up, including a move for the vice president, at least temporarily. CBS News Chief White House correspondent John Roberts reports what's behind that.
Dan, as a result of an avalanche of intelligence coming in from around the world, the White House undertook new security precautions today. Shortly after noon, the president and the vice president were separated. Dick Cheney is now at Camp David, where he will remain until at least the weekend. At the same time, the Secret Service locked down a 6-block area around the White House. Also tonight, for the first time, we heard an assessment from the administration of just what sort of time frame they are projecting it will take to deal with a crisis the likes of which no president has seen before.
The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory.
From the Oval Office today, echoed in the scarred canyons of New York, the drumbeat of war spread across the nation and around the globe. In Congress, President Bush sought authority to commit the American military into harm's way. And he is working the phones, as his father did 11 years ago in the Gulf War, to build a global coalition against the terrorists who shattered buildings and stole lives.
We have just seen the first war of the 21st century, and there's universal approval of the statements I have made, and I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes.
Administration officials today sent word to America that they will proceed slowly, that this is a long struggle that will be measured not in days, but weeks and months, perhaps years.
I think it's one of the most complex problems that an American leader has had to face probably since the Civil War.
Historian Stephen Hess says that the task ahead for George Bush defies the sort of conventional response that rose out of the last great attack against American soil, Pearl Harbor.
You had a nation united to a common known enemy, able to fight a war. We know how to fight wars. But what do we do in this very special situation where we have to somehow uproot a terrorist organization, stop them from doing these sorts of things before they kill again?
Already there is a heightened state of alert against those who may kill again. The president's motorcade route to a Washington hospital was today lined by police with automatic weapons. The security cordon around the White House again pushed back. Pennsylvania Avenue now off limits to anyone without a government pass. All of this, says Stephen Hess, will have a lasting effect on how America looks at itself.
For the first time in our lives, we feel that we can be threatened in our homes. We can be threatened in the skies overhead. They have reached us. They have reached into Fortress America. And suddenly we have been pierced. And I think that's a profound change in how America is going to look upon the future.
How the president responds to this crisis, the degree of confidence he can restore in a nation shattered, will shape his presidency. There is little argument. This is a defining moment.
This is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy.
White House officials said tonight that the request from the Pentagon to call up the reserves is under active consideration, though they add if the president grants the request, it would be a limited call-up and only for specific reasons
that they refused to go into. Dan?
John Roberts at the White House. New York airports having been opened early in the day, then were closed rather suddenly. LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark later in the day. Among the things that happened is a man who tried to use a fake pilot's identification to get past security at John F. Kennedy International Airport was arrested. 5 other people were detained. We understand some of those people were detained because they did not pass the test of the Immigration Service. So those are among the reasons that the New York airport suddenly closed again. The expectation is they'll be open again tomorrow, but that's not yet assured. Now let's take you again to downtown Manhattan, where under the lights, as we pass the midnight hour in the east, the hard work goes on. Early in the day, 2 firefighters were found alive in the debris, and there was some joy at what was seen as a miracle in the madness. It turned out they were 2 firefighters who had not been down there, had not been trapped the whole time, but they'd been trapped for part of the day. But it was one of the day's bright spots. CBS News continuing coverage of the attack on America will continue.
Hello, good evening. I'm Pam Salisbury. We're stepping away from CBS network coverage for just a few minutes to give you the latest on what's happening here locally in the attack on America. Planes are taking off again tonight at Raleigh-Durham International, but passengers should be prepared to meet plenty of precautions. Julia Lewis joins us live tonight with the latest. Julia.
Pam, the airport opened about 5 o'clock tonight. For the most part, it's been pretty quiet out here. Even though RDU is up and running, the flights are still pretty spotty. So if you have anything scheduled over the next couple of days, the best thing to do is call your carrier directly. Now, if you are going to come out here, expect some major changes. First off, no more curbside parking. They've got tow trucks out here and they plan to use them. And forget about checking your bags at the curbs. That is the thing of the past. Now, once you get inside, everyone has to go through the ticket counter, even folks with e-tickets. And once you get to your gate, expect to go through those security ones. And some people are actually going to have to go through the manual pat-downs. They're also going to have random ID checks and random bag checks. Also, parking. No one's going to be able to park within 300 feet of the terminal. That means 1,200 spaces are going to be off limits. So with all that said and done, you need to give yourself, they're suggesting about 2 hours before your flight to come out here. Pam, again, RDU is up and running again, but by no means are things back to normal.
Not at all. All right, Julia, thank you. Well, your mail and packages should soon be in the air overnight. Still, Federal Express and UPS expect some delays as they reposition aircraft. Both delivery companies and the Postal Service had to expand their ground network of package delivery when the FAA grounded all flights.
But we're moving all of the mail by merely taking it out of the air, putting it on ground transportation. It's coming just a little bit later and maybe a day longer than normal.
The only longer delay